I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks *. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 2571. Crystal Furnace Database. Han Sen memorized the Crystal Furnace skill, then he broke the crystal wall back down and tossed the remains into the burning sea. Although the crocodile god hadn't clamped down on his freedom to explore, Han Sen knew that a being of such power would be to control the whole fortress. If Han Sen did something bad, like opening his core area hall, he would be immediately stopped. So, Han Sen didn't make any reckless escape attempts. Instead, he did legitimate work, shoveling and cleaning things up properly. He cleaned like a man who had come from a long line of noble janitors. The crystallizers were a race that focused on technology. Unfortunately, it meant there were few leads for Han Sen to follow up on. There were many tools available, but Han Sen didn't know how to make use of any of them. Most of the machines were probably too broken to be repaired, anyway. As he continued to fail to find anything useful, Han Sen became less and less enthused with cleaning. He tried bringing out many items to attract the attention of the little crocodile god, but the creature wasn't interested in any of the things he offered to it. Clearly, Han Sen had no idea what it fancied. Exquisite and Li Kier kept trying to escape, but all their attempts failed. They were in more of a rush to get out of there than Han Sen was. However, every time they tried to run, the crocodile god's control of gravity pulled them back. They were unable to teleport away, either. One day, as Han Sen was cleaning up a fallen room, he found a table. What is this? The table and the room's equipment were all broken. The table was cut in half, and all four of the table's legs were broken. But there was a drawer under the table that hadn't been damaged. Due to the fact that the table had been broken, the drawer had popped open. After quickly rummaging through it, Han Sen found a box. The box was made of wood, which was rare to see in a crystallizer's territory. Han Sen opened the lid and found a pair of glasses inside. The glasses sort of looked like sunglasses. They looked really cool, and the glass itself was dark like charcoal. They didn't look see-through at all. What is this rare and strange item? Were these glasses intended for a blind man? Han Sen murmured as he fiddled with the item. There was nothing weird about them, and so he simply put them on. The moment Han Sen put them on, the pitch-black glasses grew transparent like crystal. No, they were more transparent than crystal. When Han Sen looked out through the glasses, he couldn't even see the glass that was resting across his own face. And as this happened, lots of data began to scroll across the screen of the glasses. The data whizzed by in a blur, and Han Sen soon heard a voice. It seemed to be coming from the glasses, but it played directly in Han Sen's ears. System scanning. Genes confirmed. Crystallizer identity confirmed. Crystal furnace data opened. Han Sen suspected that this was a high-tech piece of equipment since it could scan one's genes. When the voice grew quiet, though, Han Sen couldn't feel anything different. The lights and numbers on the glasses had disappeared. Aside from that initial procedure, nothing seemed to be happening. Hey, are you still there? Han Sen asked the glasses. Please don't ask dumb questions. The crystal furnace carries intelligence and sense. Please align yourself with intelligence to avoid sending the crystal furnace unnecessary messages. It is a waste of energy. Han Sen heard the voice directly in his head, and he suppressed a sigh. A pair of glasses didn't like him. So, Han Sen said one word, but then he decided to be quiet. He spent a moment thinking about what he should say first. He ended up telling the glasses, "Your name is Crystal Furnace, right? What functions can you perform?" "My full name is ZXT27 Crystal Furnace Database. I am in charge of feeding juveniles." The voice of the glasses played in Han Sen's ears again. "Zex, what? I am just going to call you glasses. And what did you say about feeding juveniles?" Han Sen asked. "I am designed to aid babies in growing up healthily," glasses answered. "Be specific. What can you do for babies?" Han Sen asked after a second. "The main services I provide are collecting a person's data and analyzing it with the Crystal Furnace database." That explanation didn't really help Han Sen. Clearly, Glasses wasn't that smart. Glasses seemed to be able to sense what Han Sen was thinking. It said, ZXT27 Crystal Furnace Database is the greatest piece of crystallizer technology. It has an intelligence growth system. The starting intelligence level is that of a 5-year-old crystallizer child. That's pretty good, Han Sen complimented Glasses, but he was still unable to figure out what it did. As Han Sen tried to think of a way to ask glasses more about its purpose, he saw Exquisite approaching from the swimming pool. Han Sen's heart jumped. He used his mind and spoke to glasses. Let's be more pragmatic. Do you have a see-through function that allows you to see through walls, or maybe clothes? Han Sen remembered that pairs of glasses in fiction often had that function. He had his Dongshuan aura, but he couldn't use it to see through clothes. If glasses had that function, then maybe the device wasn't too shabby. Voyeurism goes against crystallizer law, Article 16221. Violations can result in prison sentences of 5 to 10 years. ZXT27 is an AI for children, and so it does not allow that function. A professional worker allowance card is required to enable that function on your Crystal Furnace database. Are the crystallizers such good people? After mulling that over, Han Sen sighed. Then, what is it that you do? Show me, Han Sen said finally. Please select a target, the pair of glasses said. I want her, Han Sen said as he directed his gaze at Exquisite, who was coming over. Symbols and data suddenly ran across Glasses' screen. The view of Exquisite zoomed in slightly, like a camera was focusing on her. The crosshairs locked on tight as Glasses started its analysis. The Glasses didn't release any light or anything, so Han Sen didn't know how Glasses was performing its analysis. Collecting data, analyzing data, Exquisite was already in front of him by now, and the device was continuing to scroll through data. This thing is so slow. It's as laggy as a dying computer, Han Sen thought to himself. Why are you wearing black glasses that you can't see through? Are you pretending to be a blind man? Exquisite said, peering at Han Sen's face. Yeah, I'm just messing around, Han Sen said casually. But he was actually thinking, it looks like I'm the only person who can see through the glasses. If other people look at the glasses, all they see is black. This is quite smart. At this time, the voice in the glasses spoke in Han Sen's head again. Scanning was successful. The data has been successfully analyzed. Han Sen observed the image of Exquisite and the data being displayed on Glasses' screen. There was a report, too. Target. Very high female. Han Sen looked at the first few words in front of him in stunned silence. Chapter 2572, Gene Potential, Are You Mistaken? Isn't she one of the sky? Why does it say she is one of the very high? Han Sen asked. Glasses in his mind. He was trying to keep his surprise under wraps while he read through the rest of the report. Target. Very high female. Gene age calculation. 23 years. Gene level. 9th tier king. Gene potential. 5 stars. Crystal Furnace database has a lot of gene data concerning the very high. Based on the target's genes, her genes match the very high profile at a rate of 87.675%. The genes that associate her with the sky compose 0.3% of her form. Likelihood of target being a member of the very high is 99.99%, Glasses answered. Han Sen believed it. He already knew that Exquisite was 9th tier king, which proved that Glasses wasn't talking nonsense. Right, I never heard about Li Kier and Exquisite in Sky Palace because they don't belong to the sky, Han Sen surmised. Then what does their gene potential mean? What is the highest star rating achievable? Han Sen asked. The gene potential means how much a creature can grow. According to the Crystal Furnace database, there are 10 stars in total, Glasses answered. No way, there are 10 stars in total and a member of the very high only has 5. Han Sen was very suspicious about these results due to the fact that the very high were one of the strongest races in the entire universe. Even if their genes weren't the best, they shouldn't have been as low as 5 stars. What are you doing, waiting around here? Exquisite asked with a frown. Han Sen was just standing there staring at her. It's nothing, I was just thinking of a way to get out of here, Han Sen said. So, did you think of a way? Exquisite asked. No, Han Sen shook his head. Then let's just wait for rescue. We have been missing for a while. Our people will probably think of a way to save us, Exquisite said. Then, she left. Han Sen opened his mouth. He wanted to ask if she was one of the very high, but if she was choosing not to divulge that information herself, there had to be a reason. He knew that very well, considering that he didn't go around telling everyone that he was a human. With that in mind, he decided not to ask. For a king, 5 stars is top class. Only deified start at 6 stars for analysis, Glasses answered. I see. How many stars do I have? Han Sen asked out of curiosity. Collecting data, analyzing data, Analyzing, Glass's data collection started going through the motions, except this time it was taking far longer. Genes are unstable, cannot confirm, the data collection kept going on, and it didn't seem as if it was going to stop. It doesn't matter, I suppose. There is no need to continue testing, Han Sen said. Glasses had continued to say, cannot confirm, which Han Sen found annoying. Glasses quieted down and the data on the screen vanished. Right, let's go and see how the big and little crocodile gods rank on this thing, Han Sen thought. His heart already beating a little faster, Han Sen headed for the swimming pool. Han Sen saw the big crocodile god still asleep on the sunbathing chair with Li Qier massaging its head. Curiosity rose in Han Sen, and he found himself wanting to test out Li Qier first. The results were similar to Exquisite's, and it turned out that Li Qier was one of the very high, too. She also had 5 stars, but she was younger. According to the crystallizers' gene calculations, Li Qier was only 16. This time, I believe you. Han Sen turned and looked at the big crocodile god. He saw the icon spinning as the device collected data, but after a while passed, it hadn't come up with any results. There's no way you cannot analyze that. Han Sen started to doubt whether or not the glasses were working properly. But then, he saw the image and data of the crocodile god appear. Target: Gravity Crocodile God Female. Gene Age Calculation, 1.365 billion years. Gene Level, Transmutation Deified. Gene Potential, 7 star, your analysis is so inaccurate. A deified of the transmutation rank only has a potential of 7 stars. Han Sen was doubting the analysis Glasses was providing again. Gravity Crocodile God's genes are only 4 stars. There is a limit to the rank that it can achieve. It cannot become fully deified because, even after modification, its gene potential will only rise to 7 stars. It can never exceed the rank of transmutation. If there are no gene mutations, the chance of reaching larva class is 1 in a billion. Seriously, you have that much deified data to compare with? Han Sen asked skeptically. This is the result after comparisons with the samples of other deified creatures. According to the database, without a 9-star potential, a deified creature can never become a true god, Glasses answered. Han Sen looked at the little crocodile god with much suspicion. Glasses worked again, and the data symbols started to spin. After a while, Han Sen was finally able to read the results. Target: Gravity Crocodile God Male. Gene Age Calculation, 1 month, 7 days. Gene Level, Primitive Deified. Gene Potential, 9 stars, Holy *T. This guy is a gravity crocodile god. Why does it have 9 stars? Han Sen asked. This gravity crocodile god was born deified. Its genes mutated, becoming far better than the old ones. According to the genes shared, they must be mother and son. Seriously, this small thing has the potential to become a true god. Han Sen looked at the small crocodile god with a fire in his eyes. The little crocodile god realized Han Sen was staring at it. So, it looked at Han Sen with disdain. But Exquisite was still scrubbing the creature's scales, so it didn't do anything. A 9-star deified xenogeniac can become a true god, but it isn't guaranteed, Glasses answered. Han Sen ignored Glasses as he tried to think of a way to kidnap the small crocodile god. That thing could one day become a true god. But Han Sen remembered that he couldn't take a core xenogeniac away from there. So, kidnapping would be pointless. After considering the results delivered by Glasses, Han Sen decided to place his faith in them. If the crystallizers had designed this device by themselves, they wouldn't have been able to gather so much data on deified creatures. But the elders of the crystallizers helped Sacred Leader analyze the story of genes. And they eventually took over the sanctuaries. Han Sen believed they must have received some data from Sacred. For someone like Sacred Leader, it wouldn't have been too difficult to collect data on deified beings. Back then, the very high and ancient god were far below Sacred. The extreme king were servants of Sacred. If Sacred Leader wanted their gene data, it would have been very easy for him to collect it. After all, gathering gene data didn't require the deaths of the deifieds. It would only require a hair or a small sample of DNA. If Sacred Leader wanted a strand of hair, who would dare to turn down his request? Now, Han Sen just wanted to go home and try it out on his baby daughter Ling. He wanted to see how much gene potential she had. But as long as he was under the control of the big and little crocodile gods, he couldn't go anywhere. Leaving wasn't an option just yet. Han Sen was going to remain patient and keep cleaning up the fortress in case there was anything else there for him to find. Glasses only scanned, analyzed, and compared. It didn't do anything else. Chapter 2573. Analysis result. Han Sen searched for a few more days, but he didn't find any goodies. However, in that time, Han Sen's crystal furnace reached beginner level. After all, it was a Geno art for crystallizer children. It wasn't very difficult to come to grips with. And having crystal blood made it even easier to learn. Humans were the offspring of crystallizers, so crystallizer Geno arts were quite compatible with human physiology. It only took Han Sen a few days to learn the Geno art, and he produced some good results to boot. Now, Han Sen was able to eat 20 to 30 king xenogenic genes a day. And that was just at the beginner level of crystal furnace. If consume, big destroyed, and crystal furnace all reached peak performance, he calculated that he could eat at least 110 xenogenic genes a day. Crystal furnace isn't bad. I need to teach it to Bauer and Ling too. When Han Sen thought about his baby daughters, it felt as if he took an arrow to the heart. But escaping the fortress wouldn't be easy. In the past, he would have tried to escape using his super god body. Because Wanner was in his Destiny's tower, however, he couldn't use his super god body for very long. Making his escape would take longer than he could maintain his invincible form. Han Sen sat down and rested. He brought out one of his alliance beverages and had a couple of sips. But after he did, the little crocodile god ran over to him and stared at the bottle of wine. It seemed very curious. Han Sen raised an eyebrow. He pulled out a cup and poured some wine for the small crocodile god. This time, the little crocodile didn't smack the cup away with its tail. It rolled out its tongue and tentatively approached the cup. Han Sen was so happy. At first he thought that the little crocodile enjoyed drinking, but instead, the crocodile god used its tongue to lift the cup and splash itself with the contents. Its scales were very high in temperature. The creature had tried to lower the heat of its scales, but when the wine touched its body, the liquid flashed into steam. The small crocodile god looked unsatisfied. So, it used its tongue to snatch the entire bottle of wine this time. It upended the bottle over itself. As he watched the wonderful wine boil away, Han Sen's heart ached. It was a bottle of the wine that Ji Yanran had prepared for him. It was a century old, and it could no longer be purchased anywhere. It was a very rare item. But the small crocodile god seemed to really enjoy it, and its body reeked of alcohol. The little crocodile god made an inquisitive rumbling noise as Han Sen mourned the loss of his wine. It turned out that the crocodile wanted more. I don't have any more wine. If you want, I can go back and get you some more, Han Sen offered to the small crocodile god. The little creature nodded and gave a low roar, as if it was hurrying Han Sen to go and fetch the wine. You will let me go back? If that's true, then I will leave. Han Sen didn't really believe that the creature would let him go so easily. If people left the core area, they would return to the same spot that they had left. Unless they never entered the core area again, they'd be trapped. But Han Sen was different. Because he had 4 self-cogwheels, he could show up in 4 different locations. He didn't need to return to this location. If he could leave, he would be set free. The small crocodile god hurried him to leave and bring back wine. So, Han Sen generated the power to open the door to the core hall. He said to the small crocodile god, I really am going. The core hall's door was open, and the small crocodile god made no effort to stop him. And neither did the big crocodile god. For all intents and purposes, he had permission to leave. Han Sen was so happy. He hadn't thought that he would ever be able to leave that place so easily. So, he quickly hurried through the hall's door. The small crocodile god made no effort to stop him, and so Han Sen successfully managed to leave the core area. He returned to the safety of the white whale. His exit was so smooth that he could barely believe it. Dad, you were gone for so long. Next time you go on such a long trip, can you take me with you? Bauer jumped into Han Sen's arms. You can't go to that place. Han Sen smiled. Han Sen couldn't take people or creatures there, and even if he could, he wouldn't dare do it. If a child entered the core area, they would have to be king class. And that meant people, upon seeing a small child enter, would go crazy. Seeing Bauer's smile, Han Sen's heart felt warm. He used glasses to analyze Bauer's genes. Han Sen didn't want to find out how much potential Bauer had. He wanted to know what Bauer's race was. Bauer's race had always been a mystery, so maybe the glasses could help to resolve it once and for all. The data scan of the glasses kept scrolling. A while went by, and the analysis cycled on and on. It gave Han Sen a bad feeling. Lack of data, cannot analyze, cannot analyze. When Han Sen heard those words, he was disappointed. But no matter what race Bauer was, Han Sen didn't care. As far as he was concerned, she was his genuine daughter. Han Sen was going to let glasses stop, but then he heard a voice. Analysis complete. The genes are unstable. Gene level cannot be confirmed. Gene potential cannot be confirmed. You are her parent. **T. This thing really is for kids. It isn't reliable, Han Sen thought in annoyance. After half a day of waiting, that was the result he got. Han Sen used glasses to look at everyone on the White Whale. Aside from Elysian Moon and Ji Yu Qingcheng, who came from the sanctuaries, the others were analyzed in great detail and with an impressive amount of accuracy. Elysian Moon and Ji Yu Qingcheng had the same results as Han Sen. Their genes were unstable, and they couldn't be analyzed. Han Sen tried using glasses to analyze the little red bird. He didn't have much hope for success, but he was presented with something interesting. Target: Phoenix 51% and Fish Bird 49%, female gene class. Original deified gene potential, 10 stars. There were many detailed pieces of information being analyzed, and it all shocked Han Sen. He hadn't expected the little red bird's blood to be that powerful. Its 10-star gene potential practically guaranteed that it would become a true god. His gene blood is that strong? Han Sen curiously asked Glasses. Glasses answered, phoenixes and fish birds are true gods. It has the blood of both, and while its growth speed might be slow, there is a high chance it can become a true god. Its chances of failure are practically zero, but it will require a lot of materials to become a true god. It has a higher chance than a creature that is born purely a phoenix or a fish bird. After Han Sen heard this, he closed his eyes in exhaustion for a long moment. He had been growing the little red bird all this time, and upon hearing this, he now knew he would have to gather a lot more resources for the bird in the future. Han Sen looked at the others in the White Whale and assumed that the information on them was accurate. Then, he looked at Warner, who was asleep in Destiny's tower. Glasses had to run longer for her than it did for the little red bird, but only one word was presented as a result: sacred. There was nothing more than that. It analyzed the race, but the only result was a name. There were no details or other content. Han Sen returned to his home in the Alliance. He wanted to test Glasses on his daughter Han Ling and see how much potential she had. Soon after trying, though, he was forced to acknowledge that you could never tell how much potential a human had. It would always say the genes of a human were unstable and unable to be determined. The creatures could have their potential and blood calculated, though. The results were promising, and some of them had a 5-star gene potential. Because they hadn't reached deified class, though, 5 stars were the highest their potentials could go. After becoming deified, their gene potentials could be tested again, and thus the tests at that time would be more accurate. It was like there was a distinction between those who were deified and those who weren't. No wonder the elites didn't want me before. Now it makes sense. Are the genes of humans really that unstable? Han Sen wondered. Daddy, hug. Ling was able to talk pretty well. She reached out her pale little hands as she ran to Han Sen. My little baby, let Daddy kiss you. Han Sen lifted Ling and kissed her on the cheeks. When he wasn't trapped, Han Sen came back every day to rest. He had been trapped inside the core area for many days, though, and so he hadn't seen his family. Ling was a good kid, and she didn't cry much. The family did a good job of protecting her, as well. After she was born, she hadn't used her super god spirit again. That came as a relief to Han Sen. Small kids and too much power was a bad combination. Ling hadn't yet learned how strong her powers were, and so she hadn't yet learned how to harness them. If her mood spiraled out of control, it would be a dangerous and frightening thing. Luckily, Ling had a very calm personality, and the family was able to take care of her. So, nothing had gone wrong in his time away. Han Sen hoped Ling would be able to grow up like an ordinary child. He wanted her to have a normal childhood. The last thing he wanted was for her to reach the complexities of adulthood too soon. He rested at home for the night. The next day, he gathered a few cases of wine and took it to the core area. Now that the small crocodile god had allowed him to leave, that meant it was likely he would be able to leave again in the future. Han Sen wasn't in a rush to get out of there, anyway. He wanted to spend more time digging and see what else there was to find in the fortress. Han Sen returned to the core area. When he arrived, the little crocodile god ran frantically over to Han Sen. It roared at him repeatedly, its tone strange and wandering. Perhaps the crocodile was complaining about him being too slow. I was looking for that wine for you. I needed some time, as this stuff is very precious. Han Sen opened a barrel of wine, allowing the intoxicating fragrance to suffuse the area. The small crocodile's eyes brightened. It stopped whining at Han Sen and jumped straight into the barrel of wine. Huge plumes of steam came from the wine barrel, and a second later, the wine was all dry. The small crocodile god jumped out. Before Han Sen could open up the next barrel, the crocodile god was already jumping inside. Han Sen soon realized that the crocodile god didn't want to use the wine for drinking. The crocodile wanted to bathe in it. I have heard of women enjoying baths of milk, but I've never heard of a crocodile wanting to bathe in wine. Han Sen couldn't help but smile as he watched the enthusiastic little creature. The crocodile's scales were very hot, and although it had already tried to cool itself down, the wine was vaporized almost as soon as it entered the barrels. It was unable to take its time and swim around in the barrel's contents. In no time at all, it went through a few barrels of wine. The small crocodile god came out of the last barrel and roared softly at Han Sen. It seemed as if it wanted more. He wanted Han Sen to return and collect more wine for it. This is a very rare treasure. It took me a while to gather these few barrels, so if you want more, you will have to wait a long time, Han Sen said. Han Sen had many barrels of wine in storage, and he could easily buy a few vineyards. He couldn't spoil the small crocodile god, though. He had to plan for the long term. Han Sen brought 2 or 3 barrels for the crocodile each day. It was enough to keep the small creature happy, but it wasn't enough to keep it satisfied. Now, Han Sen no longer had to work. The small crocodile wanted him to just bring it wine, but Han Sen still stuck to his cleaning duties. That was because he could dig wherever he wanted without the explicit command or direction of the little crocodile god. Ever since he found glasses, Han Sen hadn't discovered anything useful. His lack of progress was frustrating. He worked in the fortress for a month, but he didn't find anything else of interest. His Judeskin reached the 9th tier, so he couldn't level up anymore even if he continued to consume King Xenogenic genes. Han Sen then focused on his Blood Pulse Sutra, leaving the story of genes as the last to be leveled up. Exquisite and Li Kier were so depressed. They could see Han Sen coming and going as if the place was his own backyard. They wanted to leave, too, but no matter how much they tried talking to the 2 crocodile gods, they weren't permitted to go anywhere. They tried to use the wine retrieval excuse, but the crocodile god wasn't interested in what they had to offer. This made them incredibly sad. Han Sen didn't know why the crocodile gods treated them differently, but everything was panning out perfectly for him. Han Sen actually thought it was convenient that the 2 of them were still trapped. If they got free, they might cause him problems of some sort. The very high are nothing that special. They can't even deal with a transmutation deified. They are worse than the ancient god, Han Sen thought to himself. Actually, Han Sen only thought this because he hadn't learned the nature of their strength. The power of the very high didn't lie purely in their combat abilities, and they had nearly limitless resources. If the very high survived long enough, they could become butterflies with ease. That was better than most races. Since he still wasn't managing to dig up any worthwhile items, all Han Sen achieved was making the small crocodile god an alcoholic. Han Sen kept giving it wine, but the creature never drank it. It used every barrel for bathing. It sickened Han Sen to see so much fine wine be wasted. No matter how rich he was, it hurt to see something so precious be poured down the drain. Han Sen examined and excavated the whole fortress, but he didn't find anything useful. He hadn't even been able to find the body that the arm had been attached to. It seemed as if only the arm had been left behind. It looks like I need to find a way out of here. Han Sen wasn't interested in delivering wine to the crocodile gods for the rest of eternity. Lady Exquisite, didn't you say that your elders would come and save you? When are they going to come? Han Sen found a chance to stop by and talk to Exquisite and Li Kier. I'm not sure. It could take 2 or 3 months, or it could take a couple of years, Exquisite said. Why would it take them so long? Han Sen was shocked. Exquisite didn't answer Han Sen's question. Actually, the very high had self-spells coded into their bodies. If they were in danger or injured, the self-spell would awaken. If they died, the self-spell would self-destruct, and people were sure to know something had happened to them. But Exquisite and Li Qier were neither injured nor in danger. The self-spell wasn't going to ring its alarm. If the very high people didn't hear anything from the self-spell, they'd have no clue that something had happened to the two women. After a while, if Exquisite remained missing, the people of her race would notice her absence. They knew where she had gone, but it was hard to determine when they would notice her absence. While the two women were wallowing in their depression, Han Sen set out a grilled goose to munch on. He ate it and drank, picking through a side of fruit as well. They wanted to eat some, too. Chapter 2575, Geno art swapped for fruit. The very high were admired by all. No matter where Exquisite and Li Qier went, they were as popular as the stars and the moon. Even when the extreme king's princes and princesses met with them, the royal children would be extra polite to them. They would treat the two very high like VIPs at all times, not willing to do anything that might offend them. Now, they had been reduced to this. The crocodiles were treating them like lowly slaves, whereas Dollar was able to eat nice food and drink lovely beverages all day long. He made no effort to help them out. He never shared his food or did much with them. Exquisite and Li Qier hadn't brought much food of their own. After all, they had God's Wander. They could use Galaxy Teleport to grab what they needed whenever they wanted. They didn't have to bring simple necessities like food with them. But they had finished all their reserves, and there was nothing more for them in that place. They could last another 2 or 3 months by consuming the energy stored in their bodies, but they still wanted to eat food. It was in the nature of their bodies, and they couldn't help it. Exquisite was faring a little better. She had trained her very high sense for a long time, so her detachment from personal connections, known as forget love, was at a very high level. It helped her separate herself from worldly desires. Li Qier, however, was in dire straits. She couldn't control her temptation for food. Dollar, can you sell us some of your food? Li Qier asked Han Sen, chewing her lip distractedly. Sure, what would you like to buy? Grilled chicken or grilled goose? Roast lamb or roast pork? You can have something that flies and something that swims. I have everything you could ever need, Han Sen said expansively, agreeing to the request with haste. There is no need to go to such trouble. Just giving us some of that fruit will do. Li Qier said, eyeing Han Sen's plate that was stuffed with fresh peaches. The very high were like a mix between the sky and humans. They would kill if they had to, but they wouldn't kill for no reason. They didn't like to waste or take lives without purpose. The chicken that Han Sen was eating smelled nice, but it wouldn't provide much energy. There was no point in eating it, so eating the fruit would be better. Sure, 1 fruit meal for a Geno art. Han Sen picked up a peach that was bigger than his fist, and he smiled at Li Qier. Why don't you just mug me, instead? Li Qier's eyes opened wide at Han Sen. She couldn't believe her ears. The peach was a xenogenic plant's fruit, but it wasn't high level. Far from it, the fruit was probably ranked no higher than barren. Swapping a fruit like that for a Geno art was practically daylight robbery. It's up to you. I'm not the one who suggested a trade. Han Sen shrugged and began munching on the peach. Juice dribbled from the peach as he bit into it, and a delectable fragrance came wafting out of it. Okay, that branch of fruit for a Geno art. I will make the trade. Li Qier gritted her teeth and thought to herself, we, the very high, have a lot of Geno arts. I know enough of them to kill you. If I just give you one random art after another, I will take all of your fruit. Wait, I have a condition. The Geno art you give me must be one I've never learned before, Han Sen said. He was scamming Exquisite and Li Qier, and he wouldn't feel a tiny bit sorry for doing so. Han Sen had believed them to be sky, and he hadn't minded helping them. Now that he knew they were from the very high, his feelings toward them had changed. Any of the very high in the core area wouldn't require his help to kill a bronze tripod or a deified xenogeniac. That was just impossible to believe. He knew they were up to something, considering the way they had behaved around him. If they had some sort of ulterior motive, then there was no need for Han Sen to be polite with them. He was going to scam them without remorse. If he hadn't learned who they were, Han Sen would have given them the fruit for free. The fruit wasn't worth much to him, after all. How am I supposed to know what you have learned, and how am I supposed to know what you can or cannot learn? Li Qier lifted her lips. Tell me the Geno art's name and what it can be used for. I can figure it out for myself, Han Sen said without moving. Okay, have you heard of the Geno art Dragon Blood of Illbreaker? I can swap that Geno art in exchange for your peach, Li Qiu said carefully. Dragon Blood of Illbreaker was a secret Geno art belonging to the dragon, and outsiders were not permitted to read and learn its secrets. The Very High, however, were an exception to that rule. The Very High had selected many dragons for silkworms, and many of those dragons possessed knowledge of Dragon Blood of Illbreaker. The Very High could sense their progress with it, and see into the secrets shrouding Dragon Blood of Illbreaker. In truth, the same principle applied to all races across the whole Geno universe. The secrets of each individual race's Geno arts meant little before the Very High. They could see through everything. It was just as Li Qiu said. The number of Geno arts she knew about could kill Han Sen. It would be no trouble, and she could easily bring out a few hundred. The Very High had a rule about not teaching others the Geno arts that they had collected. They had many Geno arts from many races. In some ways, their race was like an encyclopedia of Geno arts. Of course, it didn't matter how many Geno arts she had, Li Qiu would not sell them out easily. She knew she would soon have Han Sen as her silkworm, and so she wasn't all that worried. Even so, Li Qiu was only going to present him with the Geno arts of outsiders for now. She wasn't willing to leak the secret Geno arts that belonged to the Very High. Plus, Dragon Blood of Illbreaker required the blood of the dragon race to practice. She decided to mention that one in particular because she didn't think Han Sen could make use of it. She wanted to dishearten him. Fine, then I will accept the Dragon Blood of Illbreaker. Han Sen agreed to it quickly and tossed her a peach. Han Sen had seen Dragon 1 use Dragon Blood of Illbreaker, and he thought it was a pretty decent Geno art. It was similar to saving money. He didn't know if he could practice it, but simply hearing about it would be helpful. You really want to learn Dragon Blood of Illbreaker? Li Qiu was shocked. She then remembered that Dollar had somehow been able to learn Big Destroyed. With that thought, she considered the possibility that he might actually be able to learn Dragon Blood of Illbreaker. It made her hesitate. The Very High were strict about their rules. Although they had thousands of Geno arts, with many coming from other races, they weren't allowed to leak them to others. Teaching someone an ordinary Geno art would be okay, but Dragon Blood of Illbreaker was a secret skill of the dragons. If the details of the Geno art became common knowledge, it could affect the dragons. That was something the Very High didn't want to see. Are you just saying whatever you can to get the fruit? Are you hesitating because you don't actually know Dragon Blood of Illbreaker? Han Sen saw Li Qiu hesitate. His expression looked something like a smile, but it wasn't pleasant at all. Of course I know Dragon Blood of Illbreaker, but, Li Qiu knew Han Sen was provoking her, but she still hesitated. Make the exchange, Exquisite said suddenly. Third sister, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Li Qiu said to Exquisite. It's fine, I want to see if he can learn Dragon Blood of Illbreaker, Exquisite said smoothly. Her eyes looked so strange. Li Qiu nodded and turned back to Han Sen. Alright, I will swap Dragon Blood of Illbreaker for the fruit. Listen closely, because I'm only going to tell you once. Han Sen perked his ears and focused on the skill that Li Qiu began to explain. He didn't know if he could learn it, but he did know that Dragon Blood of Illbreaker was a high-quality art. Chapter 2576. Escaping the fortress. Han Sen still wanted to conduct trades and collect more Geno arts, but after one fruit meal, Li Qiu was no longer interested. Han Sen still didn't have time to learn Dragon Blood of Illbreaker, and he repeatedly ransacked his brain for ideas on how to escape the fortress. Although he was trying to plan a jailbreak, he had become quite close to the small crocodile god. Now, the little crocodile god was dependent on Han Sen for survival. It had become totally addicted to Han Sen's wine. Li Qiu stared at Han Sen. She looked at Han Sen and the little crocodile god, who were currently lying on sunbathing chairs. While they soaked in the rays, Li Qiu had to pour them their wine. They had all been captured, and yet, she was being forced to serve Han Sen. That made her very angry. Goon. Li Qiu stared angrily at Han Sen. Hey, little crocodile god, do you want to go and see the outside world? The outside world is better than this place. There are many pretty girls and a whole lot more wine. You might be able to find a pretty lady crocodile god with nice, smooth skin. With your strength, small crocodile god, the ladies would be crying to get you. You will become so famous in the outside world, Han Sen coaxed, trying to convince the little crocodile god to leave the fortress. Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra wasn't as good at reading other creatures as the Very High sense, but after he had been there for a while, he was still able to understand the behavior of the little crocodile god. In that way, they could actually hold conversations. Under Han Sen's influence, the little crocodile god was slowly becoming curious about the outside world. If the little creature had been alone, Han Sen would already have taken him off-world. But the creature was too small, and the big crocodile god wouldn't let it leave. So, there was nothing Han Sen could do. However, Han Sen had noticed a window of opportunity. The big crocodile god had to exit the fortress every few days, perhaps to find food. During that time, the little crocodile god was tasked with watching over the prisoners. If they made a single move to escape or cause trouble, the little crocodile god could call on the big crocodile god to hurry back. Exquisite and Li Qier had tried to escape many times, but they were always brought back. Han Sen didn't try to run. He just encouraged the small crocodile god to leave. If he was successful in convincing it, escape would be trivial. The small crocodile god, constantly hearing Han Sen describe the outside world, became enthralled by the idea. But it didn't know how far away the world that Han Sen described truly was. He was talking about outside of the core area. He was talking about the Geno universe. It was somewhere core area creatures couldn't get to. Of course, the small crocodile god didn't understand the nature of the core area that he'd been born into. But now, he couldn't suppress his giddiness to leave. He was ready to get out of there. It had tried to run off before, but it hadn't gotten too far. This time, Han Sen was able to convince it to go all the way. And it excitedly rumbled at Han Sen to come along with it in a daring escape. Exquisite and Li Qier were frozen, almost unable to believe Han Sen had been able to manipulate the creature like that. Lying to a child, how cheap. Li Qier didn't think it was fair. Small crocodile god, bring those two along. Otherwise, there will be no one to serve you. Then, no one will be able to tell how powerful you are. Han Sen pointed at Li Qier and Exquisite. That hadn't taken much effort. He thought he was doing them a favor. The small crocodile god made some grunting noises, then flew into the burning sea. Li Qier and Exquisite were happy. Li Qier had just been decrying Han Sen for tricking a child, but now she was very grateful. The small crocodile god's power wasn't as great as the power of the big crocodile god. Han Sen and the other two had to stick close to the small crocodile god. They needed the protection of its gravity substance chains to avoid being melted by the scary burning sea. It wasn't too long before the small crocodile, Han Sen, and the others were out of the cave. Han Sen and the small crocodile god scoped out the vicinity with care. They didn't see the big crocodile god nearby, and that made them feel relieved. Go. The pearly gates of this beautiful new world are opening for you. You will get wine, lady crocodiles, and the love and adoration of many different races. Han Sen saw the small crocodile god looking a little nervous. It was glancing back into the cave and seemed hesitant, so he tried to influence it a bit more. The small crocodile god rumbled happily. It jumped onto Han Sen's hand and swung its claws around. It looked very excited. He is just a child, and yet, he is so easy to trick. Pleased with himself, Han Sen flew up and escaped the planet. Exquisite and Li Qier were quick to follow. With haste, the three of them and the small crocodile god left that planet of frightening gravity. They hadn't been away from the planet for very long when the bronze furnace joined them, whistling quietly and belching smoke. It had waited there patiently for Han Sen, which surprised him a lot. He thought it might have run off. The bronze furnace was making a lot of noise as it came toward them. The small crocodile god thought it was hostile at first. In response, the little creature swung one of its gravity substance chains and tied up the bronze furnace. The bronze furnace was stunned. It started to cry, believing it was going to be crushed by an immense force of gravity. Stop, he's one of us. He's one of our people, Han Sen hastily explained to the small crocodile god. The small crocodile god let go of the bronze furnace. Due to the fact that the small crocodile god was still lying on Han Sen's head, the bronze furnace couldn't leave and neither could it stay. It didn't know what it was supposed to do. Let's go. We should leave this area now. Han Sen didn't know where the big crocodile god had wandered off to. Since he didn't know how far away it was, they needed to keep going as far as they could to avoid having any nasty encounters with the beast. Their flight was surprisingly smooth, and the big crocodile god didn't show up. They brought the small crocodile god with them as they teleported a few systems away. Exquisite and Li Qier used galaxy teleportation. They lost track of how many systems they traveled through, but they were fortunate enough to not encounter the big crocodile god for the length of their journey. We are free. Li Qiu couldn't believe their escape had come about so easily. The small crocodile god had a lot of potential, but for the time being, it was only a primitive deified. It couldn't trap them as easily as the big crocodile god could. Li Qiu and Exquisite could teleport away whenever they wanted to. The small crocodile god looked at Han Sen and made an inquisitive noise. Its eyes scanned the area around, indicating what it meant to say was, "Where is the wine? Where are the people? Don't be hasty. We have just made it out. We still have a long way to go." Han Sen needed to calm the small crocodile god. And as he was thinking of a way to get rid of it, his heart jumped. Exquisite and Li Qiu also froze. They could feel something awful coming toward them. The blood drained from their faces. As the big crocodile god coming. As Han Sen suppressed the tension in his stomach, he figured out which direction the frightening power was coming from. A scary xenogeniac was headed their way. What kind of xenogeniac is that? Han Sen stared at the creature. It wasn't the crocodile god. It was a big snake that looked something like a dragon. The snake was 100 meters long, and its head was like that of a cobra. But on its wing-like neck, there were 2 rows of eyes. Each row had 3 bright green eyes. The deified 6-core snake god. Exquisite and Li Qiu screamed. Judging from the way they were freaking out, that deified xenogeniac had to be something special. Chapter 2577. 6-core snake god. When Han Sen looked closer, he realized that the circles around the Snake King's neck weren't actually eyes, they were 6 spinning cogwheels. He didn't know what the 6 cogwheels did, though. Quickly, we must go. Li Qiu shouted at Han Sen. She was on the verge of using God's Wander to escape that place. But before she could teleport away, she saw that the space around her had already been turned on its head. The entire universe appeared to be spinning like a hungry vortex. Han Sen also tried to teleport away, but he found that he couldn't tear space and escape through it like he would need to. It was like he had lost his connection to the outside world. Oh no, we're trapped in 6 space. In this 6 space, all of space follows the rules set by the 6-core god snake. Your space powers won't be of any use here. Li Qiu was in shock. Han Sen wasn't frightened by this enemy, though. He noticed that the 6-core god snake was looking steadily at his head. Clearly, it was after the small crocodile god. The small crocodile god was very young, and it didn't yet know what fear meant. Seeing the 6-core god snake look at it, the little creature simply stared back. It then roared proudly at the 6-core god snake. Han Sen knew the small crocodile god commanding the snake to follow and be its little brother. The 6-core god snake appeared to understand, and it screamed back with immense rage. It opened its mouth and unleashed some space substance chains. They flew toward the small crocodile god like an aurora trailing through space. Han Sen quickly evaded them, and the small crocodile god flew forward. In all its boisterous glory, it fancied taking on the 6-core god snake all by itself. It wanted to teach the huge creature a lesson. It made this decision because of Han Sen's constant compliments, no doubt. Han Sen had been going on and on about how powerful and almighty the small crocodile god was. He had filled the creature's head with nonsense, as if it was the strongest creature in existence. He had even claimed that every race would treat it like a god. He said people would admire and show great love to the little crocodile. He said every creature would want to become its subordinate. The poor, naive little crocodile god thought its mother was the most people being in the universe, and that it was number 2. It thought all other creatures were tiny by comparison, so it wasn't going to stand for the 6-core god snake's offense. Han Sen hadn't run far before coming to a stop. He wanted to watch the fight between the snake and crocodile. Run. The small crocodile god isn't a worthy opponent for the 6-core god snake. We should leave now before it is too late, Exquisite said, flying over to Han Sen. The small crocodile god's power should be as good as a primitive deified here, right? Can anything else in the core area be stronger than it? Han Sen asked. The 6-core god snake is one of the strongest xenogeniacs in the core area, Li Qiu explained. The snake isn't as strong as the big crocodile god, but it is as good as a primitive can get. Plus, its space powers are so strong, and in addition to the fighting experience it has compared to the little crocodile god, well, the newborn crocodile god doesn't really stand a chance of fighting back. Pang! What Li Qiu said immediately came true. There was a loud noise, and when Han Sen turned to take a look, he saw that the little crocodile god had been sent flying away by the 6-core god snake. The little creature rolled end over end through space. It eventually hit a planet, and the planet blew up. So strong. Han Sen thought in shock. He took the bronze furnace with him as he flew away. The space around them was under the snake's control, so they couldn't teleport away. Even Exquisite and Li Qir were forced to fly away instead of teleporting. The space behind them seemed to groan with a strange sound. Han Sen couldn't help but look back. There, he saw that the small crocodile god's face was swollen and discolored. It started to cry. Its small eyes were streaming with tears. "I'm sorry, little crocodile god. You can't beat him, and neither can I. At least you are a deified xenogeniac. You should just run while you still have the chance to. Don't take it out on me. We aren't being cruel, here. You took us as hostages, remember? We are enemies," Han Sen said over his shoulder as he flew. Han Sen followed the very high women as they flew away, but some unexpected pangs of regret were striking Han Sen's heart. He thought that the teary eyes of the small crocodile god were meant for him. So, why did the six-core god snake want to kill the small crocodile god? Han Sen asked Li Qir as he continued flying. The six-core god snake is one of the rare core xenogeniacs that can evolve. Its name wasn't always six-core god snake. It used to be known as the two-core god snake. Its neck only had two cogwheels back then. Whenever it eats a deified core gene, it can create another cogwheel, and its power increases. It now has 6 cores, and so the power it has should make it the most powerful primitive deified out there. Plus, it has scary space powers. It isn't like the Gold Armor General or those other core deified xenogeniacs, Li Qir explained. Does the six-core god snake have a weakness? Han Sen asked with a frown. It does. Its power is very strong, but core xenogeniacs always have flaws. The same applies to the six-core god snake. Its weakness is those cogwheels. 4 of them were obtained by eating 4 other deified xenogeniacs. They aren't as good as the creature's original cogwheels. That is its weakness, Li Qir said. You guys should go on ahead, Han Sen said. Then, he suddenly flew back. What are you doing? Li Qir and Exquisite asked in confusion. They weren't quite sure what Han Sen was planning. You guys should leave now. I'm going back to watch, Han Sen said. He felt something weird in his heart, and so he decided to go back. Is he going to save that small crocodile god? Li Qir watched Han Sen leave. She couldn't believe that what she said was actually happening. He is controlled by his emotions way too much. He will be at a constant disadvantage like that. While his talents are exceptional, he is too dangerous to take on as a silkworm, Exquisite said emotionlessly. But if I was trapped and couldn't fight back, I wish there was someone out there driven by an emotion that made them want to save me, Li Qir said with a conflicted expression. Everything must die. With an attitude like that, your practice with the very high sense will not go very far. Exquisite frowned. The small crocodile god had been captured by space substance chains. It hung in space, unable to move. Thankfully, its body was too strong for the chains to dig into its scaled flesh. The space substance kept hitting it, but the blows could only make the small creature bleed. The six-core god snake was staring down at the small crocodile god like a hungry demon. Its substance chains kept raging, lashing the little creature over and over. The small crocodile god continued to cry out as more and more bloody wounds appeared across its body. The small crocodile god's powers weren't enough to break the space substance chains. It was unable to avoid the hits. It was just hanging where it was, being lashed over and over. Streaks of blood ran down its body. Although it wasn't heavily injured, it was in agony. Its tears streamed off its face to fall like droplets of rain. Chapter 2578, Fighting God Snake. If it wasn't for the small crocodile god's body having a high mass that made it tougher than the average deified xenogeniac, it would have been ripped to shreds by the six-core god snake. It was a shame the small crocodile god was so young. Its body wasn't strong enough to completely repel the damage done to it by the six-core god snake's space powers. More and more wounds appeared on its body as time went by. The small crocodile god was so scared that it looked like the creature was about to wet itself. The six-core god snake kept using its space substance chains to lash the small crocodile god's body. It eventually got tired of doing this, and so it just opened its mouth. Its scary fangs came bearing down on the small crocodile god. The small crocodile god's small eyes widened in terror. Tears fell as it desperately tried to wiggle its way out of the snake's grasp. But under the restrictions imposed by the substance chains, the little creature had no hope of running. The six-core god snake's fangs were going to slice into him. Pang! Suddenly, a cold metal light appeared, slamming into one of the 6-core god snake's green cogwheels. The 6-core snake god screamed in agony. The small crocodile god saw a giant metal pillar thrust its way through the eye-like cogwheel. Han Sen was behind that metal pillar, and he punched the back of the metal pillar continuously to drive it in deeper. The small crocodile god was as happy as it was shocked. The 6-core god snake shuddered with every blow. It was in pain. The space substance chains that had bound the small crocodile god loosened. The small crocodile god's black light shone, and it managed to escape from the grip of the substance chains. Han Sen continued to pummel the back end of the sky god pillar. He had stolen that deified treasure from the extreme king. He couldn't use all his power, but his attacks so far seemed to be effective. He shoved the pillar into the cogwheel until the cogwheel cracked. With the sky god pillar lodged inside, the cogwheel could no longer spin. It was a shame that Han Sen wasn't deified. Otherwise, with his deified power combined with the sky god pillar, his blows could simply shatter the 6-core god snake's cogwheels. The 6-core god snake lowered its head and caught sight of Han Sen. It roared with rage. Its body unleashed several substance chains that looked like snakes. They flew straight for Han Sen. Each space substance chain seemed to tear the fabric of space as it came. It was like a space-cutting skill. If Han Sen's body was unable to withstand one of those space cuts, he would be ripped apart by the power of the chains. Han Sen didn't plan on trying to avoid the lashing, though. His body shone with gold light, and a collection of gold, robotic plates of armor formed around him. He turned into the gold robot general. The space substance chains came against the gold robot armor, slicing into the surface of the metal armor. It was like many invisible knives were trying to drive through the armor. Sparks erupted across the surface of the gold armor like fireworks. Because Han Sen's gold armor was so hard, the space substance chains were unable to completely cut through it. Han Sen shoved the gold general's speed to the max, and streamers of golden energy spewed out of the armor's metal pipes. It was like a pair of golden wings were spreading from the armor on Han Sen's back. The gold general drew back an arm as far as it would go, then threw a punch forward like a volcano erupting. The punch landed on the back of the sky god pillar. The sky god pillar was driven forward by the impact of the golden general's fist. A loud cracking sound came from the 6-core god snake's cogwheel. The cogwheel was completely shattered by the sky god pillar, and the pillar pierced through the 6-core god snake's neck. The 6-core god snake shrieked in pain and swung its tail against Han Sen. Han Sen saw the tail coming, but he couldn't avoid it. The tail seemed to cast shadows all through space. He couldn't see it clearly, and it crashed against his gold general armor. The gold general was hit, and Han Sen was sent flying away like a star. He slammed into a giant planet, and the power of his fall poisoned the planet with radiation. A shockwave covered half the planet. Mountains fell and the ground was lifted. The rocks rolled like waves. Half of the planet suddenly looked like the end of the world. The 6-core god snake didn't stop there. It hurtled forward, straight for the planet where its enemy had landed. Countless space substance chains coiled around the snake as it headed for the gold general who was down on the planet. Small crocodile god, what are you waiting for? Gravity area, Han Sen shouted. The small crocodile god was still frozen, but hearing Han Sen's voice shook him out of his shock. He cast his gravity substance chains, generating a black shield that covered the 6-core god snake. Under the influence of that power, the snake accelerated like an asteroid as it fell to the planet's surface. Still in the gold armor, Han Sen stood up. He stomped on the ground and used his gold energy. The gold energy started to run out of the pipes in a stream, then a river. It was like a thruster pack that lifted the gold general into the sky. It was headed for the falling 6-core god snake. Han Sen guided the gold general, using it to gather up power inside his fist. A powerful gold god light manifested across it. Han Sen's fist flashed forward, battering the sky god pillar that was still attached to the 6-core god snake's neck. The sky god pillar punched straight through the body of the 6-core god snake. Even the gold general itself ended up ripping through the snake's body. The gold general slowed to a stop. Still holding onto the giant sky god pillar, Han Sen turned and looked back at the 6-core god snake. The force of gravity was still making it fall toward the planet. Pang! The 6-core god snake hit the planet with a force that was scarier than Han Sen's descent. This was definitely not that planet's lucky day. It had taken 2 scary hits in a row, and now, it looked completely destroyed. Nice job, Small crocodile god. Keep applying gravity to that fiend. Han Sen shouted as he piloted the gold general down to press the sky god pillar against the six-core god snake. The six-core god snake was severely limited by the incredible force weighing down on it. The creature's movements were incredibly slow, and it was completely unable to dodge the gold general's attacks. The six-core god snake shrieked strangely. Countless space substance chains opened like a chrysanthemum, then came for Han Sen. They stretched forward to hold him off, trying to keep him from directly approaching the six-core god snake. Han Sen's face didn't change, and he didn't dodge. He pushed the power of the gold general to the max as he headed for the six-core god snake. As countless space substance chains tangled around the gold general, Han Sen shouted. He used the gold general to toss the sky god pillar in front of himself, and then, there was a burst of gold energy. A punch that was prettier than the sun came forth to strike the back of the sky god pillar. The sky god pillar became a pillar of light. Every part of the pillar shone as it tore through the planet's atmosphere and slammed into another cogwheel. The six-core god snake had been unable to run. The six-core god snake was restrained by the small crocodile god's gravity substance chains, and so it couldn't even jerk to the side to avoid the strike. Another cogwheel core snapped in half under the force of the blow. The pillar pinned the beast to the planet as it screamed in pain. The space substance chains broke, shattering into a million pieces as the snake thrashed. Han Sen used the gold general to jump past the falling remnants of the substance chains. He was headed for the six-core god snake that was pinned to the planet. The small crocodile god roared happily. Chapter 2579, claiming another deified beast soul. With Han Sen controlling the six-core god snake, the small crocodile god became cocky. The six-core god snake had beat him up earlier, and so he gnashed his teeth now in rage. His body unleashed a black light, and even more heavy substance chains thudded into the six-core god snake. The six-core god snake's movements slowed to a crawl. There was no way that it could escape the planet now. Two of its cogwheels were destroyed now, and it was heavily injured. It moved with snail-like speed. The small crocodile god's gravity substance chains were pinning it in place, keeping it from avoiding Han Sen's attacks. Pang, 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 pang. The gold general flew over to the six-core god snake that was pinned to the planet. Instead of pulling out the pillar that was pinning the snake, he used his fists to strike the creature. Gold energy carried each swing. It was like a glowing storm was raining down on the captured snake. The six-core god snake remained pinned in place. The small crocodile god's substance chains had it trapped, and there was nothing it could do to defend itself. Under the gold general's continuing barrage of attacks, the cogwheels broke one after another. In seconds, another two had crumbled to dust. As this went on, the six-core god snake was suffering horrendously. It cast countless space substance chains. They rose like an infinity of venomous snakes and tried to wrap themselves around the gold general. Han Sen was running his gold general at max capacity. Still, he couldn't free his fist from the substance chains. He was trapped and could no longer move. Pang! The six-core god snake's tail slammed into him, sending the gold general flying again. Its anger fueled that scary attack, caving in the gold general's chest. The six-core god snake is so powerful. It is gravely injured, and yet, it can still fight. No wonder it is considered one of the best in the core area. The gold general tore a trench across a long section of the planet's surface. Before Han Sen could regain control of the machine, the six-core god snake's tail coiled around the sky god pillar and pulled the pillar out of its body. It wanted to move, but the small crocodile god appeared in front of it. The little creature struck one of the two cogwheels the snake had remaining. There was a snapping noise. The small crocodile god managed to destroy the cogwheel, and it was a painful blow for the six-core god snake. The agony made the snake's long body shiver and shake, and it tried to swing its tail toward the small crocodile god instead. Pang! The small crocodile god flew away like a ball, and the sky god pillar drifted away as well. Han Sen drove the gold general to reclaim the sky god pillar. With his weapon in hand, he thrust his arm toward the six-core god snake. While the snake was still contorted in pain, Han Sen penetrated the creature's final cogwheel. The six-core god snake thrashed and twisted. It tried using its tail to smack the gold general away again, but the small crocodile god was furiously returning to the fray. A heavy substance chain landed across the snake and slowed it even further. The gold general approached as this occurred. Han Sen's fists angrily pummeled the wounds of the six-core god snake. A frenzy of gold punches hit the snake like a crazy and wrathful storm. The six-core god snake's body was slowly driven into the planet. Chunks of rock flew everywhere. Pang! Han Sen continued to punch, and the six-core god snake in the planet exploded. The scary explosion spread through space like a beautiful firework. Core deified xenogenic hunted. Six-core god snake. Deified xenogenic gene found. Obtained six-core god snake beast soul. I got the beast soul. Han Sen grinned. Far away in space, Exquisite and Li Qiu were frozen. They had used their very high sense to watch the entire battle unfold. They thought Han Sen was quite amazing when he turned into the Gold General, but then he cooperated with the small crocodile god to defeat the six-core god snake with relative ease. It really was Dollar that stole the Sea Sky Eye and the Sky God Pillar. Li Qiu's heart was a confused mess of emotion at that moment. She had thought from the beginning that the Gold Armor General had some connection to Dollar, but she hadn't suspected that Dollar himself could have been that Gold General. What is that? Exquisite's normally emotionless face looked shocked. She recognized the Gold General, but she didn't understand how Dollar was able to become the foe he had once defeated. I do not know. Li Qiu shook her head with a wry smile. She knew that was the Gold General, but she didn't know how Dollar could transform into it. She could not imagine what forces could allow that. The small crocodile god ran to the six-core god snake's corpse. It kicked and bit it savagely. It was a shame that the little creature didn't eat meat. And the six-core god snake's body was like metal, anyway. There was probably nothing worth eating there regardless. Han Sen put away the Gold General that had been badly damaged. The six-core god snake was strong. Even the Gold General's powerful defensives had taken a lot of nasty damage. Some parts of it were broken entirely. If the small crocodile god hadn't used his gravity substance chains to restrict the snake, the Gold General would have been cut to pieces. Digging out the six-core god snake's core xenogenic gene, Han Sen noted how it was a jade-green cogwheel. It was only around the size of a fist, and it had spun continuously in the six-core god snake's head. That is some good stuff. Han Sen could feel the scary presence emitted by the cogwheel, and so he complimented it. But he still couldn't absorb deified genes just yet, so he put it away for now. The small crocodile god spent the last of his anger on the corpse of the snake. He flew to Han Sen and began to make noises that were a mixture of screams and crying. It was like the little guy claiming that Han Sen had lied to him. Small crocodile god, you are so powerful. You killed such a powerful xenogenic. You must be the strongest creature in the universe. Han Sen looked at the small crocodile god with admiration and complimented it profusely. The small crocodile god was about to continue ranting at Han Sen, but as he heard all this, he became cocky. He squinted his little eyes and looked very proud. He looked as if he was strong and almighty and forgot about his argument with Han Sen. Kids are easy to trick, Han Sen thought, looking at the prideful little crocodile god with a smile. The small crocodile god leapt back onto Han Sen's head. It raised its head and roared. It seemed to be telling Han Sen to go and find more xenogenics for it to kill. Han Sen flew away, and as he went, he examined the core deified beast soul he had obtained from the six-core god snake. Core deified beast soul, six-core god snake. Weapon, a weapon beast soul. It's a weapon beast soul. It is finally here. I wonder what it will be. Since it came from a snake, perhaps it will be a spear. Maybe it will be a sword. Or maybe it will end up being a dagger. Han Sen was so happy. He had wanted a deified weapon for the longest time, and this was a space power weapon beast soul, so it had to be something special. Without hesitation, Han Sen summoned the six-core god snake beast soul. A green compound bow appeared in his hands. The bow looked so cool. It had mechanical arms, and its body was decorated with 6 wheels. It had the features of a mechanical cold-based weapon. It was chilly to the touch, and it looked frightening. He could already tell that it would have unparalleled accuracy. The cold-based weapon exuded a murderous feeling. Something about its styling reminded Han Sen of a complex machine. Han Sen could see the bow shimmer with the shadow of the six-core god snake. This is a bow. Han Sen looked at the six-core snake bow in his hands in surprise. Chapter 2580, The Snakes Are Coming. Han Sen immediately loved his new bow. He had recently used Autumn Wind's wind string, but the bow already possessed an owner. Forcing it open hadn't felt good. But this six-core snake bow was different. Han Sen held its body and pulled the string effortlessly. The cogwheels across it spun as he drew the string back, and it didn't cost him any strength to make use of it. and the power the bow could unleash was just as great as he had hoped. In fact, this bow was capable of shooting projectiles with more power than wind string could have managed. Han Sen could feel the space power coming from the bow, but he didn't know how that space power would affect the use of the 6-core snake bow. This was the first time Han Sen had gotten the opportunity to make use of a deified beast soul weapon. It was difficult to gauge the amount of power it possessed. Han Sen didn't plan on trying it out immediately. He was willing to save this bow for his true identity as Han Sen. For $, the Gold General already provided enough power to battle deified beings. Plus, it wouldn't even be possible for Han Sen to use the bow while he was using the Gold General. Therefore, keeping the bow as $, would be pointless. However, the weapon couldn't be more perfect for Han Sen's identity. The Peacock King's soul robe wouldn't affect his use of the bow, and it would actually give the bow even more power. It would definitely give him more security. Even if deifieds came for him, with the Peacock King's soul robe and the 6-core snake bow, they wouldn't be able to kill Han Sen. If those extreme King guys dare to come after me again, I will feed them arrows. I'll let them know I have feelings, too. Han Sen put the 6-core snake bow away. He would use it later. He had used the Dongshuan area to hide himself and the small crocodile god while he looked over the bow. Not even Exquisite and Li Kier could see what he was doing now. The 6-core snake bow wouldn't be noticed. All that I'm missing now are deified arrows. Having a bow without arrows isn't perfect, Han Sen thought greedily. Exquisite and Li Kier were going to chase after Han Sen, but they soon realized he had vanished from their abilities of detection. They could no longer detect his presence, no matter what method they used. They ran to the place where Han Sen was last seen, but he seemed to be long gone. Not even the very high sense could find a trace of him. This $, is a very mysterious individual, Exquisite said with a frown. Not just mysterious, everything he does is a little beyond belief, but it will be hard to convince someone like that to become my silkworm. Li Kier sighed. No matter how strong he is, he cannot elude the very high forever. If you really want to pick him, we can go back home and have the Elder unearth his identity. Then, we can formulate a plan to take him, Exquisite said. Li Kier shook her head. He will be my silkworm. It is best if I try to bring him in myself. Exquisite said nothing, but she didn't have much hope for Li Kier's efforts. Before she met $, Exquisite would never have expected that a potential silkworm might refuse an offer from the very high. But Han Sen was so amazing that she was even double-guessing the prestige of her race. It would be very difficult to convince someone like that to become a silkworm. Plus, Li Kier's very high sense wasn't perfect yet, but Li Kier insisted, so Exquisite saw no reason to argue. Han Sen brought the small crocodile god around with him to hunt. They killed a few core king xenogeniacs. The small crocodile god was happy at first, but now he was growing tired. Han Sen brought out some wine to make the creature happy again, but the small crocodile god was becoming harder to please. He wanted to see the outside world more and more. The place I told you about exists, but you can't see it in the core area. You are a creature of the core area. You cannot leave, so, how can I take you to see what is out there? Han Sen was annoyed by this prospect, too. Fortunately, the bronze furnace was there. It was able to help Han Sen by making the small crocodile god much happier. The small crocodile god had killed many xenogeniacs for the bronze furnace, and now, there were many swords inside the furnace. Han Sen used glasses to examine the furnace. Its potential was 5 stars, too. That was the max a king class could be before becoming deified. What a shame. The xenogeniacs from the core area cannot leave. If they could, I could keep them by my side at all times. Han Sen sighed. Han Sen had the bronze furnace lead them around. Han Sen soon left the core area, though, and he returned to the White Whale. In the past, whenever Han Sen returned, the pirates would happily welcome him. But this time, no one even noticed when he appeared. Everyone was watching something outside of the White Whale, and they seemed to be frozen with shock. Even Bauer was. Han Sen didn't know what was going on. He followed everyone's gazes and found that there was a group of snakes coming to the land. They were emerging from the Black Sea, and the White Tiger was trying to fight them off. These battles had happened many times before, but this time, it was different. There were too many groups of snakes coming out of the Black Sea. There were many times the number of snakes that had appeared on any previous occasion. The snakes slithered onto the island in hordes and began munching on the mushrooms. They were scarier than a swarm of locusts. The white tiger was killing them, but there were too many snakes. It was unable to kill them all. The snakes slithered onto the island in greater and greater numbers. Oh no, Fang Qingyu suddenly breathed upon seeing the snake hordes. Oh no, what? The pirates looked at Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu looked terrible, and he said, if the white tiger cannot stop the snakes, all the mushrooms here will be eaten by the creatures. That means we will have no food for ourselves. Pa, I thought you meant something more severe. That is no big deal. We can trade for food in the core area with others, a pirate said. It's not that simple. Listen, if all the mushrooms are gone, then the white tiger might get hungry and come after us. And how about the snakes themselves? Aside from the mushrooms out there, before Fang Qingyu finished, everyone knew what he meant. They all looked at the mushrooms on each other's heads. They felt a chill. If the snakes treated them like food, they would have to stop the snakes, advance. And that probably wouldn't go too well for them. They had seen how scary the snakes were, as many of them could be king class. But the snakes also came in seemingly infinite numbers, it would be impossible to kill them all. If the white tiger couldn't stop the snakes, there was little they could do. Little red bird, go out and help, Han Sen said to the little red bird. If the snake group took over the island, it would be quite the annoyance for them. That was why Han Sen allowed the little red bird to help the white tiger fight off the snakes. But before the little red bird did anything, a harsh wind blew across the Black Sea. It created giant, tumultuous waves as a giant monster emerged from the black water. Chapter 2581, Tentacle Monster. That monster was breathtakingly ugly. It was like a giant worm, but countless hair-like tentacles writhed from the sides of its body. The beast crawled out of the black water, its body still dripping the corrosive liquid of the sea. When the white tiger saw the monster, its expression changed. It roared to the sky, its mouth stretched wide open. Then, a mushroom rain began to storm down on the big monster. The mushrooms exploded near the monster, turning into giant spore clouds that hung in the air. Mushrooms began to grow on the heads of the snakes all around the spores. As the small mushrooms grew, the bodies of the snakes were sucked dry. They collapsed onto the ground like dust. Fang Qingyu and the pirates stared at the battle with wide eyes. The pirates were so scared, and they screamed, if our mushrooms grow big, will they suck us dry, too? Everyone was scared, but Han Sen reassured them by saying, don't worry. The mushrooms on our heads are different from the mushrooms plaguing those snakes. The crew felt much safer after Han Sen said that, although their nerves continued to rattle. The ugly monster stood in the center of those spore clouds, and the clouds were heaviest right around the monster's body. But even so, it didn't seem to be afflicted with the power-draining mushrooms. The monster moved onto the island. It ate a lot of mushrooms, and the strange snakes moved with it. The white tiger was unable to do anything to stop them. The white tiger kept firing its mushroom rain, but that attack only seemed to affect the smaller snakes. It did nothing to that horrendous beast. Furthermore, the monster was so unaffected that it completely ignored the white tiger. It simply dragged its mountainous body toward the mushroom forest. It opened its mouth wide and began gnashing its teeth to bite and chew. It was able to swallow a few acres of forest. In no time, no matter how many mushrooms the island contained, it clearly wouldn't be enough to sat the hunger of that monster. The white tiger became extremely upset as it watched the enormous beast. The white tiger dug its head into the ground and disappeared. No way, it ran away so soon. Fang Qingyu and the others hadn't expected that. But the next second, the white tiger emerged underneath the monster. Its claws tore into the white tiger's belly. For a split second, everyone thought that the white tiger had cleverly gained the upper hand. Then the monster's silky tentacles moved, reaching down and tying up the white tiger like a zongzi. The white tiger struggled and roared, but it couldn't escape from the tentacles. Those tiny tentacles appeared to be alive. They traced the white tiger's mouth, ears, eyes, and nose. Then the lecherous things began drilling into each orifice. The white tiger began to release horrendous, deafening screams. Everyone felt a chill while watching it. Their bodies flared with goosebumps. They had seen many people be killed before, and not even watching a person be dismembered would make them flinch. But seeing all those hair-like tentacles drilling into the mouth, ears, eyes, and nostrils of the white tiger was enough to give them a proper chill. The white tiger kept struggling. It tried to gnaw and bite off the silk-like tentacles, but once the tentacles were bitten free, they could still move of their own volition. They were like worms, drilling into the creature's body. The sight made people feel itchy. "Little Red, go and help him," Han Sen said to the little red bird. The little red bird flew, and flames bloomed around it. As it departed the white whale, it became a fiery phoenix. Wherever it flew, red flames rose around it and incinerated the snakes in its proximity. Golden fire shot from the little red bird's mouth. The fire landed atop the silk-like tentacles and burned them to dust. The white tiger was saved and freed from the bindings that coiled around it. The monster seemed to be frightened by the fires of the little red bird's phoenix flame. It stopped eating the mushrooms, spun its body around, and used the eye upon its forehead to stare at the little red bird. The little red bird screeched loudly. It flapped its wings, sending its phoenix flames raging toward the monster like a firestorm. The monster's countless tentacles suddenly wrapped around its body, forming a ball-shaped shell. The phoenix flames landed atop the newly formed shell and started to burn through it. But the fire only made it through the outer layer. There were more layers on the inside. The fire burned deeper, but the tentacles seemed endless. No amount of burning would be enough, it appeared. Pang! The little red bird was happily burning away at the monster when suddenly, a big spear that was like a mountain came out from the rocks beneath. The spear hit the little red bird before it could react and sent the little red bird spinning away amidst a haze of fiery explosions. Han Sen had a closer look, and he found that the giant spear had been formed from the monster's smaller tentacles. After the hit that the little red bird had taken, its fires seemed to be weaker. It screamed in rage, and when it screamed, the strength and vigor of its flames returned. It hurled itself back into the fight with the monster. The monster moved its silk tentacles, letting them writhe together. Many wings formed around the monster's body, and those wings began to beat in tandem to make the body of the creature fly very quickly. It was no slower than the little red bird. The monster and the little red bird chased each other through the air. The silk tentacles on the monster seemed innumerable, and they could take on any shape. They could form shields and weapons if they wished to. The little red bird's fire could drive back the tentacles for a while, but no lasting damage was ever done. A lot of the weird snakes were still headed for the island, and the white tiger remained there to deal with them. But there were still too many of them. And it didn't matter how many were killed, as more and more would show up. They refused to retreat from the island. "Whoever is king class or above should go out there and help," Han Sen said. Then, he summoned his peacock king's soul robe and hastily departed the white whale. Bauer jumped onto Han Sen's shoulder to go with him. Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon went with him, too. The extreme king knights and pirates also went out to fight. They knew this was a matter of life and death, and so nobody thought twice about going out there to fight. Han Sen didn't go after the horde of snakes, though. He was headed for the little red bird and the monster that were still fighting in the sky. His body glowed like a rainbow as he flew toward the monster. The monster reacted to his approach incredibly quickly. It continued to fight the little red bird, but it also spawned many more tentacles that formed a shield to stop the corrosion induced by the rainbow light. While the rainbow light quickly melted through the makeshift shield, the tentacles were able to immediately form a new one. It would continue doing so until the rainbow light cast by Han Sen was finished. When Han Sen got close to the monster, the tentacles formed a big hammer that tried to strike him. Han Sen looped through the air like a phoenix to avoid the hammer. He cast a rainbow light across his body. But the rainbow light was blocked by another shield of tentacles. Although the monster was fighting two enemies, it was dealing with Han Sen and the little red bird's attacks with perfect precision. Chapter 2582, Retreat. The monster was like a fighting machine. It could rotate 360 degrees in a moment, and it could release tentacles from any part of its body. The tentacles could weave themselves together to create whatever weapon or defense best suited the needs of its fight. The scariest thing about it was that the tentacles were deified class. And the whole composition of the beast had a strong life power. No matter how many times it was struck, it could recompose itself. Facing such an opponent, Han Sen and the little red bird weren't sure what to do. Han Sen and the bird were attacking the monster together, but they were at a disadvantage. Real deified xenogenics are scary. Those fake deified xenogenics in the core area are nothing compared to this. Han Sen was shocked. He couldn't think of a way in which they could defeat this foe. An idea occurred to him, and he summoned his 6-core snake bow. He didn't have any deified arrows for it, so he had to summon a king-class arrow beast soul. He placed the arrow on the 6-core snake bow and pulled the string. Whoosh! The moment Han Sen let the arrow fly, the six-course snake bow's six wheels spun. The arrow was imbued with a strange power, and it immediately disappeared. When the arrow appeared again, it was in front of the monster. It soared right into the eye upon the monster's forehead. The six-course snake bow gives space power to the arrows it shoots. Han Sen realized with pleasure. That meant every arrow the six-course snake bow fired would teleport. That was better than Han Sen's skill for drilling arrows. When people were shot by an arrow from this bow, they wouldn't be able to trace its path toward them. Plus, Han Sen was also able to tell that the arrow could tear through the fabric of space. That was the power the six-course snake bow could imbue upon the projectiles he used with it. The King-class Beast Soul Arrow received enough of a buff from the six-course snake bow to pierce through the monster's eye. Half the arrow embedded itself firmly in the eye, and blood sprayed out around it. This is a nice bow, Han Sen thought happily. The bow's power was perfect for Han Sen. But Han Sen didn't stay happy for long. Tentacles grew from the injured monster's eye. The tentacles wrapped around the Beast Soul Arrow and removed the power Han Sen had given to the projectile. Then the monster pulled out the Beast Soul Arrow and cracked it. That injured eye was covered by tentacles and swiftly healed. Is the monster's entire body made of silk? Han Sen wondered. Quickly, Han Sen's guess was confirmed. He used his six-course snake bow to strike the monster's body. The same result was achieved. No matter where Han Sen fired, tentacles would appear and patch up the monster in no time at all. I believe I can kill you. Han Sen added his turtle spell to the arrow in a bid to slow the beast down. The turtle skill was applied to the monster. It managed to make the monster's body slower, but Han Sen was soon surprised to learn that the monster could shed the parts of its body that contained turtle. That removed the effects of the spell from the greater mass of the beast. Han Sen tried to apply the turtle symbol in many different ways, but ultimately, it was ineffective. The monster was like a gecko that could keep reproducing its tail. This creature could cut off any part of its body to no negative effect. This guy is more disgusting than Bar, Han Sen said. The little red bird and Han Sen didn't know what to do against the monster. The monster kept using its tentacles to form all sorts of different weapons to attack them. Some of its attacks changed weapons unexpectedly at the last moment. It could make knives, spears, swords, and sticks. It could also make shields and fists. The monster was like an invincible killing machine. It was giving Han Sen and the little red bird a headache. Ji Yu Qingcheng and the others were helping the white tiger tackle all the smaller snakes, but things weren't going so well for them either. More and more of those weird snakes slithered up onto the island. Their numbers were growing. Whenever the defenders killed one snake, two more took its place. Half the island was now wholly swarmed by the snakes. The white tiger suddenly meowed to the sky. Its cry was directed at Han Sen. Han Sen didn't understand what the white tiger wanted. The white tiger jumped and drilled into the ground. When it reappeared, it was 100 miles away. Then, it called to Han Sen again. Han Sen now understood. It wanted Han Sen to follow it. Although Han Sen didn't understand what the white tiger was thinking, he knew that fighting like this was futile. Even if he and the little red bird could survive, Fang Qingyu and the others would likely be killed. Bauer, you drive. Follow it and let's go. Han Sen threw Bauer into the white whale. Bauer dropped through the air. When the ground came near, she flipped and landed softly upon the white whale. She hurried inside and fired it up, then piloted it toward the white tiger. Ji Yu Qingcheng and the others fell back to the white whale as well. Han Sen and the little red bird kept fighting as they made their retreat. They wouldn't allow the monster a chance to attack the white whale. The group of snakes was like a black ocean beneath the white whale. They destroyed everything in sight. The fairytale-like mushroom island was turned into a ruined, rocky crag. Han Sen and the little red bird flew a great distance away from the monster, but it no longer seemed to be going after them. It started to gorge on the mushrooms now that it could do so uninterrupted. Han Sen and the little red bird no longer provoked it. They flew next to the white whale to protect it, and as they did, they all proceeded to follow the white tiger. Their situation was a dire one. Food was now going to be a problem. The scariest thing was that the snakes and the monster were both issues that they had no idea how to solve. The white whale flew over the island. As they moved beyond the snakes, they saw the mushroom forest behind them get consumed. Suddenly, Han Sen's face grew pale as he looked at one snake among the writhing mass. After eating a lot of mushrooms, its body became larger. It swelled to 10 times its previous size, and its body started to grow tentacles. It was like a smaller version of that Goliath monster. They aren't snakes. They're baby versions of that big one, Han Sen and the others now understood. They looked quite glum. One monster was hard enough to deal with. If they all became monsters, it would be disastrous. And as everyone was trying to process the new information, a few more of the snakes grew bigger. They became just like the monster that was covered in tentacles. But their auras didn't reach the horrifying level of the largest one just yet. They were king class, most likely, and almost as good as a half-deified. Is this a joke? One the pirates mumbled in shock. No one answered him, and that was because no one knew what it was. The white tiger kept running through the mushroom forest, but if the white whale started to lag, it would stop and roar up at them. It went back to running when they caught up. It was like it was leading them someplace. Chapter 2583. It's hard to tell if it's good or bad. Han Sen and the others had explored this island many times before. Aside from the mushrooms, there was nothing special to be found. They had searched the broken battleship repeatedly, but nothing important was ever discovered. Where is the white tiger taking us? Is he going to take us away from here somehow? Han Sen wondered, intrigued. But Han Sen was soon disappointed. The white tiger wasn't planning on leaving the island. They came to a giant mushroom that was around 3 stories tall. The tiger walked up to the mushroom and slapped it. The mushroom fell over, revealing an underground cave that was hidden beneath. There's a cave below here, Han Sen murmured in surprise. He didn't know what material this island was made of, but the rocks were so hard that not even deified powers could shatter them. Making a cave there would be very difficult. The white tiger disappeared into the cave. After a while, it came out. It made some noises in Han Sen's direction, as if it was hurrying him to go in. Han Sen saw that the snakes weren't too far behind them. If they entered the cave now, the snakes might arrive before they had a chance to leave. That would thrust them into the maw of another nasty fight. But as Han Sen thought about it some more, he realized that they had little choice if they wanted to stay on the island. The snakes would be their enemies as long as they remained on the island, and there was little they could do against the snakes in their current state. Everyone disembarked the white whale. Han Sen shrank the white whale and put it away, then dropped into the underground cave. The others couldn't do anything except follow. They had been inside the cave for less than 30 seconds when the snakes arrived, covering the ground like a black blanket. Many of the slithery serpents poked their heads into the cave. Because there weren't any mushrooms, however, the snakes didn't seem to be very interested. After looking around the cave briefly, they crawled back out. Han Sen and the others continued to follow the white tiger. Han Sen soon realized that the cave was a natural formation, not a man-made hollow. That made him feel very relieved. If it was man-made, then whatever made the cave could be very dangerous to them. If it was natural, on the other hand, there was a chance it was just an ordinary cave that could help them avoid disaster. Why would that white tiger be so kind, bringing us to a cave to avoid disaster? Or is this part of a greater conspiracy? One of the pirates asked. Regardless, we need to keep walking. Unless you want to fight those monsters outside the cave, that is, another pirate said. Stop talking. We might as well explore the cave fully. Maybe that is where the white tiger stores its treasure. Who knows? We might be able to get something good out of it. The pirate crew was chattering among themselves when suddenly, they felt something emerge from deeper in the cave. In fact, they did not see anything. They just felt something come forward. The next second, everyone felt a chill. Their clothes billowed as a cold wind rushed up from deeper in the cave. The cold wind wasn't very strong. It was the type of wind that would only make tree leaves flutter gently, so it wasn't harmful to Han Sen's group. However, the wind made everyone feel weirded out. One of the pirates said, "Weird. There is wind underground. Does that mean there is an exit?" Fang Qingyu's eyes brightened, and he said, "We're assuming that we've been in the black hole spider's stomach, right? If the ocean is the creature's stomach, there should be some organs that connect to it. Maybe accessing those organs can lead us to an exit." *T. Does that mean the wind was a fart? A pirate exclaimed, turning green. Fang Qingyu's explanation made the others feel uncomfortable. But more than anything, they were just surprised. If this was true, they had a chance of escaping this hellish place alive. Escaping through the creature's intestines did not sound pleasant, but it would be better than dying. No matter how nasty the trip might be, life was more important. Everyone was full of hope. Their morale was given a big boost, and they followed the tiger at an eager pace. The tunnel twisted and corkscrewed, but in general, it was headed down. Some places were wide enough to let a plane fly through. Other places were so narrow that only one person could squeeze their way through at a time. As they traveled, the cool wind continued to blow over them from below. It was a very soft wind at first, but the deeper they went, the stronger it became. The stone walls on either side of them were smooth, which was undoubtedly a result of their exposure to the constant wind. It was like they had been caressed for 1,000,000,000 years. And then, they heard another wind-like sound. It came with the noise of distant, rumbling thunder. It was like an endless thunderstorm raging with the echoes of breaking space. The pirates felt as if their eardrums were about to pop. Fortunately, the wind wasn't strong enough to hurt anyone. It was just ominous. This is wrong. If this tunnel leads to the creature's guts, then it cannot keep farting this much. Maybe this black hole spider has an upset stomach. Please use your brains. Even if its stomach was upset, it would still need something to digest. That's what makes you feel sick. We have traveled all this way, and yet, we have only found dry rocks. There is nothing. Then what do you think this place is? If I knew, I wouldn't be talking to you about it. The pirates were arguing amongst themselves again. They weren't arguing for fun, but they clearly needed to blow off some steam. They were trying to alleviate the stress of the situation. Han Sen had known early on that these weren't the spider's guts. And in the presence of all the wind made him feel quite strange. If there was no exit down below, then the presence of wind was weird. Han Sen wanted to ask the white tiger, but the white tiger only continued to run forward. It ignored them, so, getting information from that creature would be unlikely. Boom, 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 the wind was coming up again. This time, it blew against them with greater strength. The force of the wind twisted the faces of the pirates into a variety of odd shapes. The skin of their faces flapped against their skulls with the wind. The Marquis-class Fang Qingyu was almost blown away completely. His body lifted into the air, and Han Sen had to reach out and grab him to keep him from blowing away. The wind is getting stronger here. Should we keep going? The group drifted to a stop and looked at Han Sen. He was their leader. Han Sen was hesitating, too. He didn't know much about the white tiger. Following the white tiger down into this random hole in the ground might not have been such a good idea, after all. If he could go back in time, he would not have led his people down there. As Han Sen pondered their current circumstances, the white tiger noticed they were no longer following. It turned around and rumbled at Han Sen, telling them to hurry. How about this? While the snakes haven't reached us yet, so this seems like a safe place to rest. You guys stay here while I scout ahead, Han Sen said to Fang Qingyu. Han Sen didn't care about the lives of the extreme king knights and pirates, but he did care about Jiyu Qingcheng and Ning Yu. Let us come with you. Jiyu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon decided to follow, having no interest in staying behind. Don't leave me here. Ning Yu jumped forward. She clung to Han Sen's legs, knowing that following Han Sen was better than staying put. There was no getting rid of Ning Yu, so Han Sen had to bring her with him. Jiyu Qingcheng, Elysian Moon, Bauer, and the little red bird also came along. Fang Qingyu decided to stay behind. The further into the depths they went, the scarier the wind became. Whenever the wind blew, not even Jiyu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon could keep their balance. They didn't know why the wind was becoming so strong as they went deeper. For there to be so much wind, there had to be a windy exit. But when he looked down, what was seen was a hellish crack. No air could escape. Ning Yu was scared, but she was unaffected. The little green sword she wielded kept the scary wind from getting close to her. I wonder what that little green sword is. Its abilities are too scary, Han Sen said with a sigh. As Han Sen was thinking, the white tiger suddenly disappeared. It was like it had just vanished into thin air. Why has the white tiger disappeared? Ning Yu shouted in fear. Before Han Sen could answer, the white tiger was there again. It rumbled at Han Sen, and while Han Sen was still reeling from the shock, it disappeared again. Han Sen and the others moved carefully forward and found a hole in the ground. It dropped almost straight down, which was why it looked like the white tiger had disappeared. Due to the angle, Han Sen hadn't noticed the hole until they were right on top of it. They followed the white tiger down, and what they found at the bottom caught Han Sen by surprise. It was a jar-shaped cave. They came in from the side, but there was no other exit. That place was a dead end. The fact that the cave was a dead end wasn't what had caught their attention, though. There was something in the cave. Han Sen didn't recognize the device. Most of it was obscured by the stone that covered it, and only about 1 foot of it could be seen. The device was purple like copper, and there were some strange symbols carved across it. It looked like the handle of something, but it wasn't like the grip of a sword or a knife. That was because this handle was only as thick as a couple of Han Sen's fingers. And even with the little they could see right now, the group knew that it was too long to be a normal handle. Boom! Han Sen and the others were still looking at that purple copper object that was buried by rocks when suddenly, a weird symbol shone with purple light. And right after, a scary storm came out of the purple object. Everyone was blown away by the wind. They bounced around the cave like rubber balls until the wind escaped through the passage they had used to enter. The respite afterward allowed them to get back on their feet. Han Sen and the little red bird had been left rather disheveled by the abrupt gust. The wind was far stronger than what they had experienced before. The wind was comparatively gentle when it entered the tunnel, but inside that cave, they were exposed to the full power of the gusts. What is this? How can it be so powerful? Han Sen looked at the purple copper object with shock. His eyes were glowing. Meow. The white tiger had walked over to stand next to the purple copper object. It used a paw to point at the item, and then it called to Han Sen. You mean, you want me to get it out of there? Han Sen asked. Meow, the white tiger said with a nod. Ji Yu Qingcheng was staring intently at the purple copper object, and she made a guess. Maybe this thing can restrain the monster outside. Meow. The white tiger immediately nodded after hearing Ji Yu Qingcheng speak. Is such a thing possible? Han Sen thought, suddenly excited by the prospect. He had been trying to think of a way they could deal with the monster on the island, but he hadn't yet come up with anything. If this weapon could be used against their enemies, then their crisis would be resolved. And Han Sen would receive another treasure, to boot. This was good. Han Sen didn't say anything, and he went straight up to the purple copper object. He used his purple eye butterfly to examine it. The purple eye butterfly spun around in Han Sen's eye like 4 cherry blossoms. Within Han Sen's vision, the history of the purple copper object began to play back like a movie. Han Sen was shocked. While the purple eye butterfly was rewinding, he was able to see what it was. It was a purple copper Jian sword breaker. The Jian was a very rare weapon. It looked like a sword, but the blade was square. Rather than having a typical blade, which focused on sharpness, this weapon was all about strength. Ordinary Jians were used in pairs, so a single Jian was rare. There was only one weapon here, though. There might have been another one lying around somewhere, but if so, Han Sen hadn't seen it yet. For some reason, the Jian had been left behind in the Black Sea. Layers of sediment had accumulated from the Black Sea, slowly building up to form the island they were currently inside. Based on its depth, Han Sen couldn't help but wonder if the weapon had somehow drawn the sediment together to make this entire mushroom island. But that Jian's weird symbols kept releasing storms, so its handle was clear of any rock. Furthermore, it had carved out an entire cave. Based on how well it was hidden, Han Sen had no idea how the white tiger had found it. Han Sen then had a weird thought. That means this island is a stone inside the black hole spider's stomach. The spider should have expelled any substances it couldn't digest over the years. Instead, because of this purple copper Jian, the substances have built up into a solid mass. After billions of years, this entire island has been created. Let me try it, Elysian Moon said. As Han Sen watched, Elysian Moon walked over to the purple copper Jian. She cast a power and wrapped her hands around the exposed portion. Pang! Only before Elysian Moon applied any strength to her grip, a frightening gale of wind blasted her body away at lightning speed. Han Sen and the others didn't fare much better. They did not know what the purple copper Jian was, but the fact that it could release such power when no one was even using it was amazing. Not even the little red bird could withstand the wind it summoned. This wasn't an ordinary item, that was for sure. It looks like a deified weapon with a wind element. Is there anyone who is a master of the element of wind? Ji Yu Qingcheng said. Everyone swapped glances with each other. No one there really focused on wind. Let's keep trying. Maybe we don't have to be too attuned with the wind element. If we can't pull it out, we can remove the rocks that are surrounding it, Han Sen said. Elysian Moon nodded and drew her paper umbrella. She used it as a sword and slashed at the rocks atop the purple copper Jian. The tip of the umbrella unleashed a raging sword light that slammed into the rock. That strike was strong enough to cut a hole through an entire planet, but when the light faded, the rocks weren't even scratched. Everyone stared at the undamaged rocks with slack jaws. Chapter 2585. Purple Copper Jian Elysian Moon was as strong as a king class could be, but her full power attack hadn't even left a mark on the stones. The rock of that place was far sturdier than they could have imagined. Little Red Bird, Han Sen called. The little red bird understood what Han Sen wanted to see from it, so it shot out its phoenix fire to burn the rocks around the Purple Copper Jian. Surprisingly, it took half an hour of constant flames before the rocks even started to be affected. They began to turn red. If Han Sen tried to use the phoenix fire to melt the rocks into molten juice, God only knew how long that might take. Ji Yu Qingcheng looked at the burning rocks and said, "The black hole spider has consumed many planets and stones. The spider must have eaten many high-class metals and special materials over the years, but its digestive system has failed to break down some of them. Anything that cannot be digested has come together to form these stones. If these rocks have withstood the digestive system of the deified black hole spider, it's easy to imagine how frighteningly strong this material might be. An ordinary deified won't have an easy time damaging these deified stones." Elysian Moon nodded to show agreement with what Ji Yu Qingcheng just said. The black hole spider was a deified xenogeniac that was at the butterfly rank. If a monster like the spider couldn't digest a material, then Han Sen's people wouldn't be able to break it down either. Fortunately, the little red bird could slowly burn its way through the stones. With effort and patience, a clump of steel could be ground into a needle. Clearly, those were the qualities that they needed here: effort and patience. As the little red bird was still spewing its blazing fires, another gale of wind erupted from the Purple Copper Jian. That wind scattered the phoenix fire everywhere, blowing it back across Han Sen and the others. Many pained screams erupted. The little red bird stopped spewing its phoenix fire, but it was too late. The flames had already left hair and eyebrows blackened and singed. They weren't badly injured, though. They just looked a little haggard now. This Purple Copper Jian keeps releasing gales of wind. We can't burn through the rocks to get to it. Is there another way? Han Sen looked at Ji Yu Qingcheng and the others. Everyone swapped glances with each other, but no one could come up with any ideas. "Then, we will try to take it one by one," Han Sen said. He summoned his Peacock King's soul robe and walked up to the Purple Copper Jian. A rainbow light covered his hands as he tried to pull out the weapon. The Jian's mysterious patterns glowed with purple light, and then, a scary storm flared from the Purple Copper Jian. It blew everyone away. Han Sen held onto the Jian. He lodged his feet against the rocks, and he tried to pull the Purple Copper Jian free. After trying his hardest, though, he couldn't get it to budge. If anything, the storms of the Jian became even stronger. It made Han Sen's feather robe and hair billow. Boom! Han Sen could no longer withstand that scary storm, so he was blown away. He bounced off a few rocks, but the wind was so strong that it continued to push him until he was thrown out of the cave. A while later, Han Sen flew back in. The storm in the cave had finally calmed down. "Ning Yu, give it a try. Maybe you'll have greater success," Han Sen said to Ning Yu. Ning Yu shook her head and retreated a step. She said, "If you guys cannot do it, then I surely cannot. Just give it a shot. If you don't, I'll throw you to the snakes," Han Sen threatened. That storm wouldn't hurt anyone. It would toss them around, but it wouldn't kill them. Ning Yu had the protection of her green sword. The storm didn't harm her. Perhaps she would be able to truly pull out the Purple Copper Jian. Ning Yu felt awful. She was so scared, but after Han Sen's threat, she reluctantly moved forward. Slowly, she placed her hands on the Purple Copper Jian. Pang! Ning Yu only had to touch the Jian for the scary storm to return and blow her away. The power of the green sword didn't protect her this time. Ning Yu rolled around for quite some time before coming to a stop. "I told you I didn't want to try, and yet you forced me." Instead of getting up, Ning Yu sat where she had landed, her hair a jumbled mess. She almost cried. Han Sen felt a headache coming on. No wonder was able to pull out the Jian. Normally, if a treasure seemed to be truly unobtainable, Han Sen would leave it be. But now, if he didn't take that Purple Copper Jian, he wouldn't be able to take out the monsters. They would be trapped in this cave. That was a miserable thought. "Dad, do you really want that Purple Copper Jian?" Bauer asked, tugging on Han Sen's sleeves. "Yes, we need that Purple Copper Jian. Do you have any ideas?" Han Sen asked Bauer happily. "Just pull it out," Bauer said. "If we were able to pull it out, we wouldn't be standing here doing nothing," Elysian Moon said. Ning Yu cried and said, "Yes, this thing is so weird. When you touch it, the wind comes and it cannot be repelled. Bauer blinked and jumped toward the purple copper Zhen. She reached out her hand to grip the Zhen's handle. As she did, everyone readied themselves to weather the storm. They didn't want to get blown away again. But after Bauer's little hand grabbed the handle, no storm came. Bauer held the purple copper Zhen tightly and then pulled it out as if she was unearthing a carrot. The purple copper Zhen hadn't shown any indication that it would move for anyone else, but it slid out easily in Bauer's grip. Ning Yu and the others stared with wide eyes, unable to believe Bauer was able to do what she had just done. Bauer pulled out the 1-meter-long purple copper Zhen completely. It turned out to be taller than her. She delivered it to Han Sen and smiled. "There you go, Dad." "Bauer, you are so good. Dad will buy you ice cream later." Han Sen took the Zhen, a wide grin stretching his mouth. Strangely, when the Zhen was below the rocks, it would unleash storms whenever it was touched. Now that Han Sen was holding in his hand, there were no storms. Han Sen looked at the purple copper Zhen. It was the same as the one he viewed through his purple eye butterfly. It was 1.2 meters long, its blade was square, and it was crafted out of some sort of purple copper. It was quite heavy. On all four sides of the tool, there were strange symbols. But those weird symbols were different from the strange symbols on the handle. Han Sen tried putting his power into the purple copper Zhen to see if he could activate it. It was a surprisingly smooth process. After the power of the Dongshuan Sutra entered the purple copper Zhen, its symbols lit up. Then, it glowed with purple light. Han Sen was pleased to see the light shining from the activated weapon. If he couldn't use it after retrieving it, that would be very frustrating. It seemed as if he had worried too much about it. The purple symbols on the Zhen lit up. Everyone in the cave could feel that the Zhen's true power wasn't actually wind. It didn't resemble the power that had been released from its handle, at least. Buzz. The Zhen's purple light grew stronger, then slowly transformed into purple flames. The purple copper Zhen became enshrouded in fire, and the intense purple fire followed Han Sen's hand and started to spread across his body. Chapter 2586. Purple copper Zhen's power. As Han Sen held the purple copper Zhen, his entire body was bathed in purple light. It was like an infinite number of purple stars were dancing around him. His whole body appeared blurry, as if his form was being obscured by purple clouds. Some strange power was at work, but Han Sen couldn't tell what it was. It felt so mysterious and difficult to understand. "I wonder what this does," Han Sen wondered, intrigued. He swung the tool at the stone wall, and the purple starlight struck the rock. But the stone wall didn't move. Not a speck of damage was inflicted, and the purple stars were gone. Everyone looked closely at the stone wall. They thought that some sort of change would happen eventually, but after a while of waiting, the wall looked the same. "Is it over?" Ning Yu asked in disbelief. "I think it is over," Han Sen said as he looked at the purple copper Zhen weirdly. He didn't know what all that had been about. The Zhen had been brimming with power earlier as it repeatedly blew them to hell. But now, when he swung the Zhen himself, nothing occurred. It was very strange. It must hold something other than destructive power. It should have another function, if we can figure it out. "I wonder what element it is associated with," Ji Yu Qingcheng said with a frown. Han Sen thought the same thing, but he couldn't tell what element was associated with the purple copper Zhen. Han Sen used his Dongshuan area and the purple eye butterfly to examine it. He could see the universal cogwheels spinning within the Zhen, but the universe cogwheels were different from anything that he had seen before. He couldn't discern what element they were. Han Sen tried to use the Zhen's power a few times, but it didn't seem to do anything. Han Sen's attempts to attack the wall were failures, and when he brought out a book and swung the Zhen against it, nothing happened there either. "How weird. This Zhen doesn't destroy anything. That is rare," Elysian Moon said. "White Tiger, are you sure this Zhen has the power to destroy the monsters out there?" Han Sen asked the White Tiger. The White Tiger returned a vigorous nod, and then it growled encouragingly at Han Sen. It began to run back up through the tunnels, hurrying Han Sen to slay the monster. Han Sen had his doubts, but he had no choice. Taking the purple copper Zhen with him, he began to run toward the surface. He would try to kill the monster with it. If he failed, he could escape and return underground with ease. When they saw the White Tiger coming, Fang Qingyu and the others were given a shock. They all scattered and tried to run away. But when they saw Han Sen behind the tiger, they breathed a sigh of relief. Han Sen, however, didn't have the time to spare talking to them. He allowed them to stay there while he continued to follow the white tiger up through the tunnels. When they emerged, snakes were everywhere. Their numbers were unimaginable. Han Sen looked around, and he saw that the whole landmass had been swarmed by the snakes. There was a small part of the island that still had a few intact mushrooms, but it looked as if it would not be long before the snakes ate those, too. There were already a few smaller snakes turning into monsters. The big monster was still gorging on mushrooms, and its body was starting to change. The black body suddenly looked like a rainbow crystal. The silk-like tentacles shone with refractive clarity. It looked very weird. Han Sen slashed the Jian at the snakes upon the ground, and it achieved nothing. When the purple light hit the snakes, it produced the same result as when it hit the stone wall. Nothing happened. Can this thing really deal with the big monster? Han Sen wondered. The white tiger meowed loudly at Han Sen. It was hurrying him to fight the big monster. Han Sen had to try, so he gritted his teeth and summoned his Peacock King's soul robe. Then, he flew toward the big monster. Before Han Sen reached the monster, it sensed his approach. It turned around and looked at Han Sen. Its body looked like a transparent crystal silkworm, and its hair-like tentacles were wriggling frantically. The tentacles formed together to create wings and a shell to protect the monster. From within its shielding, the monster kept a wary eye on the purple copper Jian in Han Sen's hand. Han Sen saw it and thought, it looks like this monster is afraid of my purple copper Jian. Maybe the Jian will finally do something. Setting aside his hesitation, Han Sen used the Jian like he would a knife. He used Fang to slash the monster. The monster didn't use the tentacle shield to block the purple light. Instead, it flapped its wings to evade the strike completely. Han Sen smiled. Before, the monster had felt no need to dodge attacks from him or the little red bird. The enormous creature had simply absorbed their attacks with no ill effects. If it was now putting in the effort to evade the Jian, it must have been afraid of the purple light. You are afraid. This will be easy, Han Sen said as he continued to swing the Jian. He used his under-the-sky knife skills, and several purple lights became knife silks that covered the whole monster. The monster was unable to dodge the purple light completely, and it raised its tentacle shield to block the portion of the light that it couldn't evade. When the tentacles came into contact with the purple light, it was like ice being thrown onto smoldering charcoal. The tentacles melted, and the purple light went clean through. When the light touched the monster, it left a deep wound behind. The monster gave a weird, high-pitched scream. Han Sen was surprised to find that where the monster had been hurt by the purple light, the tentacles couldn't come back to patch up the damage. It works. Han Sen was exultant. The purple light continued to shine as it headed for the monster. The purple light didn't deal damage to anything except the monster. The monster had once seemed invincible, but now it was defenseless before the purple copper Jian. It shrieked as the purple light tore its body apart piece by piece. The monster no longer seemed interested in eating the mushrooms of the island. It turned around, intent on returning to the depths of the Black Sea. Han Sen teleported next to the beast, though, and he continued to strike it with the Jian. The monster's form was corroded pretty badly, and as its body started to rot, dead tentacles were strewn over the ground. Through the corroded holes, Han Sen could catch a glimpse of the interior of the monster's body. There was a transparent, crystal core inside. It looked like a soft, transparent version of a human head. Han Sen waved the Jian, and the purple light struck the crystal core. The crystal core broke and oozed some sort of sticky liquid. Pang! When the crystal core broke, the monster's body exploded. The body and the tentacles liquefied instantly. Han Sen froze. He hadn't heard the hunting announcement. He didn't hear a single word about a xenogenic gene nor anything about a beast soul. The snakes never dropped any items, either. Han Sen had thought they were a part of the big monster and that killing the big monster would yield a xenogenic gene and beast soul. However, destroying the big monster had given him nothing. Chapter 2587. Weird changes. The big monster died, and afterward, the hordes of snakes departed like a receding tide. They all slithered back into the Black Sea, retreating far more quickly than they had attacked. In moments, they had completely disappeared. What were those things? Han Sen's heart was confused. He looked at the purple copper Jian. The Jian was so weird. It only seemed to be capable of affecting the monster he had defeated. There must have been some sort of problem with it. When Han Sen first saw the big monster surrounded by the smaller snakes, he had theorized that they were essentially the same being. If that was true, then the purple copper Jian should have been able to damage the snakes as well as the larger monsters. But Han Sen had tried to strike the snakes many times, and they completely ignored the purple light. Something strange was going on. Han Sen looked at the white tiger. It was likely that only the tiger knew the secrets of the purple copper Jian. But the white tiger had no interest in talking with Han Sen, in addition to the fact that it couldn't talk, anyway. As this was going on, the white tiger began to chase the remaining snakes off of the island. And as it moved, it released a mushroom rain. When the mushroom spores landed on the snakes, mushrooms would grow on their bodies, sucking the moisture out of the snakes and leaving them as desiccated husks. Although he didn't completely understand what had happened, Han Sen knew that killing the big monster had been a good thing for them. Plus, he had gotten the weird purple copper Jian out of the deal. Once they were rid of the snakes, Han Sen tried talking to the white tiger on numerous occasions. He wanted to know if there was a way out, but he also wanted to learn more about the purple copper Jian. The white tiger would only ever meow twice and shake its head in response. Han Sen couldn't speak the tiger's language, but he understood that the tiger wasn't going to help. Does he not know, or does he just not want to spill the beans? Han Sen looked at the white tiger and frowned. After that, though, the white tiger was never hostile toward them. It had no intention of harming them now. It would sometimes draw near and listen to whatever they were talking about. Han Sen noticed that the white tiger seemed to be spying on him in particular. It wasn't hostile, but the way its eyes followed him around was quite weird. Han Sen couldn't guess what the white tiger wanted, though. The creature's gaze was neither hostile nor friendly. The way the tiger looked at Han Sen was familiar, but he couldn't tell what was familiar about it. Whatever. As long as he doesn't provoke me. Han Sen put the white tiger out of his mind, and after everything that had happened, he was exhausted. So, he teleported back home. Holding Ji Yanran in his arms, he slept until morning. Arg. Before Han Sen woke up, he heard a scream. It shocked him out of his slumber. He looked at Ji Yanran and nervously said, "Darling, what happened? Is there an enemy?" You, Ji Yanran stammered, standing on the bed and pointing at Han Sen with her eyes wide. She said, "You," 3 times, but she couldn't say anything more. What happened? Han Sen was shocked, so he quickly looked down at his body. Han Sen was wearing shorts, and he was topless. His muscles were like wet steel. His body was perfect. What's the problem with perfection? My body is still super fit. Did the fact that I've become even more handsome scare you? Han Sen posed before her, flexing cockily. Your head. Ji Yanran pointed at Han Sen's head with her eyes wide open. I told you before, when we were in Black Hole Spider's belly, mushrooms grew on our heads. I removed it before I came back. Has it come back already? Han Sen asked, and then he touched his head. He froze, his hand still on his head. What is this? Han Sen felt something very soft under his fingers. Han Sen thought of something bad. He teleported in front of Ji Yanran's dressing table and looked at himself. Han Sen stared at his reflection, thunderstruck. There was no mushroom on his head, but instead, he was sporting purple fox ears. What the hell are these? Han Sen asked aloud with shock. Han Sen quickly tried to pull the ears off, but pain lanced through his head as he tugged at them. The purple ears seemed to be a part of him. Arg, you're back, Ji Yanran screamed. Her eyes were now focused lower on Han Sen's body. Han Sen was given another fright, and so he looked behind himself. There, he saw a hairy purple tail. It looked very soft. What the hell is happening? Han Sen used his Dongshuan area to check out his body. There was nothing wrong with him, as far as he could tell. It was like his ears and tail were now a part of his body. Ji Yanran's eyes opened wide, and she approached Han Sen. She looked frozen as she stared at him. Don't be afraid, my darling. This is just a small problem. Don't worry, I'll sort it out right now, Han Sen comforted Ji Yanran. It's so cute. Ji Yanran screamed happily. She hugged him and fondled his fox ears. Ling heard the commotion, and she rubbed her eyes and sat up. When she saw Han Sen, she looked so happy. She jumped atop Han Sen's back and grabbed one of his fox ears while she said, "Daddy, it's so cute." Cute. My *SS. Han Sen felt humiliated. He put Ling in Ji Yanran's arms and turned his attention back to finding out what was going on. He had only just gone to sleep, and he had woken up this way. Han Sen used all sorts of powers to try to learn more about this issue, but no matter what method he tried, the fox ears and tail weren't a part of his body. There was no way to remove them. With his fitness and recovery powers, even if he tore them off by force, they would grow back. Honey, if you can't get rid of them, it's okay to keep them, Ji Yanran said with a smile. Yes, yes, you can, Ling agreed fervently, holding her bottle as she looked at Han Sen. She kept nodding as she sipped from her bottle. Honey, you shouldn't hurt your body. Just keep it like this, Ji Yanran said. Yes, yes, keep them, Ling followed with a nod. Your parents gave you this body, so you should cherish it. Yes, yes, don't do anything stupid. No matter what you become, we will both love you. You should stop touching them. Yes, yes, we love you. The two of them kept smiling as they tried to convince Han Sen, who was currently feeling as if he was in a very dire situation. The Jian, it must be the purple copper Jian. I was fine before, and this only happened when I retrieved this thing. Han Sen pulled the purple copper Jian from Destiny's tower. There was nothing weird about it, though. The weapon rested quietly in Han Sen's hands. The symbols didn't react in any way. But Han Sen noticed something unusual. His fox ears and tail were the same purple color as the Jian. Chapter 2588, The Purple Copper Jian That Cannot Be Gotten Rid of. This must be happening because of the Jian. Han Sen gritted his teeth, but no matter how long he spent trying to find out what the precise problem was, he couldn't figure it out. That made Han Sen feel very unsettled. Most of Han Sen's discomfort was because of what had happened to Ning Yu. The man had been ruined by the green sword that he found. What happened to him was scary, and Han Sen was now worried that the purple copper Jian would ruin him as well. Ning Yu's personality and body had been wholly changed. He now seemed almost entirely like a woman. Han Sen was afraid he would end up transformed into a purple fox or something. He wasn't going to let that happen. Han Sen suddenly thought of the white tiger's face and why it looked so familiar. He realized that he had recognized the expression. The white tiger looked at him in the same way he looked at Ning Yu. That D*MN tiger knew something like this was going to happen. Han Sen felt so angry. Han Sen couldn't figure out a solution to this dilemma, though. Han Sen then used his Super God Spirit Body. He wanted to use the invincible powers of the Super God Spirit Body to rid himself of any debilitating effects. After Han Sen used his Super God Spirit Body, the fox ears and tail suddenly burned away. It made Han Sen let out a big sigh of relief. It is lucky I have a Super God Spirit Body. I won't end up like Ning Yu with this, Han Sen said, pounding his chest. When Ji Yanran and Ling saw that Han Sen's fox tail and ears were gone, they looked disappointed. It was like they had lost their favorite toy. Han Sen didn't care about their disappointment, though. He didn't like looking weird. After deactivating the Super God Spirit Body, he stroked his head and touched his behind. Everything was okay now. He felt much safer. But Han Sen's joy was short-lived. When he went for a walk with Ling later that day, the people in the streets started pointing at him. One girl giggled hysterically. A worried sensation began to gnaw at Han Sen's stomach. He touched his head, and he realized that the fox ears had suddenly grown back. The tail was back as well, lifting his clothes awkwardly. Han Sen's face changed. Ling on the other hand, was happy. She sat on Han Sen's shoulder, playing with the ears with one in each hand. She kept rubbing them, looking delighted. Han Sen quickly flew to a place with no one around. And then, he teleported home. He used his Super God Spirit Body to rid himself of the queer physical attributes. Without hesitation, Han Sen immediately teleported back to the Geno universe. He threw the purple copper Jian into the Black Sea. Once he made sure that the purple copper Jian had sunk below the waves, he returned to the sanctuaries. Not long after, Han Sen noticed that the purple copper Jian was attached to the belt on his waist. How is that possible? Han Sen was shocked. He was now in the sanctuaries, and yet the purple copper Jian had somehow reappeared next to him. It was unbelievable. The purple copper Jian had only been with him for a matter of seconds, and already his ears and tail were growing again. Han Sen tried to get rid of the Jian many times. However, even if he placed the weapon on a planet inside the core area, he wouldn't be rid of it for long. In a short amount of time, it would reappear next to him. Now Han Sen knew he had suffered a misfortune that was similar to Ning Yu's. A weird weapon was stuck with him, and there was nothing he could do to get rid of it. Now Han Sen regretted his recent choices. He shouldn't have taken the purple copper Jian. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have allowed Ji Yu Qingcheng or Elysian Moon to take and wield it. It was more acceptable for a woman to have fox ears and a tail. It was too late to think of that now, though. When they saw Han Sen, Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon tried their best not to laugh. They pretended there was nothing amiss, but Han Sen could sense that they were laughing incredibly hard on the inside. Can anyone tell me what this is? Han Sen asked, throwing the purple copper Jian in front of the white tiger. Meow, the white tiger said. It smiled with its moon-like eyes. Han Sen didn't speak the language of beasts, but he could tell it was laughing. FCKU, tell me now, what is this? Tell me how to get rid of it. If you don't, I'll skin you alive, Han Sen threatened the white tiger, grabbing it angrily. The white tiger mewed a little, but Han Sen didn't understand what it was trying to tell him. When Han Sen let the creature go, it hurriedly disappeared amidst the rocks. Han Sen couldn't do anything. He made many attempts to separate himself from the weapon, but he couldn't be free of it. But fortunately, the situation didn't become any worse. Aside from the fox ears on his head and the fox tail on his butt, there was nothing else wrong with him. The only silver lining in all this was that the head mushrooms were no longer an issue for Han Sen. When the fox tail and ears grew, the mushroom on his head didn't. The mushrooms are gone, but now I have the ears to contend with. What do these things think my brain is? A hotel. Han Sen was very angry, but he had no way of resolving the matter. Dad, you look good like this. Bauer tilted her head to look at Han Sen. I look good, my *SS. Han Sen grumbled, but he had no choice but to accept it. He couldn't keep on using his super god spirit body every 5 minutes. You'll get used to it. That is what happened to me, Ning Yu said quietly. Han Sen looked over at Ning Yu's girly appearance. He felt a chill as he thought, no way. I must get rid of this crap. I can't end up like Ning Yu. Despite Han Sen's determination, reality seemed set on disappointing him. The real world was cruel. Han Sen used many methods to try to free himself from the fox ears and tail, but nothing seemed to work. That day, Han Sen ransacked his mind for ideas on how to get rid of his fox-like features. Suddenly, he saw a strong shift in the fabric of space. A scary purple knife air broke through the mist and cut through the air around him. Teeth power, is that? Seeing that knife air, Han Sen was shocked. Only one other person could use teeth power in such a frightening way. A second after the display of knife air, Han Sen saw someone drop through the air to land on the island. That person was clad in purple armor. It was Yisha, and as she landed in a crouch, she looked like a bad SS. Teacher. Han Sen was so happy. He never expected to see Yisha there. There is no time. Follow me, Yisha said coldly. Her face didn't show much in the way of emotion. But Han Sen knew that it must have taken a lot of effort for Yisha to come all the way to get him. Han Sen could even see that Yisha's armor was riddled with many cuts and dents. He was so touched. Yisha was his teacher, but not many teachers would be willing to break into the black hole spider's belly to save their students. Han Sen quickly gathered his people to board the white whale, then he followed Yisha through the mist. Yisha's expression remained impassive, her knife unleashed teeth powers that spread through the endless mist. Yisha was bringing Han Sen and the others with her. They followed the crack in space that teeth knife created. Chapter 2589. Race weapon. When everyone saw the skies of the systems of chaos, they all looked happy. Han Sen looked around as they emerged, but he couldn't see a black hole spider anywhere. The space crack they had just exited hung like a rift in the sky. Once they fully left the rift, a short knife flew out behind them. That knife was shaped like a dagger that was only 1 foot long. It was curved like a crescent moon and white like a fang. Space distorted around the small weapon as it moved. Yisha was holding a curved scabbard. When the fang-like knife reached her, she slid it into the scabbard and attached the scabbard to her waist. The space crack lost the support of her teeth knife, and in seconds, it had collapsed and disappeared entirely. Master, what kind of knife is that? Why is its presence so familiar to me? Han Sen couldn't help but ask Yisha. That moon-like teeth knife had teeth powers. And they certainly weren't ordinary teeth powers. This is the knife that belonged to my race's alpha. It is called Break Space Teeth. If I hadn't had this knife to open the space tunnel to get to you, it would have been impossible for me to get into the black hole spider's belly to save you, Yisha said, her face impassive. Teacher, how did you know we were inside the black hole spider's belly? Han Sen had been wondering this since she first appeared. Even though she had Break Space Teeth, which could open a space tunnel, Yisha would have needed to know where Han Sen was before she could jump to him. How could she have so accurately leapt into the black hole spider's stomach to save him? If she had made the tiniest mistake, such as opening a space tunnel inside the gruesome flesh of the black hole spider and alerting the gross fiend, Yisha would have probably met a grisly end. She wouldn't have been saving anybody. While no one else knows of your return, let us head to Sky Palace, Yisha said simply. She didn't answer Han Sen's question. If Yisha wasn't going to answer, then there was no point in Han Sen asking her again. He continued to follow Yisha as she traveled through the systems of chaos. With Yisha there, leading the way, their path was much safer. Han Sen had unlocked the 9th tier of his Blood Pulse Sutra during his time inside the black hole spider's belly. The story of genes had been leveled up, too. It was just as Han Sen expected. As the story of genes' area increased, the strength of his body increased along with it. His connection with the black crystal armor had also become clearer and more defined. If I become half deified, will I be able to manually activate the black crystal armor? Han Sen wondered. The white tiger followed them out. It flew along with them, not looking as if it wanted to leave. It was weird. When they left the black hole spider's belly, the mushrooms on their heads died and didn't grow back. But the white tiger's head still had a mushroom on it, and that mushroom showed no signs of dying. Everyone else, however, was quite pleased to see their mushrooms shrivel and fall away. It was as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders as a grand crisis was resolved. But Yisha looked at the white tiger and said, inside the black hole spider's belly, nothing below the rank of deified can survive. If you all survived this long, you should be thanking the mushrooms you were given. Han Sen and the others were shocked. They had viewed their mushrooms as something of a curse. They had never realized that the mushrooms were protecting them. They looked at Yisha with a gaze of disbelief. You think it's that easy to live inside the black hole spider's belly? Yisha asked sternly. There are scary powers in there that you couldn't even see. The powers in that place are like viruses that can invade the bodies of anything. They break down entire creatures into nothing but raw nutrients to feed the black hole spider. Without a deified body, it is impossible to withstand or even notice those powers before it is too late. Even with a deified body, survival is not guaranteed. The mushrooms that the big white cat placed on your heads are the only reason you guys were able to survive there for the duration you did. When Han Sen heard Yisha say this, he suddenly had a flashback to the information he discovered inside the broken battleship. He thought to himself, when that woman conducted the tests that we saw, was it to allow the white cat to survive there? If what Yisha says is true, then it seems pretty likely. The mushroom on the white cat was probably invented by that woman. It was a vaccine to resist the viruses that would have otherwise ravaged the white tiger's body. We were saved by it. Han Sen wasn't sure if vaccine was the right word to describe a mushroom with magical healing powers, but he decided to go with it. So, ever since we first arrived in that place, the white tiger was sustaining our lives. Without it, even if I survived, everyone else would have died. But how did that woman get inside the black hole spider's belly in the first place? And why did she leave by herself, leaving the white tiger behind? Han Sen really wanted to find that woman and ask her. But he had no clue where she might be found. Ever since they parted ways in Two World Mountains, he never heard from her again. What is up with you? Yisha asked, looking at Han Sen's head. Bauer was sitting on Han Sen's shoulders, playing idly with Han Sen's fox ears. She kept squeezing them. She seemed to be having a lot of fun with them. Han Sen told Yisha about what had happened in the tunnels under the island, and when Yisha heard what he said, she looked stunned. Let me see the Jian. Han Sen brought out the purple copper Jian to show Yisha. Yisha didn't take it into her hands, but after a while, she nodded and said, that's it. That is the fox's race weapon. It's a race weapon. Han Sen didn't understand. He had never heard that term before. Yisha sighed and said, right now, not many know about race weapons. In ancient times, all the races that lit up a Geno lantern were able to make a gene weapon with the fire of the lantern. That race weapon would be fused with the genes of the race that forged it. It would gain incredible power and become a very special weapon. Some strong race weapons are like true god-level deified weapons. They might even be stronger. But each gene lantern can only ever forge one race weapon. The first person that lights up the lantern receives the weapon. If they light up the gene lantern again, they won't get another. Stealing a race weapon is the only way to get a second one. So, right now, not many creatures know about race weapons. Even if they encountered one, most people would just think it was a powerful deified weapon. After a brief pause, Yisha said, "The fox's race weapon is called Nine-Spin Destiny Mirror, but from what I know, it was a race weapon that the foxes stole. It didn't originally belong to them. I have heard that their real race weapon, the one they received when they lit their lantern, is the purple copper Jian. I've never seen it myself, but I think that might be it." Han Sen was thrilled to hear that, because the Nine-Spin Destiny Mirror was also in his hands. He just didn't know how to use the Nine-Spin Destiny Mirror. He heard from Fox Queen that the Nine-Spin Destiny Mirror only worked for foxes who became deified. He didn't know if that was the truth. "Teacher, is there a way to remove this ailment of mine?" Han Sen looked at Yisha, his eyes full of hope. She knew where the purple copper Jian came from, so she must have known a way to fix it. Chapter 2590, Fighting Meng Lai, Race Weapons are deified as soon as they are created, Yisha said, shaking her head. They are smarter than the average deified weapon. They are stronger, too. If the weapon was used by a creature from the race that created it, the weapon would be incredibly beneficial to them. There wouldn't be any such side effects. If it was activated by someone of another race, however, they would adopt the traits and powers of the race the weapon belongs to. Their bodies would be invaded by the race's genes, which would turn them into something weird. Unless you gain enough power to overwhelm the race weapon, you won't be able to hold off its effects. Is there no other way? Han Sen asked with depression. Well, I can't say with certainty that there isn't some way to be rid of its influence. If there was an elite that could use force to suppress the power of the race weapon and erase the fox genes within it, perhaps your genes could be placed in the weapon instead. You could probably get rid of the gene weapon's side effects that way. It is like the fox's Nine-Spin Destiny Mirror. A scary fox elite erased the original genes inside the mirror and replaced them with his own. That way, it became a race weapon of the fox. Yisha paused and said, "But the genes of the foxes are very good. I have heard that when they lit up their gene lantern, their ranking was quite high. This purple copper Jian's power might indeed be true god class. Unless you can find a true god class elite that is willing to spend some energy wanting to help you, there is no other way." "Does that mean I'm done for?" Han Sen looked as if he was going to cry. He didn't have a true god deified to help him. He didn't know of any to begin with. Even if he did, there was no reason for someone else to expend so much effort erasing the fox genes inside the purple copper Jian on his behalf. "You look quite good the way you are," Yisha said. Then, she continued flying. It took a while for Han Sen to wake up from his disheartened daze. Han Sen equipped glasses to hide his face, then used the item to inspect Yisha's genes. The numbers on the display kept cycling. It took a while for her details to be produced. The rebate wasn't a very rich race, but Yisha's gene potential was at 8 stars. If the potential is 8 stars, then that means she can become a butterfly. If she wants to become a true god, a grand opportunity will need to come her way and offer her a boost. It is a shame my blood pulse sutra is only king class right now. I can't boost the genes of a deified. If I could, I'd definitely help Yisha perfect her genes. That way, she would have a greater chance of becoming a true god, Han Sen thought to himself. Before, Han Sen had tried to use the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra on the little red bird, but it didn't work. His king-class Blood Pulse Sutra was unable to push the self-cogwheel of a deified being. Han Sen looked at the white tiger. He noticed that its potential was the same as the small crocodile god. It was 9 stars. Han Sen asked Yisha to look at Ning Yu's little green sword. She was unable to determine what sort of weapon it was, but judging from what had happened to him, it was likely a race weapon. Which race exactly? She didn't know. The white whale had almost fully recovered. Han Sen invited Yisha to ride inside the white whale, and it was an offer she didn't refuse. The group rode inside the white whale for the remainder of their journey to Sky Palace. They didn't see elites from any other races as they traveled through the systems of chaos. They often encountered space xenogenics, though. And luckily, Yisha was there to help them in such engagements. With Han Sen and the little red bird's deified powers, they were in no danger. That white tiger slept inside the ship day and night. It didn't lend them any power or look as if it was willing to lift a finger to help out. The white whale was flying forward as it usually did when suddenly, a group of ships appeared. The sight made Han Sen and the others feel a chill. "Spring rain," Han Sen said when he recognized the symbols on the battleships. It was Spring Rain, the group of agents that Miss Mirror commanded. Of course, when those battleships surrounded the White Whale, a man and a woman came out of the lead ship. The woman was Miss Mirror. The man was the fourth uncle, Meng Lai. We just exited the black hole spider not too long ago. Why are they already here? Han Sen was shocked. Han Sen, do you want to come with us peacefully? Or are we going to have to drag you back? Meng Lai asked with a laugh. Han Sen remained silent. Although they had 3 deifieds in their midst for combat, they were each of the lowest class. They were primitive deifieds. Miss Mirror was a primitive deified, but she had been deified for longer. Her powers were weird, and she would be hard to deal with. Meng Lai could certainly be a transmutation deified. Even Lando, who became deified, had been unable to defeat him. Fighting him would be harder than dealing with Miss Mirror. But Han Sen had no choice now. He put on his Peacock King Soul robe, equipped his 6-core snake bow, and exited alongside the little red bird. Yisha came out, as well. She quietly stood next to Han Sen. Miss Mirror looked at Yisha and said, Knife Queen, the rebate have always sided with the Extreme King. You aren't going to destroy our long-standing relationship merely for Han Sen, are you? The rebate already has an alliance with Sky Palace, Yisha said flatly. I'm willing to be friendly with the Extreme King, but if you people keep trying to get in my way, then I have no other choice. When Han Sen first went on the run, Yisha was slow to act because she was dealing with the politics of the rebate. She couldn't get the whole of the rebate involved simply to save Han Sen. Now, though, the rebate had entered an alliance with Sky Palace. They had the protection of Sky Palace. It would be troublesome for the Extreme King to dare touch them. Knife Queen, you need to rethink this. Is all of this worth it? Is it worth betraying us on behalf of your student? You know how traitors to the Extreme King are dealt with. Meng Lai frowned. If I cannot protect my student, then what use is there for the rebate to even exist? Yisha growled. I would like to see what benefits Sky Palace offered that have given you the courage to flat out deny the will of the Extreme King. Miss Mirror's face was hard as she raised her hand and moved to attack Yisha. Yisha didn't move, but she pulled out her short-teeth knife to attack Miss Mirror. Meng Lai sighed. His body turned to gold, and then, he pressed his hands down on the lion mount he rode upon. The gold color dyed the lion. The next second, Meng Lai waved his hand. The golden lion rose, turning into a golden knife that resembled the head of a lion. I didn't want to kill you, but you just won't stay put. Meng Lai lifted the knife that looked like the head of a lion and approached Han Sen. Each step he took was like he was crushing the whole world. It felt like the whole galaxy had become smaller in his presence. Meng Lai was coming like a golden god. The little red bird shrieked at him as a phoenix fire blazed across it. It became a beautiful fire burning next to Han Sen, and it unleashed a scary sea of flames. Chapter 2591 Bad Fight. The sky was full of fire, and it was all headed for Meng Lai. Meng Lai swung his knife, and the sea of fire parted like it had been cut with a pair of scissors. The fire fell away to either side of the man and faded. A cold, golden knife light suddenly flew toward the little red bird. If the little red bird hadn't dodged the attack in time, it would have been cut in half. Meng Lai is so powerful. His gold soldier body is very strong. Han Sen couldn't help but compliment his opponent. Meng Lai was a transmutation deified, and when he turned another deified xenogeniac into a soldier, his strength had grown. A primitive deified would have a hard time taking him down. Han Sen's body shone with rainbow light. Between his fingers, he held an arrow that was infused with rainbow light. He pulled back the string of the 6-core snake bow and fired the arrow at Meng Lai. The moment the rainbow light arrow left Han Sen's fingers, it disappeared. When it appeared again, Meng Lai's golden lion head knife hit the arrow of rainbow light. It broke the light arrow with ease, which shocked Han Sen. Meng Lai had somehow seen the arrow as it teleported. He had broken the arrow easily. A power like that was terrifying. Transmutation class powers are that scary. Then how strong must a true god be? Han Sen sighed. Meng Lai came slashing at Han Sen like a golden god spirit that was dominating the whole sky. That knife consumed all of space. It made Han Sen feel as if he couldn't dodge. If Han Sen practiced the real god's wander, he could teleport anywhere he wished to. He could have teleported far away from that golden knife light. But with his current skills, such techniques were beyond him. His eyes were like lightning as he pulled out his purple copper Gien. He used a stance that would allow him to blow up the sky. Pang! A knife silk was broken by the scary golden god light. Han Sen and the purple copper Jian flew away. The purple copper Jian shook violently, and Han Sen's arms were almost cut off. The muscles in his hands were delivered a deep laceration, and his bones could be seen through the wound. Huh, you blocked my knife and didn't shatter. That is quite a good deified weapon. How many deified weapons do you possess? Meng Lai looked at the purple copper Jian in Han Sen's hand with complete surprise. Han Sen didn't answer him. He frowned and looked at the purple copper Jian. Does this guy's power only work against enemies in the black hole spider's stomach? The purple copper Jian was a race weapon. It was as good as a weapon of the true god rank, but now, the purple copper Jian seemed a little underwhelming. Han Sen expected this, though. He hadn't yet figured out what sort of power the purple copper Jian possessed, so its real power hadn't yet been displayed. In addition, Han Sen's power was simply too weak. He couldn't use the Jian's full power to block Meng Lai's strike, and it didn't even look like the fourth uncle had been trying all that hard. Han Sen, you should know that my first strike was just me going easy on you. If you still don't understand, then the next attack won't be so gentle, Meng Lai said, word by word, as he approached Han Sen. Everything that existed trembled under the booming of his voice. Even Han Sen's body shook a little. Han Sen wasn't shaking because he was afraid, though. It was his natural reaction to facing a strong enemy. He was so hyped in the middle of combat that it released all of his hidden power, building more and more energy within him. This was the biggest fight he'd had in years, and his only choice was to win. Losing wasn't an option. If he lost, then all the people following him would be killed, too. Han Sen looked at Meng Lai, who had come forward like a god. His purple eye butterfly spun like mad. Before Meng Lai attacked again, Glasses was bringing up the man's test results. Target: Extreme King Male. Gene age calculation: 12,300 years. Gene level: Transmutation deified. Gene potential: 8 stars. Han Sen was shocked. It seemed as if the gene potential level was trickier than he had expected. Even an Extreme King transmutation deified only had 8 stars. The stars of a lower race were bound to be lower. So, Yisha's 8 stars were actually quite impressive. Right now, though, Han Sen didn't care how many stars Meng Lai had. The man's potential wasn't something that mattered right now. At the moment, Meng Lai was simply a transmutation deified enemy that he had to get rid of. Target: Lion Male. Gene age calculation: 163,000 years. Gene level: Primitive deified. Gene potential: 6 stars. This was the data of the deified xenogeniac that had been turned into a knife that resembled the head of a gold lion. Its data didn't mean anything, though. Under the influence of Meng Lai's gold soldier body, the xenogeniac had been transformed into a knife and gained more power than ever before. BZZT. Another strike was on its way. The gold sword light tore through the universe, effortlessly cutting through the fabric of space. Han Sen's eyes flashed red, and his whole body turned red as well. The moment the golden knife light landed, it disappeared. Meng Lai frowned. He didn't look around, though. He knew exactly where Han Sen was. He used his left hand to gouge his own eye. Pang! Meng Lai's eye exploded. It was a self-inflicted blow, and a stream of golden, god-like blood gushed out. Han Sen fell out with it. Han Sen had made use of his blood-eye evil god's power to fire himself into Meng Lai's eye. He hadn't realized that Meng Lai would be so brutally efficient. He was happy to poke and obliterate his eye, which sent Han Sen rolling out. Han Sen, spare me these tricks. They won't work on the likes of me. Meng Lai's eye was still bleeding golden blood, but the flow of blood had been reduced dramatically. The wound wasn't healed, however, which prevented Han Sen from re-entering the eye with his blood-eye evil god. He had been blinded, but Meng Lai was still able to watch Han Sen. It was like he could see every move that Han Sen made. He moved the gold lion head knife, and the gold knife light that could destroy the most ancient things surged toward Han Sen. It was so suppressive, it was like the whole galaxy was going to snap. The Peacock King robe had its wings open. A rainbow substance chain surrounded Han Sen. It connected with the purple copper Jian, which Han Sen then used as an arrow with the 6-core snake bow. Facing this scary gold knife light, Han Sen pulled back the string of the 6-core snake bow. He fired the purple copper Jian. The purple copper Jian disappeared in a hazy rainbow light. When it reappeared, it slammed into the scary gold knife light. Han Sen wasn't worried about the purple copper Jian breaking. Race weapons weren't that easy to break, after all. And even if it did break, Han Sen wouldn't be very upset about that. He didn't want his new ears or tail anyway. Pang! The purple copper Jian and the gold god light collided. It was like a sun had just exploded. It created a scary shockwave that destroyed everything around them. Han Sen watched that grand explosion. The purple copper Jian came back, spinning like a flaming wheel. Han Sen grabbed it, and he marveled at how there wasn't a single scratch on it. Meng Lai stared at the purple copper Jian, his eyes blank with shock. He had used so much power that time, but even so, that warring-looking purple copper Jian had blown up his knife light without incurring any damage. That was unbelievable. Is this another deified weapon like the shield of the Medusa's gaze? Meng Lai looked at Han Sen's purple copper Jian. Han Sen looked at his mint-conditioned purple copper Jian with joy. I don't know what the true power of the purple copper Jian is, but it seems pretty good. It can block Meng Lai's knife lights. As Han Sen thought this, he put the purple copper Jian back against the string of the 6-core snake bow and aimed at Meng Lai. Chapter 2592 Charming Gods Jian. Han Sen fired the purple copper Jian like an arrow once more. This time, he put even more power into it. The moment the Jian left the string of the 6-core snake bow, it teleported and disappeared. Teleportation won't work against me unless you can teleport without causing a ripple in the fabric of space, Meng Lai said coldly. And then, he reached his hand out into the air. The purple copper Jian emerged from space and appeared right where Meng Lai had placed his hand. He grabbed it. This time, Meng Lai didn't use the lion head knife to try to break it. He used his hand to clutch the purple copper Jian. He wanted to hold it and get a better look at what sort of deified weapon it was. But when Meng Lai's hand was just about to close around the purple copper Jian, the purple copper Jian managed to leave its flight path and vanish from Meng Lai's vision once more. When Meng Lai saw the purple copper Jian again, the weapon was protruding from his chest. That arrow wasn't bad, Meng Lai said, completely unconcerned about the blow that had landed on him. Based on how Han Sen's arrow interacted with his gold knife light, Meng Lai was confident that it wouldn't damage his gold soldier body. But after he finished talking, Meng Lai's face changed. He looked down and saw that the purple copper Jian had perforated his heart. Golden god blood slowly dribbled out of his body. How is that possible? Meng Lai couldn't believe his eyes. It shouldn't be possible to hurt his gold soldier body with an ordinary deified weapon, and on top of that, Han Sen was only king class. Even if Han Sen used a deified weapon, he shouldn't have been able to break Meng Lai's gold soldier body. The pain that stemmed from the wound in his chest told the extreme king that his injury was real, not some sort of illusion. Unless, a possibility crossed Meng Lai's mind. His eyelids flickered. Instead of trying to fight back, he grabbed the handle of the purple copper Jian. Unless this is a butterfly deified weapon, and that was how he was able to break my gold soldier body. Meng Lai's eyes burned brightly. He pulled the purple copper Jian out of his chest. When the purple copper Jian slid free, the wound in his chest healed. He recovered swiftly, and no mark remained. When Han Sen watched the purple copper Jian puncture Meng Lai's heart, he was happy. But his optimism was short-lived, and watching this next bit made him frown. He had to marvel at just how strong these deified elites really were. Thank you for giving me a powerful deified weapon. If you are being this generous, how about you give me the shield of the Medusa's gaze, too? Meng Lai held the purple copper Jian and erupted with a gold god light. Waves of gold energy enveloped the purple copper Jian, dyeing the purple copper Jian a gold color. The gold soldier king body could turn deified beings into gold weapons. The skill worked on deified weapons, too. It couldn't change the element of deified weapons, but Meng Lai was able to claim and use many different kinds of deified weapons. As the purple copper Jian was turning gold, Meng Lai's face suddenly changed. He saw that the purple copper Jian was no longer changing. Instead, it was reverting to purple. The mysterious engravings upon the Jian suddenly lit up and blasted Meng Lai's hand away. How is that possible? Is this a true god weapon? Meng Lai looked at his hand. The portion of his flesh that had touched the purple copper Jian was no longer gleaming gold. It was just his skin. A deified weapon, which no one was controlling, had destroyed a section of his gold soldier power. It was unbelievable. Meng Lai raised his head. His fiery eyes were locked on the purple copper Jian in Han Sen's hand. He smiled and said, "A true god weapon, it is a true god weapon, Han Sen, you are a man of great luck. You have two true god weapons. Many deified elites would weep and beg for just one. You are only a king, and yet you have too. If you know that I have great luck, why must you insist on troubling me all the time? Isn't what you're doing against the will of the gods? Han Sen asked coldly as he lifted the purple copper Jian. Meng Lai laughed. The gold god light was bright in his hands. He spread his gold power back over the hand whose light had been extinguished, laughed, and said, "The path to evolution has us all fighting against the sky. Everyone's evolution is built on the broken bones of their opponents. What you eat and what you use comes from the creatures of lesser fortunate universal beings. If you don't try to fight your way higher, you will be sh*t on the road for other creatures to consume. If things were not like that, why would I be afraid of the things that hold me back? Only, you have good luck. In that case, I will steal your luck for my benefit. With these two true god weapons, the Extreme King will grow even more powerful in the future. That is my luck, and the Extreme King's luck." Meng Lai continued to cast his gold god light. The entire system turned to gold. Even the system rang with a godly hymn, and the world kept trembling without reprieve. It was like the world was answering what he had just said. Although Han Sen was Meng Lai's enemy, he had to admit that the man was quite right. In that universe, a blade of grass, a log of wood, a stone, a drop of water, all of them held life. Whether you were an extreme king or a human, if you wanted to live, you would have to do it by standing on the blood and bones of others. If success was merely a matter of luck, then fighting to better yourself would be pointless. You might as well dig a hole and bury yourself. You are right. Han Sen's eyes looked clear. The purple copper Jian was on the 6-core snake bow again. Han Sen pushed his Jadeskin, Blood Pulse Sutra, and the Peacock King Soul robe to the max. The flesh of Han Sen's whole body seemed to vibrate with strength. Blood surged and roared through his vessels, and his heart was like a generator that could not stop spinning. His body began to swell, and he looked very excited. The feather robe gleamed with rainbow light, which spread to cover the purple copper Jian. The purple copper Jian's marks seemed to brighten under its touch. It was like they were turning into mysterious symbols of light that surrounded the purple copper Jian. Even the ears on Han Sen's head and the tail on his back glowed with a purple light. Seeing Han Sen in the purple copper Jian, Meng Lai's excitement was through the roof. He shouted, "Now I understand, I finally understand. That weapon belongs to the foxes. It is Cupid's Jian. No wonder it was able to damage my gold soldier body. Cupid's Jian, what on earth?" Han Sen thought that name was so weird. Meng Lai laughed and said, "Cupid's Jian is also called the charming god's Jian. I thought it was destroyed when the Fox Elder went to the Geno Hall. I cannot believe it still exists, and it is now in your possession. God is helping the Extreme King on this day. With the charming god Jian, the reputation of the Extreme King will only increase." Meng Lai was so excited. He looked at the purple copper Jian with his blinded eye and summoned gold light. Chapter 2593 Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. It sounds like you know something about the charming god's Jian, but do you know what power it has? Han Sen's heart leapt at the possibility. Meng Lai might be able to tell him the type of power the purple copper Jian possessed. Meng Lai looked at Han Sen as if he knew what he was thinking. But he still said, "I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The charming god's Jian is the strongest race weapon in existence, and it is also the weakest race weapon in existence. It is strong because it has the power to supercharge a person's charm. The Fox Alpha used it to attract everyone. If it was used well, it could make 1,000 races obey that alpha. I also say it is weak because its powers of simple destruction are bad. It won't help you now. So, you are saying it has no attack power, and therefore, it is useless." Han Sen didn't believe him. He fired at Meng Lai. A shockwave was created in space, and with it, the purple copper Jian disappeared. When Han Sen had used the purple copper Jian to defeat the monster in the black hole spider's belly, it had revealed its true strength. Han Sen didn't believe it lacked destructive powers. Pang! When Han Sen's attack reappeared, Meng Lai slashed at the Jian. His strike came against the purple copper Jian. Han Sen's face changed. Both of his hands moved to grab the purple copper Jian, but the weapon's power was still active. Han Sen tried his hardest to hold its grip, but the purple copper Jian struck his chest. He was sent flying, like an asteroid striking a planet. He was pinned to a mountain. Han Sen lowered his head and looked at the purple copper Jian in his chest. That Jian had previously pierced through Meng Lai's chest, but he didn't expect karma would repay the same strike so soon. Han Sen clutched the handle of the Jian and tried to pull it out. But before he could use any strength, Meng Lai's gold, godly body appeared. He attacked with his gold lion head knife. His scary gold knife light looked like it was going to cut the planet in half. The little red bird screeched like a phoenix. The fire in its mouth became a sea of angry flames that rained down on Meng Lai. It tried to stop Meng Lai casting that knife light to destroy Han Sen. But the little red bird was still only primitive, and the knife in Meng Lai's right hand had the same level of power. His right hand turned that power into a shield that covered the sky. It extinguished the little red bird's fire. Seeing this, Miss Mirror sighed. In the end, Han Sen still needs to die. It would have been okay if he had just killed Bai Yi. He might have still been allowed to live. But now that he has the true god shield of the Medusa's gaze and the race weapon of the fox, he must die. Boom! A scary gold knife light appeared, and the whole planet exploded. The destruction caused by the gold knife light was so bright that the entire galaxy shone with its radiance. Shockwaves washed through the system. Han Sen, Yisha was engaged with Miss Mirror, so she couldn't go and help. When she saw that explosion of power, her face fell. Captain, it is all over. Far away, inside the white whale, all of the pirates were shocked. Their faces looked cold. Even a deified would have died if they were hit by that much power. Plus, Han Sen wasn't deified. He only used treasures of that class. The pirates were thinking about whether or not they should kneel and beg. If they did, they might be permitted to live. On the other hand, the captured Extreme King Knights inside the white whale were delighted. Han Sen is dead, you guys are next. One of the Extreme King Knights said menacingly to a pirate. Ina slap. The Extreme King Knight who said that was smacked to the floor. Bauer then went to clean her hand, as if she had touched something dirty. The Extreme King Knight was rolling around on the floor, clutching his injured face. His teeth had been broken and his jaw had been shattered. The other Extreme King Knights didn't say anything more. They had almost forgotten that the little demon was still on board the ship. Bauer looked at the Extreme King Knights. They all lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. My dad won't die, Bauer said with disdain. Then, she looked back out into space. The Extreme King Knights didn't say anything to the contrary, but they thought to themselves, Han Sen only has a few deified weapons. How could he possibly compete with Meng Lai? He will be dead, and up next will be you little demon. After a while, the power shining around the wreckage of the planet began to dim. And then, Fang Qingyu suddenly shouted, Han Sen isn't dead. The pirates and the Extreme King Knights looked over there. They couldn't believe their eyes. They saw Han Sen suspended in space, holding a shield that had protected his body. Due to the fact that the planet had exploded, his armor and feathers were a little blackened. But he hadn't been badly wounded. The worst wound he had was the wound delivered by the purple copper Jian, which was in his chest. I forgot you have the shield of the Medusa's gaze, but the Medusa's gaze isn't a race weapon. It isn't smart enough. It won't follow your orders, and you cannot use it like the charming god's Jian. It would be annoying if it did. Meng Lai's eyes were on fire as he looked down at the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Han Sen coughed, and a trickle of blood spilled over his lips. He looked at Meng Lai coldly and said, "Are you sure I cannot use it?" The shield of the Medusa's gaze was the true god weapon of the Alpha of the Ghana, Meng Lai said with a sneer. Back then, it was a deified weapon that was in the top 10 in existence. Its power was comparable to the Ghana's race weapon Purgatory Heaven. But there is a big difference between true god weapons and race weapons. Race weapons are their own life forms, in a way. They can think for themselves and make judgments. If they approve of a user, then the user can still activate their power, even if the creature's level is low. But true god weapons are different. Without true god powers, you cannot make use of a true god weapon's power. If a low-level deified has the same element as the true god weapon, they can use a little of its power. But you aren't deified, and your power isn't compatible with the shield of the Medusa's gaze. So, you cannot activate its power. You cannot tap into 1/10,000th of its power. You can only use it as an ordinary shield. It is a shame that the shield of the Medusa's gaze is a shield. Despite that, its power doesn't lie in defense. Meng Lai said all of this, and then he generated a scary gold power. The gold lion head knife now possessed a god light that shocked the whole world. It was like the universe was going to be cut in half by this god light. Seeing that Meng Lai was going to unleash that knife light, Han Sen's face didn't change. He still held the shield of the Medusa's gaze tight. As he watched that seemingly all-powerful knife-light form, the power in his body madly rushed into the shield of the Medusa's gaze. There was a weird, pretty-looking woman carved atop the shield. Suddenly, a light appeared in her closed eyes. Chapter 2594 One eye empty, impossible. Meng Lai's face changed as he saw the eyes of the woman atop Han Sen's shield begin to glow. His face grew pale. When the Ghana entered the Geno Hall long ago, they hadn't needed to fight in order to light a lantern. At that point in history, there were many Geno lanterns that remained unlit. But that didn't mean that the Ghana weren't strong. Later, the Ghana Alpha used Purgatory Heaven and the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze, both of which were deified weapons, to control the world. Very few could fight them. People like Ancient Water God couldn't even enter the door to the Geno Hall, but the Ghana Alpha had fought inside the hall for a few days before she fell. That proved how strong she was. For ordinary races, the strongest deified weapon would be their race weapon. The Ghana Alpha had the Ghana's race weapon Purgatory Heaven, but her strongest deified weapon was the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. Because of this weapon, she was able to control most creatures in the world and fight them. Meng Lai heard about how powerful the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze was, but he had never seen it himself. If he had been able to choose, he would have opted to never lay eyes on the terrifying power of the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. And the last thing he would ever hope for would be to end up as its target. Die! Meng Lai roared, gnashing his teeth. He sent all his power into his Gold Soldier King body. A scary knife light fell with incredible power. He wanted to kill Han Sen before he activated the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. Meng Lai couldn't allow that ancient weapon to fully activate. The gold knife light was like a cosmic aurora that could break the sky and destroy the ground. It wasn't something a mere shield could block. That scary power was everywhere. Han Sen would be killed even if he hid behind the shield. Han Sen had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and poured all of his power into the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. He used his power for a final gambit. The people in the White Whale were in shock. The power Meng Lai unleashed was too scary to behold. The amount of energy he had placed in his attack was enough to devastate an entire race. It was like a punishment from God that couldn't be resisted. Mr. Meng Lai is too strong. He earns his reputation as a deified of the Extreme King. He is much better than the deified elites of lesser races. Of course, our royal uncle is very special. The Extreme King Knights were all so happy. They hoped Meng Lai's destroying the sky and breaking the Gro Nd attack could kill Han Sen, and save them from Han Sen's people. The pirates and Fang Qing Yu were all scared. Even if there had been 1,000,000 of them, that strike had enough power to reduce all of them to dust. They couldn't comprehend the amount of power that was being unleashed. The pirates had traveled around the galaxy for years, and they had never seen this sort of power before. Their legs all quivered, and they thought, "It is over, it is over, it looks like the captain is going to die here." The captain was quite nice. He didn't mistreat us. If we end up under the Extreme King's thumb, it's hard to tell what will become of us. I don't know if we will be permitted to live. Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon looked ill. That power was stronger than they knew. Ning Yu was holding Bauer, and she was crying. Is he going to kill us, too? I don't want to die. The little red bird's mouth continued to spew out its phoenix flames. Its fire became a sea of flames that tried to subdue the gold knife light. But the sea of fire couldn't stop the gold knife light. The flames would explode like fireworks when the light touched them, and the light showed no sign of slowing down. Yisha's expression hardened. The teeth knife in her left hand swung through the air, and a space crack headed in Han Sen's direction. A rift appeared next to Han Sen. If Han Sen went through that rift, he could avoid Meng Lai's wrath. But Han Sen didn't see the space crack. His eyes were red. They were too red. It was so scary. He stared at Meng Lai. Han Sen didn't remain immobile because he didn't want to escape. He simply couldn't. All the power in Han Sen's body was being sucked up by the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. The moment the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze lit up, Han Sen felt as if his power was a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It went thundering into the Shield of the Medusa's Gaze. His body seemed to have been sucked dry. The power from his 4 Geno arts drained out of him within a second. Han Sen suddenly became emaciated. He looked like a skeleton. It was like some witch had consumed all of his blood until he was nothing but a bloodless husk. His muscles were dying, and his skin was tight against his bones. He had become a dried-up human. Even the light of the peacock soul robe dimmed. The rainbow light extinguished, and the peacock king beast soul almost died. The eyes of the woman on the shield of the Medusa's gaze opened a little. It was like she was half awake and half asleep, with her heavy eyelids barely parted. As those eyes opened, two weird purple lights emerged. They shone on the gold knife light that could destroy the universe. In the future, onlookers would have a very difficult time describing what happened next. The strange light from the Medusa's eyes met the terrifying gold knife light, and the knife light froze in place. Only it wasn't just the gold knife light, either. Wherever that weird light shone on, everything froze. Even Meng Lai, who had previously seemed like an untouchable god. Both he and his gold lion head knife were motionless, still caught in mid-slash like a freeze frame from a movie. The purple light continued to shine. It wasn't just Meng Lai beneath that weird light. The purple color was spreading so fast, and many asteroids and planets were caught within it. They were frozen, and still, the light spread. If this continued, perhaps the whole system would be frozen. Blurg. Han Sen coughed up some blood. He separated himself from the shield of the Medusa's gaze. The moment Han Sen moved away from the shield of the Medusa's gaze, the eyes of the weird woman on the shield shut. The weird purple light vanished. But that region of space was still frozen in a purple hue. Meng Lai, the gold lion head knife, and the scary knife light hung in space like statues. And the nearby planets had once been spinning, but now they were purple and still. The scene was surreal and unsettling, something that shouldn't have been able to exist. The whole system looked dead. Everyone who could see this stared with open mouths. No one made a sound. The sight before them was too frightening for them to think about, and too strange to understand. They didn't even know how to respond. Miss Mirror waved her hands, and a mirror appeared. She stepped into it and disappeared. Chapter 2595 Chase Star Whip, let's go. Han Sen returned to the white whale and allowed Bauer to fly the white whale away. He felt terrible. The energy in his body was all gone, and his flesh was about to collapse. Even his Peacock King's soul robe had been drained. If he hadn't used the super god spirit body to separate himself from the shield of the Medusa's gaze, he and the Peacock King's soul robe would have been reduced to ash. Too scary, Han Sen thought, still reeling from what had happened. The price of using the shield of the Medusa's gaze was far greater than he could willingly accept. Furthermore, the eyes of the woman on the shield of the Medusa's gaze had only opened a little. Who could fathom how much power would be required to open both of her eyes completely? Until he became deified, Han Sen was no longer going to use it. It would kill him. Fortunately, after what happened, no one bothered to hunt him down. Aside from a few space xenogenics, nothing living bothered him. It wasn't like the Extreme King or other races couldn't find Han Sen, they simply didn't dare to. Meng Lai hung in space like a purple ice sculpture. The people who wanted to chase Han Sen down witnessed everything, and they decided that going after Han Sen was no longer worth it. The Extreme King paid a high price to remove Meng Lai from space. Han Sen could use the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Every race thought this was unbelievable. It was a true god weapon, and ordinary deifieds couldn't touch it. Han Sen was only a king, yet he had somehow accessed the weapon's horrifying power. It made every race fear him. Until Han Sen figured out how far he could go with the shield of the Medusa's gaze, no one dared to trouble him. If Han Sen was able to activate the entire power contained within the shield of the Medusa's gaze, no one would be able to defeat him aside from a true god deified. Now that no one was interfering with his travel, Han Sen and his people traveled through the remainder of the systems of chaos in safety. They reached Sky Palace without further danger. But Han Sen's situation wasn't good. The shield of the Medusa's gaze had sucked his body dry. After a month, Han Sen had yet to recover. The strength of his body had been drastically reduced. His legs were soft when he walked. It would take him another 2 or 3 years to fully recover. Fortunately, no one from the outside was aware of what had happened to him. They were in Sky Palace now, as well, so there was no need to worry about security. Sky Palace sent a few elders to welcome Han Sen and Yisha. They weren't showing such respect because of Yisha and the rebate, though, they had come because Han Sen was a very important individual. Han Sen was able to bless deifieds. And he owned the charming gods Zhen and the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Those things made Han Sen more valuable to them than the entire race of the rebate. It made Sky Palace treat him seriously. If they knew Han Sen also had the 9-spin destiny mirror and the Ghana's race weapon Purgatory Heaven, who knew what they would think? Han Sen rested in Sky Palace. Sky Palace sent many powerful deified elites skilled in healing to treat him, but they didn't achieve very good results. Han Sen wasn't just injured. He had exhausted his genes, and recovery wouldn't come easy. They were there for a few days when Yisha told Han Sen that Han Menger was there. It made Han Sen very happy. Han Sen thought that Narrow Moon might have been affected because of what he had done. It was good that Han Menger and the others were allowed into Sky Palace. But Han Sen hadn't seen Han Menger and the others just yet. Yisha smiled and didn't explain. She invited Han Sen to come with her. They left the xenogenic space of Sky Palace and headed to a nearby system that was also owned by Sky Palace. Sky Palace owned many systems, and this was an important one within their domain. As Han Sen flew alongside Yisha, he noticed that his surroundings weren't as he remembered. There used to be many stars in this area of space, but now, it was empty. There wasn't even an asteroid. Did a big fight take place here? Did the people of the Extreme King come? Han Sen asked Yisha with confusion. Yisha laughed and didn't say a word. She looked out across space. Han Sen followed her gaze. There, he saw many stars. It was nothing special, but soon after, Han Sen heard the sound of thunder echo through space. Even the vacuum couldn't stop that sound from being transmitted. Han Sen looked in the direction that the sound had come from, and then, his mouth dropped open in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was looking at Narrow Moon. All the planets of Narrow Moon moving toward him, heading for the empty section of space that he and Yisha hovered in. The scene was extremely shocking. A scary elite of Sky Palace was behind the star. He had a whip. Every time he swung the whip, the crack of thunder sounded. The cluster of stars were like many fat sheep. They were slowly being pushed forward. The very large Narrow Moon was being whipped forward into this place. Only, this can actually happen. Han Sen had no idea how to process what he was seeing. He never dreamed of something like this being possible. Yisha smiled and said, "If I wasn't prepared, I would never have allowed the people of the rebate to be put at risk. This is a deified weapon of Sky Palace. It is the Chase Star Whip, and it can make stars listen to its commands. I invited Sky Palace's leader to help me move Narrow Moon to this area. That is why we have allied with Sky Palace." Han Sen watched the whole of Narrow Moon be moved into an empty region of space. He assumed that the old system must have been moved elsewhere, to keep that region open for Narrow Moon. After Narrow Moon came to rest in its new home, Yisha took Han Sen over to thank the Sky Palace elder. The elder smiled and said, "This is only me doing what I should. There is no need to thank me." The elder took the Chase Star Whip with him when he left. Han Sen couldn't wait to enter Narrow Moon. He flew straight to Planet Eclipse and saw Han Menger. He was so happy. The rebate were talking about the deal that allowed them to join up with Sky Palace, but the part that included Han Sen was still something that had to be discussed. Because Han Sen was worth more than the whole of the rebate, Yisha only negotiated terms for the rebate themselves. She didn't include Han Sen in the discussions. Sky Palace had come up with many plans, but Han Sen decided to join Sky Palace as a member of the rebate. He didn't join Sky Palace as just himself. By doing that, he lost many of the benefits he could have earned. But Yisha had risked so much in the systems of chaos to save him. She moved the whole of the rebate because of it, and she had made enemies of the Extreme King in the process. That was a big favor. Han Sen couldn't abandon the rebate and join Sky Palace alone. Chapter 2596 Big Movie. Han Sen was a part of the rebate now. But he was a very prestigious individual in Sky Palace, and he could come and go as he pleased. He was treated like one of the people of Sky Palace, as if he shared a direct lineage with them. Han Sen even had an island for himself in Sky Palace. It was the Little Jade Island he used to occupy. Little Silver and Little Star were registered to occupy the Little Jade Island as well. Han Sen wanted to use his Blood Pulse Sutra power on them to make their blood stronger. But his body had yet to recover, and so, he could no longer do it. Little Silver tried to heal Han Sen's damaged body using his healing powers, in all of their electrifying glory. His attempt did have a positive effect, but it was fairly minuscule. Han Sen gave the Thunder God Spike to Little Silver. Little Silver and the Thunder God Spike's power could benefit each other, so it would be good for his evolution. He used glasses to examine all the creatures around him. They all had a 5-star potential, and in regards to their real potential, he would find that out once they became deified. One day, Han Sen was on his island sunbathing. Bauer was sitting nearby, still nibbling her purple ginseng. It wasn't getting any smaller, despite her constant gnawing. Little Angel and Zero were preparing lunch. Han Munger was holding the 6-core snake bow, and she was practicing archery. Little Silver and Little Star were lying on the ground quietly. There was a little beast that was like a white snowball scurrying around. Snowball was a creature from the sanctuaries. It was very special, as it could shield itself inside a white orb that couldn't be broken. Han Sen had brought the little creature to the Geno universe back when he was on planet Eclipse. Snowball had a good relationship with Xianxia King, and it had spent most of its time in the universe following him about. When Narrow Moon was first brought to Sky Palace, Snowball wasn't there. It had been with Xianxia King. Han Sen was wondering why Xianxia King had sent Snowball to him instead of just calling him on the phone. When Han Sen saw the item Snowball had come to deliver, he realized with shock that Xianxia King's overbearing president Love Luv had been made into a movie that was going to be on air soon. Snowball's delivery of a ticket of admission was a roundabout way of showing off. Han Sen searched the internet of the universe and found that Xianxia King's overbearing president Love Luv was insanely popular. His title was Teacher Xie. Han Sen tried to find out how many copies of overbearing president Love Luv had been sold so far, and there were many zeros. There were at least 1 billion, Han Sen thought. Good grief, how much did Xianxia King earn? Han Sen was frozen. No matter how much Han Sen fought or all the deified weapons he earned, he hadn't made as much money as Xianxia King in his drawings. Should I start drawing something, too? Han Sen was interested in the concept, but he realized that his drawing abilities were more than lacking. So, he shelved the idea. Sky Palace was going to be screening the movie, too. Han Sen brought Han Munger with him to watch it. It was just going to be them, so they could have the entire theater exclusively for themselves. When they went to the theater, Han Sen encountered Yun Suyi, Yun Susheng, and Thousand Feather Crane. They were all king class now. They had progressed just as quickly as Han Sen. In fact, Han Sen's progress hadn't been all that fast. He was slowed by his need to fulfill the requirements of 4 separate Geno arts. If he only practiced one, and it wasn't the story of genes, he would have likely been deified by now. Brother Han, are you alright? Yun Suyi asked, looking at Han Sen. They had wanted to visit the little Jade Island to see Han Sen a while ago, but Sky Palace forbade ordinary people from visiting there. So, this was the first time they had seen Han Sen in a long time. Han Sen didn't look so good. His body was all dry like a piece of smoked meat. It took Thousand Feather Crane a minute to recognize him. Much better. I'm almost okay. I was going to visit you guys a few days ago, but Elder Young wouldn't let me leave the little Jade Island until now, Han Sen explained. We know. We were told the same thing, or we would have already visited you on the little Jade Island, Thousand Feather Crane said. The movie is going to start. Let's go in, Yun Susheng said with a smile. Han Sen bought the whole theater. There was a lot of space, so he invited them there to watch it all together. Due to Han Sen already knowing what happened in the story, he wasn't too caught up in the movie. He was surprised to see Yun Suyi and Yun Susheng like it as much as they did. They were very excited. They would laugh at times, and at other times weep and cry their eyes out. In the end, the main character rescued a female character. When they kissed, Yun Suyi and Yun Susheng were so touched, their eyes almost turned into the shape of little hearts. It doesn't matter how strong a woman might be, they all have the same heart. Han Sen couldn't help but sigh. After the movie finished, Han Sen invited the 3 of them to have dinner. They talked comfortably together as they headed back. How come I never hear about Lone Bamboo anymore? Han Sen asked Thousand Feather Crane. He had asked other people about Lone Bamboo, but they were all so dodgy about the subject that he never really received an answer. Thousand Feather Crane hesitated, but Yun Suyi said angrily, it is because of that exquisite. Exquisite? Han Sen was shocked. He knew the name, but he didn't think exquisite would have anything to do with Lone Bamboo. Suyi, stop talking. Thousand Feather Crane frowned. Is this something I'm not allowed to know about? Han Sen asked, glancing at Thousand Feather Crane. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head and said, not exactly, but this incident cannot be helped. Even if you know, there is nothing you can do. If it isn't taboo, then why don't you just tell me? Han Sen said. Thousand Feather Crane still hesitated. Yun Suyi had practically told Han Sen the whole story, anyway. There was a good connection between Sky Palace and the Very High. People often believed Sky Palace was the mouthpiece for the Very High. Although Sky Palace wasn't one of the 3 highest races, the Extreme King were quite scared of Sky Palace, as well. In fact, Sky Palace depended on the power of the Very High. So, Exquisite and the other Very High came to Sky Palace. They asked Lone Bamboo and Yu Shangxin to join the Very High, and it was a request that Sky Palace couldn't refuse. Yu Shangxin agreed, whereas Lone Bamboo refused Exquisite's offer. This created some tension and a widening rift between Sky Palace and the Very High. The Very High didn't relent in their request, though, and Lone Bamboo didn't waver or give in to their demands. So, the leader of Sky Palace locked Lone Bamboo up. Couldn't Lone Bamboo refuse to join the Very High? Han Sen asked with a frown. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head with a wry smile. The relationship between Sky Palace and the Very High is very complicated. It seems as if there was some sort of agreement in place. Our leader is in hot water right now. He cannot refuse the demands of the Very High. If Lone Bamboo is locked up, does that mean that they've dropped their demand? Han Sen asked with a frown. Thousand Feather Crane chuckled and said, were it so easy. The Very High haven't said anything. They haven't yet said whether or not Lone Bamboo has to go. If they haven't cancelled their request, we have to respond somehow. We cannot sweep this matter under the rug. Chapter 2597 Lone Bamboo's persistence. Han Sen didn't have many ideas on how to resolve the matter. If two armies were fighting and Lone Bamboo was in danger, he would gladly join the fight. But right now, Lone Bamboo was incarcerated by the powers presiding over Sky Palace. Furthermore, they weren't at war with the Very High. Therefore, Han Sen had no way of helping. This is a hard situation to deal with. The Very High didn't want Lone Bamboo to join them permanently. It was supposed to be a temporary thing. Plus, they would have given Lone Bamboo a lot of resources. Others would beg for the benefits he would have been given for free. I don't know why Lone Bamboo would so firmly decide against going, Thousand Feather Crane said with a sigh. Han Sen thought that he understood what Lone Bamboo was thinking, but he hadn't spoken to the man in person yet. Therefore, he didn't know if his guesses were accurate. The next day, Han Sen went to ask the 10th elder, Yun Changkong, about being allowed to see Lone Bamboo. Yun Changkong was Yun Suyi and Yun Susheng's father, and he was Thousand Feather Crane's teacher. He had a good relationship with Han Sen, and he didn't deny his request. Maybe you can convince Lone Bamboo that joining the Very High isn't so bad, Yun Changkong said to Han Sen. Han Sen agreed. Then, Yun Changkong asked people to take Han Sen to the prison. Han Sen thought Sky Palace was just putting on a show. But when he went to the prison, he learned things weren't as simple as he initially believed. 12 suppressed demon locks were pierced through Lone Bamboo's body. They pinned him to a suppressed demon stone. He was covered in blood. Even his collar bones had been punctured. Han Sen was shocked. You are here. Lone Bamboo's limbs were locked painfully against the suppressed demon stone, and while he was in bad shape, he was still able to smile. It would have been impossible for anyone to look good under the circumstances, though. Those 12 suppressed demon locks had 12 different powers. There was water, fire, thunder, lightning, and 8 other powers that attacked his body continually. Even deified elites might not last very long under these conditions. It wasn't like it would kill him, but being tortured like this day and night was a fate that was worse than death. Is treating you this poorly really necessary? Han Sen demanded, growing a little angry as he looked at Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo was a student of the leader of the Sky Palace. He had the blood of Sky Palace's people, and yet, he was treated in this manner. There wasn't an ounce of sympathy being shown for him, and so the sight would give anyone a nasty chill. Don't be mad at them. This is all my own doing. Lone Bamboo chuckled bitterly. Han Sen brought out a bottle he had smuggled in. He gave Lone Bamboo a few sips of the beverage. After swallowing some himself, he asked, why do you refuse to join the Very High? Lone Bamboo licked the wine on his lips and said, joining the Very High would be very good for me. If I don't go, it might take me a decade or 2 to become deified. If I go to the Very High, I could become deified in only 3 years. If you understand that, then why don't you go? Han Sen asked, looking at Lone Bamboo. He knew that the man must have his reasons. Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sen and didn't answer his question. He asked, you like running naked? I guess I don't. Han Sen didn't know what Lone Bamboo meant, and so his answer was uncertain. Lone Bamboo smiled and said, I don't like it, either. So, no matter how many benefits the Very High offer me or how much punishment I must endure, I'm not going to the Very High. What do you mean? Are you saying the Very High like to run naked? You must take off all your clothes while you're there. Han Sen imagined exquisite and Li Keir frolicking naked. It was an image that made him smile. Of course, Han Sen was just joking. He knew the very high wouldn't be that creepy. The very high's very high sense can sense anything in the world. If you are chosen by them, you become a medium for them to feel the world. They can feel everything you do. If you eat, they can taste the saltiness, sweetness, sourness, or spiciness of your food. When you shower, they will know if it is hot or cold. Your emotions, your hobbies, or even your feelings when you sleep with a woman, the very high will get to experience everything. If you were in my position, would you go? Lone Bamboo asked, looking at Han Sen. Or the very high that sick? Han Sen's eyes were wide. This is merely my perspective. Of course, they might not be interested in which woman you sleep with, but regardless, you have no way of shutting off their power to feel whatever you do. Once you are plugged into their ability, there is no cancellation. They will always have their hooks in you, and I doubt they would ever willingly sever such a connection, Lone Bamboo said. Are you sure that's how this works? Han Sen asked seriously. Lone Bamboo smiled and said, if there is a race in this universe that can understand the very high the most, it would be as the sky. Although there is no real evidence, many generations of the sky have worked for the very high. This is a 90% accurate hypothesis. If things are like that, then I wouldn't go no matter what, Han Sen said with a nod. Han Sen held the bottle of wine up for Lone Bamboo to have a few more sips. He asked, but if you continue to refuse, will the very high let you go? I don't know, Lone Bamboo admitted with a shake of his head. Han Sen didn't ask anything further. He chatted with Lone Bamboo for a bit longer, and after he finished his wine, he left the prison. Han Sen was walking away, and as he did, he thought to himself, why would the very high want Lone Bamboo so badly? There must be a way I can help him. He left the restricted area and saw a man sitting on a white crane. The man was smiling at Han Sen. Uncle Yu. Han Sen raised his eyebrows at the sight of Yu Shangxin. Yu Shangxin had gone to the lands occupied by the dragons to save Han Sen once before. So, Han Sen was very polite whenever he saw the man. Yu Shangxin smiled and said, we should walk together, assuming that is okay with you. Are you coming for Lone Bamboo? Han Sen asked Yu Shangxin as he followed him. No, I'm here for you, Yu Shangxin answered. That surprised Han Sen. Before Han Sen said anything, Yu Shangxin went on to say, Sky Palace made a deal with the very high. So, whoever the very high selects must go. If Lone Bamboo doesn't go, then we must find a worthy replacement. That person you are suggesting can't be me, can it? Han Sen smiled wryly. Aside from Lone Bamboo, the only other one of this generation that can impress the very high is you, Yu Shangxin said with a smile. I can't do it, either, Han Sen said with a vigorous shake of his head. He didn't like running around naked any more than Lone Bamboo. Yu Shangxin had expected Han Sen to react this way, and so he coldly said, I'm sure Lone Bamboo filled you in on what the very high are like. I waited until now to see you so that I wouldn't have to waste my breath. Uncle Yu, you don't need to try to convince me. My thoughts on the matter are the same as Lone Bamboo's. I would rather go to prison than go to the very high, Han Sen said with a shake of his head. Chapter 2598 Extreme Evil Path. Yu Shangxin's expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest after hearing Han Sen's speech. He asked calmly, have you heard the tale of the Sky Alpha known as Suppressed Demon? No, Han Sen wasn't in the mood for a story, but if someone like Yu Shangxin wanted to talk, then Han Sen would listen. Yu Shangxin's smooth voice remained just loud enough for Han Sen to hear him. In ancient times, before the interstellar area, the sky lived on a planet where a demon also resided. It ate people. The demon would eat one person every day. But the demon didn't have its own body. If it wanted to eat someone, it would have to possess the body of one sky to devour the body of another. Because they were unable to prevent the demon from possessing them, the sky had many incidents involving fathers eating their sons, wives eating husbands, or even children eating their grandparents. Those things continued to happen until R Alpha rose to the challenge. He offered himself to the demon and allowed the demon to assume control of his body. And, did the Sky Alpha somehow imprison the demon? Han Sen was curious. No, R Alpha's power wasn't vastly superior to that of the average Sky. The demon gained control of his body, too. The demon used him to eat many Sky, Yu Shangxin said flatly. That answer wasn't what Han Sen had expected. Yu Shangxin looked at Han Sen and went on to say, although R Alpha was controlled by the demon, he managed to accomplish something more than most possessed sky. Other sky, when they were controlled by the demon, still had their will. But they didn't hate the demon. They were scared of it like a tiger. Even if they pretended not to be, they couldn't lie to the demon. That was because when the demon possessed a sky, it could peer into their thoughts. No matter what that person did, they couldn't lie to the demon. So, it didn't matter what they said or did. The demon would still see into their thoughts. The demon would control them and force them to kill themselves. The Alpha was the only exception to this. What did he do? Han Sen had become very curious. He didn't do anything. He befriended the demon. Xianxia said. I thought you said the demon could see through the thoughts of the sky. How could the Alpha trick a demon like that? Han Sen asked with confusion. The sky's Alpha must have hated the demon. Xianxia laughed and said, that is why Master Alpha was different. He faced an enemy that he hated the most, yet he was able to let go of that anger and treat the demon so kindly. It was as if he considered the demon to be his own son, and no matter how much the demon did wrong, he still forgave it. That was a care that came from the heart. In this universe, aside from my Alpha, I have yet to see anyone be able to do the same thing. Are you saying the kindness of Master Alpha touched that demon? Han Sen couldn't guess the ending of this story, so this was his best attempt. Yes, Master Alpha's kindness had an impact on the demon. That demon was only supposed to possess someone for a single day before disposing of the host. But when it entered the Alpha's body, it remained there. It never left him, until Master Alpha found a weakness inside the demon and killed it. He ended the nightmare that had plagued the sky for as long as my people could remember, Xianxia said. Han Sen was blown away by this story. The Alpha had used love to earn the trust of a demon that could read people's minds, and then killed the demon he had grown to love. Han Sen didn't know what sort of person could do that. If he had been in the Alpha's place, Han Sen didn't think he could have achieved the same. Teacher your Alpha is a real saint. I'm just a normal man. Do you want me to go feed a demon? I can't do it. I would be angered by the very high, and I would likely end up dead. Han Sen understood what Xianxia meant by telling him the story, but he knew that he couldn't do it. Understanding didn't matter. It's okay if you can't do it. I can help you, Xianxia said with a smile. Really, you can help with this? Han Sen asked skeptically. He thought Xianxia must have been yanking his chain. Xianxia laughed and said, do you know why my name is Xianxia? Only, how am I supposed to know something like that? Han Sen thought to himself. But what he said was, I have heard your temper got better when you received this name, Mr. Was it to make you think more positive things? Xianxia smiled and said, I thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I don't really have positive thoughts. The reason why I am called Xianxia is to tell myself that no matter what happens, I should never give up on myself. It doesn't matter if I become evil or commit a crime no one else can accept. It doesn't matter how much I am hated, at the very least, I can avoid hating myself. I need a good heart to love myself with. Han Sen was frozen. This was the first time he had ever heard someone explain their good heart to someone else. The Geno arts I practice are based on evil powers. If I think of evil things, they will be more powerful. When I was younger, the reason I came to Sky Palace to kill the elders was precisely because of this. But the stronger this Geno art becomes, the more it claims me. I didn't practice the skills of killing, I trained the mental fortitude of not allowing myself to ever be claimed by evil. Only I can control myself in this world. No one else can use me. Not even God. Xianxia was speaking so quietly, but Han Sen could feel the overbearing weight of the man's words. But Han Sen didn't understand how this conversation had anything to do with the very high. Xianxia looked at Han Sen and smiled. The extreme evil path I have practiced doesn't have a sensing power like the very high, but it does contain a unique ability. I can use my evil to possess you. And when the very high use their senses to invade your mind, they will only touch the evil of my mind. And so, all they will feel are my feelings. It will mean that they cannot feel anything about you. That way, you won't have to worry about their invasive senses. You can enjoy all the benefits of the very high without having to worry about being watched. Would you reject a swath of benefits like that? You can really do that. Han Sen didn't doubt what Xianxia was saying, despite how far-fetched it seemed. Still, he felt compelled to ask. If you don't believe me, we can conduct a test. Meet Exquisite from the very high, and then you can find out if I'm telling the truth or not, Xianxia said with a smile. Chapter 2599 Taoism. Han Sen didn't believe him, but he hadn't yet tried the test that Yu Shengsan had suggested. He wanted to help Lone Bamboo, but he wasn't going to the very high on his friend's behalf. Seeing Han Sen leave, Yu Shengsan smiled. He did not get mad at Han Sen's rejection. Back on the small jade island, Han Sen continued to absorb King Gene's. He wanted to get the story of Gene's to the 9th tier as soon as he could. Han Sen called Ji Yu Qingcheng over to discuss the matter of Lone Bamboo. Ji Yu Qingcheng listened to his tale and said to him, Yu Shengsan is correct. It doesn't matter who ends up going, but Sky Palace will need to send someone else to the very high. Their demand cannot be ignored. Sky Palace has many people. Is it necessary for me to go? Han Sen said. Ji Yu Qingcheng shook her head. It isn't that simple. If it was, Sky Palace wouldn't have put their beloved son in jail. I don't think Sky Palace can choose which individual goes. They will need a person that interests the very high. Otherwise, a swap won't work. And that is why Yu Shengsan is trying to convince you. I'm not stupid. I won't go even if they personally invite me. And he wants me to beg before the very high like I'm a slave. Han Sen said with a lift of his lips. It isn't like that. To normal people, going to the very high is a grand opportunity. They are the ones who want to do the begging. You and Lone Bamboo are special. If you weren't special, I don't think the very high would care as much as they do now. Ji Yu Qingcheng smiled as she spoke. Is there no other way? Han Sen asked. That would depend on Sky Palace. If they don't want to enter a disagreement with the very high, they will have to send someone no matter what. The two of them discussed the matter a little more, but they were unable to come up with any ideas. Their power wouldn't be nearly enough to go against the very high. Whatever they tried would be ineffective. If Lone Bamboo hasn't been taken away, that means there is room for negotiation. We will find a way to navigate through this. Han Sen kept trying to think of a way to help Lone Bamboo as he practiced. Brother Han, there is a meeting with the very high. Are you joining? Yun Sui asked with a look of anger. She had come over to visit the little jade island. What meeting? Han Sen asked with confusion. He had been recovering there for some time, so he hadn't heard a thing about a meeting. Yun Sui explained. The younger very high and Sky will be exchanging Geno arts. They said there is to be a discussion, but it is more like the very high will talk and we will just sit there listening. What will they talk about? Han Sen asked with curiosity. The Geno arts of the very high are very expansive. They know the Geno arts of many races, so they can talk about anything. They're really that good. Maybe I should go and listen, then. Han Sen didn't really want to go and listen to Geno arts. He just wanted to confirm that this exquisite was the same exquisite he had encountered in the core area. He established a time with Yun Sui. The next night, Han Sen took Bauer and Ji Yu Qingcheng with him. He met up with Yun Sui and some other people from Sky Palace. Together, they joined the meeting. The meeting was taking place on Thousand Lake Island. That island was strange. Its center was a lake, and the lake's water constantly spilled onto the lower levels of the island. The whole island was like a sloped collection of lakes. The very high held their meeting at the center of the lake. There was a lotus platform that was around the size of a soccer pitch. It was floating in the center of the lake, and there were pavilions scattered around it. When Han Sen arrived, the meeting area was full of Sky Palace students. Most of the students could only listen from their pavilions. Some of the higher class students were able to sit on the lotus platform itself to talk directly with the very high. They said they were going to occupy the same tables as everyone else, but the very high were actually occupying the primary seats. The Sky Palace students could only sit to the side, and it was usually the Sky Palace students that had to ask questions. The very high were always the ones answering. They were like teachers answering their students. Thousand Feather Crane and the Young Sisters brought Han Sen and Ji Yu Qingcheng to the lotus platform. The Sky Palace students knew all about Han Sen. They greeted him and immediately allowed him to take the finest seats. Han Sen only wanted to find someplace random to sit down, but the people there were excited. The Sky Palace students kept pushing him forward, and so he couldn't refuse them. He had to sit down someplace more distinguished. It wasn't like the students of Sky Palace forced him deliberately. Everyone knew about Han Sen fighting Meng Lai in the Systems of Chaos. There wasn't a person in Sky Palace who hadn't heard the story. He was a king class that could defeat Meng Lai. He deserved to take the number 1 seat, above the Sky Palace kings and half-deifieds. Plus, Han Sen was quite famous in Sky Palace. He and Lone Bamboo were called the Knife and Sword Masters. They had become teachers. If Lone Bamboo wasn't there, then it was natural for Han Sen to sit in the most respected position. Not long after, both sides of the Lotus platform were full of Sky Palace students. But the center seats were still empty. Do the Very High really think so highly of themselves? A Sky Palace student asked coldly. It was because of Lone Bamboo that the Sky Palace students disliked the Very High. That meeting wasn't going to be as cordial as previous ones. But while everyone discussed the Very High, a white jade carriage flew toward them. The jade beasts that pulled the carriage were like tigers of some sort. They looked almost like a mascot. They were obviously special. When Han Sen looked the creatures over, he was surprised. He didn't recognize what species the jade beasts belonged to, but when he felt their presence, he could immediately tell they were deifieds. There were 6 of those jade beasts pulling the carriage. That power was something even Sky Palace's leader could appreciate. Han Sen was surprised by how strong these Very High must be when he saw their mode of transportation. But Han Sen's initial assumption that the carriage belonged to Exquisite was wrong. It was for the use of Very High who were visiting other races. Many Very High used it, so it didn't belong to anyone in particular. The beast carriage drove over to the Lotus platform. There, the beautiful jade car's door opened. A man and a woman emerged. Just as Han Sen thought, that woman was Li Qier's third sister, Exquisite. But this time, it wasn't Li Qier who was accompanying her. It was a man. The man and the woman walked to the primary seats and bowed before everyone. The man said airily, "I am sorry to have kept you guys waiting. If there are no other matters to discuss, let us get on with it. If you have questions, ask them. My sister and I will try to answer every question we are posed." He sounds way too cocky. He said this was an exchange, but it sounds more like a teacher talking to children, Han Sen thought to himself. While they were talking, Exquisite and the Very High man took a seat. The man looked at the Sky Palace students on both sides. He saw Han Sen occupying the first seat with Ji Yu Qingcheng next to him. When the man looked at Ji Yu Qingcheng's face, his own face froze. He stared at her a little, and then pulled his gaze away. Chapter 2600 God's spirit touched Ji Yu Qingcheng's face was breathtakingly pretty. Even those who were close with her, like Han Sen, would find themselves staring at her ethereal beauty now and again. The Very High man had only looked at her for a moment or two before turning away. He had an impressive amount of self-control. Exquisite looked at her as well. But her vision paused on Han Sen for longer. After all, he was seated in a place of honor. That meeting had no deifieds. All the attendees were young elites, but if someone was sitting in the first seat, it had to mean that they were someone of prestige and importance to the Sky Palace. But at that moment, Han Sen wasn't looking good. He looked dry and thin, like a refugee that had spent too long without food. He was only skin and bones. "How might I refer to you?" Exquisite asked, looking at Han Sen. She had seen Han Sen's videos, but that was before he incurred his most recent injuries. He looked completely different right now, so she didn't recognize him. "I am Han Sen," Han Sen answered truthfully. Upon hearing Han Sen's name, that Very High man couldn't help but turn to look at him. He clearly knew about Han Sen and what he had accomplished. "You are the one who owns the charming gods Jian and the shield of the Medusa's gaze. It is no wonder you look so special," Exquisite said emotionlessly. By special, she was referring to his physical appearance. She wasn't really complimenting him. From what she could see, Han Sen had simply lucked out by collecting 2 true god treasures. He was lucky and nothing more, that was her general conclusion. She believed the true merit of his power was nothing substantial. Han Sen's face looked sour. He didn't respond. He knew that Exquisite wasn't actually complimenting him. "If no one has any questions, I will start first. Let's talk about phenomenon," the man said calmly. After the man said this, the expressions on the faces of the students of the Sky Palace looked somewhat strained. Phenomenon was a secret Sky Palace Geno art, although it wasn't as special as the textless book. When the man said he wanted to talk about phenomenon, it was his way of saying, "The way you practice Geno arts is bad. Allow me to show you how it is done." The way the man spoke made many of the Sky Palace students upset. But they were seated before one of the Very High, and so, no one did anything. The Sky Palace students stared at the man, waiting to hear what he was going to tell them. Han Sen could tell the man had selected this Geno art on purpose. He wanted to use this opportunity to build up his image before the young people of the Sky Palace. That was why he spoke in such a condescending way. Han Sen wanted to listen to him, too. That very high man was called Bixi, and Han Sen was keen to hear what input he could provide on phenomenon. Phenomenon refers to the universe's phenomena. Phenomenon is the reason for life existing. But people are stupid, and they cannot see through things without phenomena. People require clear signs to clarify the unknowable. The Sky students who heard this weren't impressed. It was an ordinary speech that didn't mean much to them. If they were required to speak, they would have said the same thing. It seemed as if the man knew what everyone was thinking, and so he coldly went on to say, I am one of those people, too. I cannot get rid of this foolishness. I cannot see through things without phenomena. So, there is a saying, and it goes like this, only if you go into phenomena and feel the phenomena, and experience what is inside, do you have the chance to understand. That is the so-called Taoism. When I practiced phenomenon, the teacher talked about this the first day. Mr. Bixi doesn't need to explain this, so just get to the point, a Sky Palace student said hurriedly. Bixi didn't speak, and his face was unreadable. Since he first met her, Han Sen thought exquisite merely pretended to be detached. But now, seeing Bixi, he noticed this emotionless expression was the only one they were capable of. This wasn't a pretense. Everyone knows Taoism, but in regards to how they know it, everyone has a different saying. There is no correct answer, Bixi said. Taoism is natural. Everyone has their own way of learning it. An answer isn't required, a student of Sky Palace said. I just said that a moment ago, Bixi replied. Phenomenon refers to the phenomena of the universe. If there are phenomena, there are rules. If there are no rules, there would be no reasons. Then, you would not need to learn it. The Sky Palace student fell quiet. He continued listening in silence. Bixi set something down on a table in front of him. Everyone looked at it. It was a square and transparent box that looked to have been made of crystal. It was a dozen centimeters wide. Within the box, they could see a crystalline ladybug. It sort of looked like a beetle. It was fairly cute. Bixi opened the crystal box, and the ladybug climbed out of it slowly. Then he said, every living creature has a path to follow, but understanding the reason for each path isn't easy. This is a beetle xenogenic called God Spirit Touch. It is a very rare xenogenic. Through this, we can understand some of the rules and reasons here. After that, Bixi reached out his finger. He sliced his finger and pushed out a drop of his own blood onto the ladybug. The ladybug opened its mouth and drank that droplet of blood. And then, it stopped and remained still. It no longer moved. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what Bixi was doing. As they watched in confused silence, the ladybug that had sucked up Bixi's blood began to show some weird changes. The ladybug was changing its skin. As it did so, its face contorted. It pulled its new body forward, leaving a perfect shell behind. And the process wasn't over, either. After changing a layer of its shell, the ladybug started twisting its body again. It quickly left a second, smaller shell behind. The fist-sized ladybug kept changing its skin. Every time it shed a skin, its body became smaller, and the shells it left behind were like perfect crystal beetle art. Each discarded shell was smaller than the last. As everyone watched, that beetle swapped its skin 9 times. Its body was eventually reduced to the size of a small coin. After that, it stopped moving. It just laid down where it was, looking very tired. Everyone looked at Bixi, waiting for his explanation. They had seen bugs change their skin before, but they didn't know what it had to do with what Bixi had been telling them. The God Spirit Touch is born very sensitive to blood, and it can tell you the quality of your birth genes. The stronger the gene blood, the more effect it will have on the beetle. Ordinarily, the genes of low-tier creatures can enable a beetle to swap its skin once or twice. If someone has high-class genes, the beetle can swap its skin 8 to 10 times. With my very high experience, I can tell you that if someone can make the God Spirit Touch shed its shell 10 times, that means the person conducting the test has genes that are strong enough to see them one day become a true god, Bixi said factually. Chapter 2601 Han Sen's Test. Why is this process so familiar? Why do I feel like this is the same concept as the crystallizer glasses? Han Sen looked at the God Spirit Touch on the table, deep in thought. The people of Sky Palace were observing the God Spirit Touch. They didn't believe the God Spirit Touch could reveal such amazing information. If their future was able to be decided by an insect, then what was the point of continued practice? It's just a bug. How can it decide our fate? Thousand Feather Crane asked in annoyance. He was speaking aloud what everyone else in Sky Palace was thinking. Bixie looked as cold as he always did. He looked at Thousand Feather Crane and said, although it is not 100% accurate, its margin for error is small. If you people don't believe me, you are welcome to give it a try. How do we give it a try? Thousand Feather Crane asked, looking at the coin-sized God Spirit Touch ladybug. Bixie didn't speak. He reached his hand out to tap the God Spirit Touch. The God Spirit Touch's body shivered. Then, it climbed back into the bug shells it had previously shed. Layer by layer, it pulled itself back into the bug shells to recompose itself. They fit around it without a single seam showing. If they hadn't witnessed that, the crowd would never have suspected that the bug had 9 layers of the shell to shed. Now, Bixie said, give him a drop of your blood. It will eat your blood and start removing its shells per the genes within your blood. Thousand Feather Crane didn't hesitate. He put out his finger and squeezed out a droplet of blood. He allowed the God Spirit Touch ladybug to swallow the droplet of blood. But this time, the ladybug only shed 7 layers of its shell. Then, it stopped moving. It looked exhausted again. 7 armor talent. Not bad. If your luck doesn't work against you, you can become deified and even reach the rank of transmutation, Bixie said, looking intently at the God Spirit Touch. I just say this bug has gotten tired, and that is why he stopped moving after taking off 7 layers of its shell, Young Sui said with a slight sneer. All of the Sky Palace students agreed. They all doubted the truthfulness of the God Spirit Touch's ability. Third sister, why don't you show us? Bixie said, looking at Exquisite. Exquisite nodded. She used her finger to touch the head of the God Spirit Touch. The God Spirit Touch put on its layers of shell again. Exquisite fed it a droplet of her blood. As everyone watched, the bug started to shed its layers of armor again. It removed 9 layers of the shell. If you guys still don't believe us, you are welcome to try it yourselves. The genes of the sky are quite good when compared to most of the higher races. A 5-rank gene talent is most common, but it isn't hard to get 7 or 8. 9 is very rare, though. Right now, in the sky, we have only been able to confirm that Lone Bamboo and xianxia have a 9 armor talent, Bixie said. People still didn't believe it, and Young Sui suddenly said, it is easy to tell if this bug is accurate. Please enlighten us, Bixie said while looking at Young Sui. The Sky Palace students all looked at Young Sui, as well. Young Sui looked at Bixie and confidently said, you said Lone Bamboo had a 9 armor talent, right? That is correct, Bixie answered with certainty. Then it is easy, Young Sui said with a laugh. She looked at Han Sen and said, if Lone Bamboo has a 9 armor talent, then I present to you Brother Han, who has the same skill as Lone Bamboo. I think he is as talented as Lone Bamboo. Would you not agree? Right, Brother Han and Lone Bamboo are similar. Perhaps we should allow Brother Han to give it a try. The Sky Palace students were all in agreement. Han Sen's reputation in Sky Palace was as solid as Lone Bamboo's, and he had done so much outside of Sky Palace to exceed everyone's expectations of him. He had even taken down the Extreme King's 4th uncle. If the bugs said Han Sen wasn't talented, they wouldn't believe in the insect's accuracy. Maybe not. Bixie looked at Han Sen and coldly said, the gene talents of the crystallizers have flaws in them. They are only advanced in their intelligence. They don't exceed others in any capacity. Most of their race is like that. Even a few of the mutated ones aren't much different, they might gain 1 or 2 additional shells. Having 3 more is incredibly rare. Having 3 more shells is great. If normal crystallizers have a 6 armor talent, then it isn't outlandish to believe Brother Han might have a 9 armor talent, Young Sui said. The sky are a high race. Ordinary people of the sky have a 5 armor talent. The crystallizers are not a high race. Ordinary crystallizers only have 3 or 4 armor talents. My race has seen many crystallizers and tested them with the God Spirit Touch. 4 armor talents are very rare, and I have never seen one with a 5 armor talent, Bixie said levelly. If Brother Han cannot test and display a 9 armor talent, then it proves the God Spirit Touch isn't accurate, Young Sui surely said. I agree. Brother Han's skill, if he doesn't get a 9 armor talent, that means the bug is faulty. Yes. If Brother Han doesn't have a 9 armor talent, then further testing is unnecessary. Even if he has a 9 armor talent, it is useless. We cannot reach Brother Han's achievement. That means the results from this thing are pointless. Only all of the Sky Palace students were excited. Some of them weren't actually suspicious of the God Spirit Touch, but this was about Lone Bamboo. Bixie and the others had made them mad. The Sky Palace students weren't fond of Bixie and Exquisite, and that was why they were so excited. I cannot tell you if it is real or not. We will have to find out through further testing. Bixi remained emotionless. It was like his face was wearing a mask that never moved. Han Sen didn't want to participate in such a test. It was none of his business, but the Sky Palace students were begging him to. So, he stood up and walked next to Bixi. Bixi didn't say much. He pressed the God Spirit Touch's head to have it scurry around, collecting all of its shells. Then, he told Han Sen, "It's ready. The genes of humans aren't stable, and even the crystallizer glasses weren't able to tell me anything. I wonder if this God Spirit Touch can do what the glasses couldn't," Han Sen thought to himself. Then, he squeezed out some blood from his finger and held it in front of the God Spirit Touch. The God Spirit Touch sucked Han Sen's finger, pulling Han Sen's blood into its belly. The people of Sky Palace observed the God Spirit Touch nervously. Bixi and Exquisite watched the God Spirit Touch, as well. They were interested to see how much armor talent he had. As everyone watched, the God Spirit Touch's body shivered. It twitched slowly as it processed the blood it had taken in. Chapter 2602 Han Sen's Gene Talent. After the God Spirit Touch's body shivered, it quickly emerged from its first shell. It left the empty shell behind. I wonder how many layers of shell teacher Han can make the God Spirit Touch leave behind. Some of the Sky Palace students had studied directly underneath him back when he was a teacher. So, they were used to calling him Teacher Han. It's difficult to tell. If that God Spirit Touch is accurate, Teacher Han's rating won't be that high. It's true that the genes of the crystallizers aren't very strong. Everyone whispered to each other in hushed discussions as the God Spirit Touch removed its third layer of shell. Then it removed its fourth. It had removed 4 layers of shell in total. Han Sen was excited about this. Glasses hadn't been able to determine the talent of humans, but this God Spirit Touch seemed to be capable of doing so. This ladybug could conduct a test no matter what level you were. If a person wasn't deified, Glasses showed a max rating of 5 stars. But that was to be expected. Glasses could only collect a certain amount of information by scanning. That wasn't bad, considering that it couldn't directly analyze blood like the ladybug could. Glasses couldn't be expected to be as accurate as the God Spirit Touch. That pair of glasses is like some kid's education tool. The crystallizers must surely have some better tools somewhere. As Han Sen was thinking about this, the God Spirit Touch removed its 5th layer of shell. It's still peeling off its skin. It looks like Brother Han's talent is exceptional, Thousand Feather Crane complimented, as he watched the God Spirit Touch remove the 7th layer. Bixi and Exquisite were both surprised. The evolutional capabilities of crystallizer genes were not high. It wasn't bad to have a 4 armor talent, but a 7 armor talent was a little too much. He must have experienced a lot of mutations to see the gene potential reach such numerical heights. But then, after the God Spirit Touch removed its 7th armor, it continued to peel off more. He has an 8 armor talent. Exquisite and Bixi were shocked. The concept seemed impossible. One of the crystallizers shouldn't have been able to evolve that much. Even if a deified placed his deified genes into the body of a crystallizer, it still couldn't guarantee that a weak crystallizer could show an 8 armor talent. But it didn't seem to be ending there, either. The God Spirit Touch, after the removal of the 8th shell, continued to shiver and shake. It looked as if it had an itch, and that was why it was removing its skin. When the God Spirit Touch removed another layer of its shell, the Sky Palace students were beaming with unbridled joy. It looks like this bug is accurate, after all. It is better than some guy making a random judgment. No wonder Brother Han is considered an equal to Lone Bamboo. His gene talents are excellent. Teacher Han is so smart. If he worked harder, he could be greater than the very high. That is all a 9 armor talent can do. Brother Han reached that prestige easily. What was that guy saying? Didn't he say crystallizers can't have a 9 armor talent? The Sky Palace students weren't fond of Bixi and Exquisite due to the very highest treatment of Lone Bamboo. They wouldn't let this opportunity go. The kings and half-deifieds didn't say anything horrible, but the nearby students wouldn't stop talking. They mocked the 2 very high continually. Bixi and Exquisite weren't paying attention to the snide remarks of the Sky Palace students, though. They merely looked at Han Sen and frowned. The gene talent of crystallizers cannot reach 9 armors, unless this Han Sen isn't one of the crystallizers. Either that, or his genes evolved due to some very unique circumstances. That's the only way he could achieve a 9 armor talent. No matter what the cause, though, we should be wary of this Han Sen, Bixi said seriously. Exquisite nodded. 9 armor talents are rare. I didn't expect to see this result from a crystallizer. If he evolved, he must have received a boost that we can't possibly fathom. That is how his genes have evolved so much. Exquisite didn't doubt that Han Sen was a crystallizer. Crystallizers were easy to recognize, and when Kong Fei lit up the lantern to create the race of the No, many of the elites saw Han Sen accompanying him. They had immediately known that he was a crystallizer. Back then, Han Sen was too low level. The deified elites were able to see through his genes with ease, and there was no way for Han Sen to hide the identity of his genes back then. There was no way he could have masked his race. So, Bixie and Exquisite believed Han Sen must have stumbled upon some ancient secret that allowed his gene talents to become so scary that they were almost as good as the very highs. But neither of them thought there was anything sketchy about the fact that he had a 9 armor talent. 9 armor talents, while rare, did exist. Some of the extreme king in the sky could produce the 9 armor talent result. That was especially true of the extreme king. Their powerful king bodies could reach a 9 armor talent. So, having a 9 armor talent didn't interest Bixie and Exquisite. It all came down to a person's intelligence. Bixie's silkworm was xianxia. Exquisite wanted lone bamboo. They were happy with their silkworms. Even if Han Sen had a 9 armor talent, they still believed their silkworms were better. But what happened next shocked Bixie and Exquisite. Even if they hadn't practiced the very high forget love, their emotions would have been colder than the average person's. But now, their faces changed as they looked upon the God Spirit Touch. That God Spirit Touch had removed 9 layers of its shell, but now its body moved to peel off another. How is that possible? Bixie and Exquisite were in shock. Even amongst the very high, not many could produce a 10 armor talent figure. The Sky Palace students were overjoyed. Young Sui was smiling as she said, "Brother Han really is different. He has a 10 armor talent. No wonder Han Sen has been able to achieve so much. He is so talented," young Sushang said with a smile. The other Sky Palace students weren't as polite as the young sisters, though. They were all laughing. "I thought a 9 armor talent was good, but apparently it isn't. Teacher Han randomly tested it and received a 10 armor talent result. Right, I bet they just started gushing about how crystallizer gene talents would be bad because they only had a 9 armor talent. You guys don't understand. Whoever is born first is bigger, and in that case, 9 is bigger than 10. You are right, no wonder they're so confident." As the Sky Palace students continued to mock, the God Spirit Touch crawled out of the front of its shell and left behind a layer of armor that was like a coin. A 10 armor talent. He really does have a 10 armor talent. Exquisite and Bixie looked at Han Sen with astonishment. It wasn't hard to find a silkworm with a 9 armor talent, but a 10 armor talent silkworm would be very hard to achieve. If there were no accidents, and he was given enough resources, a person with a 10 armor talent had a high chance of becoming a true god. But something even more shocking happened. After the God Spirit Touch peeled off its 10th layer, it continued to move. Chapter 2603 Armor Talent. Exquisite and Bixie were so shocked. A 10 armor talent was the highest that a creature of the universe could achieve. Although legend said that a sacred 11th armor talent did exist, that would be something reserved for mythical beings like God. Everyone knew of the very high Alpha, the ancient God King, and the sacred leader. They were mythical figures who fought legendary battles in ancient times. They breached the Geno Hall and became known throughout the annals of history. There were many others, too, whose legends were passed down through the history of the universe. But legends were just legends. No one knew if they had ever even been tested by a God Spirit Touch. Exquisite and Bixie, who were both born in the very high, had never seen an 11 armor talent before. But now, the God Spirit Touch was still moving. It looked as if it was actually going to shed its 11th layer of shell. Is this crystallizer man as strong as the very high Alpha, the ancient God King, and the sacred leader? Exquisite was in shock. Even with her personality, she couldn't keep her eyes from growing wide. She looked at Han Sen and the moving God Spirit Touch in disbelief. The Sky Palace students were quiet, too. They thought something had to be wrong. They had been mocking Exquisite and Bixie only a moment before, but now they too were thinking these results were a little too ridiculous. It was fair to admit that the very high were the strongest race. Their talent was top dog, and even Bixie and Exquisite had a 9 armor talent. But Han Sen had received 10, and the process still wasn't over. Teacher Han's talent is a little too much, the Sky Palace students thought in shock. The students of Sky Palace always knew Han Sen had absurd talents, but it was too shocking to consider that his talent might have actually exceeded those of the very high. They almost couldn't believe it. After all, the crystallizers of the universe were famous for their technology. Their gene evolution was known to be poor. This was their weakest aspect, and right now, it was trampling the very high. It was pretty ridiculous. Under the weight of every pair of eyes at the meeting, the beetle that looked around the size of a nail continued to shake. Its body contorted, twisted, and spun with its mouth open. And then, a smaller bug emerged. That bug was only the size of a grain of rice. It was oval in shape, and it didn't look like a god spirit touch anymore. Before, whenever it shook off one of the initial 10 layers, it still looked like a ladybug. But this grain-sized creature was like a silkworm. It was oval in its shape. It looked cute, and it was quite fat. Everyone was looking at the bug in shock. Even Bixie and Exquisite looked stunned. They owned the god spirit touch, but this was the first time they had ever seen the god spirit touch behave this way. They had never seen it remove its 11th shell before. Does he really have an 11 armor talent? Exquisite looked at Han Sen and the god spirit touch with a queer stare. Her eyes kept twitching as thoughts ran through her mind. Han Sen looked at the god spirit touch on the table. He kept thinking, weird. When glasses tested me, it just told me that my genes were unstable. I was unable to get a result. How can this bug keep peeling away its layers? If Exquisite and Bixie are correct about its accuracy, then that means my talent is awesome. But Han Sen didn't feel as if his talents were strong. At least, that was the way he felt when he practiced with the story of genes. Whenever he had to work with that, he felt practically useless. His ability to continue leveling up was completely dependent on resources. As Han Sen was thinking, the god spirit touch moved. It shook and shivered frantically, as it moved toward Han Sen. Bixie and Exquisite were shocked about this, too. The god spirit touch was just a xenogenic Bixie had captured. Although it was half deified, it wasn't deified yet. It couldn't fight. Due to the fact that it was very sensitive to the genes in one's blood, it was a very rare xenogenic. Usually, any very high that encountered a god spirit touch would try to claim and tame it with secret skills. The god spirit touch was loyal until its master died. Only then would it try to find another master. If Bixie didn't give a command, the god spirit touch wouldn't move. But right now, although Bixie hadn't given a single order, the little creature started moving over toward Han Sen. This shocked Bixie. Bixie's heart jumped. He tried to call the god spirit touch back, but it ignored his command. It kept crawling over to Han Sen, and that gave Bixie a shock. What is going on? Bixie looked dumbfounded. He couldn't understand this, and he looked at Han Sen and the god spirit touch with a befuddled expression. The god spirit touch was a half-deified xenogenic, but its power wasn't like that of an ordinary xenogenic. Its body wasn't strong. It had the toughness of a half-deified, but not the attack power. It couldn't even fly. In space, it could float. But on land, it could only crawl. Han Sen saw it climb over to the edge of the table. Then, it fell off. Han Sen caught the little creature in his hand. The moment Han Sen touched the god spirit touch, he felt its will enter his brain. His mind was full of messages that begged him. It wasn't a language, just an overwhelming sense of desire. Han Sen was able to understand it was begging. I beg you, help me evolve, that was what it meant. The little creature's mind was full of sincere begging. Only, how can I help you evolve? You want more of my blood? Han Sen wondered aloud. He didn't know how to help the god spirit touch exactly. I beg you, help me evolve. The god spirit touch kept sending him this message. It looks like this guy isn't so smart after all, Han Sen thought. But Han Sen realized it might not have wanted blood. There were still traces of blood on the tip of Han Sen's finger, but the god spirit touch wasn't interested in it. It kept sending its pleading message. If it doesn't want my blood, then the only way I can help it is with my blood pulse sutra. But my body has yet to recover. I don't have much energy, and so, my blood pulse sutra is weaker than usual. I don't know if it will work on him, Han Sen thought to himself. He cast his blood pulse sutra. He made his self-cogwheel connect with the god spirit touch's self-cogwheel. And then, they spun. Han Sen wanted to see what the god spirit touch wanted. Before, when Han Sen used his blood pulse sutra, it was difficult. Whether he was using it on Lando, Bar, or Gu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon, it had cost Han Sen all his strength to push their cogwheels. But this time, Han Sen only had to use a small amount of power to push the self-cogwheel of the god spirit touch. It spun quickly. Chapter 2604 Making a Butterfly by Hand. The people of Sky Palace could see the God Spirit touch on Han Sen's hand. Then a red light manifested in Han Sen's palm. It was then that they realized what was going on. There it is. There it is. Here it comes again. It must be that thing. You know what I'm talking about. You jest, surely. It can't be that thing that got Brother Han the title of God's daddy. I bet you it is. Did you know that I watched him bless Bar? What I'm seeing here is that exact same red light. What is this all about then? Isn't the beetle supposed to be testing Brother Han's talent? Why is Brother Han helping the God Spirit touch evolve instead? Maybe they're no longer testing. Brother Han's 11 armor talent is so strong. Did you not see the God Spirit touch crawl over to Han Sen? Perhaps it's requesting his aid. I must confess that this really is starting to become an interesting turn of events. To say the least, Exquisite and Bixie felt an odd swirl of emotions within their chests. They had heard the tales of Han Sen blessing Lando and Bar, but they thought there must have been some sort of trick to the whole thing. There was no way Lando and Bar became deified because of his power. But the God Spirit touch belonged to Bixie, and he knew a lot about the little creature. He knew the God Spirit touch would never become deified. So, he was conflicted and confused when he saw what Han Sen was aspiring to do. Everyone was watching the God Spirit touch in Han Sen's. It was covered by a small, red light. The crystalline body started to glow. All of the red light rose from the God Spirit touch's body. And its oval body grew smaller. The God Spirit touch had lived for God knew how long. The Very High had taken it in so it could repeatedly test people. It had absorbed the genes of many creatures, and the blood it had consumed featured many 9 armor talents across the years. And all it had been given was for free. Although the God Spirit touch couldn't properly absorb the genes in the blood, it had received many benefits. With the amount of resources it had received, it should have become deified a long time ago. But its talents were limited, and it couldn't break through the last stage. It stopped at half deified. Right now, it was breaking through like the wall was nothing more than paper. And it was all attributed to Han Sen's Blood Pulse Sutra. The God Spirit touch was now becoming deified. Its genes no longer limited it anymore. Han Sen had only cast a small amount of his Blood Pulse Sutra to lightly push the self-cogwheel. Everyone looked at Han Sen, holding the God Spirit touch. And then, a light appeared out of the God Spirit touch. It was such a small bug, but the light from its body reached all the way up into space. It lit up the whole system, and deifieds throughout the system turned to look in that direction. Gotcha. Amidst the light, as the bug's body became smaller, cracks started to form. A small crystal claw emerged. And then, another crystal claw came into view. And then a body. Through the shining light, onlookers could barely make out a crystal butterfly starting to emerge. It flapped its wings and happily danced around Han Sen. When the crystal butterfly flapped its wings, its light became clearer. Its substance chains became visible. The substance chains formed together into a giant butterfly wing. It lit up the whole of Sky Palace. Everyone was shocked. Before, they thought this was awesome because they had seen it on video. Seeing what happened through a screen hadn't left a terribly deep impression on them, though. But now, they were seeing a creature become deified right in Han Sen's hands. His hands are like the hands of a god. They had an unlimited amount of power, and they were full of magic. He could turn even trash into the working of a miracle. It was difficult to believe. As they watched Han Sen hold the deified crystal butterfly gracefully in his hands, it was like he was the creator of God. It really became deified. Bixie and Exquisite were more shocked than the others. They had doubted Han Sen's blessing powers before. But now, he had lackadaisically made Bixie's God Spirit touch deified. This power was more than Bixie and Exquisite knew what to do with. Even the Very High Elders couldn't accomplish something like this. The God Spirit touch had just become a crystal butterfly, and it was now flying merrily around Han Sen's hands. It flew around Han Sen 3 times. And then, it suddenly flapped its crystal wings and disappeared. It just vanished all of a sudden. Everyone was frozen, and they all looked at Bixie. They thought Bixie had returned it. But Bixie was frozen, too. His coldness and calmness were now all gone. He looked at Han Sen, his expression rigid. It looked as if he was wondering where the God Spirit touch had gone. Gotcha. Bixie's face changed. He felt as if something in his pocket had just snapped. He felt bad. He quickly reached into his pocket. The spell that had the God Spirit touch's symbol was now broken. The Very High used a secret skill to tame the God Spirit touch. That spell was the key to its control. It was like a leash for the creature. As long as the spell was there, he could control the god spirit touch, and the creature couldn't disobey. If the master desired it, the god spirit touch would suffer pain that would make the creature wish it was dead. When the god spirit touch became deified, Bixi hadn't immediately seen the problem. Now that the spell was broken, he realized what had happened. His stomach sank. No god spirit touch had become deified before this. The very high secret skill was only used on creatures that were half deified or below. The god spirit touch was a creature that was easy to control. But now that it had become deified, it destroyed the secret skill. It became free and ran off. The god spirit touch wasn't a top-class xenogenic, but it was very rare. Most of them were given out by very high parents. If Bixi lost it, he couldn't get it back. Mr. Bixi, did you put your god spirit touch away? Han Sen looked at Bixi. The question was irrelevant, though. Judging from the perplexed look on Bixi's face, Han Sen knew that he hadn't. He knew that the god spirit touch had actually escaped. He couldn't openly admit it had run away, though. Bixi might try to hold him responsible for what had happened. Bixi frowned. He didn't blame Han Sen for letting the god spirit touch escape. He only coldly said, the god spirit touch became deified when it transformed into a butterfly. It broke my restraints and ran. The Sky Palace students, upon hearing that the god spirit touch had become deified right from Bixi's mouth, believed it now. It looks like the legends concerning you are true. Brother Han really can bless others. Well, duh, of course, he can. Why else would you think Brother Han was labeled God's daddy? This is too awesome. He is a king class that can produce xenogenic deifieds. That is better than what most deifieds themselves can do. The Sky Palace students discussed all this happily. They felt very hopeful. If Han Sen stayed in Sky Palace, perhaps Han Sen would be willing to bless them sometime. Many of the Sky Palace elites that saw this were feeling flat out strange. It had been a bewildering thing to witness, after all. But many disregarded their confusion to simply revel in the result. And the results made them more than happy. Still, more than anything, there was one emotion they couldn't deny, and that emotion was worry. Other races would take Han Sen's abilities very seriously after seeing this. Sky Palace would no longer be a mellow place. There were the Extreme King, first of all. They no longer had a good relationship with Sky Palace. That being said, Sky Palace wasn't afraid of them. But now, the Very High had seen Han Sen's power in person. It was difficult to tell whether they would want to do something with Han Sen or not. Chapter 2605 Swap. The meeting ended quickly. The story of Han Sen making a butterfly in the palms of his hands spread across all of Sky Palace. The Sky Palace students were delighted by the result. When they were alone, Bixi and Exquisite discussed what had happened. Bixi frowned and asked her, "You want to make Han Sen your silkworm?" Exquisite nodded and said, "If Lone Bamboo isn't willing to join the Very High, there is no point in forcing him to. I should use this opportunity to take Han Sen with me." Bixi frowned even more. "Have you thought this through? Han Sen looks very talented, but I don't think things are as simple as they seem with him. Perhaps he has practiced a special and unique geno art that allowed him to access and activate the God Spirit Touch's gene potential and make the God Spirit Touch become deified. That might have been why he was able to make the butterfly and create the illusion of having an 11 armor talent. Perhaps that isn't his true talent. You should know that crystallizers can't have a gene talent that high." Exquisite sighed and said, "It is impossible. 11 armor talents exist only in legends. Han Sen isn't bad, but I know he can't reach those mythical heights. But still, there must be a reason for what transpired. In addition, I have seen for myself that Han Sen is talented. And the geno art he uses can make other creatures evolve. And that is impressive on its own. This power he has is very rare. Even if his talent was ordinary, I would be willing to make him my silkworm so I could study that geno art of his. Plus, there is the chance he still has excellent talent." Upon hearing this, Bixi didn't deny the possibility. He said, "You are right. That power is so mysterious. Even our race doesn't have a geno art that could accomplish what Han Sen had done. That miraculous geno art is more than enough reason for you to take him on as your silkworm. Since you agree, can you please bring this subject up for discussion when we talk to Sky Palace tomorrow?" Exquisite said. Bixi nodded and said, "But before that, I need to go and test Han Sen. I need to see his true power." Exquisite didn't object to this. There were many stories surrounding Han Sen, but she had never witnessed his abilities directly. She wouldn't place her faith in Han Sen's skills until she saw them firsthand. Han Sen's wounds have yet to heal. I don't think we should fight him. But if we don't, how else should we test him? Exquisite asked. I have a way, Bixie said without explaining. Han Sen returned to his little jade island to heal. Fortunately, the leader of Sky Palace forbade others from entering the island and disturbing him. If people had been allowed to go and see him after what had just happened, he wouldn't have had a single second of reprieve. Han Sen had used his hands to produce a butterfly. That boosted Han Sen's reputation to a whole new level. Although Han Sen wasn't related to the people of Sky Palace by blood, his reputation was one of the best of that whole generation. He was on par with Yu Shangxin and Lone Bamboo. When the story of Han Sen using his hands to produce a butterfly reached Narrow Moon, many of the rebate stunned at the news. Some of the rebate hadn't liked it when Yisha decided to move Narrow Moon, but now they were starting to change their minds. They didn't hate the concept of moving anymore. Han Sen is Knife Queen's only student. Knife Queen offended the Extreme King on his behalf and moved Narrow Moon next to Sky Palace. So, Han Sen is with us. In the future, Han Sen will work for the rebate. He will bless us. Perhaps we will have a chance to rise as well. Many of the rebate were thinking along these lines. After all this happened, a lot of the pressure that the rebate had been putting on Yisha abruptly fell away. The kings that had always been against her had changed their minds. They kept mentioning the idea of bringing Han Sen over to bless them. Yisha pretended not to hear those constant whisperings. She had seen Han Sen's blessing, and she knew it was something amazing. But Yisha didn't think that power could turn a dumpster fire into a deified. From what Yisha had seen, the people that were blessed by Han Sen were already quite close to becoming deified. For someone who already didn't have a chance of becoming deified, it wouldn't make a difference no matter how many blessings were bestowed. Yisha knew that Han Sen wouldn't turn her down if she made a request, so she didn't ask just yet. It wasn't like she was too full of pride to ask for the help of her student. There was simply no one in the rebate that was suitable for the blessing. The rebate were considered a higher race, but their ranking was still low on that generous leaderboard. They had depended on the support of the Jade Toad and the Extreme King to become a higher race. Now that she was deified, she was the biggest supporter the rebate had. She was the only being of her level within the rebate. The only rebate close to being deified was Moonwheel King, but he was old, and his lifespan had almost reached its end. It was unknown if he could become a deified after receiving a blessing. Even if he did, though, he wouldn't live long enough to do much for the rebate. Yisha couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the rebate had no one special like Lando or Bar. It was giving her a headache. As Yisha continued working, Bauer ran into the hall and leapt into her chest. Big Sister Queen. Bauer, why are you here? Yisha stroked Bauer's head and smiled. Bauer used to live in the palace with Yisha. Yisha had liked her a lot and spoiled her quite a bit. Daddy brought me here, Bauer said with a smile. Only Yisha looked ahead and saw Han Sen being led forward by a rebate guard. He was brought into the hall. She told the guard straight away, let him in. My queen, Han Sen said with a bow. Yisha looked at Han Sen and observed how weak and frail his body had become. She said, why aren't you resting on the little jade island? You shouldn't be running around in this shape. Han Sen knew Yisha was referring to the fact that he had just blessed the God Spirit touch. He smiled and said, I was just going to listen to the very high explain Geno arts. I was pushed to the stage to do something against my will. After that, Han Sen went on to say, my body hasn't recovered yet. It will probably take a whole year. Maybe my queen can pick 2 or 3 people from the rebate for me, and I will find the time to bless them. It will help you all. If they aren't talented enough to become deified, they can still be made considerably stronger. Yisha was very pleased. Han Sen had mentioned this without being asked to. She believed she had made the right decision. It is a shame there are no psychics here that can calculate the location of people. It is impossible to find Dollar now, Yisha thought to herself. She still hadn't let her grudge against Dollar go. She wasn't really looking for Dollar because of her grudge, though. Yisha wanted to get the rebate Alpha's scabbard back. Chapter 2606 Very Sky Family. Han Sen had just returned to his little jade island when Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters dropped by. Han Sen frowned. For his safety, the leader of Sky Palace had issued a decree forbidding students of Sky Palace from approaching the little jade island. If his 3 friends had been allowed to visit, it meant they must have received approval from a Sky Palace supervisor. As expected, they brought good news alongside a serving of bad news. The good news was that Lone Bamboo was doing fine. He was going to be released soon. The bad news was that Exquisite of the Very High had selected Han Sen. So, Lone Bamboo didn't need to go to the Very High anymore. Han Sen would have to go and be with the Very High in his stead. Sky Palace leader wanted us to tell you, young Sushang said. If you don't want to go to the Very High, we will still find a way for you to stay here. If you don't want to go, you don't have to push yourself. When Han Sen heard this, he felt a bit better. He didn't want to go to the Very High, no matter how many benefits and goodies he might receive. He had too many secrets, and so he couldn't allow Exquisite to pry open his mind and examine all his thoughts. He was more scared than Lone Bamboo of being naked and having his secrets leaked. Sky Palace leader wants you to visit him. There is something he needs to tell you, face to face, Thousand Feather Crane said. Han Sen nodded. He followed Thousand Feather Crane to Sky Palace leader's house. The leader of Sky Palace didn't meet Han Sen in the hall. They met in the garden. Thousand Feather Crane and the young sisters had to stop at the doorstep. Without the explicit command of Sky Palace leader, they were unable to enter. So, Han Sen went through to the garden alone. He found Sky Palace leader there, sitting in a pavilion and drinking a cup of tea. He was looking at the pond that resided there. Sit. This isn't an office, and I'm not talking to you as the leader of Sky Palace today. You are Yusha's student, and I am her teacher. I suppose that makes you my half-student, too. Let's chat. The Sky Palace leader pointed to a place near him. Han Sen sat down and made himself comfortable. He asked, "You want me here to talk about the Very High?" The Sky Palace leader didn't deny this. He nodded. "Do you want me to go or not?" Han Sen asked. The leader of Sky Palace didn't answer. He took a sip of his tea and said, "We have an agreement with the Very High. We cannot refuse to hand over the people they select. Anyone they select must serve them for 4 years. Over the years, many Sky Palace students have gone with the Very High. Most of them return safely, with a lot of benefits and a deified status. But if I had the power to prevent it, I wouldn't allow any student of Sky Palace to be taken by the Very High." After pausing, the Sky Palace leader said, "I believe you have heard about the Very High from Lone Bamboo. I'm not going to lie. Because many students have gone to the Very High over the years, Sky Palace has no secrets from the Very High. They even know about our secret skill textless book. In that case, why don't you refuse their requests?" Han Sen asked. He knew Sky Palace must have had its reasons, and he wanted to know what they were. Sky Palace leader sighed and said, "Have you noticed that the sky look like the Very High?" "You mean?" Han Sen's brow furrowed. It looked as if he had come to some sort of realization, but he still didn't understand. The sky and the Very High were the same race in ancient times, but there were brothers that had different opinions, Sky Palace leader explained. They split up, and their descendants became the Sky and the Very High. Textless book and the Very High sense are quite similar because of this. Han Sen opened his mouth wide in awe. He had thought Li Kier and Exquisite were Sky, at first. He thought the Very High had skills like the foxes and could change their appearance. Now he knew that in reality, Li Kier and Exquisite practically counted as Sky. The Sky Palace leader continued. Because they have 3 eyes and they are very powerful, the Very High were the strongest in the universe in ancient times. Although they weren't as strong as they are now, they could travel between systems. It was pretty awesome back then. But the Very High reproduced very slowly. Their children were few and far between, and the race couldn't expand. At their most populated, they only had a few hundred people. Then one day, triplet brothers were born, and a lot of changes took place within the Very High. The 3 brothers were very talented. They became pillars for the Very High. The oldest one became the leader of the Very High. The second and third brothers became elders. The 3 of them worked together to spread the influence of the Very High. The Very High became the leaders of all races. They controlled the whole universe. However, population growth remained a problem for the Very High. Although they had many systems, they only had 100 or 200 people. They had more power than any other group in the universe, but merely holding on to a few systems was hard. So, the 3 brothers began to fight. The second brother out of the 3 wanted to breed with other races to increase the population of the Very High. The eldest brother wanted to keep the blood of the Very High pure. The third one was neutral and believed both plans could work. The 3 of them were very smart, but none of them could convince each other. The third brother remained uninvested in the arguments, but the conflicts of the first and second brothers became worse and worse. The second brother wasn't a leader, so he couldn't do what he wanted. Instead, he rallied a few others to his cause and departed. They created what you now know as the Sky. And nowadays, we have Sky Palace. The mixed blood increased the ability of breeding, but it also made the genes of the Sky unstable. Our gene talents are shakier. After all these years of mixed blood, most of the Sky's gene talents aren't as good as the very highs. But every now and again, they're one of the Sky with greater genes. Their gene talents can be even better than those of the very high. Speaking of this, Sky Palace leader sighed and said, but our origins still lie in the very high. Their blood still courses through our veins. When the Sky are in danger, the very high always lend aid and ensure our safety. So, back then, the Sky leader forged an agreement with the leader of the very high. It isn't something we should go against. My people are in our current position of safety and security thanks to the efforts of the very high. We should pay them back. It isn't too much to ask. Are you saying you want me to go with the very high? Han Sen asked. The Sky Palace leader shook his head. It is entirely up to you. I'm just telling you the pros and cons. If you go, I will ensure your safety. For as long as I am here, and if you don't commit a crime of murder, I can protect you from any harm. So don't worry about that. Plus, there are some treasures in the belongings of the very high that can help you with your wounds. If you go there, it won't take 3 years to heal. You will be healed in a short amount of time. Of course, if you don't go, it will be great for Sky Palace, too. You can stay here while I deal with the very high. Han Sen was very touched. He knew the Sky Palace leader wanted him to go, but Han Sen didn't want to go. He couldn't allow anyone else to access his secrets. Otherwise, it could be disastrous for the sanctuaries and humans. Chapter 2607 Decision. Sky Palace leader allowed Han Sen to go home and think the matter over. He could inform the leader once he had come to a decision. If I go, it will save me 3 years of healing. I will also be given the support of the very high. It is a great deal. But I will risk exposing my true identity. If I don't go, nothing bad will happen, but it will take me some time to heal. And while I'm healing, there won't be much I can do to further myself. My ability to practice will be suspended, and I will have to locate my own resources. Han Sen was deep in thought the whole way home, wondering what he should do. After a while of deliberation, he decided to stay in Sky Palace. His recovery would only take a short time, anyway, and he could get his own resources. It would just be a slower process. But if his identity was exposed, that would be very bad. It would affect the safety of the entire human race. When Han Sen returned to the little Jade Island, Lone Bamboo was there waiting for him. The man didn't look to be in poor condition. There was no sign in his countenance that he had just been released from prison. I'm going to the very high, was the first thing Lone Bamboo said. And that surprised Han Sen. Why the sudden change of heart? Han Sen asked Lone Bamboo with confusion. Lone Bamboo had been adamant about not going, and he had claimed that he would rather remain in prison. Now he was free, and he had changed his mind. I don't want to go, but I can't make you go in my stead. The way the situation stands, I have to go, Lone Bamboo said. Sky Palace leader said he can figure this out. Perhaps there is a way in which neither of us has to go, Han Sen said. Lone Bamboo shook his head. There is no other way. We have to send someone, and that person is either you, me, or another Sky Palace student. So, I have decided that I will be the one to go to the very high. Are you going to use Uncle Yu Shengxin's extreme evil path? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Lone Bamboo wasn't an easy person to sway. Han Sen was certain that Yu Shengxin would have offered his protection from the beginning. If Lone Bamboo wanted to choose this path, he could have from the beginning. Lone Bamboo shook his head again. Using the extreme evil path can avoid the prying eyes of the very high, but it gives the user an evil mind. Evil will be watching you instead. You will still be watched, so it makes no difference. Now Han Sen understood. Yu Shengxin deliberately left out the most important part. Then what are you planning to do? Han Sen asked quietly. Lone Bamboo quietly looked out across the clouds, and he said, the very high can feel everything I feel. So, all I must do is not think or feel anything. I will only do what they want me to do. Then, Exquisite will only see what I want her to see. That will be a very difficult thing. Han Sen knew how hard that task would be. There were many ways to control someone, but controlling yourself was harder. The most dangerous enemy a person had was always themselves. So, Han Sen really admired Ning Yu. He had used a parasite beast soul to watch Ning Yu once before, and Ning Yu spent years practicing Buddhism. Han Sen was unable to glean any smidgen of information from Ning Yu. Han Sen didn't think he had that sort of patience. Lone Bamboo was planning the same. He was going to use his power to control everything about his situation. He wasn't going to allow Exquisite to see all of his secrets. Although Han Sen knew Lone Bamboo was doing this because he didn't want Han Sen to be his replacement, there was nothing much he could say about it. If he was alone, he would make the same decision as Lone Bamboo. He wouldn't mind fighting his inner demons. But Han Sen had too much on the line. He was responsible for the countless lives in the sanctuaries. If his mind's fortitude failed, Exquisite would learn everything. He wouldn't only be hurting himself then. So, Han Sen couldn't afford to take that chance. Before I go, there is something I would like you to do, Lone Bamboo said softly. This was the reason he was there. What is it? Han Sen asked. Help me take care of a child. Her name is Flower, Lone Bamboo said. Is it a Sky Palace student? Is she related to you? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Lone Bamboo shook his head. He thought for a moment, and then answered, her and Purple Eye Butterfly exist together. After I combined with the genes of Purple Eye Butterfly, she became a part of me. She keeps wanting to kill me to avenge the death of Purple Eye Butterfly. It might be a little annoying. So, after I go to the very high, please take care of her. That sounds a bit tricky, but don't worry. If you want her to live, I will take care of her. Han Sen agreed to do this. That is great. Lone Bamboo sighed. It was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. To other people, it was hard to imagine why Lone Bamboo would care so much about someone who wanted to kill him, but Han Sen could understand. So, he didn't ask anything more about it. Instead, he just asked for more information concerning the girl Flower. When Lone Bamboo took his leave, Han Sen felt something clench in his chest. He wished he could be like Lone Bamboo. He wouldn't mind going with the very high, as it was just a battle of the mind. Ning Yu could do it and Lone Bamboo dared to. Could Han Sen not do it as well? But then he thought about all the trouble he could bring down on the sanctuaries. Han Sen smiled wryly and shook his head to clear away the errant thoughts. Han Sen thought that the matter had been resolved, but then something happened that Han Sen and Lone Bamboo hadn't foreseen. Exquisite now refused to take Lone Bamboo with her. She was only interested in taking Han Sen, and no other would be considered. That made Han Sen freeze. When he realized what was going on, he wanted to slap himself in the face. I shouldn't have gone to that meeting. Even if I went, why did I have to test my talent for all of them to see? And even if I took the test, why did I then go on to help the God Spirit Touch evolve? That was just asking for trouble. Han Sen cringed at his own stupidity. But no one had expected the very high to be so willing to change who they wanted. Han Sen should have been an outsider in these matters, but somehow, he had become the crux of it all. If Han Sen knew this would happen, he would have stayed home and played games. He wouldn't have attended the meeting. I had it coming. Han Sen sighed. Han Sen, what do you think? As Han Sen was going to visit Sky Palace leader, a smiling Yu Shengxin appeared next to him. I'm going to the very high, Han Sen said emotionlessly. Do you need me to use extreme evil path? Yu Shengxin asked with a smile. Uncle Yu, you didn't tell me that the demon would spy on me, as well, Han Sen said with a smile. Letting me see things is better than others seeing things. We are a family. It's fine, Yu Shengxin said with a smile. Han Sen rolled his eyes and didn't bother responding. He and Yu Shengxin were on their way to the office. He had decided to go to the very high. If he didn't, things would likely end poorly. Plus, Han Sen had found a way to fight against the spying of the very high. Chapter 2608 Fighting in the Pond. Leader, I have been thinking about it. I'm willing to go to the very high. But before that, I would like to speak with Exquisite alone. Han Sen went to see Sky Palace leader and started explaining the reason for his visit. What do you want to say to her? Sky Palace leader squinted his eyes in the direction of Han Sen. He knew Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were the same. Convincing men like them of anything wasn't easy. I would like to discuss the terms and conditions of me accompanying the very high. I'm an 11 armor talent genius, after all. It's okay for me to strike a bargain that will suit me, right? Han Sen laughed. Tell me what you need. There is a team in Sky Palace that can fight for the best terms and conditions to benefit you. Sky Palace leader didn't believe that Han Sen just wanted a better deal. There's one aspect of the deal that needs to remain private. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't do anything that will cause you trouble, Han Sen said seriously. Fine, go home for now, and I will establish a private meeting for you. After Sky Palace leader said that, he allowed his eyes to linger on Han Sen for a while. And then, he said, if you really don't want to go, though, you don't have to. I can deal with the very high. It's okay. I have decided to go. I thought about it some more, and I figure that it isn't a bad deal. It will take 1.5 years for me to recover. If I go there, I can save at least a year. And I will be given lots of goodies. So, why not? Han Sen laughed. After Han Sen left, Sky Palace leader looked at Yu Shangxin and asked, do you think he is really going to go to the very high? Yu Shangxin bowed. Leader, I cannot guess how Han Sen's mind works. But I don't think he is a liar. I don't think he will crap all over Sky Palace, given how we have treated him, and I don't think he means us harm. I thought that, too. But this little guy does cause us a lot of trouble. He's kind of annoying, Sky Palace leader said as he rubbed his temples. Who isn't annoying when they are young? Yu Shangxin said with a smile. You are right. You should go and get ready yourself. After reaching the very high, your safety comes first. Do what you can, and don't push yourself further than that, Sky Palace leader said. Understood. Yu Shangxin bowed. Han Sen arrived back on his little jade island, and a Sky Palace butler came to see him shortly after. The man told Han Sen that Exquisite was going to meet him at the Sky Water House that night. Han Sen followed the butler to the Sky Water House. Exquisite was there, as expected. She was sitting atop a staircase that led down into a pond. Her feet were in the water, displaying the pale skin of her legs. Tell me what you want. Do you want xenogenic genes, treasures, or geno arts? Exquisite asked, her expression unreadable. On her face, not a single human-like emotion was visible. I don't want any of those things, Han Sen said to her, sitting down next to the pool. He took off his shoes and rolled up his pants. Just like Exquisite, he allowed his legs to dangle in the water. A cooling sensation rushed against his feet, prompting Han Sen to shiver in pleasure. It was like eating ice cream in the summer. The water in Sky Water House wasn't ordinary water. It was blue water, and it was filled with energy. It was able to quicken the growth of cells and aid in the rejuvenation of one's body. What do you want then? Exquisite looked curiously at Han Sen, who was sitting next to her. Exquisite had given up on Lone Bamboo and selected Han Sen. Aside from Han Sen's talent and power, the most important motivator was the fact that Li Qier had chosen Dollar. Dollar had once beaten Lone Bamboo in the Geno Being Scroll, and Exquisite and Li Qier had both seen Dollar's power. If she chose Lone Bamboo, he would always be compared to Dollar. That wouldn't be much better. Li Qier had a 10 armor talent. Exquisite had a 9 armor talent. So, Exquisite didn't want a silkworm that was inferior to Li Qier's. That was why she was taking a risk by going for Han Sen. If Han Sen really had an 11 armor talent, then her silkworm would be better than Li Qier's. If Han Sen's talent wasn't great, she would only lose once. But this way, at least she would have a chance to win. Han Sen looked at Exquisite. After a while, he laughed and said, you can use me. But you need to be better than me. Why would I follow someone who is inferior to me? Don't you think there is sound logic to that thought? Of course, Exquisite said. She wasn't angry. If you think this is right, then it is settled. If you can convince me, I will follow you to the very high. If you cannot, can you leave me and Sky Palace alone? Han Sen said. Sure, Exquisite answered with haste. She sounded very confident. Han Sen looked at Exquisite with interest. How are you going to convince me? Exquisite looked at Han Sen calmly and asked, what is your best Geno art? Knife skills, I guess. When Han Sen was Han Sen, he used knives the most. Then let us compete with our knife skills. Exquisite reached out her hand. A stream of water rose into her palm in a serpentine swirl, then formed itself into a knife. I will sit here, and you can attack me. If you can make me stand up in 100 attacks, you win. Only Exquisite was very confident, which was evident in the way she had chosen to fight with a water knife. She hadn't even stood up. Han Sen smiled. He reached out a hand toward the pond. He sucked up some of the water to form a water knife of his own. Sure, 100 attacks is the limit. Let us see who stands up first, Han Sen said to Exquisite with a smile. Please, go ahead, Exquisite said without argument. In my home, ladies always go first. After you. Han Sen wanted to see Exquisite's real power. Han Sen had traveled with Li Qir and Exquisite for a long while, but he was never able to accurately gauge their real power. Sure, Exquisite answered. She didn't hesitate to attack Han Sen with the water knife. She didn't apply much strength, so the knife didn't make much sound as it slid through the air. But even so, Han Sen felt a chill at the sight. Her knife was coming for his head. Her hand appeared to be moving in a smooth arc, but Han Sen felt as if he couldn't see where the knife was coming from. It was as if the water knife adhered to the rules of some strangely shifting space. Good knife skill, Han Sen complimented her. He swung his own water knife, using teeth knife's fang. Chapter 2609 Exquisite's Third Eye Pang. Two water knives collided and exploded, becoming like a rainy squall scattering over the surface of the pond. Exquisite frowned. Her knife skill was from a race that was now extinct. Its name was Twist and Turn. It was a knife skill that could twist space. The skill made it nearly impossible to follow the course of the knife. Exquisite knew that when Teeth Knife reached its height, it could break through the fabric of space. But that didn't mean Teeth Knife could go against Twist and Turn. Unless, of course, Han Sen could somehow follow the course of her blade. Exquisite reformed her water knife and used Twist and Turn again. The shadow of the water knife twisted in the dimensions of space to take on a strange shape. Only masters of space could see the shadow of that knife. Anyone else would block the knife that they saw coming toward them, but that would be a decoy. They would block a shadow, while the real water knife would still be flying toward them. Han Sen didn't move. He waved his own water knife casually, blocking all of Exquisite's attacks. Exquisite attacked 10 times, and not a single one came down on Han Sen. He is definitely worthy of becoming my silkworm, Exquisite thought. She nodded. She enjoyed Han Sen's performance. Unless he had real power, Han Sen would be a poor silkworm. Silkworms had to be exceptionally talented and have a genuine drive for learning. The further they could go, the more use they would be to the very high on the whole. Now that she knew Han Sen had a potent mastery of knife skills, Exquisite wasn't going to hold back. She began to use all her skills, cycling through knife attacks one after another. Her very high knife skills combined with the knife skills of all the different races she knew. All her skills were a patchwork of knowledge gathered from across the universe. Although her attacks wouldn't be any stronger than the most famous knife skills in the universe, the rotation of skills she employed was quite unique. In the next 20 or 30 attacks, Han Sen felt as if he was fighting 20 or 30 different people at once. And it was like each swordsman was trained differently, and they were each an incredible fighter in their own special way. All of the styles employed came pouring out of his opponent with natural precision and exceptional talent. Even Han Sen found himself shocked by Exquisite's knife skills. An ordinary person that practiced a lot of knife skills would be limited by their personality and body. They had to follow one course. If someone had excellent agility, their knife skills would be very fast and flexible. If another person was very strong, their knife skills would be simple and violent. People that had no patience tended to attack quickly. But Exquisite's knife skills didn't resemble anything he had seen before. She was her own woman, and it was like her personality could change to perfectly accommodate whichever skill she used next. Not even Han Sen could do something like that. His knife skills followed his one true style. That was teeth knife. Han Sen's teeth knife was different from Yisha's teeth knife. People that knew teeth knife didn't need to look at who used it. Merely by seeing the skill, they could tell who used it and how. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't know Exquisite was actually more shocked than he was. Her knife skills kept changing, and yet, no matter what technique she used, Han Sen was able to use teeth knife to block each strike. That wasn't because teeth knife itself was so strong, it was because Han Sen himself was too talented. It looks like the God Spirit touch was accurate. Maybe he really does have an 11 armor talent. Upon seeing Han Sen's knife skills, Exquisite felt deeply moved. She wanted to fetch another God Spirit touch to test Han Sen again. But she hadn't brought a God Spirit touch herself. If she wanted to conduct another test like that, she would have to visit the very high. Beating him will be difficult. I will have to use this. Exquisite's heart jumped. She closed her eyes. Han Sen was surprised when she closed her eyes. He didn't know what Exquisite was thinking. A 9th tier king should be able to see fine, even with her eyes closed. But Han Sen knew there had to be a reason for what she had done. While Han Sen mulled over this conundrum, he saw the red mark on Exquisite's forehead open. A black and white eye appeared. The very eye and sky were the same. It didn't surprise Han Sen that Exquisite had a third eye. Exquisite's third eye was different from the third eyes of the sky, however. The third eye of each sky was different depending on their elements and powers. Exquisite's third eye was a Tai Chi symbol. Her white and black eye was like a yin and yang fish. On the white part, there was a black dot. On the black part, there was a white dot. The yin and yang eye was spinning upon her forehead. When he gazed at it, Han Sen felt a sense of mystery within him, like this eye possessed all the answers in the universe. When the Tai Chi eye opened, Exquisite's whole body started to change. Although Han Sen might have thought that Exquisite was just some snobby and cruel woman who cast disdain on the ordinary, he knew that her heart still had some humanity in it. But right now, Exquisite didn't look like a person. She looked like an emotionless machine. No, she was scarier than a machine. At this moment, Exquisite was like someone who had combined with the universe, a machine that was as cold and uncaring as space itself. Exquisite's movements felt like they were powered by the forces of nature. If a king body was like someone pushing their powers as far as they could go, and ancient god was power concentrated into a single creature, then Exquisite with her yin and yang Tai Chi eye was like the world's law and order. Han Sen used his Dongxuan Sutra to observe her. He saw that Exquisite now looked like a universal cogwheel. She had become a part of the universe, a piece of machinery that was no longer a person. Han Sen frowned. His Dongxuan Sutra could only allow him to see the universal cogwheel's connections. He couldn't become a cogwheel himself like Exquisite was doing. His skill was totally different. If the universe was a car, the Dongxuan Sutra was like the person that was at the wheel. Now, Exquisite was acting as if she was a part of the car. Han Sen didn't understand this. What Exquisite had done must be affecting her body. Strike. I will grant you 100 free attacks, Exquisite calmly said as she looked on Han Sen. If anyone else had said that, Han Sen would have thought it was a ruthless and arrogant taunt that dripped with pride. But hearing it from Exquisite's mouth, it was like the soulless voice of a machine. Everything she said sounded like she was merely stating a fact. Han Sen didn't mind, though. He used his water knife to strike. And Exquisite, meanwhile, showed no intention of blocking. She sat near the pond, looking calmly at Han Sen. When Han Sen's attack reached Exquisite, the water in front of her became a knife to block Han Sen's water blade. Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows in a deep frown. He kept on striking, pushing his teeth knife to the max. It didn't matter how many times Han Sen attacked, though. Exquisite's water knife was able to block each attempt. Exquisite gave Han Sen the feeling that this was supposed to happen, and the water knife was supposed to be there. It was an unavoidable rule. It didn't matter how many times Han Sen switched up his knife skill, he couldn't land a hit. Chapter 2610 Cheating. Han Sen's knife skills kept changing, and thus far, he had used 70 different attacks. Not a single one managed to hit Exquisite. Her floating water knife was able to block every single strike. To an ordinary person, Exquisite would seem like some unknown god. No matter how many times Han Sen attacked, Exquisite controlled her water knife with perfect finesse. She blocked every attack like a prophet. But in Han Sen's eyes, Exquisite wasn't some omniscient being. Her reactions made sense. That was because Exquisite had merged with the universe. Han Sen's movements would trigger the spinning of universal cogwheels, and whenever this happened, the disturbance in the universe would alert Exquisite and prompt her to react. So, when Han Sen attacked, Exquisite was able to respond instantaneously. It was like Han Sen was attacking a mirror. It didn't matter how he used his knife. When the water knife touched the mirror, the reflection of the water knife would react and nothing would happen. Han Sen stopped moving. He sat still. His water knife suddenly pushed forward, and a water silk appeared next to Exquisite. Almost 100 water silks manifested like a horde of blades around Exquisite's body. The Sky Palace skill called Under the Sky made every slash Han Sen had performed thus far into a water silk. They all appeared at once, and Han Sen was on the verge of breaking the enemy's defense. A water knife couldn't block that many knife silks unless Exquisite used her body to fight back. She either had to do that or move her body to evade them. Of course, the water knife in front of Exquisite moved, but it exploded under the force of all those incoming water silks. The water silks were like a net of knives coming down on Exquisite. Exquisite, however, didn't move. She was like a jade goddess, still seated atop the stairs. Her jade feet were still comfortably dangling in the water. Holy, but cold. The knife net was only a few inches away from her by this point, and then, it suddenly came to a standstill. Each silk froze in front of Exquisite, and there they remained unmoving. Exquisite reached out her finger to pull the knife net, and then, the knife net came undone like a water stream. They all folded in on each other, gathering in her hands. They merged to become a giant water knife. That water knife still contained Han Sen's power, but it was no longer under his control. Exquisite held onto it gently, cradling it like it was a delicate toy. Han Sen's eyes were electric. He stared at Exquisite's water knife. Han Sen used his Dongshuan area to watch Exquisite's movement. She can play like this. Han Sen thought happily. Han Sen could see that Exquisite was able to mess with the cogwheels of the universe. His Dongshuan area was more useful at this than her ability, though. Han Sen felt as if he learned something. It is pointless to continue this futile effort. Let us end this exercise here, Exquisite said coldly. Her hands looked like they were touching a flower as she flicked the handle of the water knife. Then, the water knife flew toward Han Sen. Han Sen wanted to generate another water knife to continue fighting, but he noticed that all the water in the pond was moving toward that big water knife that was headed for him. The water knife flew extremely slowly, but the closer it got, the more power it contained. Han Sen was forced to generate another water knife. But when he struck the giant water knife, he was unable to break it. Han Sen's water knife blended in with the giant water knife to become a part of that giant water knife. No wonder the very high are the number one race in the universe. She is good. Not many deifieds can manipulate the laws and rules of the universe to please their desires. And Exquisite is merely a 9th-tier king. Han Sen sighed. Han Sen had only complimented her slightly, though. He wasn't planning on giving up. He watched as the water knife gathered all the water in the pond to itself. It was like a giant blade that had risen to cut the sky. Han Sen's eyes flashed, and suddenly, he swung his hand like a blade. He used his body to fight back the knife. Exquisite had her yin and yang tai chi, but she was still surprised to see this. That giant water knife's power was combined with Han Sen's 70 strikes of Under the Sky, in addition to her own powers. It had been buffed by the universe itself, too. That strike was starting to form substance chains. It wasn't like a real deified's attack, but it was better than what most half-deifieds could achieve. And Han Sen clearly intended to use his flesh to take the blow instead. Exquisite believed that was too dangerous to do. But Han Sen didn't hesitate. His hand blade struck the water knife, and the scary water knife suddenly fell under Han Sen's control. It now followed Han Sen's attacking stance, returning toward Exquisite. Pang! The scary water power was now in front of Exquisite. An invisible wall rose to block it, then exploded and fell back to the pond. The explosion shook Exquisite, sending her stumbling backward. You cheated, Exquisite said, standing up. She looked at Han Sen's hand. In between his fingers was a crystal orb. It was Ancient Water God's Ancient God Origin. Ancient Water God's Ancient God Origin was a water element relic. If Han Sen held that item, not even water deifieds could harm him. And Exquisite was just a 9th-tier king. I wasn't cheating. I was just making reasonable use of my resources. If that is considered cheating, is it not cheating for you to use your third eye and receive the boons and benefits of the universe? Han Sen said, that is my power. What you used was another person's power, Exquisite said. With my power, I don't think I would lose, either. But I'm heavily injured, so it wasn't as if you were challenging me at my full strength. Even if you won, I wouldn't concede, Han Sen said. When Exquisite heard that, she fell silent. She closed her Tai Chi eye and looked more like a person again. Although Exquisite's face was still rather expressionless, she looked far more like a human being than she had previously. With her third eye open, she was like a lifeless machine. Sure, I will wait until you heal so we can fight again, then, Exquisite said while looking at Han Sen. Then you are going to have to wait a long time. My wounds will take at least a year to fix. Maybe 2 or 3 years. Han Sen laughed. Exquisite frowned. She knew that Han Sen was injured and his body was heavily damaged. She knew he wasn't lying. She was being too hard on him. Lady Exquisite, I have heard the very high have a spring that brings good fortune. It can reverse one's luck and allow others to be reborn. Is that true? Han Sen squinted his eyes as he looked at her. Yes. Do you want to use that spring to repair your body? Exquisite knew what Han Sen was thinking. If you want to fight me again soon, I am afraid that is the only way, Han Sen said with a smile. If you don't want to come to the very high, how can you use the spring to fix your body? Exquisite frowned. I didn't say I wouldn't go to the very high. However, until you beat me, can I keep my body free from your intrusion? Han Sen finally spoke his true purpose. Chapter 2611 Han Yan Beginner, you would be receiving benefits for nothing. I'm afraid that you're somehow collecting all the resources in this universe for free, Exquisite said unsympathetically. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and laughed. If I go to the very high, do you think I'm going to take the resources you offer and run? I'm not afraid of that, but your idea goes against the rules. It doesn't work the way you want it to. You can use the good fortune spring, but you agree to obey me first, Exquisite said. In that case, never mind. I can take my time and heal slowly. You don't mind waiting a whole year, right? Han Sen said, I have all the time in the world. I will give you a year and a half. And then, we will fight again. If you lose, there will be no further excuses. Not even the sky can protect you forever. I, Han Sen, am a reliable chap. Han Sen made sure that his expression looked as noble as possible, but he still thought the result was a bit of a shame. Taking advantage of the very high wouldn't be as easy as he had anticipated. But that meant Han Sen could delay this annoyance for another year. His ability to buy so much time surprised him. Han Sen had thought that Exquisite wouldn't be able to wait a year. He was amazed she had so willingly agreed. When my body is healed, I will at least be more confident in the very high. After Han Sen and Exquisite struck their deal, they left the Sky Water House. 2 days later, Bixie took Yu Shangxin and departed Sky Palace. Exquisite remained. She was going to live there for a year and a half in anticipation of Han Sen healing. Han Sen wasn't too concerned about Exquisite, though. He continued to rest on his island every day so that his body would heal as soon as possible. Sky Palace had been in talks with the Extreme King. Eventually, Bai Wuchang and the Extreme King Knights were released in exchange for resources. Some of them were xenogenic treasures designed to heal his body. They were all given to Han Sen. The Extreme King weren't willing to let go of their grudge, but now that Han Sen was in Sky Palace, there was nothing that they could do to him. In between the time he spent practicing in the White Jade Building, Han Sen savored the Extreme King's food. Han Sen had trained in the White Jade Jing before. There were 12 towers and 5 cities. In one of the towers, fairies would descend from paintings to grow a practitioner's power. Han Sen headed to the 7th White Jade Tower out of the 12. None of them were better than the others. They were all different. The 7th tower was called Hidden Skill Tower, because the jade wall there was full of skills. There was lots of knowledge to learn there. When the Jade Air was released each day, the Jade Wall would present a skill book. A different skill was displayed every day of the year. It was a cycle that repeated endlessly, year after year. When a book appeared on the Jade Wall, merely looking at it would allow Han Sen to understand the hidden power residing inside. If he copied it and read it outside the tower, however, it would seem like nothing more than boring gibberish. According to legend, when the Alpha of the Sky created the textless book, he used the very high sense and the skill books from the tower. Whether or not that was true was unknown, but the mere belief was enough of a testament to how special they were. Han Sen's body still hadn't recovered yet. He couldn't accept strong powers from the outside, so he couldn't go to the other towers to absorb their jade air. And neither could he go and refine the jade spirit. Instead, he focused on reading the books in that tower. Brother Han, I have heard you recommended your sister be accepted as a student in Sky Palace. Is she your real sister? Young Sui asked with curiosity when the jade air was depleted and the book on the jade wall disappeared. She had been studying behind him. Yes, she's my real sister. Han Sen nodded. He had asked Thousand Feather Crane to register her because the man owed him a favor. She must be incredibly talented. If there is a chance, I would like her to study beneath my father, Young Sui said. Han Sen was shocked. He looked at Young Sui and asked, is that your idea or the Yun elders? Both. What do you think? Young Sui laughed. If the Yun elder is willing to take on Han Yan, it will be very fortuitous for her. I would be immeasurably grateful, Han Sen said. Han Yan was just like him. They had both gone to Sky Palace on the recommendation of another. They were both foreigners who weren't native to there. Ordinarily, no foreign student would be taken on by an elder. If Yun Chengkong was willing to take her, though, it would be very beneficial for her. Having Sky Palace as a background would be much better for an ordinary foreign student. But Sky Palace still has its rules. Sister Han still has to walk the Sky Path to get to Sky Palace, Yun Sui said. Of course. Han Sen nodded. Han Yan should have no problem walking the Sky Path and the steps leading up to Sky Palace. If that's all agreeable to you, we should not delay. Let's go pick up Sister Han. My father has already completed the registration process. If she can walk to Sky Palace, she will be an official student of my father, Yun Sui said. Sui, thank you. Han Sen bowed before Yun Sui with sincerity. For a foreign student to have one of the 10 elders teach them was something most prestigious. Yun Sui must have worked hard to make that happen. Brother Han, what are you doing? I didn't help much. Yun Sui quickly stopped him from bowing. The two of them departed the White Jade Tower. Han Sen still rode his old, legless crane. Together, they left the xenogenic space and headed to Narrow Moon, where they would pick up Han Yan. Ji Yu Qingcheng and Elysian Moon were practicing outside. They weren't the type of people to spend their free time relaxing. With their powers, they could survive an attack from a low-level deified. There was no need to worry about them. Han Sen's sister was registering to join Sky Palace. This story remained on the headlines of Sky Palace for quite some time. After they went to Sky Palace, Han Sen helped with the registration. With the help of the 10th elder Yun Changkong, it was over quickly. It wasn't easy for a foreigner to become a student of Sky Palace. Without a considerable amount of power, it was a challenge to be accepted. Plus, Han Yan would have the 10th elder as a teacher. That was amazing, considering that she wasn't even one of the Sky. Yun Changkong had gone to a lot of effort to ensure this would come to pass. Of course, the importance of Han Sen to Sky Palace played a part in the proceedings. It would have been impossible, otherwise, for a foreign student to be brought into the fold by the 10th elder. Han Yan was so excited. She had grown very bored on planet Eclipse, but now she could go to Sky Palace. It was what she had longed for. Yun Sui explained to her the things that she needed to be wary of in Sky Palace. She treated Han Yan like a real sister. When Han Sen saw this, he felt touched. Bauer sat on the red cloud, flying in looping circles around Han Sen. Han Sen had brought her there, and when Han Yan walked the Sky Path, he would ask Bauer to go with her. Bauer might be able to help out. The Holy God's holy air was some good stuff, and there was a chance Han Yan would receive the same treatment. After Han Sen brought Han Yan to Sky Palace, many of the Sky Palace elites turned their attention to her. Many people wanted to know how she stacked up next to Han Sen. Maybe Han Sen was just a one-of-a-kind crystallizer, or maybe the gene talents of all crystallizers were that good these days. Chapter 2612 Han Yan walking Sky Path. Bauer, why don't you go with little auntie? Han Sen asked Bauer as they stood before the sky door. Sure. Bauer nodded and flew over to Han Yan. She took Han Yan's hand and smiled. Hey, auntie, Bauer is going to walk with you. But before they went onto Sky Door Island, one of the Sky Guardsmen stopped their approach. He looked at Han Sen and said, Brother Han, the leader issued a command that only Sister Han may traverse the Sky Path. Bauer cannot cross it again. Han Sen was frustrated by that, but he couldn't actively go against a decree issued by Sky Palace leader himself. So, Bauer returned to his side. Sky Palace leader was drinking tea at the time, and he murmured to himself. If the gourds rumble again, it will reduce the amount of holy air in the vine. If this happens again, the holy vine will be killed. Sky Palace leader had good reason to be protective of the vine. That plant was the root of Sky Palace, and it was used to vet and grow the students that the Sky wished to train. If Bauer was allowed to cross Sky Path every time Han Sen brought someone to Sky Palace, the Holy Gourd Vine's power would fall precipitously. If that happened repeatedly, the Holy Gourd Vine would end up destroyed. Last time Bauer traversed Sky Path, she had received enough blessings for tens of thousands of average students. They had lost a lot that day, and Sky Palace couldn't afford another hit like that. That aside, the rules of Sky Palace only permitted one person to cross Sky Path at a time. Previously, Bauer had only been allowed to go with Han Sen because she was so small. But that was why they lost as much as they did. Sky Palace leader wouldn't allow that to happen again. Exquisite watched the Sky Path from afar. She wanted to know how talented Han Sen's biological sister was. Perhaps she could learn more about Han Sen's real gene talent level. An 11 armor talent was too scary. It was difficult to believe that it was a genuine result. Brother, don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Han Yan's entire purpose in life was to catch up with Han Sen. She looked confident in this. Don't exhaust yourself. Just cross it. Han Sen didn't want Han Yan to make a scene when she crossed the sky path. Making a name for yourself was never a good thing, he had discovered. Traversing the sky path wasn't that risky, though. When she ascended the stairs that led to Sky Palace, that was when the opportunity to impress the sky would present itself. If Han Yan performed extremely well there, she could forget about having a quiet life. Han Yan didn't know what Han Sen meant. She thought he was saying that to alleviate the pressure she might have been feeling. Sister Han, you can just stroll across. This is just a small crossing, Yun Sui said to comfort Han Yan. She didn't want her to be nervous. Thank you, Sister Yun. I'm going now. Han Yan walked through Sky Door Island. The people of Sky Palace watched her traverse the narrow sky path. Han Yan already knew that going across Sky Path might trigger the holy air of the gourds. So, when she walked across the gourd vine, she stared down at the holy gourds. The holy gourds were big and small. They were each cute in their own way, but they showed no sign of activity. I have heard Sister Yun say that when Big Brother walked across Sky Path, he didn't receive the gift of holy air. But he made all the holy gourds shake and shiver. Why is nothing happening while I walk across it? Han Yan frowned. She continued to walk, and still, the holy gourds didn't so much as twitch. Of course, without Bauer there, that naughty kid the crystallizer couldn't have triggered the trembling of 1,000 gourds. Han Yan had already walked halfway, and not a single gourd moved. Sky Palace leader merrily took another sip of his tea. He liked this. Brother Han's sister doesn't look like she has any special talents. Not a single gourd has chosen to bless her with holy air yet. In this world, only one Han is known as God's daddy. Not every Han of the crystallizer race can earn a title like that. It is useless to just be a Han. You should strive to become a God's daddy. It is a shame Bauer was stopped. If she was there, 1,000 gourds might move for Han Yan. Yun Changkong was a bit disappointed. He had never seen Han Yan before, but still, he had agreed to take her on as a student. He made this decision because she was Han Sen's biological sister and Yun Sui had asked him to multiple times. Yun Changkong didn't expect Han Yan's power to be as great as her brother's, but since she was his real sister, he expected something more. He had high expectations, to say the least. Even if 1,000 gourds didn't move, she should have at least received some holy air. But right now, it didn't look as if any holy gourd was going to give her holy air. Although they are both called Han, this one is not Han Sen. Are you disappointed, Elder Yun? Elder Six was smiling at Yun Changkong as he spoke. Yun Changkong had accepted a foreign student as his own. This was the first exception for an elder to take on someone foreign in Sky Palace. So, Yun Changkong had a lot riding on this. Many people in Sky Palace were discussing these proceedings, and many whispers regarded Yun Changkong's petty attempts to please Han Sen. It damaged Sky Palace leader's image, by extension. Many weren't happy with what Yun Changkong had done. Elder Six had spoken in a mocking tone. Of course, it made sense that the other elders were feeling rather sour. Many elders in Sky Palace wanted to build a relationship with Han Sen, but none of them were as close with him as those of the Yun family. When they heard that Yun Changkong had snatched Han Yan as a student, they didn't take the news well. Han Sen's blessing powers alone made many people want to befriend him, and that wasn't to mention his ownership of the charming gods Zhen and the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Everyone wanted the best students possible, and if they had a few deifieds, their reputation would shift. How many deifieds did Sky Palace have? And how many could become primitive deified in the future? That rank alone was enough for someone to become famous. Exquisite had watched Han Yan walk over half of Sky Path, and not a single gourd had moved to provide her with something. This disappointed her immensely. Exquisite's knowledge of the gourds was that if a person had an 8 armor talent or above, quite a few holy gourds of the same element would give out holy air. She hadn't received any holy air, though, and that meant her talent had to be below 8 armor. If Han Sen's sister had only ordinary talent, then it didn't matter how much the big brother mutated, there was no way he had an 11 armor talent. Seeing that Han Yan was just about to finish Sky Path with no result, Han Sen thought it was a shame that Bauer hadn't been allowed to join her. Han Yan didn't have a chance to absorb the holy air of 1,000 gourds. But this result didn't surprise Han Sen. After all, no holy gourd had given him holy air when he walked it alone. It was only because Bauer was there the second time that he received something. She had been the reason that all the gourds released holy air for him. He had expected that the gourds might refuse to grant Han Yan anything. Han Yan's expression remained impassive. She walked all of the way to the end of Sky Path, ready to leave the holy gourds. But then, Han Yan suddenly stopped. At the end of the holy vine, she looked back at the holy gourds on both sides. Chapter 2613. Trying. Han Yan looked at the holy gourds hanging behind her. She hadn't expected to be the recipient of the 1,000 holy airs that were bestowed upon Bauer, but it came as a surprise that not a single holy gourd had given her a holy air. It made her feel sick. I told my big brother that I wouldn't disappoint him, but I haven't even received a single holy gourd air. I have embarrassed my big brother. The people of Sky Palace will laugh at him. Han Yan looked at the gourds, trying to decide if she should do something more to prompt the activation of at least one gourd's holy air. Han Yan didn't feel this way because she didn't understand Han Sen, it was because her living environment was different. Han Sen had grown up with danger, and he had led a very rough and tumble life. He never really cared about how people perceived him. He valued his own safety and the benefits he earned for himself more than other people's opinions. But Han Yan was different. Han Yan had never suffered before. Even in the hardest times of the Han family, Han Yan had been doted on by Llewellyn. Llewellyn expected boys to take care of themselves, but she made sure to spoil her girls. So, Han Sen and Han Yan's personalities were bound to be different. And when Han Sen became famous, Han Yan's childhood became even more advantageous. When she went to school, she went to a royal school. Her performance there was exemplary, marking her as the best in the school. She was the smartest out of all the girls in her classes. Of course, Han Yan had earned that distinction through her own talent. Family support only played a small part. Han Sen and Llewellyn had put a lot of effort into guiding Han Yan, and while she appreciated their efforts, it had put a lot of pressure on her. It made Han Yan feel that if she wasn't good enough, she would disappoint her big brother and mother after all the time they spent on her. So, Han Yan always worked as hard as possible to make herself the best could be. She wanted to be just like her brother. The more Han Sen achieved, the more pressure Han Yan felt. Her workload increased, and so did her drive. Now, she had taken her first steps into Sky Palace without receiving a single holy gourd air. She felt at that moment that if she gave up without trying, she would be betraying the effort and expectations of Han Sen and Llewellyn. Han Sen had never felt that way about his sister, though. Not for a single moment. More than anything, he wanted Han Yan to be happy. Her success didn't matter at all to him. Han Sen felt the same way about all the members of his family, he only wanted them to be safe and happy. He hoped no disaster would befall them and that they would be kind to the world in return. That was his wish. Han Yan seemed to think of something. She turned to face one of the holy vine's gourds and moved toward it. The nobles of Sky Palace looked at Han Yan strangely. They didn't know what she was planning to do at first, but to their horror, they soon understood. They saw Han Yan walk toward a gourd that was 20 centimeters tall. She grabbed it with both hands and tried to pull it down. Blurg. Sky Palace leader spat out the tea he was drinking. Amidst wheezy coughs, he said, "What kind of family is this? Bauer drained the holy vine, and now this Han Yan is rude enough to try and mug the gourds." Sky Palace didn't have a law that prohibited people from touching the holy gourds, but anyone with a brain knew that the holy gourd vine was a deified xenogenic plant. You couldn't gain the holy air by force. Unless the holy gourd was willing to give the holy air away, not even a deified elite could remove it by force. And Han Yan was just a duke. Han Yan's idea was simple. If there were no rules to keep her from touching the holy gourd, she at least wanted to try it and see if it worked. She wouldn't know unless she tried. She didn't want to disappoint Han Sen, so she had to give it a shot even if her chances of success were incredibly low. The Sky Palace student stared at Han Yan as she focused an intense gaze on the gourd in her hands. It looked as if she wanted to yank the gourd right off the vine. She really is a family member of Brother Han. She is brave. This is very creative. I like Sister Han, but she should give up. She is just a duke. If the gourd got mad, she wouldn't be able to endure its wrath. This woman is crazy. She wants to take a holy gourd with her. She is as brave as her big brother, but neither of them has a brain. What a shame. She has a lovely body. With her beauty and her relationship to Han Sen, she could have become a goddess in Sky Palace. Now, everyone knows that her brain is bad. She can't be a goddess. She will be recognized as a crazy woman for sure. Even Exquisite stared at Han Yan with a strained look on her face. She had never seen anything like this before, either. The sixth elder was happy about this. He laughed out loud and was unable to control himself. He looked at Yun Changkong and said, "Elder Yun, my brother, congratulations. You have an excellent student. I have heard she is your exclusive student. It is good that you have this student. She won't let go of anything." Yun Changkong's wry smile had frozen on his face as he watched Han Yan move to clutch the holy gourd. The Han family, who are these people? Yun Changkong's mind had gone blank except for this small question. The dream beast was near a lake. He saw all this, and his eyes smiled like a moon. Only Yun Suyi and Yun Sushang, and all the others that were close with Han Sen, stood as still as statues. Sky Palace had a long history, and across those annals of time, very few had ever dared to try what Han Yan was doing. Han Yan didn't care about what others thought. She held onto that holy gourd and tried yanking it down. But the holy gourd was a deified xenogenic plant. It was a treasure of Sky Palace. Not even ordinary deifieds could harm it. Han Yan's strength was ant-like by comparison. It didn't matter how hard she tried, the gourd would not budge. Han Yan noticed she wasn't able to pull it down, but she refused to give up so easily. She used her super god body, wanting to try her best. Even if it didn't work, at least she could say she tried. No regrets. Thousand Feather Crane cleared his throat. "Brother Han, it is almost time. Lead your sister to Sky Palace." He hoped Han Sen could convince Han Yan to stop yanking on the holy vine. He just didn't know how to tell her himself. Han Sen hadn't expected Han Yan to try something like this. He was as surprised as all the rest, but he still pretended to be calm. He said, "It is fine. It's good when young people come up with ideas like this. Let her carry on." Han Sen wouldn't undercut anything that Han Yan had decided to do. If the rules of Sky Palace didn't forbid her from trying to touch the holy gourd, then he certainly wouldn't stop her. As this happened, Han Yan's body changed. Her long black hair became a black crystal waterfall. It reached all the way down to her feet. Her eyes were like black gemstones. Her whole body swirled with a mysterious, holy air. Chapter 2614 Picking a holy gourd. Upon seeing this, many Sky Palace elites frowned. Although Sky Path wouldn't allow anyone to use their powers, provoking the holy vine like that wasn't a good thing. If Han Yan made the holy vine mad, it wouldn't go well for her. Sky Palace leader felt a headache coming on. Why must the Han family always be like this? Don't they have a decent leader to instill good behavior into them? This girl is going to be an enormous pain in the *SS for old 10. Yun Changkong's face was conflicted. Before today, he never thought that he would end up taking someone like this as his only student. He didn't know if he should cry or laugh at the sight. Sixth Elder was laughing so hard, and he said, "This Han Yan is so interesting, old 10, you are going to be in a lot of trouble." Then, the Sixth Elder's laughter stopped abruptly. He was still smiling, but his features seemed to have frozen in place. His eyes were wide. His face had changed expression so fast that laughter and shock occupied his expression at the same time. It made the Sixth Elder look very weird. Yun Changkong was about to reply to the Sixth Elder, but when he saw the other man's horrified expression, he spun back to look at the holy gourd. When his eyes found the holy gourd, Yun Changkong felt like his heart stopped. His eyes bulged slightly as he stared in disbelief. The two elders weren't the only ones who were shocked. The whole of Sky Palace had fallen quiet. A teacup hung forgotten from Sky Palace leader's fingers. He had been about to take a sip when his entire body grew still. His face looked as if he had laid eyes on a ghost. Han Yan still held the gourd in her hands. A thin stem had once connected the gourd to the vine, but now, that stem was broken. Han Yan had managed to pick the gourd off the vine. The nobles of Sky Palace were shocked. They didn't believe what they were seeing. They had never dreamed that the gourds could be picked like this. Over the history of Sky Palace, a few people had attempted to pick a gourd from the vine. None of them had been ordinary students, though they were deified elites. And those deified elites hadn't merely been trying to obtain some holy air like Han Yan was. They wanted the vines and the gourds to craft deified treasures. It was impossible to tear a gourd loose by force. Even if the Sky Palace leader wanted a holy gourd, he needed to perform a special ritual and provide treasures that would provide energy to the holy vine. If the holy vine was in a good mood, it might give out a holy gourd. At that time, Sky Palace had 17 treasures made from holy gourds. They were all deified weapons. The most powerful holy gourd treasure was a scary butterfly-level weapon. Of course, some holy gourds had failed when the sky tried to shape them into weapons. They weren't included in this number. But everyone knew, regardless of all that, that the holy vine was a terrifying being. Even though Sky Palace had many deifieds, none of them would dare to mistreat it. Forcing a holy gourd off the vine had only been accomplished by 2 people in the entire history of Sky Palace. However, Han Yan was just a duke. She hadn't sacrificed anything in the vine's honor, she had just lackadaisically collected the gourd from the vine. It was very hard to believe. Everyone looked at Han Yan like she was insane. Han Yan was so happy. And she thought to herself, it looks like you really can take a holy gourd from this vine. If the holy gourd has holy air, I must take it back with me to research. I won't be able to open the gourd now, but after I become stronger, I'll find a way to break open the gourd and collect the holy air within. Right, I have heard each person can only walk across Sky Path once. Let me get one for Big Brother and another one for Bauer, Han Yan thought to herself. She put the gourd in her bag and looked at the small gourds next to her. Han Yan was worried that if she tried to pick a gourd that was too big, she might not be able to collect it. So, she took the small ones instead. What is she doing? Sky Palace leader stared at Han Yan with worried eyes. He felt terrible. He almost leapt out of his seat when he saw Han Yan reach for an additional gourd. As Han Yan reached out and picked another gourd off the vine, she said to herself, one for Big Brother. One for Bauer, one for Munger, and one for our Princess Ling. Oh, and one for Little Flower. The holy gourds, which not even deifieds could harm, were plucked one by one. Han Yan collected them from the vine like she was picking grapes. She picked 3 or 4. And after this, Sky Palace leaders' eyes turned green. The elders, butlers, officers, and ordinary students of Sky Palace were all dumbfounded. They couldn't speak. They watched with gaping mouths as Han Yan in her super god spirit body picked the gourds off the vine. How is this possible? Why is the vine not reacting to her? How can it allow a duke to collect its holy gourds? The 6th elder rubbed his eyes hard. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, and he had been struck with some foul hallucination. Yun Changkong turned back to the 6th elder. His heart was screaming with joy. He tried to play it cool, but his lips were still curled up at the edges. Everyone knew he was trying to hold in his laughter. Brother 6th, my student is quite foolish. She couldn't even get a holy gourd air on Sky Path, so she had to go and pick it up for herself. That is really silly, ha ha ha. After saying that, Yun Changkong began to laugh until tears rolled down his face. A holy gourd could be used as the base for a deified weapon. The process of crafting such a weapon often failed, and other rare materials were required to supplement it, but a holy gourd was priced equally with a primitive deified xenogenic gene. Seeing Han Yan pick up the 4th gourd and place it in her satchel, Sky Palace leader found himself incapable of sitting still any longer. He got up and spoke aloud. Han Yan, hurry up and enter the Sky Palace door. Stop loitering. A voice boomed and echoed across Sky Palace. It was only in Han Yan's ear, though. No others could hear it. Han Yan was a smart person. When she heard that, she knew she wouldn't be allowed to collect any more gourds. She felt that was quite a shame, and she thought to herself, I didn't get one for Little Flower. But Han Yan didn't remain by the vine any longer. She took her bag of gourds and left Sky Path. She headed to the Sky Palace door. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? I think Han Yan took 4 holy gourds, one student asked with great confusion. He looked as if he had just woken up from a deep slumber. I thought I saw that, too. It must be Brother Han's sister. I want to know if he would like a brother-in-law. The women of the Han family are scarier than Brother Han. His daughter made the gourds shiver, and his sister was able to just grab them off the vine. That was so weird. Why do the holy gourds treat the Han family so nicely? The vine let Han Yan collect the holy gourds without reacting at all. This family, all of them are so strong. Are you stupid? If the holy vine wasn't willing to let the gourds go, do you think a duke could have picked them? I don't know about all the other ramifications of what just happened, but I do know that Sister Han earned a lot. 4 holy gourds can make 4 deified weapons. Uncle Han, please take me. Chapter 2615 Exploding Mines. Why didn't I think about collecting some gourds before I left the Sky Path? Han Sen thought with regret. There would be far more than a single holy air in every gourd. He would have been rich if he had collected a bunch of them. While Han Sen was regretting his oversight, Han Yan had reached the stone stairs that led up to Sky Palace. The words, Sky Palace, were shining brightly, and the sensation was so overwhelming that it was rather intimidating. It felt suppressive. Dukes weren't the only ones who would feel the strain of those words. Even a king-class elite would feel the suppression if they began ascending those stairs. Most kings wouldn't dare to lift their heads long enough to do more than glance at those words. Many of Sky Palace's nobles were eager to see how Han Yan fared on her ascent of the stone stairs of Sky Road. Han Yan's performance on the Sky Path had surprised all of Sky Palace. They were eager to see how she would perform in her ascent of the stone stairs of Sky Road. There is no doubt now that she is Han Sen's biological sister. She is so strong. Did you forget what happened when Brother Han ascended the stairs? He had to be carried. I don't know if his sister will experience the same thing or not. Brother Han was carried because he understood the 2 words of Sky Palace and what they meant. It wasn't because he was weak. Do you think Sister Han will understand the 2 words of Sky Palace and their meaning as well? She collected the gourds like she was picking apples. She took 4 of them. Understanding the meaning of 2 words won't be as difficult as taking those gourds. Yeah, I think so, too. The crystallizers are likely to become significant once again, with this Han family backing them up. As everyone discussed this, Han Yan reached the stone stairs of Sky Road. Han Sen, Young Suyi, and Thousand Feather Crane stood outside the stone stairs. If something happened to Han Yan, they could step in and save her. Han Sen wasn't worried about Han Yan being crushed under the 2 words of Sky Palace. He was worried she would end up like him, understanding the meaning behind the words and allowing them into her body. If she failed, as her big brother, he would have to carry her up the rest of the way. It wouldn't be appropriate for anyone else to do that. In regards to Han Yan's talent, Han Sen was very confident. Han Sen thought his family had many people whose talent exceeded his own. He only surpassed them through his effort and determination. That was why he could do things others could not. It had nothing to do with talent. Of course, luck also played a part in it all. When Han Yan began to ascend the stone stairs of the Sky Road, she quickly felt the pressure of the words. She slowed under the sudden weight and had to lower her head. I'm not just representing myself here. I'm representing my brother. I cannot lower my head while I walk up to Sky Palace. With that thought, Han Yan's mind exploded forcefully outward. She tried to fight back against the 2 words of Sky Palace. But those 2 words carried deified power. She couldn't force them back. The more she fought, the more pressure was applied. Her neck bone almost broke. Her super god body opened again. A weird power covered Han Yan once more, sending her into King Release Sky mode. Han Sen didn't know much about Han Yan's super god body King Release Sky. He only knew that it was a causal element super god body. And in regards to how powerful King Release Sky was, Han Sen wouldn't be able to tell unless he fought her. Han Sen had discerned that Han Yan was only able to collect the holy gourds because of her super god body, but he wasn't sure exactly how she had done it. Right now, Han Yan was using her King Release Sky super god body again. Han Sen was paying keen attention, trying to understand precisely why it was so amazing. Sky Palace leader saw Han Yan fighting back against the meaning of the 2 words of Sky Palace. He smiled and spoke to the woman next to him. She is still young. Everyone was young at some point, the woman said tersely. Being reckless at such a young age isn't a bad thing. Sometimes, young people need that kind of drive. Sky Palace leader laughed and said nothing. He could tell that the woman's expression hadn't changed, but anyone who understood her could tell from the corners of her eyes that she admired what Han Yan was doing. As they spoke, Han Yan was being suppressed by the meaning of the 2 words of Sky Palace. Then, she suddenly straightened out her neck and body. She stared forward and continued walking toward the door of Sky Palace. The elites of Sky Palace were all confused, wondering why the meaning of the 2 words of Sky Palace now seemed to be ineffective. No way. The meaning of the 2 words of Sky Palace only affects people and creatures the first time they ascend the stone stairs. It loses its effect the second time, but this is Han Yan's first time. Why isn't it working? 6th Elder looked confused. Something was wrong. No, it worked in the beginning, but then it suddenly stopped. What kind of Geno art does Han Yan possess to be so amazing? Brother 6th, stop blabbering these questions. It would be weird for the biological sister of a guy like Han Sen to be completely ordinary, Yun Changtong gently reprimanded the sixth elder. His quiet smile spoke for itself. Yun Changtong had agreed to take Han Yan at the behest of Han Sen and Yun Suyi. He hadn't expected that Han Yan would already be so impressive. He felt as if he had just won some sort of student lottery. Han Yan quietly walked up the stone stairs, and as she did, the others of Sky Palace thought something was amiss. They were quick to realize that the meaning of the two words of Sky Palace hadn't lost its effectiveness. It was working, and it was now becoming stronger. As this happened, the words shone. If the Sky Palace students looked closer, they could see that it wasn't real light. The brightness they saw was the waves of a mind that was too strong. It manifested as a physical light, shimmering with power. The higher Han Yan went, the brighter the mind powering the two words became. It was such a powerful mind. Only deified beings could trigger it while they walked Sky Road. But Han Yan was just a duke, and she was already able to trigger the meaning of the words to such a capacity. That was surprising. Even more frightening was the fact that such a powerful mind was still proving to be ineffective against Han Yan. The mind was like a moonlit spring. Han Yan ascended the stone stairs dressed in all white, like a fairy bathing in moonlight. Her black hair floated in the shimmering moonlight behind her. Many of the young students of Sky Palace couldn't take their eyes off her. "I'm in love," a male student said. He stared at Han Yan longingly, while clutching his chest. He almost had stars in his eyes. "She is a true fairy." Many of the eyes of young Sky Palace students gleamed like hungry wolves. As this happened, Han Yan slowly walked beneath the pressure of the meaning of the two words of the Sky Palace plaque. She had finished her ascent of the stone stairs. According to the past experience of the sky, the power of the mind behind the words would now be reduced. But this time, Sky Palace's two-word mind did not reduce. It exploded like a volcano. Chapter 2616 White Elephant. As everyone watched in confusion, the meaning of the two words of Sky Palace exploded, and something flew out into the air. "What is that?" Han Sen was shocked. He looked at Yun Suyi, never having heard of anything like this happening before. I don't know." Yun Suyi was just as stunned as the rest. She had never heard of a physical item emerging from the sign that held the words of Sky Palace. All the rest of the sky were amazed, as well. The last thing they had expected was for an object to fly out of that sign. They stared at it blankly. The thing that flew out of the sign looked like an elephant. It was white like jade, but only 1 foot long. The elephant's tusks appeared to be made of crystal. Everyone looked at that small elephant in befuddlement. They had no idea why it had suddenly appeared there. The defensive systems of Sky Palace were rock solid. It would be impossible for them to be unaware of a xenogenic hiding out inside that big sign. The small white elephant flew over until it was right in front of Han Yan. It then expanded, growing to the size of a mammoth. Strangely, after the white elephant appeared, the meaning behind the two words of Sky Palace disappeared. The sign went back to normal. The white elephant reached out its trunk and wrapped it around Han Yan's body. Han Sen's muscles tensed. He thought the white elephant was going to harm his sister, and he leapt forward. After he took a step forward, though, he realized that the white elephant was just lifting her up to sit on its back. Once Han Yan was astride its back, the white elephant turned around and headed deeper into Sky Palace. Seeing that the elephant wasn't a threat, Han Sen felt instantly relieved. But still, he made sure to follow closely behind them. Many Sky Elders also hurried forward to examine the strange white elephant as it walked farther into Sky Palace. It was so weird. No one had known that the Sky Palace sign had a white elephant hiding out in it. The situation was so odd that it was hard to believe. Even Sky Palace leader came down for a closer look. He ransacked his mind for an explanation of where the white elephant had come from, but he couldn't come up with one. Just by feeling the white elephant's presence, he could tell that it was a deified creature. A deified creature had been hiding out in that sign, and no one in Sky Palace had known. That was simply embarrassing for the other deifieds inside Sky Palace. But they knew immediately that the white elephant must have a long history with Sky Palace, so no one tried to attack it. They followed the white elephant, keen to see what it might do. "Mr. Leader, what is this white elephant?" Han Sen was still worried about Han Yan, and so he asked Sky Palace leader once the man arrived. "Don't worry, I will assure her safety. I won't allow her to get hurt," Sky Palace leader said as he continued to walk. When Han Sen heard him say that, he relaxed a little, but he still didn't feel calm. He felt even more worried. That was because it sounded as if not even Sky Palace leader understood what the white elephant was and where it had come from. Although this entire scenario sounded a bit unbelievable, in which a deified creature had resided in Sky Palace without anyone knowing about its existence, this was actually happening. Han Sen gritted his teeth and followed the white elephant. The white elephant showed no sign of being hostile, though, and it was moving forward at a rather slow pace. Han Yan looked down, observing her mount quizzically. While she was surprised to find herself atop its back, she hadn't been hurt in any way. "Little Yan, are you okay?" Han Sen asked as he followed the white elephant. "I'm okay. Is this some sort of induction ceremony for Sky Palace?" Han Yan asked with curiosity. "Can you get off its back?" Han Sen asked. "Yes. Do you want me to come down?" Han Yan asked. "Yes, come down for now," Han Sen said. Han Yan flew off of the white elephant's back. But as soon as she broke contact with the creature, the white elephant's trunk snatched her and made her sit down again. The white elephant didn't hurt her, however. It placed her down gently and resumed its walk. "Let her sit there for now. I promise not an ounce of harm will befall a single hair on her pretty head," Sky Palace leader said with a squint of his eyes. A white elephant had flown out of the Sky Palace sign. That was mysterious, to say the least. All of the Sky Palace students thought this was amazing, and they were curious about what the white elephant was. But most of the students were eventually stopped and prohibited from following the white elephant. Only the elders and other leaders of Sky Palace were allowed to follow beyond that point. The white elephant carried Han Yan through the Sky Palace hall. Then, they came to the gardens of Sky Palace. This was where the rulers of Sky Palace had lived down through history. Now, it belonged to the man who was walking next to Han Sen. Ordinary people weren't permitted entry. Han Sen and the others followed the white elephant in. It was like a natural garden, with mountains and the smell of grass. It was like a fairy's grove. Rare xenogenic plants were scattered about here and there. Just the sight of them made Han Sen want to get out his knife and start cutting. The big white elephant carried Han Yan to the back of the garden. They went to a wall with a small pond beside it. The wall had two words that were roughly engraved: outer sky. Those two words were jaggedly carved. Even though Han Sen didn't know much about calligraphy, he knew those words had been written by a young man. But how could a young man have made an inscription in this place? That was where the rulers of Sky Palace rested. Other people weren't permitted entry, and they surely couldn't leave evidence of their presence. The white elephant walked in front of the mountain wall, then lowered its trunk into the water. As the water swirled around its trunk, the elephant seemed to be feeling around for something. Everyone looked at the big white elephant, having no idea what it was doing. After a while, the white elephant lifted its trunk from the water. It was holding something. The object was a box made of jade, and it was a foot long. The onlookers glanced at each other, unsure what the appearance of this random box signified. Sky Palace leader looked at the jade box and frowned. He had an idea of what the box might be, but he wasn't sure. The white elephant lifted its trunk and passed the jade box to Han Yan. And then, it lay down next to the pond and closed its eyes. It looked as if it had gone to sleep. "Han Yan, come over here," Sky Palace leader said to Han Yan, who had just received that box. Han Yan saw Han Sen nodding. So, she got off of the white elephant. This time, the white elephant didn't respond. It allowed Han Yan to move away with the box in her hands. "Open the box," Sky Palace leader told Han Yan. "Palace leader, will there be danger inside the jade box?" Han Sen asked worriedly. "No." Sky Palace leader shook his head, a strange expression on his face. As this, Yun Chengkong's face changed. He seemed to come to a realization, and he looked at the jade box in astonishment. Chapter 2617 Sword given to the luckiest person. Sky Palace leader nodded to the 10th elder. "If I'm correct, then it is what you're thinking. I cannot believe it was in Sky Palace all along. It was right under my nose. Is it possible?" Yun Chengkong's voice trembled. He stared at Han Yan's jade box. The jade box gleamed in the light. There weren't many adornments or engravings on it. It was a simple box, with no markings or patterns to identify it. Many Sky Palace elites wouldn't have been able to tell what it was. "Old Yun, you should explain what is inside that jade box," the 6th elder couldn't help but ask. Yun Chengkong looked at Sky Palace leader, who nodded. Yun Chengkong's expression was difficult to read as he said, "You guys know about the 11th leader, right?" "Yes. The 11th leader was a Sky Palace genius. Everyone knows about him," He was the strongest elite in Sky Palace that entered the Geno Hall. Sixth Elder rolled his eyes, but then his eyes widened and his face lost its color. Is this jade box related to the 11th leader? Yun Chengkong nodded and said, you guys should remember the records that were created before the 11th leader went into the Geno Hall. He left behind words, the sword that will go to the luckiest person. Many elders shouted at the same moment. Everyone's eyes opened wide. They stared at the jade box Han Yan was holding. Yun Chengkong nodded solemnly. The 11th leader's sword skills were so fierce. He was like a god. He was a swordmaster from a family of swordsmen, and his talents brought him great strength. The 11th leader's sword skills were remarkable, even from a young age. He practiced with swords at the age of 3 years old. His sword mind reached the level of deified before he was 20 years old. He became the leader of Sky Palace before he was deified. When our race was in crisis, he destroyed traitors and battled enemies. Back then, even all the deified elders listened to him so they could make Sky Palace the best it could be. We have been stable for 1 billion years because of him. Referring to his lifetime as the Sky's golden age isn't even enough to describe him. He was the one who left the inscription near Sky Pond that reads, Outer Sky. Special people do special things. The 11th leader's sword skills weren't passed on to anyone else in Sky Palace. He didn't educate a single student. Before he went to the Geno Hall, he said, fate will search the universe, and the sword will be given to the luckiest person. But no one has ever figured out who that luckiest person might be. Until now, no one has found any sign of the 11th leader's sword skills. But people always knew he left his sword around somewhere. Many people have searched for that treasure across the universe, but they always came up empty-handed, Yun Chengkong said. He stared at Han Yan's jade box. How do you know the jade box contains the 11th leader's sword skills? The 6th elder asked with confusion. Yun Chengkong had a wry smile as he answered, this jade box is made from outer world jade. It only exists in Sky Palace. It is so rare that no one else could have this much of it. Even if someone had some, they wouldn't come here and drop their outer world jade in the Sky Pond. Aside from our leaders, who else could do this? There have been many leaders here over the years. How do you know this belongs to the 11th leader? The 6th elder asked. He was still confused. Yun Chengkong pointed at the white elephant who was fast asleep near the Sky Pond. Don't you remember what the 11th leader's mount was? I have heard it was a hitting sky elephant, but I thought the hitting sky elephant disappeared when the 11th leader went to the Geno Hall. When he realized what he was saying, the 6th elder trailed off in astonishment. His eyes opened wide as he looked at Han Yan's jade box. He screamed, is that really the 11th leader's sword skill? We should open it and find out, Sky Palace leader said. Let me open it, the 6th elder said merrily. He walked close to Han Yan and tried to grab the box. Before his hands could even touch the jade box, he felt a strong power come from behind. It sucked him backward. Pang! The 6th elder flew back through the air and slammed into the stone inscribed with the words Outer Sky. His face was almost crushed against the hard surface. The white elephant near the pond had only moved his nose an inch. He didn't open his eyes. He was still sleeping. When Yun Chengkong saw the other elder's shaken expression, he chuckled and said, Brother 6, you are in too much of a rush. Think about the 11th leader's personality. He wouldn't allow just anyone to open his box. The 6th elder stood up slowly, wincing in pain as he moved. He stared at the white elephant, but he didn't make any aggressive moves. If the white elephant was the 11th leader's mount, it would be stronger than a normal deified creature. Han Yan, open the box, Sky Palace leader told Han Yan. Han Yan looked at Han Sen, and Han Sen nodded for her to do as she was told. Han Yan felt as if she had gotten quite lucky. This seemed to be a very rare opportunity that she had received, and maybe the 11th leader had left behind great resources. If that was true, perhaps she wouldn't have to struggle so much to level up. Han Yan held the jade box. It wasn't locked, so she lifted the lid and opened the jade box. A shadow flew out. It was in the shape of a gentleman. His age would be difficult to guess, but he appeared to be rather young. He gave off an aura of someone who carried a great burden, however. It looks like you guys never thought I'd leave this behind at the bottom of Sky Pond. But don't worry, after all, you guys are my descendants. I wouldn't expect you to guess how my mind worked. Right now, whoever is in charge of Sky Palace needs to listen to me. The luckiest person, the person the white elephant selected, is the one who will receive my sword skills. Only that person can get what is inside this box. If anyone goes against this will of mine, bad luck will fall upon them. It is quite funny, I bet many creatures are looking all over the universe for this. I wonder which of the sky was this lucky. After saying that, the shadow disappeared. No one knew where it went. Sky Palace leader and the others looked strange. The legend said that the 11th leader was a very heroic and smart man. They did not expect him to be such a kid. It looked like he was quite the prankster. Old elder, you are so unreliable. The white elephant chose a person who wasn't even one of the sky. She is just a foreign student. Sky Palace leader felt so depressed that he didn't know what to say. According to the 11th leader's words, the sword skills had to be given to Han Yan. The most secret skills of Sky Palace were about to be hers. If they didn't give the skills to her, that would mean they were betraying the will and direction of the 11th leader. That decision would reflect poorly upon them. The most important thing, however, was the fact that the 11th leader's mount was still there. The white elephant was bound to intervene if they tried to take the knowledge away from Han Yan. All the elders of Sky Palace looked confused. None of them said a word. Chapter 2618 Taking a student for teaching in an office of Sky Palace, a collection of elders, officers, and other high-class people were discussing the events with great excitement. We're talking about the 11th leader's sword skill, here. It is one of Sky Palace's secret techniques. After being buried for all these years, it has finally been revealed. It should be a part of Sky Palace's armory. We can't allow an outsider to claim it. The one who got it was a foreign student, after all. But you're wrong. The 11th elder left this request. How could we disobey his final wish? This only happened because he was too old to understand that the white elephant might unwittingly select an outsider. A foreign student, no less. The high-class people of Sky Palace had split into 3 different camps. One camp suggested putting the sword skill into Sky Palace's list of secret skills, where only the truly important figures of the sky could view. Another camp believed they should honor the final command of the 11th leader and allow Han Yan to practice the sword skill she had been given. The final group wanted to take the 11th leader's sword skill to a place where they could research it. They wanted to modify it so all of Sky Palace's students could practice it. Leader, please say something. The 6th elder supported the group that wished to take the sword skill and put it on the restricted list. After the 6th elder spoke, everyone realized that Sky Palace leader had yet to say anything in the discussion. Sky Palace leader said coldly, "There is no need to discuss this." "What do you mean, leader?" Sky Chance officer asked Sky Palace leader with confusion. Sky Palace leader looked at him. Then, he turned his gaze back to everyone else who was present. "It doesn't matter what decision we make if we can't get our hands on the sword skill, does it? Why could we not get it? We can ask Han Yan to present it to us. Would she dare not to? It belongs to Sky Palace, and if you want to take it back, then we would be totally within our rights," Sky Chance officer said flatly. "You really think that would be an acceptable course of action?" "Yes, you are technically correct. But it sounds to me like you're not giving any consideration to the 11th leader and his request," Yun Chengkong said mockingly. "I would never insult the 11th leader. However, I don't think the 11th leader expected that he would end up handing over his skill to someone who wasn't even a sky. We are merely fulfilling our responsibility as leaders of our people. I am sure that his spirit in heaven would agree with our decision," Sky Chance officer said confidently. Sky Palace leader squinted, smiled, and said, "Sky Chance officer is correct. We could argue that we were merely using our authority, but clearly, the 11th leader knew we would want to take advantage of this situation. He sent his mount hitting Sky Elephant to protect the skill and prevent young ones like us from stealing it under the guise of protecting our people. Do you have another plan to sort this out that involves the use of our authority? If Han Yan is willing to hand it over, the hitting Sky Big Elephant shouldn't," Sky Chance officer said, before going quiet. He didn't believe a single word that he was saying. The skill wasn't recorded in text, rather, it had taken the form of a jade sword. The white elephant wouldn't part with the jade sword for a minute. The white elephant didn't care if Han Yan used the sword, but if anyone else came close to it, the hitting Sky Elephant would attack them. The 6th elder was a prime example of what might happen if the white elephant got annoyed. The hitting Sky Elephant is just a low-intelligence xenogeniac. I doubt it knows much. We can trap it and take the jade sword away. How could it stop us then? An elder said with a hoarse voice. 7th elder, this is Sky Palace. We aren't a den of thieves, Yun Chengkong said disparagingly. Yun Chengkong, don't let this become personal. Han Yan might be your student, but the sword skill is part of the legacy of Sky Palace. It isn't your personal possession, the seventh elder said with a cold grunt. Yun Chengkong was enraged by this, and he said, what is that supposed to mean? You know what I mean. You shouldn't have to ask. Chengkong, what the seventh elder said makes sense. That is how we will settle this matter, Sky Palace leader said to stop them both from fighting. Leader, Yun Chengkong said, looking sick. Leader, you are so smart. The seventh elder grinned widely. Sky Palace leader ignored Yun Chengkong's icy stare. He smiled at the seventh elder and said, since you were the one to suggest this idea, seventh elder, please proceed with your plan to trap the hitting sky elephant. Then, bring the jade sword to me. Palace leader, how am I supposed to do it alone? I need you to send some more deifieds with me. I'll need them to trap the creature. The seventh elder's face changed. He could tell that the leader's proposal didn't sound right. I can't help you with that, I'm afraid, Sky Palace leader said calmly. I'm hoping Han Sen can make a few more deifieds to balance out Han Yan's acquisition of the skill, but I can't lend you aid at the same time. You should think of a way. It's your idea, don't you think you can do it? You are eligible for a grand reward if you do. This, seventh elder's face was turning green. Yun Chengkong felt relief flow through him. Sky Palace leader was protecting Han Yan. Many of the elders and officers who had wanted to take the jade sword by force had suddenly stopped talking. Sky Palace leader wanted to protect Han Yan. And with Han Sen's reputation as well, none of them were bold enough to try to get the jade sword by themselves. By doing so, they would be disobeying the leader's orders and disrespecting Han Sen at the same time. Han Sen would likely never bless them if that occurred. Plus, Han Sen had two true god weapons, and he had drawn the attention of the very high. He would only continue to gain power as time went by. If they stole things from Han Yan now, they'd be making an enemy of Han Sen. I will support whoever gets the sword skill back. If you can truly claim it, then I will reward you handsomely, Sky Palace leader said while looking at everybody. No one chose to speak. Han Sen didn't think the matter would be resolved so easily. The people of Sky Palace wouldn't let such an important sword skill land in Han Yan's hands. But what he expected didn't come to pass. Sky Palace didn't come up with an excuse to take the 11th leader's sword skill for themselves. But Yun Chengkong also didn't take Han Yan as a student. Instead, he asked his teacher to be her teacher. In effect, he made Han Yan his little sister. That was another way of saying that she was on the same level as Sky Palace leader. After the teacher ceremony, Han Yan's standing in Sky Palace became obscenely high despite her young age. Even Lone Bamboo, when he saw her, would have to refer to her respectfully. Han Yan had picked Holy Gourds, received the legendary sword skill, and become a fellow student with Yun Chengkong. She instantly became a legend all across Sky Palace. Her reputation exceeded even Lone Bamboo's. Everyone knew Han Sen had an awesome sister. Of course, what most students were fond of was her appearance. Many students had discussed the subject of Han Sen potentially blessing her. Perhaps that was why she was so strong at such a young age. That made them want Han Sen's blessing even more. Chapter 2619 Black King City. On the Little Jade Island, Han Sen, Han Yan, and Bauer were sitting at a table with 4 gourds of various sizes laid out across it. They were the 4 gourds Han Yan had collected from the Holy Vine. The 3 of them had briefly examined the gourds, but they still didn't know how to get the holy air out of them. Bauer, can't you make these things release their holy air? Han Sen asked, glancing at Bauer. Bauer shook her head. I could if I was at the vine, but not right now. Does that mean retrieving them was pointless, then? Han Sen felt depressed. Stop trying. Once the holy gourds are separated from the holy vine, the holy air inside of them solidifies. They won't release anything. Yun Chengkong smiled as he walked over to them. Yun Sui and Yun Susheng were following behind him. Greetings, brother, Han Yan said. She stood up and bowed to Yun Chengkong. Greetings, auntie. Yun Sui and Yun Susheng bowed, as well. Why is this so messed up? Han Sen thought. He bowed to Yun Chengkong, too, but only referred to him as Elder Yun. The Yun sisters said hi to him. They had been close for some time, so there was no need for a great deal of politeness. After Han Sen instructed them all to take a seat, he had Zero come and pour the tea. Yun Chengkong had a sip and then said, the holy gourds cannot release holy air now that they have been picked. But they are a material that can be used to forge deified treasures. We should conduct a test and learn what elements they are associated with. Then, I will have Sky Chance's department make the treasure for you. However, making the treasures will still require other materials, and they might be expensive. The process isn't guaranteed to be successful, either. I would wager it to be 50-50. What kind of materials will I be needing? Han Yan asked. We won't know that until we test the holy gourds. After we have decided what sort of treasure you want, then we can make a list of the materials that will be required. Yun Changkong smiled and went on to say, don't worry about it, little sister. I will pay for the materials in return for your willingness to join us. Please do not object to my insistence. It is settled. Upon seeing Yun Changkong's certainty, Han Yan didn't turn down his offer. After chatting for a while, Yun Changkong turned to Han Sen. Han Sen, have you not been to the 5 cities? No, not yet. Han Sen shook his head and said, I wanted to go to the 5 cities, but a guard told me I need some sort of special pass. Yun Changkong pulled out a piece of paper with a black symbol written on it. The 5 cities are different from the 12 towers. It is very dangerous there, and the cities are all different from one another. Until you heal, you shouldn't go to the latter 4. This is the Black King City spell of the 5 cities. If you have this, you will be allowed to enter the Black King City. Perhaps it can help you. But remember, you cannot lose the pass if you enter there. And you cannot kill anything inside. Otherwise, you will land in a lot of hot water. What is inside the Black King City? Han Sen asked with curiosity. I can't tell you, but you will find out as soon as you go there, Yun Changkong said, waving his hand with a mysterious air. This spell can only allow one person inside. Han Sen asked with more curiosity. Yun Changkong nodded and said, in the future, little sister's spell will be handled by Sky Palace leader. Her level is low now, so it is pointless for her to venture into the 5 cities. We will need to wait until she is king class. Then she will receive her 5 cities spell. Although Han Yan was now Yun Changkong's sister, she was still his student. Yun Changkong was explaining things to Han Yan just like an average instructor would. With Yun Changkong only being the senior student, the atmosphere was so unnatural. The Yun sisters were very quiet because of it. Yun Changkong understood why, though. He dropped the info and left, leaving Yun Suyi and Yun Susheng behind. When only the youngsters remained, the atmosphere became far more relaxed and comfortable. Amidst the liveliness, Han Sen was keen on asking the Yun sisters about the Black King City. Father said that our powers are too weak, and we cannot go in yet. That is why we don't know much about the cities. I have heard that Black King City is the safest of all the cities. As long as you keep the spell on your person, and you don't have any intent to kill within you, it shouldn't be too dangerous for you to go to the Black King City. Yun Suyi stopped to think for a moment, then said, the legends claim that Black King City has many rare treasures in it. Many of the people that entered there came back with grand trophies, but they were never willing to say how they came into possession of them. The Yun sisters didn't know much about the Black King City, which only made Han Sen even more curious. The next day, he rode his legless crane to the White Jade Jing. He wanted to see the Black King City so he could see what was so special about it. Of course, when he reached the gate of the city, Han Sen was stopped by a Sky Palace student. Mr. Han, I'm so sorry. Without a pass from the leader, no one is allowed to enter the Black King City. That guard had once attended lessons taught by Han Sen, so he was very polite. Will this do? Han Sen took out his pass and handed it over to the guard. The student inspected it and then let him pass. Before Han Sen went, though, the guard reminded him that he must carry his spell at all times. He couldn't, at any cost, lose the spell. Han Sen thanked the guard and entered Black King City. From the outside, the city looked like an ancient place built from black jade. It looked old. It was mysterious and cold. After entering the Black King City, Han Sen was shocked by what he saw. He had thought Black King City was a mysterious place, and that there might be dark and dangerous creatures out on the prowl. He at least thought it might look like the White Jade Tower, albeit with the presence of creatures. But as Han Sen stepped onto the city's main street, he saw that the place was quite populated. It was a town with all sorts of people. There were merchants and farmers. There were even restaurants in which people relaxed and chatted as they ate. If Han Sen hadn't come in through the clearly defined entrance, he'd have assumed he had gone to the wrong place. This place shouldn't have been called Black King City. It was more like a small town on some underdeveloped planet. Peanuts, walnuts, pears, dates. A seller was barking down the street. Han Sen could see a farmer leading a cow. There were chickens clucking in cages and dogs barking at one another on the street. Han Sen felt strangely unsettled as he walked down the street. When he was young, not even his home had been this underdeveloped. This was the sort of thing he might have seen in an old movie. Han Sen looked at the ancient city people around him and noted that they looked very human. They were almost exactly the same as his own people. How is this possible? How can there be humans here? Han Sen mumbled to himself in shock. They looked exactly like humans. They were different from the very high, the sky, and the extreme king. They did not have the additional features that the other races had. They were practically identical to humans. Am I having some sort of hallucination? They cannot be humans, Han Sen thought to himself. Soon after, though, he realized that what he was seeing couldn't just be some sort of illusion. The beings around him were obviously living humans. Han Sen wanted to use his Dongshuan aura to examine them more closely, but he found that his power was all gone. Not a single speck of it remained. Chapter 2620 Anvil, what a weird city. It suppresses my power. Although my body is as strong as usual, I don't think I'll be able to any more powers than any ordinary creature can. I'm like an ordinary being now. Han Sen was shocked. He tried activating all kinds of Geno arts, but he couldn't find any that were usable in that strange realm. As Han Sen tried to figure out exactly how his power was being limited, a sky man approached him and bowed politely. Brother Han, my name is Bo Chin. I am a tour guide for Black King City. Brother Bo Chin, what is going on? Han Sen asked, looking at the city's civilians. Bo Chin laughed and said, there is a cafe nearby with excellent tea. Since we're close, let's have a cup of the stuff and discuss the city, shall we? What's going on in Black King City is rather complicated, so it can take a while to explain. Yes, please do that, Brother Bo Chin. Han Sen followed Bo Chin to a nearby cafe on a street corner. The two of them sat in a room on the second floor. They could look out across crossroads in front of them, which gave them a view of half the city. Bo Chin ordered some tea. Han Sen was still partially convinced that the whole city was merely an illusion, but when he took a sip of his tea, he was forced to discard that idea. The tea had a sweet fragrance, and its taste was just divine. It was definitely not an illusion. Don't worry, Brother Han. Black King City is a very real place. It's just different. This dimension only contains this town. The beings here can only live in the city. They live and die here, unable to practice or grow their strength. Furthermore, their lifespan is only a few decades, Bo Chin said with a smile. If these people here can never practice, why is the place so dangerous that I need a spell with me at all times? Han Sen asked, confused. If things were really as Bo Chin said, then nothing in that place could hurt him. Why would Yun Changkong have warned him so seriously? The beings in Black King City are ordinary, but the city itself is not. I believe you have already felt it, in that our power has been restricted. Aside from the strength of our bodies, our powers are lost. Even if we only have our physical powers, the beings here cannot hurt us. Bo Ching nodded and said, the beings here cannot harm us, but the rules that bind Black King City can. They might even kill us. There are two things you cannot do in Black King City. One is that you cannot lose your Black King spell. The second rule is that you cannot harm the other beings here. It doesn't matter how weak they are, if you hurt them, you will be punished by the rules of Black King City. Even if you're deified, the consequences are dire. Then what is the point of us coming here? Han Sen asked with a frown. There is a point. The creatures here are weak, but the stuff in their houses isn't. There are 1987 houses here. Many generations of these people have lived in the same houses. They have treasures in their abodes that hail from eras that are long past. For the beings that live here, never practicing, they are a waste. If we were able to claim them, however, they might have some use. Think about it. There might even be deified treasures just hanging around like easy pickings. Bo Chin paused before going on to say, but in Black King City, you cannot steal. You cannot rob. You cannot bring harm to the occupants. The people must give you their items willingly. If you violate these terms, Black King City will punish you even if you are deified. That is a very strange set of rules, but if the people here don't practice, where can these treasures possibly come from? Han Sen asked. Sure, I don't know. Just like nobody knows why the White Jade Jing exists, no one knows why Black King City operates the way it does and where the people that live here come from. And no one knows how they can keep on living in this small city. All we have to do is try and take the items that we might need, Bo Qin said. Can I trade with them? Han Sen asked. Yes, but you cannot force them into an exchange, Bo Qin answered. Han Sen asked more about the situation involving Black King City, and Bo Qin informed him of what he knew. He made sure to stress the taboos involved with living there. As Han Sen was readying himself to leave, Bo Qin said, "Remember, Brother Han, we cannot use our powers here. Even if deified treasures are right in front of us, we can't tell what they are without our powers. We can only see what they look like. Sometimes you'll find that you've spent a lot of effort in return for a barren class piece of junk. That is a frequent occurrence in Black King City. So, be careful what you select. If you find something you like, don't miss out. I sincerely hope you can get a deified treasure. Thank you for explaining all of this to me, Brother Bo Qin." Han Sen said goodbye and departed the cafe. He hit the streets again. Only after walking a few steps, he saw a blacksmith's smithy erupt with sparks. Two shirtless blacksmiths were swinging their hammers, with each strike of the anvil making a ding-ding sound. When Han Sen saw the anvil, his eyes brightened. The anvil was pitch black, and it was shaped something like the head of a bull. It was flat on its top and thin near the bottom. It looked quite aged, however. It seemed to be caked in rust, but Han Sen could tell that it wasn't actually rusty. The red color was rising from within the anvil. The anvil was a platform that the blacksmiths used to hammer iron weaponry. When the iron was pulled out of the fire, they would use hammers to shape the red-hot metal atop the anvil. Han Sen could tell that the anvil was very old. God only knew how many years it had resided in the blacksmith's smithy, but it hadn't yet broken. And there were no dents or markings to testify to its eons of use. He could tell that it was quite a special item. If it hadn't been, there would have been the telling signature of hammer marks and scorched clumps of iron atop it. Not having any marks would be impossible for an ordinary item. Is this anvil a treasure? What level is it, I wonder? Han Sen stood outside the smithy as he leered at the anvil. He couldn't use his powers, so he couldn't discern the rank of the anvil. This anvil must be a treasure, I just can't tell what level it is. It might not be too bad. Many Sky Palace students must have wanted that thing through the years, but the blacksmiths that live here cannot do their work without the anvil. So, after all these generations, no blacksmith has been willing to sell or part with the anvil, said a familiar voice behind Han Sen. Han Sen turned around to see Exquisite next to him. She was robed in white clothing. Chapter 2621 AT6 Gene Mutant People, Lady Exquisite, can you tell which of the city's items are Geno treasures? Han Sen asked Exquisite. Exquisite shook her head. No, but I can see something you cannot. Han Sen observed the anvil for a while, then he began to walk on down the street. Are you going to give up without even trying? Exquisite asked coldly when she caught up to Han Sen. I bet that countless people from Sky Palace have already tried to take that anvil. I was standing there for a while, and the looks that the blacksmith was giving me weren't very friendly. I would rather go somewhere else where the reception is not so uninviting, Han Sen said as he looked around. As Han Sen was checking out the city, the civilians in the city checked him out in return. The city wasn't big, and there weren't many people. They all lived there, so they knew each other well. Non-natives stood out quite a bit there. Plus, the people in that city were looking at Han Sen with hostile eyes. There was nothing warm or inviting about them. Han Sen could understand their attitude. In the past, Sky Palace students must have performed quite a few scams to steal their goods. These people certainly wouldn't enjoy outsiders coming in just to make off with their things. Yun Changkong hadn't been willing to divulge the specifics of the Black King City to him. It was probably because Sky Palace students had done many things in that city that no one would be proud of. The people of that old city didn't like outsiders, but they weren't picking any fights. They only walked around Han Sen with cold stares. It was likely they had been taken advantage of before. The students of Sky Palace had their power restricted in the city, but they still had their physical strength. Ordinary creatures couldn't stand against power like that. If it wasn't for Black King City's rules, any Sky Palace student could bring down the entire city with their fists. No wonder Bo Qin said it was harder to get something in Black King City these days. Han Sen shook his head with a wry smile. He wasn't very good at talking, and his ability to communicate with others was below average. He didn't think he would gain much from this city. Now that he didn't have access to his powers, he was unable to tell which item was a treasure and which was just a normal item. He could only rely on his gut instincts and eyesight. Han Sen tried to summon a beast soul, but beast souls were restricted, as well. He couldn't bring anything out of his sea of soul. That stopped his cheating mind in its tracks. Lady Exquisite, do you know what race the people here belong to? Why do they look like crystallizers? Han Sen said as he walked. After a moment of thought, Exquisite said, this is just their appearance. They aren't true crystallizers. They aren't like any race in this entire universe, actually. They are just creatures of the Black King City. They can't leave this place. They must spend their entire lives inside this city. Are the creatures in the other 4 cities similar to these? After Han Sen asked that, a strange feeling whelmed him. He was from Sky Palace, but he was asking an outsider about what might be members of his own species. Exquisite didn't seem to give Han Sen's question much thought. She shook her head and said, each of the 5 cities is different. The inhabitants all have special traits and quirks. The other cities aren't as safe as Black King City. Even deifieds can die in them with a little bad luck. Han Sen and Exquisite continued to walk and talk, sightseeing their way through the city. The grass, the wood, the bricks, and the slate of the region looked very old and heavy. Han Sen felt as if he was walking through the streets of a vintage film. Everything there looked like treasures, but they weren't. It sucks not having my ability to sense things, Han Sen sighed. But he suddenly remembered he had crystallizer glasses. He didn't know if the crystallizer technology would work in the city, so he gave it a try. Han Sen put the glasses on his face and looked at the people in the city. Data scrolled across the lenses. Target locked, analyzing. Data. The voice of glasses sounded in Han Sen's ears. The data continued to flash across the lenses. Why are you wearing glasses? Exquisite felt as if what Han Sen was doing was rather weird. She looked at the glasses. Glasses wasn't a treasure, so Exquisite wasn't surprised by his ability to put them on. These people don't like us. Wearing glasses to hide our faces might help us steal items. They won't be able to immediately recognize me if I wear these, Han Sen explained. When she heard Han Sen say that, Exquisite looked at the people and said, you think too much. Anyone who takes an item from this place will be branded a threat, and they will never be able to come back. Han Sen laughed and didn't respond. He continued walking. Not long later, Glasses had results ready for him. Target: AT6 type mutant genes. Male. Calculated gene age: 34. Gene level: none. Gene potential: none. What is an AT6 type mutant gene? Han Sen asked the Glasses in shock. That indicates that it is a creature. The number 6 means it is from the 6th branch of creatures, Glasses answered. What does it mean? Han Sen tried to ask it. That is AT. The AI of the Glasses had the maturity of a 6-year-old. She was unable to answer Han Sen's questions. Are they related to the crystallizers in any way? Han Sen changed his approach with his questions. No, Glasses answered hastily. Han Sen asked her about a few other races that looked similar, but Glasses refuted each suggestion. Can I see what other creatures might exist? Han Sen asked, not willing to give up yet. Information incomplete. Cannot answer, Glasses answered. Since he couldn't get any more information out of Glasses, Han Sen put his mind on the city. Glasses could be used, but she could only scan creatures. She didn't scan treasures, and so Han Sen would have to depend on his luck for any decisions he made on that prospect. If you follow me to the very high, I can tell you where a deified treasure lies and how to claim it for yourself, Exquisite said as two of them walked around the streets. Han Sen was coming up empty-handed thus far. Where is a deified treasure? Han Sen asked her quickly. Exquisite had been tricked by Han Sen once before. She looked at him silently, not willing to answer his question. Han Sen couldn't trick her into giving him more information, so he shrugged and said, but you should at least tell me what sort of treasure it is. The city is very small. If I told you what it is, you would find it. Exquisite rolled her eyes. Han Sen was surprised. It was rare to see her express that much emotion. Never mind, then. After a moment of thought, Han Sen decided to return to the blacksmith's smithy. Sky Palace had controlled Black King City for many years. All the best stuff had probably been taken by this point. Even if there was something good left to get, it would be either extremely difficult to claim or impossible to find. So far, the anvil was the only thing Han Sen had seen that interested him. And so, that was what he was going to try to claim. Chapter 2622 Healing, Mother *CKER, if you don't get lost, I'm going to clobber you to death with my hammer. The blacksmith spoke the common tongue with a heavy accent. He swung his hammer wildly as he ordered Han Sen out of his shop. After Han Sen got tossed out of the smithy, a bucketful of water followed him out, drenching him. His fox ears flopped downward when they were wet, and the sight made Exquisite laugh. Han Sen noticed the smile on Exquisite's face, and he said, "You should smile more. You look much better like that." Exquisite's smile quickly vanished, and she returned to looking like a statue once again. At this point, most of the populace of Black King City is like the blacksmith you just met. Taking a treasure from here might be a little harder than it used to be. You should think about my offer. If you come with me to the very high, I can guarantee you at least one deified treasure, Exquisite said emotionlessly. Han Sen started to wipe away the water beaded across his face. He walked back over to the same blacksmith and asked if the man was willing to sell the anvil. The well-muscled blacksmith threw another bucket of water at Han Sen and swung his hammer. Han Sen narrowly evaded the strike. Han Sen wasn't angered by this, though. If someone had tried to lay claim to his treasures, he probably would have behaved the same way. He might have done far worse, in fact. Han Sen walked around Black King City and came up with nothing. When nighttime came, Han Sen had to depart Black King City. Everyone had told him that Black King City wasn't dangerous as long as he followed the rules, but that was only true during the day. If he and Exquisite remained in Black King City at night, they would probably end up dead. A long time ago, when White Jade Jing was first discovered, a few students had spent the night in Black King City. The next day, they were nowhere to be found. They had vanished. A deified investigator was sent after them, but he disappeared as well. Ever since then, students had been forbidden from staying overnight in Black King City. They had to leave before the sun descended past the horizon. Han Sen walked away empty-handed. Exquisite didn't seem upset to have found nothing, but she hadn't gone there for treasure, anyway. She was happy moseying around with Han Sen. After that first trip, Han Sen wasn't very interested in returning to Black King City. He preferred to spend his time studying the Geno arts that appeared in the 7th tower. He made no plans to go to Black King City again. Han Sen had been studying those texts for a while now, but their volume and variety were impressive. There was a new text every day, and there was never a duplicate. There was always something new available for him to study. The words on the books were like the kinjas on the king tree's leaves in the Extreme King. Han Sen had never seen the symbols before in his life, but for some reason, he could still understand what they meant. However, if he copied the texts down, the meaning would be lost. It was a strange sort of magic. A year passed. It was the calmest year of Han Sen's life. He read books, he healed, and his body started to recover. Occasionally, he even went to Black King City. There was no fighting there. There was no bloodshed. Han Sen felt as if he had become quite the lazy boy. After that year of recovery was done, his damaged body was halfway healed. He read all the books in the 7th tower. What annoyed Han Sen was that the effects of the charming god's Zhen were becoming stronger. It was changing more aspects of Han Sen's body. His appearance didn't change much. He still had his fox-like ears and tail, but the rest of him was human. However, Han Sen could feel that something was changing within his eyes. He didn't know how to describe it. He wasn't trying to be flirtatious, but when he met people's eyes, especially women's, they would feel as if he was hitting on them. When he spoke with the Yun sisters, Yun Sui would blush and hang her head low for the longest time whenever he happened to glance at her. Yun Susheng didn't have much of a reaction, but she rarely visited him now. If this keeps going on, people are going to think I'm some player who is unfaithful to his true love. Han Sen found the situation to be incredibly disheartening. Women didn't seem to want to get close to him anymore. Not even Exquisite. Are you the charming god's Zhen or the repulsive god's Zhen? If this keeps going on, aside from my wife, no woman will be willing to talk to me. Han Sen lifted the charming god's Zhen and shook it a little as he lectured it. Fortunately, Han Sen wasn't very worried about the opinions of women. That made the weird changes a little easier to deal with. Han Sen was bored at home one day, so he decided to return to Black King City. Big Brother Bull, how goes the blacksmithing today? Han Sen went to the smithy and smiled at the blacksmith. None of your goddamned business, grunted the blacksmith that Han Sen had called a bull. Tell me when you want to sell that anvil of yours, yeah? We can talk about the price, Han Sen said with a smile. He wasn't put off by the harsh welcome. Maybe in your next lifetime, the bull man said. Over the course of that year, Han Sen had gone to the smithy every few days. He wasn't in a rush to get the anvil. He just wanted to forge a good bond with the people of the city. It would be great if he could get his hands on a piece of treasure, but he wouldn't be upset if he didn't. His trips to the city had become a sort of vacation. In the beginning, the people despised Han Sen and shied away from him. After his repeated trips, however, the people got used to seeing him around. Although they were still wary of his motives, they didn't scurry away from him as they once had. The blacksmith bull man even spoke to him occasionally. Although the man was grumpy whenever he spoke, a conversation was a conversation. Like usual, Han Sen began to meander through the city. Han Sen knew the place like the back of his hand, but he hadn't found anything valuable within it. The legends claimed that when Black King City was first discovered, there were treasures everywhere. Even a random brick might contain untold power. But there were too many people in Sky Palace, and over the years, all of the city's treasures had been plundered. The items that remained, like the anvil, would be very difficult to take away. Brother Han, come over here. Han Sen was walking down the street when a wooden door near him suddenly opened. A 30-year-old woman with a bun on her head appeared in the doorway wearing a flower dress. She waved at him quickly. Han Sen recognized her. She was the daughter-in-law of the Liu family. She hadn't been married for long when her husband died, and she had been single ever since. Everyone referred to her as the Liu widow. You need something. Han Sen stepped over toward her. He carefully kept his ears from pricking up. He had once heard a story about the Liu widow's house containing a treasure. Many of Sky Palace's students had wanted to claim the Liu family's treasure for themselves, but none of them had been successful. Han Sen knew that the Liu widow was the only remaining member. Perhaps he would be able to buy that treasure now. As soon as Han Sen walked inside, the Liu widow slammed the door shut with great force. She leapt onto Han Sen with wolf-like hunger in her eyes, and she clung to him lecherously, her arms wrapped around him like an octopus. Chapter 2623 Charm. Woman, what are you doing? The Liu widow was leaning down to kiss him, so Han Sen used his hands to stop the descent of her lips. I want you, don't you want the Liu family's treasure? If you can love me like I want you to, I will give you anything you want. Liu widow was staring at him like a wolf in heat. No, she was more like a horny vixen. Han Sen planted his hands on her waist and picked the Liu widow up. He walked toward the yard and threw her down on a stone desk. Her arms and legs spread out across the desk, the Liu widow closed her eyes. Her face was red and she panted swiftly as she said, Don't be gentle with me just because I'm a delicate woman. But after impatiently waiting for it to happen, nothing actually did. When she opened her eyes again, Han Sen had vanished from the yard. After Han Sen left the Liu widow's house, he power walked down Black King City's streets. But he felt as if something was wrong. The women all across Black King City cast strange glances his way. Their eyes seemed bold and hungry whenever they glanced at him. Even the eyes of shy, young girls looked like they were on fire whenever they looked at Han Sen. This is wrong. Something is very wrong. Is this what the charming god Zhen's power is all about? Han Sen decided to leave Black King City. After he left, he saw Yun Susheng riding her crane. Yun Susheng's expression twisted strangely when she noticed Han Sen. It seemed as if she wanted to avoid him, but at the same time, she was wrestling with the desperate desire to stay and see him. Susheng, can I ask you something? Han Sen walked toward her and bowed. What is it? Yun Susheng's eyes darted around as she spoke. Has the charming god's Zhen worked its magic on me? This is very important for me to know. Can you tell me how much I've changed? Han Sen said with seriousness. Yun Susheng was shocked, and then she blushed. After hesitating for a while, she nodded. She nibbled her lips as she said, It seems very serious. You should ask someone else. After that, Yun Susheng hurriedly departed. Han Sen called her back, but she ignored him. Han Sen knew this was very bad. After he went to the little Jade Island, he had Bubble take on his form and remain there, pretending to be him. With Bubble covering his absence, he decided to teleport to his home in the Alliance. Yanran, is there anything off about me? Han Sen asked. He was lying on the bed with Ji Yanran curled in his arms like a cat. Ji Yanran's body felt soft as she held Han Sen. With a look of satisfaction, she said, I don't see a problem. You look very good. You look a lot more charming than you did before. What do you mean by charming? Han Sen asked quickly, his eyes flashing with worry. Ji Yanran looked at him closely. She held his chin as she stared at Han Sen's face. After a while, she trailed a finger down his jaw and said, "It makes me want to sleep with you more." Oh no, so that's what's happening. Han Sen sank back on the bed in frustration. Now he knew why Yun Susheng was avoiding him and why Exquisite no longer visited him. It wasn't because they thought he was a playboy, it was because they couldn't resist doing something that was utterly forbidden. It would be something that couldn't be described. That was why people were avoiding him. What kind of FC King race weapon is this? It's like a mating pill. Han Sen wanted to cry. He wasn't doing as bad as Ning Yu, but this was bad in an entirely different way. It was good to be popular with women, but Han Sen didn't want to be a tool for women to enjoy. Honey, how about we do it again since the sun hasn't yet risen? Ji Yanran suggested, an obsessive glint in her eyes. She kept drawing circles on Han Sen's chest. I can't do it, I need to sort out this issue with the charming gods Jian. When Han Sen was finally back on his little jade island, his legs still felt a little weak. Han Sen couldn't figure out a way to fix this situation, so he went to Sky Palace and asked Sky Palace leader for his assistance. Sky Palace leader seemed to know about Han Sen's problem. After Han Sen explained, Sky Palace leader smiled at him and said, "Isn't this a really good thing? It's a great skill for producing offspring. Your genes are so talented, you should definitely make a few more babies." Han Sen looked bitter and said, "I don't need help in that department. Plus, if men start to..." Han Sen trailed off. Sky Palace leader laughed out loud and said, "Don't worry. The charming gods Jian only works on the opposite sex. If you were a woman, having the charming gods Jian would only make you attractive to men. Leader, is there no way to get rid of this side effect?" Han Sen wasn't in the mood to joke around. Sky Palace leader kept smiling as he said, "If you were an elite that could control the power of the charming gods Jian, this wouldn't happen. The problem is that your power isn't sufficient to control the charming gods Jian, and thus, you are powerless to resist its effects. That is why you're so plagued by women that you came moaning to me." After a moment of silence, Sky Palace leader went on to say, "As for a solution to this problem, there is one. You need to find a true god elite to seal up the charming gods Jian. Do that, and it will no longer affect you. However, once that is done, you will no longer be able to use the power of the charming gods Jian. You think I can find a true god elite to help me?" Han Sen quickly asked. He didn't need the power of the charming gods Jian. "It will be difficult. I can help you if you take some time to think about it. But hiring a scary elite like that would probably be expensive." Sky Palace leader looked troubled. "I will cough up any sum I need to for this to be fixed." Han Sen gnashed his teeth. He didn't want to be a walking sex toy. He would pay whatever fee was required. "How about this? You spend 3 days teaching out of every month. And then, I will help you find a true god deified." Sky Palace leader made it sound like a complicated process, judging from the way he spoke. "No problem," Han Sen agreed instantly. He wasn't in the mood to bargain right now. There was no other way he might be able to find a true god elite to help him. He had to rely on the leader. "You must consider this. If the charming gods Jian is sealed, unless you become strong enough to break that seal, you will never again be able to use its power." Sky Palace leader smiled warningly at Han Sen. "I don't need it. I don't need it to find women," Han Sen said, clearly not caring. "It isn't that simple. If you have the charming gods Jian at your disposal, women are more likely to approve of you. Even if you wanted their money and their lives, at some point, they would give whatever you ask to you without a shadow of a doubt. You can use it in Black King City. You will get a lot out of it. If you seal it, that will no longer be an option. Leader, please find a true god elite to help me seal it." Han Sen had a wry smile. Han Sen wanted those treasures, but he wasn't willing to sell his body for them. "Fine, give me the charming gods Jian," Sky Palace leader said. "This thing will come back to me by its own will," Han Sen said with a depressed look. "Wait until you find a true god elite. I will give it to him. He is already in front of you. What are you waiting for?" Sky Palace leader said in annoyance. "You are true god class." Han Sen looked at the man in shock. He remembered that Sky Palace leader had been a king when he competed in the Geno Being Scroll 100 years ago. In such a short period of time, he had already become a true god. You do know exceptional geniuses can hide their talents, don't you? Sky like me are adept at doing that. Sky Palace leader smiled. Chapter 2624 Entering core area. Sky Palace leader said it would take a few days to finish his preparations of sealing the charming god's Zhen. Han Sen agreed to leave the weapon with him in the meantime. He was the leader of Sky Palace, so it was unlikely that he'd be greedy enough to steal the charming god's Zhen for himself. Even if he did steal it, though, Han Sen wouldn't mind. As long as the weapon no longer plagued him with women or returned to him when he tried to get rid of it, he wouldn't mind. Anything that would get the item away from him. If it can be sealed, I wonder if I can ask Sky Palace leader to seal Ning Yu's little green sword as well, Han Sen thought to himself. But Ning Yu's situation was vastly different from Han Sen's. After the power of the charming god's Zhen was sealed, it wouldn't have any effect on Han Sen's power. Han Sen had his super god spirit body. He could remove any abnormal changes that tried to debilitate him. He could get rid of his ears and tail, but Ning Yu's super god body didn't do anything like that. He was forever bound to be a weak, little woman. The little green sword had affected her leveling. Ning Yu had become lazy, and without the little green sword's power, she might never level up again. Back on the little Jade Island, Han Sen waited a couple more days. The charming god's Zhen had yet to return, which made him feel quite relieved. Han Sen didn't go anywhere for a few more days. He just remained on his little Jade Island, waiting. On the fourth day, a Sky Palace guard requested that Han Sen pay a visit to the leader in his garden. Han Sen was to receive his charming god's Zhen again. But when Han Sen saw the weapon this time, there was a layer of rust on it. The engravings that once adorned it were no longer visible. No one would believe that this rusted chunk of metal was a race weapon. The sealing is complete. Unless someone forcibly removes the seal, the Zhen should no longer affect you, and you will no longer be able to make use of its power, Sky Palace leader said in a toneless voice. Thank you, leader, Han Sen happily proclaimed. I have to remind you that you'll spend 3 days every month teaching, Sky Palace leader smiled. Han Sen left the garden without mentioning Ning Yu's little green sword. If people learned that Ning Yu had a race weapon, a lot of greedy eyes would be directed toward her. Ning Yu wasn't strong enough to repel others from taking her little green sword, so Han Sen thought it would be best to forego that idea. Back on the little Jade Island, Han Sen used his Dongshuan Sutra to push his self-cogwheel and enter the core hall. In the hall, he used his super god spirit body to remove his fox ears and tail. Ah, that feels better. Han Sen touched his head and felt nothing that didn't belong there. He let out a sigh of relief. He entered the core area under his dollar persona. This was his first time using his dollar identity to enter the core area this year. Han Sen looked around. He didn't see the small crocodile god or the bronze furnace. It has been a whole year. I wonder if they have traveled away from here. While Han Sen had been under the effects of the charming god's Zhen, he hadn't wanted to enter the core area as dollar. He'd been afraid that someone would figure out that he was Han Sen. Han Sen considered where he should go for a minute, then he took off. He hadn't been flying for long when he saw Li Kier coming toward him. Exquisite was accompanying her. Dollar, you're here. Li Kier looked surprised. She quickly hurried to Han Sen's side. She had waited a whole year to see Dollar again. It had been a painful time for her. If she had known how long it would take, she wouldn't have gone to all the trouble. This might be another encounter of fate. It's hard to believe we've run into each other yet again, Han Sen said. Fate, I've been waiting here for you for a whole year. Li Kier rolled her eyes. What? Han Sen asked with surprise. Li Kier hesitated, but she had made up her mind. She wasn't going to let this chance slip by again. If Dollar left again, she had no clue how long she would have to wait next time. To be perfectly honest with you, I am a very high student. My people are recruiting. I hope you can come with me too. The very high. Our people can provide many resources and geno arts to make you deified. You'd only have to work for me for 4 years, Li Kier said, speaking loudly and clearly. She wanted to make sure that this chance didn't go to waste. Han Sen was stunned. He hadn't realized that Li Kier wanted to take him to the very high, too. I am sorry, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I hate being restricted. I would rather end my life than be contractually bound to anyone or anything. Han Sen had never had any interest in going to the very high. He certainly wouldn't change his mind on Li Kier's account. Li Kier was shocked. She couldn't believe Han Sen had rejected her offer without even thinking it over. Please think about it. This isn't a bad deal for you. My race will provide you with deified resources, Li Qiu pleaded. After spending this long on dollar, she wouldn't give up easily. Exquisite looked at Han Sen with surprise. She thought she was unlucky, having two guys reject her. She couldn't believe Li Qiu was experiencing the same thing. I'm really sorry. I would prefer to remain your friend, and nothing more. Han Sen tried to soften the blow of his abrupt rejection. Li Qiu understood Han Sen's line of thinking, but she just shook her head and said nothing. She was disappointed. Anyone who had waited a whole year for that result would be quite upset. Did you two see the small crocodile god and bronze furnace? Han Sen asked, quickly moving on from their previous conversation. They should be in that system. Li Qiu pointed in a specific direction for Han Sen, and then hastily departed the core area with Exquisite. She was extremely disappointed. Third sister, have we been too quiet for too long? Have the other races forgotten how powerful the very high are? Li Qiu looked at Exquisite with sadness. Exquisite shook her head. Special people just aren't willing to simply hand themselves and their fate over to others. If you really want dollar to be your silkworm, you'll need patience. After that, Exquisite started to think about Han Sen. Exquisite had grown very troubled lately. She wanted to get closer to Han Sen and establish some sort of a bond with him. That way, she hoped Han Sen would accept her offer and become her silkworm. But not even she was able to resist the power of the charming god's Zhen. So, every time she saw Han Sen, her mind would flood with all kinds of naughty ideas. She worried about acting those out every time she laid eyes on him. Third sister, you seem different. Is Han Sen really so special that he has made you change your tone? Li Qiu looked at Exquisite with wide eyes. She had never imagined that Exquisite would talk about potential silkworms like this. It made Li Qiu interested in who Han Sen was. Everyone has some kind of flaw, even the very skilled, Exquisite mumbled. She didn't even know what she was feeling. Li Qiu looked at Exquisite. Her third sister had been acting rather strange lately. What kind of man is Han Sen? How can he make third sister forget her very high forget love? Li Qiu asked with confusion. Han Sen didn't know what Li Qiu and Exquisite were talking about. He continued to fly. When he saw the bronze furnace, he was given a fright. The bronze furnace was as big as a castle. There had to be tens of millions of weapons inside its blazing fire. God knew how many resources it had gained by following the small crocodile god. It had forged countless weapons. Chapter 2625 White King City. How do I get these two guys out of the core area? Han Sen wondered as he flew behind the small crocodile god and bronze furnace. They looked as if they could kill God himself, and take down Buddha as well if he happened to wander by. If any other xenogenics got a whiff of them, the terrified creatures would run away as fast as they could. This made Han Sen so happy. The bronze furnace was getting closer to becoming deified, and the small crocodile god was already very powerful. If he could take them out of the core area, their powers would be very useful. Over the past year, Han Sen had read through a lot of info regarding the core area. Much of it was classified documents that Sky Palace had compiled. Even so, Han Sen had yet to learn how to bring a core xenogenic out of the core area. Unless he killed them and took their core genes, it would be impossible to bring them out. The small crocodile god wasn't happy that Han Sen had been gone for so long. After it saw him, it began to roar at Han Sen as if it was chewing him out. Look at this, Han Sen said. He brought out a reconciliation item he had prepared beforehand. It was a pair of sunglasses that was tailored for a crocodile. The small crocodile was instantly fascinated by the gift of sunglasses. It looked at them with keen curiosity, and it quickly forgot all about telling him off. Han Sen put the sunglasses on the small crocodile god. Fortunately, it had grown up quite a bit. They weren't too big, and Han Sen was able to put them on the face of the small crocodile god with ease. Cool. Han Sen looked at the crocodile god, complete with its sunglasses, and gave it a thumbs up. The small crocodile god looked like a gangster boss now. It had become very intimidating. But the sunglasses also hid the creature's tiny, beady eyes, which made the small crocodile god much easier to approach. The small crocodile god seemed to approve of the sunglasses. It looked very cocky with its sunglasses on, and it kept its head tilted up as if it knew how cool it was. Han Sen wanted to use the small crocodile god's power to kill deified xenogenics, but he didn't know where to begin searching for them. The bronze furnace led the way forward for half the day, but they were only able to find one king-class core xenogeniac. They were unable to locate any deified xenogeniacs. Without any deified xenogeniacs to kill, Han Sen wasn't in the mood to carry on. He found an opportunity when the small crocodile god wasn't looking to slip out of the core area. But as Han Sen stepped through the core hall door, the small crocodile god appeared. It jumped onto his back. Han Sen reacted too late to stop it from happening, and he was already firmly inside the core hall. Han Sen thought that the powers of the core hall would keep the small crocodile god from entering. However, when he looked back, he saw that the small crocodile god was still on his shoulder. They were inside the core hall together. The small crocodile god roared at Han Sen in rage. It seemed to be saying that Han Sen was despicable, and that he was betraying his promises by running away again. Han Sen didn't pay any attention to the crocodile's objections. He lowered it from his shoulders and spoke to himself, thinking, no way. Core xenogeniacs shouldn't be allowed to enter the core hall. This sort of situation had never transpired in countless eons, but now, the small crocodile god just jumped in easily. Was it because of the crystallizer modifications it was subjected to? Han Sen wasn't sure why the small crocodile was able to enter the core hall, but he didn't question it. This was an excellent development. Han Sen held his breath as he looked at the small crocodile god, hoping that he could return to the Geno universe with it still in tow. It worked, and that made Han Sen leap for joy. The small crocodile was in Han Sen's room. It looked around, intrigued. It was curious about everything it saw. I am rich. I can bring creatures out of the core area. This little guy is a deified xenogeniac with a 9-star potential. It could become a true god. Han Sen was extremely excited, but as he thought about it some more, he became worried. He had been dollar when he met the small crocodile god. He had just brought the small crocodile god to Sky Palace, and if Exquisite saw it, she would realize that he was dollar. No, I can't let the small crocodile god stay here. Ignoring the small crocodile god's objections, Han Sen tossed him back into the core area. The small crocodile god roared at him from the core area. It was clearly upset that Han Sen had sent it back. Han Sen tried comforting it a little, and he promised that he would bring the small crocodile god out one day. When the small crocodile god finally came into the Geno universe, it would receive many gifts. That was the only way Han Sen could get the creature to calm down. Han Sen tried to bring the bronze furnace into the core hall as well, but it immediately bounced out. So far, the small crocodile god was the only being that could follow him out. It seems as if the small crocodile god can only follow me out of the core area because of the crystallizer modification tests, Han Sen thought to himself. He didn't know where the small crocodile god could be safely kept if he was brought through to the Geno universe. Han Sen couldn't keep the creature in Sky Palace. It couldn't stay anywhere that connected to Han Sen. He tried to think of a place that it could stay for a while, but he came up empty. Allowing the small crocodile god to wander across the universe would be a waste of a personal fighter, and Han Sen would fear for its safety. The universe was a more savage place than the core area. Although the small crocodile god was like a ruler in the core area, in the larger Geno universe, there were still plenty of xenogeniacs that would be able to kill it. Han Sen didn't have any good options at the moment, so he went back to Sky Palace alone. Han Sen planned on going to his old stomping grounds on planet Eclipse. Maybe he could contact his little uncle and Xianxia King to see if they had a place for the small crocodile god. But before he could leave his little jade island, he saw Lone Bamboo coming his way. Han Sen, your wounds should be healed by now, yes? Lone Bamboo asked Han Sen. I'm around 80 or 90% healed, Han Sen answered. That is good enough for me. I'm going to White King City to hunt xenogeniacs. Let's go together, Lone Bamboo said. White King City, I don't have a pass for entry. Each of the 5 cities required a specific pass. They couldn't use one city's pass to enter another. Han Sen only had the pass that granted him access to Black King City, so he couldn't enter any of the other 4 cities. Lone Bamboo lobbed a pass to Han Sen and said, now you have one. Fine, but you should at least tell me what goes on in White King City, Han Sen said, as he caught the spell and shrugged. Let's talk while we walk, Lone Bamboo said as he started moving in the direction of the White Jade Jing. Han Sen followed, and Lone Bamboo began to explain White King City. It was different from Black King City. White King City had xenogeniacs that were king class and above. There were even deified creatures that roamed there. But the xenogeniacs that occupied that place were unusual. They were different from the wild xenogeneics that could be found elsewhere. After Lone Bamboo explained White King City to him, Han Sen's eyes brightened. What you're saying is that White King City is like a giant arena. And you need to kill the xenogeneics in an arena to earn their eggs? Han Sen asked with a look of disbelief. It is something like that, yes. If your power is sufficient, you can kill a deified xenogeneic and take the creature's eggs, Lone Bamboo confirmed with a nod. There is a place that good around here. You should have told me sooner. Han Sen was so happy. Chapter 2626 Silver Destroyer. It took an unusual person to be able to see the 12 towers and 5 cities. That was especially true of the 5 cities. Only the people that could see them were allowed to enter. Han Sen followed Lone Bamboo into White King City. It was different from Black King City. White King City was a giant, circular construct that sort of resembled an amphitheater in Rome. After the two entered, Han Sen realized that it really was a large arena. Banks of seats surrounded the circular fighting pit. Currently, there wasn't a soul other than the two of them in the entire arena. There wasn't even a single creature. I thought there were xenogeneics here. Why is there nobody here? Han Sen asked, glancing around the empty stadium. He couldn't detect the presence of anything living. The creatures that were here most recently have all been killed, and new ones have not appeared yet. Wait a little bit, they will be here soon, Lone Bamboo said. He moved to sit down on a flight of stairs. Han Sen followed him and sat down. They waited together for something to happen. Not much later, Han Sen heard the sound of chains being rattled. He looked toward the arena. The gate leading into the arena began to rise, clanking its way into the air. When the gate opened, passage to and from White King City was closed off. Are we not allowed to leave? Han Sen asked. White King City hosts deathmatches. Only when one team is destroyed will the match end. If you want to leave here, you will have no choice but to kill the xenogeneics that oppose you, Lone Bamboo said. But we don't know what creature will be coming to face us. What if it is deified? Han Sen asked. That's why I brought you with me, Lone Bamboo said with a hearty chuckle. Oh, D*MN. You tricked me. Han Sen looked at the arena's gate, hoping that whatever creature emerged wouldn't be deified. The gate rose, revealing the entrance to a dark tunnel. He couldn't see into that darkness, but he could hear the approaching footsteps. Shortly after, something came into view. It was a creature clad in silver armor. Its hands clutched a thin, silver sword. From the eye slit in the creature's helmet, a sinister red light glowed. It looks like our luck is not too shabby, Lone Bamboo laughed. You call this, not too shabby? Han Sen could see the monster clearly. A silver substance chain glinted faintly around the armored creature. It was a deified xenogeneic. Primitive deified xenogeneic Silver Destroyer. Based on the reading of the God Spirit Touch, this xenogeneic has 8 armor talents. If we can collect its xenogeneic egg, perhaps we can raise it to larva class, Lone Bamboo said. Han Sen's smile looked a little strained. Aren't we gambling with our lives here? What if this xenogeneic is already at the transmutation or larva class already? We'd be dead for sure. The sky claimed the white jade Jing a very long time ago, Lone Bamboo said calmly. We have conducted a great deal of research on White King City. Sky Chance's department has calculated that around 80% of the xenogeneics here are king class. 10% of them are half deified. Less than 10% is deified. Plus, it is an even lower chance that you encounter a deified of a higher class. That is why I said we were so lucky. There was a very low chance of going up against a foe such as this. This is precisely what I wanted. As Lone Bamboo spoke, the Silver Destroyer reached the center of the arena. From there, it looked in their direction. Before Han Sen could react, the Silver Destroyer raised the short sword in its hands. It thrust the blade toward Han Sen, and its silver substance chains shot from the sword like needles. There are 2 people here. Why is it going after me first? Am I that unlucky? That thought remained firmly in Han Sen's mind, but it did him little good. He had to act. Pang! The silver sword light hit Han Sen, and his body exploded. At the same moment, another Han Sen appeared in a different portion of the arena. He was holding his 6-core snake bow. He drew the bow, knocking a jade light to the string. He let go, firing the arrow toward the Silver Destroyer. Lone Bamboo then joined Han Sen in the arena. His jade sword glowed with a sword light as he slashed at the Silver Destroyer. The Silver Destroyer swung its silver sword twice. Han Sen's arrow and Lone Bamboo's sword lights were suddenly shattered. They hadn't even gotten close to their enemy. The Silver Destroyer's substance chains didn't seem to have a wide area of control, so Han Sen and Lone Bamboo kept moving as they fought. They sprinted around White King City to avoid the attacks that came after them, continually searching for a way to counterattack. What the hell? His sword's moving a lot faster now, Han Sen thought. He wasn't able to dodge the next strike. A silver sword light flashed right by his face, drawing a line of blood across his cheek. He felt it as the blow grated against his cheekbone. Its substance chains seemed to rely on speed to maintain their power, Lone Bamboo said, as he unleashed another sword light. But the Silver Destroyer swung its sword and broke that one too. Ha! Han Sen used his other hand to draw a ghost teeth knife. He summoned a knife light and weaved a web of silks across the sky. He prepared to draw them down upon the Silver Destroyer. But Silver Destroyer continued to swing its small silver sword wildly, destroying any semblance of a knife silk net before it could even form. That surprised Han Sen a great deal. So fast, even with his excellent vision, he couldn't see how the Silver Destroyer was dispatching his silk web so fast. Lone Bamboo shouted. The third eye upon his forehead opened. His pupils turned a purple-red, splitting into shapes that looked like cherry blossoms. Han Sen remembered that Lone Bamboo's sky eye should have been plain red. When Han Sen had seen the man's third eye before, it carried an intimidatingly murderous aura. That third eye was a thing of the past, though. Lone Bamboo had changed, and now Han Sen understood. Lone Bamboo's third eye had changed because he became one with the body of the purple eye butterfly. 4 butterfly wings spread majestically from Lone Bamboo's back. His sky eye released a purple and red beam that looked like a substance chain. Han Sen was familiar with that beam. It should have been a purple eye god light that could restrain others, but when Han Sen brushed against that beam with his senses, it felt more dangerous and violent. It was different from the evil eye Han Sen had seen before. The purple and red beam landed upon the Silver Destroyer. The Silver Destroyer swung its sword in a vain bid to break the god light, but the god light wasn't solid. The silver sword light hit the god light with pinpoint accuracy, but Lone Bamboo's destructive beam flew on anyway, completely unimpeded. The moment the god light touched its body, the Silver Destroyer seemed to freeze. It stood where it was, unmoving. Its sword hovered in mid-swing. With a grin, Han Sen drew the 6-core snake bow, took aim, and fired at the Silver Destroyer. But the Silver Destroyer was moving again before Han Sen's arrow even found its target. The creature's small silver sword cut the arrow in half. The godlight restraints don't last for long. We need to cooperate and time our strikes, Lone Bamboo said with a frown. Chapter 2627 Killing a Deified Xenogeniac, Lone Bamboo, if you knew it was a deified Xenogeniac with an 8 armor talent, why do you not know anything else about it? The creature had just managed to slash Han Sen's back with a silver sword light. Han Sen's spine was visible through the gaping wound, so it warranted a complaint. Didn't you see the 8 words on the gate? That means it has an 8 armor talent, Lone Bamboo said as he kept running. It works like that then, does it? Those words describe whatever creature emerges. But surely, someone can't be breeding and growing the Xenogeniacs in here, right? Han Sen pondered aloud as he surveyed the area. He turned his gaze toward the gate with 8 words carved into it. The text was from an ancient language of the Geno universe. I don't know. Even the Sky Elders that discovered this place never figured out the White Jade Jing's origin. And so, no one knows where any of these Xenogeniacs come from, Lone Bamboo said, as he continued to fight the fiend and fall back whenever necessary. The two of them fought well together, but the Silver Destroyer was simply too fast. Han Sen tried to predict his enemy's movements, but the creature's attacks were so quick that they were unavoidable, so Han Sen's predictive abilities were of limited use. Many silver sword lights lit up the skies of White King City like lightning. By the time Han Sen saw these sword lights and tried to dodge, it would already be too late. Every time he committed to an attack, he would be unable to dodge. Lone Bamboo wasn't faring much better than Han Sen. He was accumulating wounds, as well. The most depressing thing about this entire situation was the fact that Lone Bamboo's purple god light, aside from the first time he used it, was unable to land a hit on the Silver Destroyer. The creature moved faster than light itself, and whenever Lone Bamboo fired out some of his killer light, the Silver Destroyer was already gone. None of their Geno arts could land a strike on the Silver Destroyer, and even the ones that came close were broken by their foe's sword light. Han Sen was starting to miss the presence of Little Uncle, especially when the Silver Destroyer's sword light went through his hand. Han Sen groaned in pain and mumbled to himself, "Little uncle is good at getting hit. I don't know where he is now, but it would be great if he was here." Seeing that he was about to get hit again, he couldn't take it anymore. He summoned his Peacock King Soul Robe. Rainbow substance chains gathered up around to wreathe around the feather garment. Han Sen's 6-core snake bow fired an arrow bursting with rainbow light. He had aimed it at the incoming sword light. Pang! The arrow of rainbow light was destroyed by the silver sword light, and the impact melted half of the silver sword light. The remaining half of the attack continued on toward Han Sen, unaffected. With the power buff of the Peacock King's Soul Robe propelling him forward, Han Sen flitted from side to side like some strange bird. With his increased speed, he was able to finally dodge the Silver Destroyer's silver sword light. That is some scary speed. Now that he was using his Peacock King's Soul Robe, Han Sen was moving at deified velocities. It still wasn't quite enough to put him on par with the Silver Destroyer's rate of attack, though. He had to use his abilities of judgment and movement to successfully evade the sword light. "That's it. If you keep doing this for a while, I'll find a chance eventually." Lone Bamboo kept trying to shoot the Silver Destroyer with the purple eye god light. "Seriously, you want to keep using me as bait for this monster? Why don't you give it a try?" Han Sen grumbled, but he still tried his best to lead the Silver Destroyer around. The Silver Destroyer was stronger than any xenogenic in the core area. Han Sen used his Peacock King's Soul Robe and the 6-core snake bow to harass his enemy, but he did little to fight the Silver Destroyer directly. The creature was simply too fast for Han Sen to hurt it. If he fired an arrow at close range, the creature's sword would effortlessly slash the projectile out of the air. Even the space-traveling arrows with drillhead were unable to hit his foe. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were double-teaming the Silver Destroyer, yet the monster clearly still had an advantage over them both. Han Sen was doing well, though. Now that he had summoned his Peacock King's Soul Robe, he was able to block the enemy's sword light. Lone Bamboo's wounds, however, kept increasing. Han Sen tried his best to lead the Silver Destroyer around the arena. More than anything, he wanted to stop it from dealing more damage to Lone Bamboo. Although Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were working together to take down the Silver Destroyer, their cooperation was far from flawless. Their powers and thought processes were different, and on an instinctual level, they didn't approach the fight in exactly the same manner. Because of this, they missed more than a few chances. Ning Yu is very good at helping others coordinate. If he was here to be our commander, it would save us a lot of trouble. It is a shame. When Han Sen thought of Ning Yu and the state that the man was currently in, it left him shaking his head. As the fight went on, Han Sen and Lone Bamboo's cohesion seemed to improve. Although their personalities and powers were different, they were both very talented in the field of combat. They quickly became familiar with each other's strengths and managed to meld their styles. Before long, they were each able to guess what the other's next move was going to be. Their cooperation became more synergetic. Finally, Han Sen was able to restrain the Silver Destroyer for a moment, and Lone Bamboo was able to use his purple god light on the creature. At that pivotal moment of combat, the light shone across the Silver Destroyer's body. While the Silver Destroyer was incapacitated, Han Sen pulled back the snake-core snake bow as far as he could. The arrow of rainbow light flew forward, punching into one of the empty eye sockets of the Silver Destroyer. Dong! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Han Sen's arrow exploded from inside the Silver Destroyer's eye. The explosion ripped that chunk of the helmet off, connecting one empty eye socket with the other. The Silver Destroyer behaved as if it didn't feel any pain, and it kept swinging its sword at Han Sen. As Han Sen and Lone Bamboo's cooperation became more in sync, they began to land more and more strikes on the Silver Destroyer. After fighting for 7 hours, Han Sen had managed to unleash 23 arrows. Each one pierced through the Silver Destroyer's helmet. Han Sen watched the Silver Destroyer drop to the ground, then he heard the announcement. Deified Xenogenic hunted. Silver Destroyer. Obtained deified gene. No dice. That is fairly unfortunate. Han Sen was disappointed that he hadn't received a beast soul. He was going to pick up the Silver Destroyer's body when a beam of light suddenly beat him to it. And then, the Silver Destroyer's body vanished. When that beam of light shut off, a silvery egg appeared in the body's place. Many strange symbols became visible across its surface. Chapter 2628. The fight that was meant to be. As the two of them returned from their fight in White King City, Han Sen's heart was unsettled. Both Black King City and White King City gave Han Sen the unsettling feeling that he was being watched by some larger entity. But the sky didn't have the power to control the White Jade Jing. If someone really did have authority over that place, that would be truly scary. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo had worked together to kill the deified Xenogeniac in White King City. News of their feat spread through Sky Palace like wildfire. The next day, when Han Sen decided to go to Black King City, he found Exquisite standing on his little jade island. "Lady Exquisite, why are you here?" Han Sen knew this was bad news. It had been so long that their agreement had slipped his mind. He hadn't thought about it when he accepted Lone Bamboo's invitation to visit White King City. Now that everyone knew he had helped kill a deified Xenogeniac, Exquisite thought it would be a fine time to revisit her arrangement with Han Sen. It was just as Han Sen thought. Exquisite eyed him up and down and said, "Killing a deified Xenogeniac isn't the work of a crippled man. You seem to be in fine shape, if you ask me." Even though Han Sen wanted to object and claim he wasn't healed, he knew Exquisite would no longer believe him. Han Sen fell silent, then nodded and said, "I'm almost healed. If you are in this much of a rush, give me a time and date. Scheduling something for the future is asking for further delays. How about right now?" Exquisite didn't want to wait any longer. She was worried that if they continued to drag this out, she would never be able to claim him. "Sure, where?" Han Sen asked. He knew this had to come to an end at some point. The battle arena. Exquisite obviously wanted everyone in Sky Palace to attend. Once everyone knew what was going on, it would curtail Han Sen's ability to delay proceedings any longer. "Sure," Han Sen agreed. Then, he went to the arena with Exquisite. Shortly after Han Sen and Exquisite arrived, the news of their bout spread quickly. All of Sky Palace heard what was happening, and a short time later, all of the floating islands around the arena were packed with spectators. Everyone already knew why Exquisite had stayed in Sky Palace. When it was reported that Han Sen had gone to the arena with Exquisite, it was pretty obvious what was going to happen. "Do you guys think Brother Han can defeat Exquisite?" "Of course he can. Brother Han has an 11 armor talent. Exquisite only has a 9 armor talent. There's more to it than that. The God Spirit touch evolved under Han Sen's influence, so there could have been a mistake. We know too little about the way talents are judged. However, everyone knows of the very high's gene powers. Although Brother Han isn't weak, he has mostly relied on Xenogeniac treasures to achieve what he has this time. He won't be allowed to use treasures. That is bad news for Brother Han." "Bullshit. Brother Han doesn't need treasure, and he can beat anyone at the same level." Brother Lone Bamboo is here, too. When Han Yan and the Yun sisters heard the news, they all ran to the stadium. Yun Sui was a bit worried about it, and she said, "If Brother Han loses, does that mean he will go to the very high immediately?" Han Yan shook her head with a serious expression. "Don't worry, Big Brother doesn't know how to lose. But what if he does? The people in the very high aren't easy to defeat." Yun Sui was still rather worried. Han Yan looked at Yun Sui, and she couldn't keep herself from sighing. Han Yan could tell Yun Sui fancied her brother. From the time she spent practicing with Yun Changkong, she had learned that Yun Sui was a good girl. It's a shame that Big Brother already has Yanran, and their relationship is amazing. Han Yan shook her head in dismay. She felt a bit sad for Yun Sui. In the hall, a woman turned to Sky Palace leader. "If Han Sen loses, are you going to let him go to the very high?" "If he loses, of course he will go," Sky Palace leader said coldly. "Leader, I think you should know how important Han Sen is for the prosperity of Sky Palace," the woman said with a frown. "That is why the very high want him so badly. Do you think that the very high's old man would allow Exquisite to give up on Lone Bamboo so easily?" Sky Palace leader smiled. "If the very high know that Han Sen can bless people, isn't that even worse for us? Our plan will become even more difficult to complete," the woman said. Upon hearing that, Sky Palace leader frowned. A while later he said, "The first seat has been in the Big Silence system for a long time. We don't know what happened to him. We don't know when he'll be back, but without him, I don't believe if this can continue. I have sent a group of people to the Big Silence system, but in a place like Big Silence, it can be practically impossible to find a single person. Out of every 100 people that go there, it is likely only one will return." The woman sighed. "Wait a bit longer. If this really doesn't work, then we'll have to put pressure on you, Xianxia," Sky Palace leader said. The woman nodded and didn't say anything further. Sky Palace leader's gaze was fixed to the arena. He didn't say anything, but he was thinking to himself, maybe he is a good choice. Although he won't stand much of a chance, it is better than putting all my eggs in one basket. In the arena, Han Sen looked at Exquisite. Exquisite said emotionlessly, per the terms of our agreement, you will not use xenogenic treasures. You can only use your body and geno arts to fight. If you win, I will leave and never allow the Very High to pester you again. If I lose, I will follow you to the Very High. I will listen to your orders, Han Sen said quickly. Good. Exquisite nodded. Her expression was chilling. Her third eye slowly opened to reveal the Tai Chi Yin Yang eye. She has just come on stage, and she's already using her Very High eye. It looks like Exquisite is taking Brother Han seriously. It is rare to see the Very High in a fight, especially when they are still kings. And even more so to watch them use their Very High eye. That just proves Exquisite is desperate to get Han Sen to join the Very High. If it was me, I would have just followed her and done whatever she said. Your development would benefit so much with the Very High, and you'd be surrounded by beautiful women. Why wouldn't he want to go? I wonder what goes on in Lone Bamboo and Han Sen's minds. That's why you're just a bottom-of-the-barrel student. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo are geniuses. Han Sen looked at his enemy gravely. They were both 9th-tier kings. Han Sen wasn't afraid of any creature, but Exquisite was from the Very High. She had countless geno arts and secret skills in her pocket, so he had to be very careful. The moment she opened her Very High eye, Exquisite became that robotic person again. She just stood there, not saying anything or even glancing around. Raw power suddenly rushed down into the arena. The whole place was twisted by some strange energy. Is that her real power? Han Sen squinted slightly. He saw the space around the woman continued to thrash and twist. Although Exquisite was right in front of him, he could barely see her now. Chapter 2629 The world moves because of her. As Exquisite stood in the arena, she looked more like a piece of machinery than a living being. Her expression was utterly placid, as if she could see through everything. Even sages and prophets wouldn't be so calm and controlled. No matter how many times I see this, I'm always struck by both the power and the cruelty of the Very High eye. They have managed to combine the sky with their body. They should be the real sky people. But combining with the sky makes them a part of the universal rule set. Does the real Exquisite still exist? Sky Palace leader looked at Exquisite and sighed. R Alpha worried about that, too. That was why he insisted on interbreeding with another race to create an entirely new people. It brought about very special changes for the Very High eye. Our Very High eyes might have weakened now that they are no longer perfectly aligned with the universal rule set, but the changes did open the door for other, grander opportunities. It has more possibilities than the Very High eye. The woman paused and went on to say, but anyway, we are part of the universe. There is no way for us to disconnect from it, no matter what we do. From that perspective, the path of the Very High is the correct one. They are the race that is closest to the weave that composes the universe. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter. We should just take the path we feel is right. Results are something only time can tell us, Sky Palace leader said with a shrug. Han Sen was admiring Exquisite's power. He watched her use this ability once before, but seeing it again was just as moving. People weren't perfect, everyone had their flaws. When Exquisite opened her Very High eye, however, she no longer seemed like a mortal being with failings and frailties. It was as if she wasn't even a person. She was like some art piece created by none other than God himself. Use all your strength, or else you won't stand a chance, Exquisite told Han Sen. Her words might have sounded cocky, but there was no cockiness in her tone. It was more like she was just speaking facts. Han Sen smiled. He lifted his hand like a knife and used Fang to slash toward her. The last time they fought, they had been using the water of a nearby pond. It was like a practice session for him, and Exquisite hadn't used all her Very High power. This time, it was different. She wasn't holding back. Exquisite's battling power was firing on all cylinders. Purple knife air flew out of his palm like the fangs of a toxic snake that was leaping forward to bite her. It was a quick, cruel, and accurate slash. The strike was almost too fast to track. Yisha saw Han Sen use Fang, and she couldn't help but nod. Han Sen's teeth knife was different from her own, but it had already reached the skill ceiling. This display of his had asserted his position as one of the greatest teeth knife elites. Sky Palace had many elites that made use of knives, and when they saw Han Sen's attack, they were surprised. Even people who didn't know about knives could tell how strong that attack was. It had reached an unbelievable level. It was no worse than the skill of a deified elite. Although I don't want to admit it, talent really does determine how far a person can go. Like Brother Han, for example. He can perform a knife skill as impressive as that. In Sky Palace, I am afraid only Lone Bamboo and Yu Shangxin can be compared to him, a Sky Palace student said with a sigh. The next second, that same Sky Palace student felt his eyes widen. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Han Sen's shocking strike had missed. As the attack flew forward, Exquisite stood where she was and didn't move. Han Sen's attack just flashed right through her, and it didn't even ruffle her hair. Exquisite's white clothes didn't even flutter in the wind as she calmly looked at Han Sen and said, "Continue. Use all your power." Han Sen didn't move. Then he summoned his power and began to use all of his skills from Teeth Knife. To be honest, Han Sen never really focused on knife skills, but he had tried very hard to practice them. All of his skills had become very powerful, and not many people at his level were so skilled. But over the next few minutes, he used every teeth knife-derived skill that he knew. And that entire time, Exquisite stood where she was. She was unmoving. She didn't even wiggle her toes. Han Sen's knife airs flew past her harmlessly. The Sky Palace students knew the very high were strong, but they were still frozen. They couldn't imagine what sort of skill was being used against Han Sen. Exquisite had somehow made her opponent miss every strike without moving a finger. She hadn't been damaged in the least. No one would think that Han Sen would make the mistake of missing his opponent, but even if he did, there was no way that all of his knife skills would fail to touch her. Brother Lone Bamboo, what power is Exquisite using? How can she avoid taking any damage when she's just standing there? Yun Sui asked Lone Bamboo, who was beside her. Lone Bamboo waited for a while before saying, "She might not have moved, but in a way, she's still hiding." What is the difference? Yun Sushang couldn't help herself from asking. Lone Bamboo thought for a minute and then said, "We know that movement is relative. When you're flying a ship and you look out the window, it might look like the things outside are going backward instead of the ship going forward." Yun Sushang heard this, and with a trembling body, she said, "Do you mean Exquisite isn't the one moving, but it is actually the whole world?" Something like that. Since she is only a 9th-tier king, her ability isn't that powerful yet. But the arena is shifting because of her, at least. Lone Bamboo nodded. Only, the whole world is being altered by her. That must mean that Brother Han is going to lose, Yun Sui said with worry. Maybe not. I was just explaining what she's doing. Exquisite is still only a king-class fighter. She isn't as strong as a deified creature. There is a limit to how much she can influence the world. If Han Sen goes beyond that limit, he can be the train that stops moving in a scene, Lone Bamboo said. They are both 9th-tier kings. Can Brother Han's power exceed what Exquisite's strength can control? Yun Sui looked at Lone Bamboo, expecting an answer. Yes, Lone Bamboo answered with certainty. After Lone Bamboo said yes, Han Sen cast Fang again. Repeating that same Geno art. There's no point in using it twice. Exquisite still stood where she had started. But as she said that, she suddenly stopped and looked down. Huh, the arena echoed with the sound of clothing being torn. Exquisite's left sleeve had been ripped off. Purple teeth power spread across her garment. You said using the same skill wouldn't work. Han Sen smiled at Exquisite as he spoke. Chapter 2630. Practicing at that moment, the Sky Palace students felt as if giant boulders had been lifted from their shoulders. They breathed deep sighs of relief. Han Sen was the best in the Sky Palace, but Exquisite faced him calmly. For some time, Han Sen hadn't been able to harm a single hair on her head. The woman had stood against his attacks, as steady as a mountain. Seeing Han Sen's attacks fail had crushed the Sky Palace students and prevented them from breathing. It made them think Exquisite was a god that couldn't be beaten. But then, Han Sen's knife was able to cut Exquisite's clothing. Seeing that small victory calmed the anxious audience. Continue, Exquisite said. She waved her sleeves, and the teeth power was extinguished like someone had tossed a bucket of water over a campfire. Han Sen waved his hand again, using Fang to attack Exquisite. This time, he used even more power and speed. Exquisite finally moved, but she only took half a step. That was enough for Han Sen's Fang to go wide and miss her. Even so, it didn't look as if she was going to fight back. Han Sen pushed himself to release even more power, making the next move a few times stronger than the last. He used his teeth knife once again. Exquisite's feet moved gracefully, lightly sliding her to the side and, letting her dodge every teeth knife attack Han Sen launched. Han Sen's teeth knife was unable to touch Exquisite's clothes a second time. Although Han Sen's speed can break through the effect that Exquisite is casting on the arena, he cannot catch up to her. This isn't a good situation for Han Sen to be in. Han Sen needs to overcome both the skill she is using and her own innate speed, Thousand Feather Crane said, as he understood Han Sen's situation. Very high powers are so scary. It's like they're cheating. The whole universe is helping her, Yun Sui said with depression. Of course, otherwise, the Very High wouldn't have become the best race, would they? Even born deified ancient gods envy their power, Lone Bamboo said. As this was going on, Sky Palace leader observed Han Sen with great interest. He smiled and said, the Very High are known for their strength. To fight against the Very High is to fight against the whole universe, in a sense. Although Exquisite's level is low and she cannot change the universe much, any of her other peers would be at a severe disadvantage against her. Unless you are 1 or 2 tiers higher than the Very High, it is difficult to fight them. How Han Sen seeks to deal with this will be interesting. You think Han Sen actually stands a chance in this fight? The woman asked in shock. She turned to the Sky Palace leader with a quizzical expression on her face. I thought you always liked him, too, Sky Palace leader said. I liked him because of his powers of blessing and the deified weapons he wields. His talent isn't bad, it's probably better than those of anyone else on his level, but his skill alone won't be enough to deal with the Very High. I'm not saying that Han Sen is weak, it's just that the Very High are too strong, the woman said. And yet, maybe this will work out for Han Sen anyway, the Sky Palace leader said thoughtfully as he watched Han Sen. Han Sen cast another strike with teeth knife. Then, he stopped attacking. What other Geno arts do you have? Use them, Exquisite commanded. She still wanted to see more of Han Sen's powers, so she didn't attack yet. As the Sky Palace students watched Exquisite, it was as if they were looking at a Valkyrie that couldn't be defeated. Once again, she had become untouchable. Han Sen wasn't intimidated, though. He had seen Exquisite slave away as a maid to the crocodile gods, so he couldn't think of her as some unbeatable creature. Plus, Exquisite's power didn't seem entirely unbreakable to Han Sen. Many Sky Palace students froze as they looked at Han Sen. If they were in his shoes, they knew how desperate they would feel. They wouldn't even be able to ruffle Exquisite's clothes. They just wanted to know if Han Sen had a sufficient amount of power to break Exquisite. If he was unable to break her, and Exquisite unleashed a strike, she would only need that one skill to beat Han Sen. After all, the universe was strengthening her might. It was hard to imagine how crippling that strike might be. Han Sen swung his hands and spoke to Exquisite. I've finished warming up, now we begin. Holy sh*t. Warming up, that was just him stretching. Brother Han, this bluffing of yours is a bit too much. Haha, Brother Han is Brother Han. His bluffing is so fresh. Han Sen had been using power that only the best 9th tier kings could match. There was no way that he had been holding back the majority of his strength. But even so, the Sky Palace students began to grow a little excited again. When they looked at Exquisite, she no longer seemed quite as untouchable as she had before. When Exquisite had first turned on her Very High eye, her emotions seemed to disappear. She had seemed perfectly calm since then, but now she frowned. This guy's poker face is too good. The Sky Palace leader wanted to laugh. He's just like you when you were young, the woman said. When I was young, I was really strong. I didn't pretend like he is, the Sky Palace leader immediately corrected her. The woman rolled her eyes at him. She didn't say anything further, but scorn seemed to drip off of her. The Sky Palace leader was very smart, and he stopped talking. After all, that woman knew everything about his past. Since we're done practicing, let us begin, Exquisite said very calmly. She had only shown her emotions for the tiniest moment, and what Han Sen said didn't affect her much. Very High's forget love was no joke. Exquisite's level with it was low, but a deified Very High could watch her husband and children be humiliated and killed in front of her without feeling a single thing. Then you must look closely. Han Sen slowly raised his right hand. He clenched his fingers together to make a fist. Everyone could see Han Sen preparing to unleash a punch, but he suddenly stopped. Have you heard the old saying? What saying? Exquisite asked. I am the greatest of my league, Han Sen said. He said each word slowly. No, Exquisite knew what Han Sen meant, but her expression never wavered. Actions spoke a lot louder than words. When the Sky Palace students heard him, They thought this was too much. But judging from Han Sen's situation, it wasn't too much. Then you should learn it now. Han Sen swung his fist. Bzzzt. Han Sen's body tore through the fabric of space, disappearing from everyone's vision. When he appeared again, he punched Exquisite square in the face. Exquisite's nose fountained blood as her body was sent soaring away. She crashed into the ceiling of the arena with such force that even the protective shielding shimmered. As this happened, all of Sky Palace fell silent. The students were so silent that they could have heard a rat fart. Chapter 2631 Random Punch, I am the greatest of my level. Suddenly, everyone felt very differently about the words that Han Sen had just spoken. Exquisite's body hit the ground with a thump. When she rose to her feet, she did so like a shambling zombie. Her bloody face and broken nose had instantly returned to normal. She was as pretty as she had been before Han Sen's punch, and it didn't look as if she had sustained any injuries. What kind of Geno art is that? Exquisite asked Han Sen. Han Sen had been able to increase his speed until he was faster than the manipulated universe. He had moved too quickly for her to even react. That wasn't something a 9th-tier king should have been able to achieve. Only a handful of half-deifieds could reach such a speed. Exquisite knew a few people who could accomplish this, but Han Sen wasn't on that short list. The ones she knew were all half-deified. Xianxia of Sky Palace was one such individual. He could move that quickly, but he used his Sky Eye in the extreme evil path. Han Sen was just a crystallizer that couldn't use a Sky Eye. That wasn't a Geno art. It was just a simple punch. Han Sen smiled. Son of AB*TCH. I am now buying into Han Sen's bluffing. Haha, a random punch. Well said, Brother Han. This very high is actually quite lame. She couldn't even withstand one of Brother Han's punches. Many of the students at Sky Palace were excited. None of them liked Exquisite much. They were all happy to insult her. Young Suyi couldn't help but smile. What is wrong with Brother Han? Is he not capable of behaving humbly? He has done what he should have. I never liked these very high, anyway, Young Sushang said. Lone Bamboo didn't say anything. He merely smiled. The audience thought Han Sen was just trying to make Exquisite mad, but he knew Han Sen was speaking the truth. It really was just a simple punch. Lone Bamboo had fought against Han Sen once before. Han Sen really was that fast. His fitness was so high, it would be difficult to find a half-deified that could equal him. Lone Bamboo had become one with the purple eye butterfly, which was how his own fitness had increased to unbelievable levels. But if he was compared to Han Sen, he still fell far short. 4 of Han Sen's Geno arts had reached the 9th tier. His fitness had been reinforced 4 times. Ordinary 9th tier kings simply couldn't compete. Even if Han Sen didn't use his super god spirit body, his fitness was still better than others of the same level. By a wide margin, too. Against other kings, Han Sen really did reign supreme. His talk about being the best of his league wasn't some baseless boast. After all, there were no other creatures that could experience the reinforcement of 4 Geno arts the way Han Sen had. In addition, the Geno arts he had focused on were amongst the best ever. With the fitness he wielded, he was still a bit weak against deified creatures, but kings and half-deifieds were no longer a serious threat. That was a simple punch. Then let me see how many simple punches you can throw. Although Exquisite was using her very high eye, she couldn't help but look a little angry. Exquisite lifted her right arm and used the edge of her hand like a knife. With it, she tried slashing toward Han Sen. Everyone immediately realized that she was using Han Sen's own skill. This was Fang. The students of Sky Palace were in shock. Teeth knife wasn't an insanely good skill, but it was the rebate's secret Geno art. Practicing it required the body of a rebate. It was remarkable that Han Sen was able to use it, but after all, he was Yisha's only student. Somehow, Exquisite was able to use teeth knife, too. When she used it, the purple teeth air shredded space. She was wielding the skill with more power than Han Sen's usage had possessed. Exquisite had been in Sky Palace for a year. She hadn't been lazy during that time. Teeth knife wasn't a secret to the very high, and she had spent time practicing it to achieve a very high proficiency with it. When Exquisite used her very high eye, the entire universe would work to help her. Her knife mind wasn't as good as Han Sen's, but the power in her strikes was above the teeth knife Han Sen had used earlier. Han Sen saw the tearing space power coming toward him. The knife air was like the real, raging purple air of a dragon's maw. Still, his expression didn't change. Running the story of Gene's at maximum, he used his own body to throw a punch toward the purple knife air. As everyone gaped in astonishment, Han Sen's punch broke the knife air that was raging toward him. His counterattack didn't stop there, though. It flew all the way back to Exquisite and pounded her knife hand. Kacha. The sound of breaking bones crunched audibly throughout the arena. The thin bones in Exquisite's hand were shattered by Han Sen's fist. His punch was still unstoppable, and it continued toward Exquisite's chest. Exquisite's face had turned white, but she was able to react instantly. She used God's Wander to disappear from in front of Han Sen. But Han Sen was waiting for her to appear again. When she reappeared, Han Sen's fist was still heading straight toward her. Everyone's mouths opened wide. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even Sky Palace leader looked stunned. After a while, he said, "Not bad. He is as good as I was when I was younger." "He's much stronger than you when you were young," the woman said. She didn't feel bad about the critique. "When I was young, I was stronger than a tiger. I was crueler than a wolf," Sky Palace leader tried to explain. Before he was finished, the woman cut him off. "Could you bully a student of the very high like this when you were younger?" I did beat them," Sky Palace leader coughed. "There's a big difference between beating and bullying," the woman said with a roll of her eyes. Han Sen was playing with Exquisite like a cat with a mouse. In front of that absolute power and speed, Exquisite, who had previously looked like some sort of god, was being used as a punching bag. Her bones were breaking one by one, and she couldn't maintain her regal appearance. Exquisite used all kinds of Geno arts as she tried to fight back, but her efforts were wasted. Han Sen's speed and power completely suppressed her. She couldn't dodge, she couldn't counterattack. Aside from getting pummeled, there was nothing she could do. Han Sen was like an enraged Tyrannosaurus Rex right now. He ignored Exquisite's attacks and allowed her powers to come down on him. Her attacks made slight marks on Spell's armor, but they disappeared quickly after. Every one of Han Sen's punches hit Exquisite, though. Every bone in her body broke under the onslaught. Blood gushed out of her mouth uncontrollably. If she had been fighting someone ordinary, she could have used God's Wander to protect her body. Things would have gone much better for her. But Han Sen's alter ego had already learned God's Wander. Each time she disappeared, he just needed to calculate and predict where Exquisite was going to pop back into reality. Plus, the arena was quite small. There wasn't much room for her to teleport around. Han Sen could easily determine where she was going to show up next. Pang! Exquisite's body hit the dome of the arena again, and the shield flickered and shimmered under the impact. When she landed on the ground in a heap, Exquisite remained where she was and didn't try to get back up again. She looked at Han Sen with astonishment. She couldn't believe it. Her very high eye was active, but she was completely suppressed by another of the same level. Try as she might, she couldn't fight back. Chapter 2632 The Power to Conquer a King. I am the greatest in my league. Exquisite lay on the ground. She stared at Han Sen and didn't try to move. She thought about what Han Sen had told her, and complex emotions washed over her. Brother Han he's too strong. Even Exquisite is trash before Father Han. What kind of very high is she? So scary. The siblings of the Han family are monsters. This is too cruel. He even bullied the crap out of a very high student. Those punches were way too awesome. I never liked the very high, and they wanted to take Brother Han and Brother Lone Bamboo to be their slaves. And see, they don't even have what it takes. The blood of the Sky Palace students was boiling. The very high always acted as if the sky were inferior to them. Right now, as they watched Han Sen destroy Exquisite, they were filled with glee. They all wished they could batter the very high in the same way Han Sen could. Can this fight end now? Han Sen turned back to Exquisite, who was still sitting on the ground at the edge of the arena. She was staring right at him. Exquisite seemed to have been startled from a deep slumber. As she stared at Han Sen, resolve settled into her eyes. No, it isn't over yet. The universe is still on my side. I won't lose, especially not to you. Exquisite slowly stood up. Her hair rose and waved in the air, despite the absence of wind. Her Tai Chi eyes spun dangerously, and the black and white colors glowed. Her aura began to spread ominously, forming black and white airs out of her body. They began to spin together, forming the structure of a substance chain. She's forcing her 9 tiers to become one. She is becoming half deified right now. The realization rolled through the arena like a thunderclap. BZZT. As everyone reeled from the shock, Exquisite's black and white air exploded. Black Geno armor appeared and encased her whole body. Her face was shielded, too. Only her very high eye could be seen. As this happened, her very high eye turned pure white. It was like a small nuclear reactor, and a scary power was emerging. At this same moment, Exquisite's presence was being pushed to a level that others couldn't imagine. She was like a scary monster queen, and she used her third eye to look icily at Han Sen. Exquisite turned to Han Sen and raised her hand. She made a pulling motion. She didn't seem to release any power, but the whole of space shifted. It was as if the space between the two fighters had been severely reduced. Instantly, Han Sen's body was pulled directly in front of Exquisite's hands. Exquisite grabbed him by the neck. "No one can beat me in my universe." Exquisite used the white flame in her third eye to look at Han Sen while she spoke. After that, Exquisite grabbed Han Sen by the neck. Her body began to generate a frightening black and white power. It felt as if all the power in the universe was draining into her hands. If she even twitched, she would surely break Han Sen's neck. "Now I will give you the chance to concede," Exquisitely said to Han Sen as she looked at him. Her face looked like it had been carved from marble. Her voice was a dead monotone, like the grinding of a machine. It was as if she would be happy to turn Han Sen's body to dust if he failed to agree. "I still prefer it when you smile. This look doesn't suit you," Han Sen said, frowning slightly at Exquisite. "I'm telling you to concede." Exquisite thundered. Her black and white air rose madly like two ravenous demons. It was like they were going to ravage Han Sen's body and consume him. Not even a single bone would be left behind. "No one can force me to do something I don't think is right," Han Sen replied. Exquisite looked at Han Sen and didn't speak. Her face remained entirely expressionless. The black and white powers in the air became stronger. It looked as if they were on the verge of exploding any second. The Sky Palace students looked at Han Sen with worry. Yun Sui fidgeted nervously with the hem of her dress. Her nails almost shredded her garments, and she was starting to sweat. "Should we?" The woman looked at Sky Palace leader. Sky Palace leader shook his head. "Wait a bit longer." As he watched Exquisite rage, Han Sen wasn't mad. He just felt sorry for her. She had given up her emotions so she could become one with the universe. To put it nicely, it was like the sky and humans had combined. To be frank, though, it was more like she had become a pawn of the universe. She had thrown away her identity to become a high-class creature. Han Sen had seen people experience similar changes before in Sky Palace, but that had been very different from what he was seeing now. When the sky became one with the sky, they focused a lot more on their emotions. It wasn't like the very high, who only cared about being one with the universe. If the very high ever became 100% united with the universe, would they still count as individual people? Han Sen shook his head. There were many things he was unsure of, but he knew for certain that he never wanted that future. He couldn't take this path. Exquisite stood in front of him, and her power raged higher and higher. Han Sen laid his hand against the fist that Exquisite was using to squeeze his neck. She lost her grip on Han Sen's throat. The white light in Exquisite's eyes spilled over. Her black and white airs erupted like a volcano. Her other hand flew toward Han Sen like a bullet. Her black and white air was generating a substance chain on that fist. That fist was so strong that every face in Sky Palace changed. Yun Sui was so nervous that it felt like her heart was going to leap out of her chest at any moment. The two fighters were at very close range, and the power that Exquisite wielded was frightening. If Han Sen got punched, his body would be destroyed. The next second, however, the crowd noticed that Han Sen's hands were moving as well. He grabbed Exquisite's fist, and then, both of her hands fell under Han Sen's control. That scary black and white air began to shred Han Sen's hands. Deep grooves were torn into Han Sen's spell armor. Blood came gushing out from the lacerations. The scary black and white air stormed through the arena. Han Sen was at the center of the storm, with his armor taking the brunt of it. Wounds kept appearing across his body. "Didn't I tell you? Against another of the same level, I am king. The only things that can fall to a king are smiles and a woman's beauty. Using force against me just won't do," Han Sen said. Then, he tightened his fists with new strength. He threw Exquisite's black and white air surrounded body away. Han Sen moved with the arc of her toss. He swung his fists like a hurricane. Beneath the force of Han Sen's blows, the black and white air was waning. Han Sen's punches pummeled Exquisite's black armor. Pang, pang. The collision of fists against armor produced sharp, striking noises. They were so fast, there was hardly a break between each sound. Chapter 2633 Your smile is eternal. How could this? Exquisite's face was etched with disbelief. She felt as if her connection with the universe was being severed. Under Han Sen's fists, her will, and the power that bound her to the universe, was being taken away. Her oneness with the world was becoming blurred and difficult to grasp. She felt as if she was returning to her former self before she started to practice all this. The terror of the unknown and all kinds of bad emotions were slowly seeping into her. It made her feel fear, and restlessness, and despair, and pain. All this, and many more emotions she had never felt before, were starting to overwhelm her. How? Why? I am already half deified, why am I still losing, why? The physical pain she was enduring was a pittance compared to the mental pain she was suffering. These emotions that she had never felt before were all inside her, mixing her up. They were ruining her ability to think. As she watched the shadows of the raging fists delivered by the man before her, she had never felt so weak before. She felt small, weak, and helpless. It was as if the universe and everything inside it had abandoned her. It made her far more frightened than the damage she would incur physically. So, what? Even if the whole universe is on your side, if you can't smile, it is meaningless. Owning the universe is pointless if there is no happiness. Only your smile is eternal, said Han Sen's voice next to her ear. And then came his final punch. It struck her in the stomach. It was a nasty punch, and her whole body rose under the force of the impact. Pang! Exquisite was in the air. The black Geno armor she wore shattered like frail glass, becoming a collection of shards dancing in the air. Her black and white hair fizzed into smoke. Exquisite's body rolled between the shattered pieces of armor. Blood came out of her mouth like rain, soaking the arena. The light of her very high eye had been extinguished. Her ordinary eyes had been closed, but now they were open again. And they were black. Those eyes didn't possess a strong will. They didn't look emotionless and cold as they once had. They looked helpless. They looked lonely. They looked confused. There was a whole bevy of different emotions swirling within them. Voila! Shattered bits of armor bounced across the floor of the arena, and Exquisite's body fell into Han Sen's arms. Hopefully, the next time I see you, I can see that smile. Han Sen's face was blurry above Exquisite. When she heard what he said, she passed out. Sky Palace fell silent. A very high half-deified, who should have been invincible to anyone who wasn't fully deified, had been beaten. Han Sen had used his fists to obliterate her self-gene armor. It was difficult for the sky to wrap their minds around. Han Sen picked up the heavily injured Exquisite and carried her out of the arena. The Sky Palace students that had been watching finally woke up from their daze. Against another of the same level, I am king, I can't believe Brother Han could actually do it. What do you mean he could actually do it? He has already done it. The very high claimed themselves as the strongest in the universe, and a half-deified has just been destroyed by Han Sen, who is just a 9th-tier king. That is scary to think about. With a fitness level like that, he is scarier than the strongest of the dragons. You won't be able to find anyone with a fitness level higher than Han Sen's. Don't forget, this is Godfather Han. He can bless others and make them deified. He must be able to bless himself as well. Throughout Sky Palace, everyone was talking about this. The most commonly repeated phrase was, against another of the same level, I am king. Even a long time after, Sky Palace students fervently discussed the events. Although the leaders of Sky Palace issued a stern warning to students not to leak this news to the outside, Sky Palace didn't have steel walls. Despite their attempts to suppress the story, news of Han Sen's victory leaked. But most of the elites that heard about this fight didn't care. No one believed that a crystallizer king could manage to fight a half-deified very high and emerge victorious. Most of the nobles that heard about this thought that it was just a fabricated tale. Only the Sky Palace students who had witnessed the fight understood just how scary Han Sen's fitness was. A Buddha deified heard about this incident, and his response became famous across the universe. You're the best too, Han Sen. That deified Buddha said this to mock Han Sen. He thought people were making up outlandish stories that were far too ridiculous to believe. And then, for a long time, you're the best too, Han Sen. Became a quip that was used against anyone being hilariously boastful. The phrase really caught on, and it was used everywhere. People mocked Han Sen shamelessly, and many didn't even know that the phrase had come from the Buddha. What a scary fitness level. How did he do that? How can a crystallizer have a body with that much raw power? The woman said with shock. She never expected the fight would turn out this way. It must be related to the Geno art he has practiced. His Geno art was something Yisha asked me to take a look at. She wanted me to help her modify it. That Geno art is nearly impossible to learn, though. When I looked at it, I didn't think any creature could practice it. Even deified fighters wouldn't have a body strong enough for it. In the beginning, I thought it was a prank. But I think now that Han Sen really has learned it, and that might mean he will become someone incredibly powerful. It is rather surprising. After pausing, Sky Palace leader shook his head. It's a shame Han Sen doesn't even know how he learned it. Otherwise, if he was able to share the secrets of this Geno art, making a strong race wouldn't be too difficult. Is there no way to modify the Geno art? The woman's heart jumped as she asked. I researched it before. It is impossible to modify. Plus, the Geno art belongs to Han Sen. Without his permission, we can't freely distribute it. That is a promise I made to Yisha, Sky Palace leader said. That is a shame, the woman said, her voice full of regret. Come on, we need to go kiss that kid's *SS. And we need to comfort Exquisite to make sure that we haven't just started a war, Sky Palace leader said. After the woman left, Sky Palace leader picked up a paper and pen. He wrote down, Han Sen, and then, after looking at it for a while, he drew 2 circles next to the name. He then placed a question mark beside them. He looked at the name and then proceeded to write for a while. Sky Palace leader spoke to himself as he did, saying, maybe he really is a suitable candidate. No matter what the outside world said, after that fight, Han Sen's position in Sky Palace was elevated to even loftier heights. Although he didn't have sky blood in his veins, they essentially treated him as if he was one of their own. Every time Han Sen went to teach Geno arts, his lecture hall would be packed to the gills. Many pureblood sky students would come and listen to him teach Geno arts. Many kings and even half-deifieds came to listen to any lecture that he gave. Exquisite's self-gene armor had been broken, and it would take a long time for her to heal. Han Sen thought he might end up in trouble, but Thousand Feather Crane told him that Exquisite wasn't planning on coming after him. She hadn't mentioned what had happened to the very high. Owning the universe is pointless if there is no happiness. Only your smile is eternal. Hopefully, the next time I see you, I will see you smile. Exquisite sat in front of a window. She looked at the clouds, frozen in thought. She kept thinking about what Han Sen had said to her. Chapter 2634 Han Sen's trouble. After a year spent in recovery, Han Sen was now almost as healthy as he had been before the Medusa's shield sucked him dry. But rather than making his life easier, recovering from his injuries actually brought him new difficulties. Before, while his body was known to be damaged, no one had made any demands of him. Now that he was well again, all kinds of people tried to flex their authority or exploit their relationship with Han Sen to ask him to bless their children. Some of these people were easy for Han Sen to turn down, whereas others were more difficult. Like Yun Changkong and the Sixth Elder that looked after the rebate. There were others who had no direct connection to Han Sen, but they were deifieds and high-ranking officers of Sky Palace. If Han Sen rejected them all, he would offend everyone in Sky Palace. But if he accepted their requests, he would be pestered constantly and he would never get a moment's rest. Brother Han, how is it going? Han Sen was coming out of the 7th tower when more trouble found him. He raised his head when he heard the voice calling for him. It was Yu Jing. He was riding a king-class xenogenic mount. It looked as if the man was doing all right for himself. I'm doing okay. You haven't come to me to request a blessing, right? Yu Jing always had a purpose for visiting Han Sen. At heart, Yu Jing was an evil businessman. Running into him was never a coincidence. When Yu Jing heard Han Sen say that, he laughed. You must be really annoyed by the people who've been pestering you lately. But you won't have to suffer it for much longer. In fact, I have a proposal that can return some peace to your life. Oh, and what would that be? Han Sen looked at Yu Jing with confusion. He didn't believe Yu Jing would have come all this way just to solve Han Sen's problem for him. The man wasn't that nice. Yu Jing looked serious when he said, the people of Sky Palace are coming to you privately because there is no official way for them to seek your blessings. If you create an official channel, perhaps set up an auction where people can bid for a blessing or two, then they'll stop coming to see you privately. You could earn a lot of money and remove some stress from your life at the same time. When Han Sen heard this suggestion, he knew Yu Jing was up to something. The idea was stupid. Rather than fixing Han Sen's problem, it would only be more of a pain in the *SS for him. Having an auction would allow him to make a lot of money, but it wouldn't stop the authority figures of Sky Palace from contacting Han Sen personally. If he refused to give blessings outside of the auction, people would just think Han Sen was a greedy person. If he merely sold his blessings without helping the leadership of Sky Palace directly, people might end up hating him. That told Han Sen the idea for an auction probably wouldn't work. If he altered this method slightly, though, he could allow Sky Palace leader to determine how his blessing talent was used. The leader would determine who received the blessings, which would take pressure off of Han Sen. If the Sky Palace deifieds wanted a slot, they would pester Sky Palace leader instead of Han Sen. Of course, Han Sen couldn't use all his power on blessing others. He would have to keep telling the lie that giving out blessings affected his lifespan and strength. He could say that it took 2 or 3 years for the negative side effects of a blessing to dissipate. That way, he would only have to bless on rare occasions. Han Sen could also claim that Sky Palace leader completely controlled how the blessings were distributed. If someone came to Han Sen privately, he could say Sky Palace leader forbade him from giving out blessings outside of the official channel. If Han Sen offered Sky Palace leader such a valuable opportunity, there was no way that the man could refuse. It would be a disservice to his people if he let this chance go by. Thinking of this, Han Sen came up with a plan, and his depression evaporated. I don't want to hold an auction. Giving a blessing severely damages my body. I have no interest in blessing others unless it is absolutely necessary. Earning additional resources isn't a good enough reason, Han Sen told Yu Jing. That is a crying shame, Yu Jing mumbled, heartbroken. Brother Yu Jing, did you just come here to tell me that? Han Sen asked Yu Jing, raising an eyebrow. Not really, I'm here because someone asked me to conduct trade with you, Yu Jing quickly said. It won't be something that has to do with blessings, right? Han Sen asked, suddenly alert. Yu Jing laughed and said, of course not. A half-deified relative of mine wants to ask you to kill a xenogeniac with him. There hasn't been a chance for him talk to you face to face, however. So, he asked me to make the request in his stead. Killing a xenogeniac, why would he ask me? There are many elites here. If he needed someone, why would he come to me? Han Sen was shocked. He couldn't believe some Sky Palace half-deified wanted his help just to kill a xenogeniac. My relative is a bit special. He can't ask the deifieds for help, and he wants to hunt a deified xenogeniac. He heard that you and Lone Bamboo managed to bring down a xenogeniac, and that is why he wanted you to help him. There is plenty of room for negotiation. My relative is very rich, Yu Jing explained. This half-deified person was called Yu Kun. He was one of the more experienced half-deifieds in Sky Palace. He was from the same generation as Sky Palace leader, and he was known to be quite talented. He had a chance to become deified long ago, but something happened in his family that had kept him from doing so. He still wasn't deified. What was so important that he put his ascension on the back burner? Han Sen asked. Han Sen wasn't just asking this out of curiosity. He was worried that this could end up dragging him into some internal conflict within Sky Palace. Han Sen was very careful to avoid involving himself in such things. Yu Jing understood Han Sen. He smiled and explained, don't worry, brother Han. No one in Sky Palace has a grudge against Uncle Yu Kun. He hasn't become deified because of something that happened to his son. His son got involved with the wrong people and accidentally leaked classified information and screwed up some of Sky Palace's plans. Although this had nothing to do with Uncle Yu Kun, he went to jail for 30 years on his son's behalf. He was released a few years ago. One of our deifieds would help Uncle Yu Kun if he asked. According to the rules of Sky Palace, he has every right to request aid. But Yu Kun is very ashamed about what his son did to the people of Sky Palace, so he doesn't want to ask any of the deifieds for help. That is why he wants to work with you. You don't have to worry that he won't be able to pay you. He is old and has a lot of money. Let me consider this for a while, Han Sen answered, carefully not agreeing. Yu Kun's situation was complex, so Han Sen wanted to consider the potential ramifications for working with the man. Okay, give me a response as soon as you can. Uncle Yu Kun is waiting, and I want to give him an answer, Yu Jing said. Han Sen agreed. After saying goodbye to Yu Jing, he left his own little island and headed to the primary island where Sky Palace leader lived. Chapter 2635 Difficult Decision. you don't want to offend people, so you want me to do it for you. You are quite smart, Sky Palace leader said to Han Sen with a smile. Han Sen hadn't explained his true purpose, but Sky Palace leader immediately recognized what he was doing. Sky Palace leader is so smart. I want to do everything I can for Sky Palace, but sadly, my body is unable to keep up. I cannot bless a student every day. Han Sen feigned complete sincerity. He looked as if he wanted nothing more than to serve Sky Palace leader. Fine, I'll be the bad guy, but in return, you will have to do something for me, Sky Palace leader said to Han Sen with a smile. Old fox, Han Sen muttered to himself. He had expected that if he agreed to give out blessings, he would receive something valuable in return. But it now looked as if he wouldn't earn anything extra, and he would have to do an additional task on the leader's behalf. You can ask me to do anything, Sky Palace leader. Even if it means I will end up destroyed and dead, I will do my best in such a task. I would never ask for anything in return. Han Sen lowered his head and bowed. Is that so? You really won't try to take advantage of the situation? If Han Sen hadn't said the last few words, Sky Palace leader would have probably believed him. However, it was obvious from what Han Sen said that he had been looking for some goodies. If you are willing to do this, I will deal with all the people who come to seek your blessing. You can decide when you want to bless them, or if you want at all. But if you can do this well, I will still reward you, Sky Palace leader said dispassionately. What is it that you want me to do? Han Sen had started to grow worried as Sky Palace leader spoke. If Sky Palace leader was establishing terms like this, whatever task he wanted to give Han Sen had to be complicated. Go to the very high, Sky Palace leader said simply. Why? Han Sen was shocked. He looked at Sky Palace leader with confusion. He remembered Sky Palace leader saying that he didn't want Han Sen to go to the very high. Sky Palace leader smiled and said, we need a spy amongst them. I think you are up to the task, too. Han Sen almost thought his ears were broken. Going to the very high as a spy. Han Sen couldn't think of anything that posed a greater risk. The very high could see into a person's mind. If he was attempting to steal their secrets, it would only take them a split second to discover that. Espionage among the very high would be suicide. If anyone other than Sky Palace leader had suggested this, Han Sen would have assumed that they were simply an idiot. The idea seemed like either pure stupidity or an elaborate way of getting himself killed. Sky Palace leader knew what Han Sen was thinking, and so he said, don't worry. If I let you go, I have a way to safeguard your mind that will keep them from peering into it. You are no good to me dead. But why would you even want me to go and spy on the very high? Han Sen asked carefully. If he was even going to consider doing this, he had to know more. He needed the details because going to the very high for ulterior motives was a very dangerous game to play. It is very important to me. I need you to find someone within the very high. If you hear news of this person, you need to relay it back to me. You don't have to do anything more dangerous than that, Sky Palace leader said. I'm not very good at looking for people, and I'm not very skilled at socializing. I'm afraid I might fail your task. Han Sen didn't want to go, so this was his way of rejecting the offer. Sky Palace leader looked at Han Sen and coldly said, when you finish this mission, I plan to give you the constellation C for you and your family. It looks like you aren't interested, though. So, never mind, it is fine. Leader, the constellation C you reference, is it the xenogenic space outside the shining star system? Han Sen's eyes opened wide as he asked Sky Palace leader. The constellation C was a xenogenic space that had been discovered some time ago. It was in a part of the universe that belonged to Sky Palace. It was practically in Sky Palace's backyard, so the only way to enter it was through Sky Palace. The constellation C was connected to the shining star system and an underdeveloped, barren system. It was a very unique place, and it showed great promise if anyone ever developed it. Plus, the constellation C was very rich in resources and raw materials. Many elders within Sky Palace wished to take control of the constellation C, and they had begun to fight over it. But because the fights had grown too violent, Sky Palace leader decided to seal up the constellation C and not give it to anyone. Now, Sky Palace leader said he was going to open up the constellation C exclusively for Han Sen. He could build a family there. He wouldn't just be permitted to use it, the leader was going to let Han Sen govern the constellation C. It would become Han Sen's territory. If he wanted to, it might even be possible to build a human empire there. Other factions wouldn't be able to meddle or interfere in Han Sen's affairs. Unless Han Sen opened the Constellation C's borders to travel, no one would be able to wander in. Plus, the Constellation C still had Sky Palace as a shield. It wouldn't end up besieged unless the whole of Sky Palace fell first. Good memory. It is the Constellation C near the Shining Star system. Yes, Sky Palace leader answered. Han Sen's eyes narrowed in thought. Sky Palace leader was offering him a ludicrously valuable reward, but that suggested the task wouldn't be simple. Simply relaying information wouldn't be hard, and if Han Sen could truly be taught to protect his mind, the danger level didn't warrant such a reward. Why would Sky Palace leader be willing to give him something so precious for fulfilling a task that was so easy? May I ask what kind of person you are looking for? Han Sen asked with hesitation. The Constellation C was a good place. He wanted it, but he wouldn't be able to enjoy owning it if he died at the hands of the very high. I'm looking for a very high woman. I don't know her name, and I'm afraid her appearance might have changed from what I remember, Sky Palace leader said thoughtfully. No name, no appearance. How am I supposed to find someone like that? Han Sen was shocked to hear that. Don't worry, there is a way to find her. Otherwise, why would I ask you to look for her? Sky Palace leader paused. Then, he said seriously, there is a birthmark on her chest that looks like a red heart. You will be able to see it. It is very obvious. Her chest has a birthmark that resembles a red heart. That is quite obvious, you would think. Wait, chest. Han Sen glanced down at his own chest. He looked strange as he asked Sky Palace leader, you say you are looking for a very high woman? Yes, Sky Palace leader said with a nod of his head. Do you think I'll have the chance to check out the chests of various women for that birthmark? Han Sen felt that Sky Palace leader might be tricking him. If he went to the very high just to check out their women, it would be AFC King Deathwish. If it was an easy task, why would I give you the Constellation C? Sky Palace leader looked at Han Sen and said, you don't even have to look at them yourself, anyway. You can just ask around. Exquisite as a woman, for instance. She is more likely to have seen it. And if you can get her to tell you, then you will have no trouble. Come back in 4 years, and you can take your family to the Constellation C. I will give you all the support you can ask for. I will give you people, if you want. Do you want a boat? I can give you a boat. You won't have to pay taxes for 300 years, either. Chapter 2636 Wood Spirit Rhino. Han Sen was very conflicted. He wanted the Constellation C. If there was ever a safe place for him to develop humanity, it would be there. With enough resources and cultivation, he could make them a force to be reckoned with in the universe. That way, they would no longer have to live in small pockets scattered across the universe. He could gather them up there and truly grow their numbers. But before any of that could happen, Han Sen needed his own system. The safest places in the universe were already split up by the more powerful races. Even if Han Sen wanted a slice of good real estate, there was nowhere he could find a piece of that pie. Even the smaller and weaker races had ties with Sky Palace and other big races. It wasn't a matter of simply taking what he wanted and being done with it. Taking a developed system wasn't an option, and a wild system would be too dangerous. Such places weren't suitable for low-level creatures and people to live in. Sky Palace was offering him a xenogenic space. For Han Sen, that would be a perfect place to develop humanity's presence within the Geno universe. Think over my offer. You don't have to rush in giving me your answer. Just tell me when you have decided, Sky Palace leader said. Han Sen nodded. He needed to think about this seriously. He couldn't make a decision on a whim, especially one so big. As Han Sen turned to leave, another matter came to mind. Palace leader, Uncle Yu Kun has asked me to kill a deified xenogenic with him. Do you think I should go? Brother Yu Kun. Sky Palace leader fell silent for a moment, then said, I know what happened to him. If you think you can do it, then you should go and help him. Brother Yu Kun has endured a difficult life. Now that he had received Sky Palace leader's approval, Han Sen was more than okay with going to meet with Yu Kun. And so, that was what he did. He wanted to see what sort of deified the man wanted to kill first, though. Then, he could decide if he could truly help. If he did decide to help, he would try his best. But there were still multiple factors to consider before he accepted. After Han Sen left Sky Palace, he contacted Yu Jing. He told Yu Jing what he planned to do, and Yu Jing was happy to quickly arrange for him to meet with Yu Kun and discuss the proposal. Should I go or not? Going to the very high was a very difficult decision for Han Sen to make, but it wasn't something he could allow others to determine for him. Han Sen laid out the pros and cons of this idea many, many times. And he ultimately decided that yes, he should go to the very high. He wanted the constellation C for himself. If he missed out on this chance, God only knew how many more years he would have to wait for an opportunity to get a xenogenic space that was as prestigious as the constellation C. Plus, if he fought for another xenogenic space, it wouldn't be as safe as the constellation C. And some xenogenic spaces were actually overdeveloped. They might not allow Han Sen to procure as many resources as he wanted. It looks like I need to go to the very high, then. Luckily, I have found a way to counter their spying techniques. If Sky Palace leader's way doesn't work, then I have my own method. And if that method doesn't work, either, I will have to be like Ning Yu and rely solely on my own will to support myself. Han Sen gritted his teeth. The odds against him seemed daunting, but if Ning Yu could do it, he believed he would be able to as well. But Han Sen didn't immediately answer Sky Palace leader. He wanted to sort out matters with Uncle Yu Kun first, so he could have time to think it over a bit more. There was no need to rush a decision as big as this one. Yu Jing hurriedly established a time for Han Sen and Yu Kun to meet. When Han Sen saw Yu Kun, it was hard to believe Yu Kun was of the same generation as Sky Palace leader. That was because Yu Kun looked considerably older than Sky Palace leader. Han Sen didn't know how old Sky Palace leader was, but he appeared to be in his 40s. His seemed very gentle, but there was something perverse about him. He enjoyed messing with people. But Yu Kun looked like a very old man, by comparison. His hair was gray, and his face was wrought with wrinkles. Most importantly, his expression looked old and tired, too. He was very dull looking. He barely looked like a living being. Yu Kun was calm. He told Han Sen about the deified xenogenic he planned on killing, but he didn't look very confident that Han Sen could help him. After hearing what the man said, Han Sen fell silent. And then, he honestly told Yu Kun, Uncle Yu Kun, a trade needs to be fair and equalized. I can help you fight this deified xenogenic. If I fail, I won't take anything, but if we successfully slay this deified xenogenic, what will you give me in return? Yu Kun seemed to think about that question a bit. After hearing Han Sen's speech, he pulled something out of his pocket. He set it on the table in front of Han Sen and calmly said, "Try your best. Whether or not you succeed, this is yours." Han Sen eyed the thing that Yu Kun placed on the table. It was a small wooden statue carved into the shape of a beast. It looked like a rhino. It was the size of a man's hand, and the wood seemed to have yellowed with age. It looked ancient. Han Sen didn't understand what it was. It looked like a decorative trinket that someone might put on a shelf in their house. It didn't release any power, so it didn't seem like a powerful xenogenic treasure, either. Yu Jing was standing to the side, and when he saw that wooden rhino, he looked like he was about to scream. "Isn't that the wood spirit rhino? Uncle Kun, are you really willing to let it go?" Han Sen looked at Yu Jing, and Yu Jing went on to say, "A long, long time ago, our race found a butterfly-class plant inside the systems of chaos. Many of our people worked together, but they were only able to retrieve a piece of wood that was 1 foot long. And then, a deified carved the wood into wood spirits. 3 small statues were created in the shapes of an elephant, a rhino, and a horse. This wood spirit rhino is one of them." After pausing, Yu Jing went on to say, "Although the wood spirit rhino wasn't refined into a treasure, carrying it can aid a warrior's body. It can fill your body with health and make you livelier. It is especially beneficial for people who have been injured. Carrying the wood spirit rhino can heal someone's self-body. Of course, that isn't what is most important about the wood spirit rhino. The most important thing is that the deified who made them also created 3 Geno arts and left them inside the 3 wood spirits. If someone gains possession of the statues, they can obtain the Geno arts inside. The Geno arts of the wood spirit elephant and the wood spirit horse have already been learned by others. They were the giant spirit statue punch and sky river swallowing day skills, respectively. They were the first 2 Geno arts. They are famous secret Geno arts in Sky Palace." Han Sen jerked in surprise when he heard the name of these 2 Geno arts. He had heard of them before. They were the most popular secret Geno arts in Sky Palace right now. Even the heirs of many Sky that wanted to practice the Geno arts had to go through a lot of trouble to be granted permission to learn them. Furthermore, students below King class couldn't even begin to learn them. But just because a skill was restricted didn't mean it was attractive to Han Sen. But what Yu Jing said next totally changed Han Sen's mind. When the first two people learned the Geno arts of the wood spirit elephant and the wood spirit horse, they received powerful wood spirits. It accelerated their practice. One went from king class straight to half deified. The other went from half deified to deified. Chapter 2637 Bauer's little book. Han Sen eventually agreed to accept the wood spirit rhino in exchange for helping Yu Kun slay a deified xenogeniac. Yu Kun had carried the wood spirit rhino for hundreds of years. He had never been able to understand what was inside it, and after losing hope of ever learning its secrets, he was finally willing to use it as payment for Han Sen to help him slay a deified xenogeniac. If Yu Kun obtained a deified xenogeniac gene, he could use it to help him become deified. Keeping the wood spirit rhino as a mere ornament would be useless. He wanted to give it to his heir, but his only son had died in an accident. No one else was able to carry on his legacy. What a poor man, Han Sen thought, playing distractedly with the wood spirit rhino. Yu Kun had already given Han Sen the wood spirit rhino, it was his whether they succeeded or not. Han Sen's personality was a little strange. If someone was trying to trick him, then he wouldn't let them get away with it no matter how bad the situation was. But for someone like Yu Kun, who was willing to pay up front, Han Sen would help him no matter the cost. The wood spirit rhino was very beautiful. It gleamed like jade. Although it was made of wood, it was heavier than a lump of gold. The strange thing was, Han Sen was unable to discern the wood spirit rhino's power even though he was holding it. It seemed like an ordinary wood carving. It didn't look like a piece of butterfly-class wood. Han Sen didn't think Yu Kun had given him a fake item, and that was because he had tested it. He tried his hardest to destroy the little statue, but it didn't buckle and break. That was verification of its deified status. But despite its resilience and beautifully polished surface, it didn't have a strong presence. Does that mean the wood spirit rhino doesn't have power? Is it merely the secrets within that hold its strength? If I can open and learn its secrets, can I gain access to the power myself? Han Sen kept wondering. He stared at the wood rhino spirit. The wood spirit rhino's carving appeared so alive, but there was no text or symbols on it. There was no semblance of a mind left behind. Han Sen prodded it a few times and used his Dongshuan area and the purple eye butterfly to examine it. He was unable to find out anything tricky about it. No matter how he viewed it, it was an ordinary miniature rhino carved out of wood through no extraordinary means. Aside from the material used, he could not discern anything special about the thing. As Han Sen was investigating the wood spirit rhine, Bauer had somehow managed to climb onto his back. Her head was next to Han Sen's shoulder, and she stared at the wood spirit rhino in his hands. "Daddy, what are you holding? This wooden statue has a secret in it, but I can't tell what it is," Han Sen said. "Let Bauer see it." Bauer jumped down onto Han Sen's chest and stole the wood spirit rhino out of his grip. Her little hand started to shake the wood spirit rhino. Then, suddenly, Han Sen noticed a yellow gleam like moonlight shining in the eyes of the wooden item. The light projected onto the wall, revealing some text. "Bauer, how did you do that?" Han Sen asked in delighted surprise. He had been watching her the whole time, but he didn't know how she had managed to summon the light coming out of the wood spirit rhino's eyes. Bauer had only touched the wood spirit rhino for a second or two, and Han Sen had watched the position of her hands at the time. He tried replicating the move she had made, but he was unable to make the statue light up. "It is so easy. Just pat it on the head," Bauer said as she patted the wood spirit rhino's head. With that, the light in its eyes suddenly disappeared. "Let me try." Han Sen reached his hand out and patted the rhino's head. There was nothing. Bauer reached out her hand and pressed the head, which made more light shoot out of the statue's eyes. Han Sen's inability to achieve the same results depressed him. He couldn't be bothered to figure out why Bauer was able to succeed where he had failed, though. Instead, he focused on recording the text the wood spirit rhino was displaying. It was a skill called heart connection. Han Sen seared the Geno art into his memory, but he didn't find the power mentioned by Yu Jing. Does this mean I can only get the power from the wood spirit rhino if I learn the Geno art? Han Sen guessed. Then, he tried researching the heart connection Geno art. Since the name sounded rather romantic, Han Sen expected the Geno art to be spiritual in nature. Perhaps it would have interpersonal properties. Han Sen soon discovered he was incorrect. The Geno art wasn't at all spiritual, it was actually rather violent. It was a Geno art that gathered up power, then released it in a sudden burst. It was like a rhino's ramming attack. Power was gathered like a charging rhino gaining momentum, then concentrated into the rhino's horn. But the side effects could be devastating. After an attack was unleashed, your body would become weak. Your power would be sucked dry, and it couldn't be used anymore. This is a very dangerous Geno art, Han Sen complimented. Although the Geno art wasn't as destructive as Break Six Skies, it had the precision of a steel needle. It could pierce through anything. It was a very powerful Geno art, but it was also very unique. Break Six Skies had to be used at a distance unless the caster wanted to blow themselves up, but hard connection didn't have a range requirement. This Geno art could be a trump card. If I'm facing death, I can use this as one last attack to save myself. After Han Sen researched it, he tried practicing it. It wasn't difficult to learn the basics, but it would take a while to become skilled with the art. Han Sen gave Bauer many snacks, but she wasn't as happy as she had been. She didn't pay much attention to the snacks. Instead, she looked at Han Sen and told him, "Dad, I want to go to the very high. It is too dangerous there. Kids cannot visit them. You can stay and play with your aunties. You like Nightmare Beast, don't you? You can go play with him." Han Sen couldn't take Bauer with him to the very high. If his undercover activities were exposed, it would be difficult for him to escape. And he wouldn't want Bauer to get involved in that. "Dad, if you don't take me, I will go and find Mom," Bauer said with a blink. "Yes, you can spend time with Mom. That is good, and then go to kindergarten for a few days. Didn't you like that kindergarten teacher? What was her name?" "Oh, right, it was Lu Zimei." Han Sen nodded. Bauer smiled and said, "I'm not going to school. I am going to snitch to Mother." "Snitch about what?" Han Sen looked at Bauer with interest. He didn't think he had any dirty secrets to hide. Bauer lifted her hand and used her fingers to count. Sister Suyi, Sister Yisha, and that Sister Exquisite. Bauer quickly realized she wasn't going to have enough fingers on one hand. She was about to continue when Han Sen stopped her and said, "There's nothing between me and any of those women. You can't threaten me with that. Owning the whole universe is pointless, and only your smile is eternal. I hope the next time I see you, I will be able to see you smile." Bauer replicated Han Sen's speech and tone. She looked innocent while she said it. "You know, I remember a lot. I think I will tell Mom all about this. She will be very touched and happy." After that, Bauer pulled out her little book. She opened it, and Han Sen saw that it was filled with childish scribbling. It was Bauer's writing, and they were all of the things Han Sen had said. Han Sen's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Those words hadn't been inappropriate when they were spoken, but if they were read without any context, problems could arise. Ahem, Bauer. Fathers and their daughters should communicate well with each other. There shouldn't be any conflict between us, right? Han Sen looked at Bauer and her little book. Bauer put away the little book and laughed. "Yes, so, does that mean Bauer can follow Daddy to the very high?" Chapter 2638 Demon Abyss Beast King, Mr. Zuo Yu-kun asked Han Sen to kill the Demon Abyss Beast King for him. They are going to the Demon Abyss. In the hall, a Sky Palace student was talking to a Sky Man in black armor. He had gray hair. Yu-kun has practiced the Deep Abyss Demon spell. If he gets the Demon Abyss Beast King's deified gene, he can become deified. But the fact that he has managed to secure Han Sen's assistance is surprising, Zuo Yu said emotionlessly. I have heard he gave Han Sen the Wood Spirit Rhino in exchange for his services. That is why Han Sen agreed to help, the Sky Palace student said. I see. Then, it makes sense, Zuo Yu nodded. Mr. Zuo Yu-kun is still under suspicion. Should we prohibit Han Sen from helping him slay the Demon Abyss Beast King? Zuo Yu shook his head. No, Han Sen is like a son to the leader. If he is willing to help Yu-kun, Sky Palace leader must have given his approval. We will take the backseat and observe for a while. After a pause, Zuo Yu said, go and find Xia. Tell her to prepare. She will be going to the Demon Abyss on a trip with me. You are going to the Demon Abyss yourself? The student asked with shock. We do not understand our target yet. This will be a fine opportunity to learn more about Han Sen and Yu-kun, Zuo Yu said coldly. As Han Sen and Yu-kun traveled toward Demon Abyss, Yu-kun seemed very relaxed. Aside from Han Sen, he hadn't hired anyone else to help with the hunt. Han Sen had accepted payment for the job, so there was nothing else he could do. He had no choice but to help the man. After making his agreement with Yu-kun, Han Sen had received a detailed synopsis of the Demon Abyss Beast King from Sky Palace leader. The file contained essentially the same information that Yu Kun had already given him. Han Sen had a 70% chance of killing this beast. Of course, there was always the chance that the Demon Abyss Beast King would be stronger than the reports stated. It could have evolved, too. So, Han Sen had to be very careful when calculating his odds. There was a lot to account for. The Demon Abyss was a giant hole in space with a massive star inside it. Space seemed to have collapsed under the weight of the enormous star, but then the star had reached an odd state of equilibrium instead of exploding as stars usually did under such conditions. The space hole contained many xenogenics. Sky Palace students often enjoyed hunting there, but ordinary students wouldn't venture too far into the Demon Abyss. They could always hunt the low-level xenogenics that remained on the outskirts, which would be far safer for the students than heading to the interior of the space hole. When the nearby Sky Palace students saw Han Sen and Yu Kun approaching, they all came forward to bow. It was mainly a show of respect for Han Sen. They only called Yu Kun uncle, because formality required them to. Han Sen observed their faces, guessing they must have known about Yu Kun and the allegations. Yu Kun didn't pay any attention to their barely veiled disdain, though. With Han Sen, he pushed on deeper into the Demon Abyss. He avoided the larger groups of xenogenics, obviously not wanting to waste time on low-rank creatures. Han Sen followed Yu Kun through the Demon Abyss for 2 whole days before they reached their destination. There, they saw the Demon Abyss Beast King talked about in legends. There had been videos of the creature in the file that Han Sen had received, but there was a big difference between seeing a creature on a video and in real life. The sight of the beast was astounding. It had a scorpion body and a dragon head. Dragon wings spread from the creature's back, and it was covered in blue scales. The head had 8 pairs of draconic eyes. So, there were 16 eyes in total. Its body was 100 meters tall. Even the sight of the creature was horrible and disturbing. It was sleeping on one of the walls in the Demon Abyss. It was like a drowsing demon. Han Sen summoned his Peacock King's soul robe and his 6-core snake bow. Then, he turned to Yu Kun. "Let's put our plan into action." "Sure," Yu Kun said with a nod. He pulled out his blade. His weapon was a black ring blade that was close to 30 centimeters wide. It looked incredibly sharp. It was a very rare and weird weapon. Han Sen drew the string on his bow, but before he could release it, the Demon Abyss Beast King woke up. Its 16 eyes peered at Han Sen. Han Sen didn't hesitate. He fired at the Demon Abyss Beast King, sending an arrow imbued with rainbow light soaring through space. It flew straight toward one of the Demon Abyss Beast King's eyes. But just as the arrow approached, the Demon Abyss Beast King's eye opened like a black hole. The arrow disappeared into the black hole, then vanished. The Demon Abyss Beast King was not injured. The Demon Abyss Beast King screamed weirdly. It flapped its wings, making its body shine with a shimmering blue light. As it flew, the creature's wings looked strangely beautiful against the background of the Demon Abyss. A writhing substance chain emerged from the creature and came flying toward Han Sen. Han Sen drew his bow and fired again and again, sending many rainbow light arrows at the Demon Abyss Beast King. The Demon Abyss Beast King didn't care. Han Sen aimed at several different places across the creature's body, but wherever his arrows landed, a black hole manifested. The arrows flew into them and disappeared. None of them could deal a speck of damage to the Demon Abyss Beast King's body. Boom! The Demon Abyss Beast King opened its mouth. Suddenly, a blue flood poured out of it like a volcano erupting. It was headed straight for Han Sen. Han Sen's body flashed away quickly to avoid that flooding blue substance chain. He didn't retreat, though. He continued to fire his arrows, getting closer and closer to the Demon Abyss Beast King. Han Sen was like a surfer riding a tsunami that would end the world. The sky was full of blue energy, but it didn't hurt him. That primitive class Demon Abyss Beast King couldn't do anything to harm him. From some distance away, a sky man and woman watched the unfolding battle. "What powerful movements," the woman said, complimenting Han Sen's efforts. "His movement isn't the truly impressive thing," replied Zuo Yu. He shook his head and said, "The remarkable thing is his ability to judge and analyze details. His body responds with perfect precision." "Precision," Xia frowned. "You can see him falling back on the left. Before he fell back to the left, though, his body leaned right. And while leaning 70 degrees to the right, he fired 3 arrows. He did it all at the same time. He misled the Demon Abyss Beast King, tempting the creature into spitting its demon stream to the right. That, in turn, forced the Demon Abyss Beast King to go right. It gives him the space to go left. So, he has the time to move to a more advantageous position for his next attack. Details like that are in every single move. If this guy isn't just insanely OCD, then he is a born fighter, Zuo Yu said. Xia looked at Zuo Yu, suddenly unnerved. Han Sen's skills didn't look very special, at all. But when she paid attention to the minuscule motions of Han Sen's body, it was just as Zuo Yu had said. He was moving with amazing precision and planning. Xia had formed her impression of Han Sen when she saw him fight exquisite. Those cruel, overbearing, and violent attacks were seared into Xia's analysis of who Han Sen was. She considered him a violent man, and so she hadn't taken the time to look for any finesse in his attacks. Now that she could see it clearly, she was shocked. The way he was fighting now was totally different than the techniques he had employed against Exquisite. It was hard to believe this fighting style belonged to the same person. Chapter 2639 Killing a Deified. Again Han Sen used his power to restrict the Demon Abyss Beast King, but his arrows didn't seem to inflict any damage on the creature. Black holes appeared and vanished all across the Demon Abyss Beast King's body. Whenever an arrow came close, it would be sucked into one of those black pits, keeping the damage from reaching the Demon Abyss Beast King. This was all within what Han Sen had expected, though. The Demon Abyss Beast King's power and capabilities had been detailed in the information he had been given. Han Sen never expected his arrows to be able to damage the Demon Abyss Beast King. He was simply buying enough time to get closer to the creature. Finally, Han Sen got close enough to the Demon Abyss Beast King. Han Sen spun his 6-core snake bow and used it like a knife. The razor-sharp string sliced into the Demon Abyss Beast King's scales, leaving deep wounds across its flesh. Just as the file said, the Demon Abyss Beast King's Demon Abyss power can consume energy, but it cannot turn away physical damage. Han Sen felt calm. The Demon Abyss Beast King became very angry after being struck. Its blue light raged with greater ferocity. But Han Sen attacked again and again with the 6-core snake bow, flitting around the Demon Abyss Beast King like a mosquito buzzing around a magnificent beast. No matter how loudly the Demon Abyss Beast King roared, it couldn't hit Han Sen. It then activated an area attack, but the fortitude of Han Sen's Peacock King's soul robe was enough to shrug off all the damage. The Demon Abyss Beast King couldn't do anything against him. Yu Kun stood to the side, doing absolutely nothing at all. He only restricted the Demon Abyss Beast King a little bit. Han Sen continued fighting at close range, and the Demon Abyss Beast King was being dealt more and more wounds. What a scary guy. This moveset and those knife skills resemble sky palaces under the sky. But who in our race ever practiced under the sky to such a level of proficiency? Xia asked with shock. Zuo Yu was recording the fight between Han Sen and the Demon Abyss Beast King. And as he continued to record it, he said, "Under the sky hasn't been complete for long. Not many students have practiced it, no. But there will eventually be more. This will be perfect learning material." Xia shook her head. This isn't something you can just watch and learn. You need to know how to use it. And executing a skill like this would be much harder than analyzing it. To be straight with you, only practitioners who have already mastered the skill could benefit from watching this. Most students wouldn't stand any chance of becoming as skilled as Han Sen, no matter how many times they watched this video. Maybe it wasn't a fluke that the very high test ranked him as an 11 armor talent. Zuo Yu laughed and said, "Well, having this video will be better than nothing. I hope the sky can develop a few elites like Han Sen. I don't think we need to doubt Han Sen's capabilities any longer. A 9th-tier king is killing the Demon Abyss Beast King. Although he does use 2 powerful treasures, Han Sen is definitely scary. If he is a spy, he is a great danger to Sky Palace. But right now, we still don't know where he came from," Xia said. "If he isn't a spy, then we have gotten very lucky. This is our department's responsibility. We must confirm his identity and political alignments," Zuo Yu said. "That is true, but the civilization of the crystallizers is long gone. The few that remain are vagrant, interstellar travelers. We have been looking into Han Sen's past for some time, but after finding the Kate, we lost the trail. Plus, the Kate's planet has been ravaged by war in recent years. Many of the Kate people have lost their homes. There won't be much left for us to learn," Xia said. "But we still have to do it. This investigation is our responsibility, and the leader takes Han Sen very seriously. So, we have to find out. With his reputation, his influence within Sky Palace will continue to grow, Zuo Yu said as he watched the Demon Abyss Beast King battle Han Sen. The man's expression was grave. A sad wail rocked the whole of the Demon Abyss. The Demon Abyss Beast King's head was chopped off by the six-core snake bow. Demon blood cascaded down like rain. Xenogenic deified hunted. Demon Abyss Beast King. Xenogenic gene found. As this happened, an announcement sounded inside Han Sen's head. When he heard no mention of a beast soul, he looked disappointed. Yu Kun began hauling the Demon Abyss Beast King's body out of Demon Abyss. He couldn't hide it from the Sky Palace students. They could guess that Han Sen and Yu Kun had killed the Demon Abyss Beast King together. As everyone discussed Han Sen killing the deified Xenogenic, a student found a video showing Han Sen's performance in killing the Demon Abyss Beast King. That video was quickly distributed all around Sky Palace. Brother Han is using Under the Sky. That belongs to the sky, doesn't it? Under the Sky can be that powerful. Of course it is strong. I heard Brother Han actually contributed to its modifications. It looks like I should start learning Under the Sky, then. Yes, we should. When Brother Han gets back to teaching, we should ask him. Many of the students in Sky Palace started to discuss Han Sen's use of Under the Sky, but after Han Sen saw the video himself, he could only frown. It looks like Sky Palace sent someone to watch me. Otherwise, there's no way someone could have filmed a video like that while we were fighting, Han Sen said. Han Sen kept thinking. He decided to agree to Sky Palace leader's request that he join the Very High for 4 years. When he returned, he would be given the constellation See All for himself. When Sky Palace leader heard Han Sen's decision, he didn't sound happy. He said grimly, "If you want to go, there is something annoying you must do before your departure. You cannot leave, otherwise." What annoying thing? Han Sen frowned. He had thought that making the decision would be the difficult part. What had gone wrong now? Sky Palace leader squinted his eyes and said, "Exquisite wanted you to go, but you beat her and made her give up all hope. If you want to go, you need to make Exquisite select you once more. You will have to clean up this mess yourself." Han Sen's mouth hung open. After a while, he said, "What is this? If I had known, I wouldn't have beaten her so badly." Don't be so depressed. Beating her might not have been a bad thing. At least now she will look at you differently. And that means she will hold you in higher esteem. This way, you will have more freedom, Sky Palace leader said with a laugh. "Can't you send someone to apologize on my behalf?" Han Sen asked, trying not to cringe. He had beaten her badly and forced her to face painful realizations, all because he didn't want to go. Now he had changed his mind. After Han Sen thought about it some more, he realized he might have been a bit of a cretin. "You are the one who beat her. It is now up to you to change her mind again. Otherwise, even if you somehow reached the Very High on your own, only trouble would await you. Why not get it sorted before you go?" Sky Palace leader patted him on the shoulder and went on to say, "Don't mess this up. I have faith in you." Han Sen had no idea how to deal with this situation, but he wanted the constellation C. He had to do what Sky Palace leader was telling him to. Chapter 2640 Outer Sky, What should I tell her? Am I just supposed to walk up and tell her that I want to join the Very High despite everything that happened? I would feel so cheap after the fuss I made, Han Sen thought. He was on his way to the Sky's water house. He considered many different ways that he might approach the subject with Exquisite, but nothing he came up with seemed very good. When Han Sen arrived at the doorstep of the water house, he came face to face with Exquisite. She still looked rather pale. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. "I can't jump straight into this conversation. I just can't," Han Sen thought, suppressing a wry smile. "What are you doing here? Are you looking for me?" Exquisite asked Han Sen, her face completely expressionless. It seemed as if her failure in the fight hadn't affected her as much as he had expected. She seemed a little tired, but other than that, she looked the same as always. Well, I'm here to see if you have recovered yet." As soon as Han Sen said that, he wanted to slap himself. It sounded as if he was there to rub her loss in her face. "I have almost healed." Exquisite didn't move. That's great. That's great." Although Han Sen wasn't eloquent on the best of days, he normally wasn't this awkward. This time, however, he was lost and fumbling. He didn't know how to say what he wanted to. Exquisite stared back at Han Sen, allowing an uncomfortable silence to settle between them. Han Sen opened his mouth a few times, but he couldn't summon the words. In the end, he said, "Then, I will not disturb your recovery." After that, Han Sen got up and prepared to leave. He felt so nervous. He was unable to tell her what he wanted to. Then he heard someone giggle. Exquisite suddenly laughed. It shocked Han Sen. He didn't know what she was laughing about, but she sure looked like a far finer woman when she did. Exquisite saw Han Sen's glance. She blushed for a moment, and then her face returned to its impassive expression. She met Han Sen's gaze and said, "Sky Palace leader told me you have thought over the offer. You are now willing to follow me to the very high. Is that true? That old B***starred sold me out again." Han Sen swore in his head, suddenly looking even more uncomfortable. He didn't think Exquisite knew why he had come to visit her, but it seemed as if she was expecting him. And there he was, making a fool of himself. No wonder Exquisite had felt compelled to laugh. He could see the humor, though, and he knew that someday, he would look back on this and chuckle. At that point, Han Sen realized that being embarrassed wasn't doing him any good. He relaxed and nodded. "Yes, I would like to go to the very high with you. I hope you don't mind accepting me, even after everything that has happened." "Why did you change your mind?" Exquisite asked, still not moving a muscle. "There are many reasons, and I can't explain them all. What is most important for me, though, are the resources I will need." Han Sen's explanation was very vague. "I'm going back to the very high in 2 days. You should prepare yourself," Exquisite said. Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't thought Exquisite would be so easy to talk to. She agreed to take him on very quickly. Han Sen opened his mouth, but again, he wasn't sure what to say to her. Since the start of this conversation, it had felt as if he had done nothing but say the wrong thing. So, Han Sen just decided to bid her farewell for the time being. When Han Sen left, the remote expression on Exquisite's face evaporated. She suddenly seemed very conflicted. There were only 2 days for Han Sen to prepare. Fortunately, there wasn't much for him to actually take care of. He only told the people closest to him that he would be leaving soon. When Han Sen told Lone Bamboo quietly asked, "You still decided on going?" "If I don't go, I won't be able to get my hands on the constellation C." "I must go," Han Sen said glumly, spreading his hands in a helpless gesture. "I hope to see you back here alive," Lone Bamboo ultimately said after a long pause. "Don't say it like you expect me to end up dead. I will be back in 4 years, Han Sen said with a laugh. "If you were going like a normal silkworm, then 4 years would be a short time. But you have an ulterior motive for signing up. Your trip to the very high will be dangerous, and your chance of surviving is low." Lone Bamboo clearly didn't know much about tact, but what he said was the truth. Looking for someone wasn't a crime, but lying about his intentions wouldn't be taken kindly by the very high. If he was found out, there was a high chance of severe consequences and punishments. But Han Sen was confident that there was a way to stop the very high from looking into his mind. If he hadn't been sure he would be okay, he wouldn't have risked going to the very high at all. After he got everything ready, Han Sen headed back to Black King City one last time. He said goodbye to the people there, then he went to see Sky Palace leader. Sky Palace leader said that he had a method that would keep the very high out of Han Sen's mind. Although Han Sen didn't place much faith in the idea, he did not mind hearing the leader's technique. 2 days went by in a flash. Han Sen brought Bauer and Exquisite to a ship that would take them away from Sky Palace. Exquisite plotted a course for their destination. Many creatures had been chosen by the very high over the years, but even now, not many people knew where the very high actually resided. According to what Sky Palace leader said, the very high xenogenic space could be moved. It wasn't in a fixed location. Unless someone had just been there, it would be impossible to determine where it was. It is a xenogenic space that can move. Han Sen didn't think it was all that special. He had already seen Sky Palace use the Chase Star Whip to move Narrow Moon. He wagered that if Sky Palace could do it, the superior very high could very likely do the same. Moving a xenogenic space shouldn't have been too difficult for them. After the ship departed Sky Palace, Exquisite enabled autopilot for the ship to command itself. She pulled out a little leaf-sized ship. It hovered in the air, then began to swell. It became the size of an ordinary ship. "We are taking this ship to the very high." Han Sen and Bauer looked over the second ship with curiosity. "Only this ship can take us back," Exquisite said. She got onto that new ship and sat down in the front. Han Sen brought Bauer onto the small ship. After they sat down, Exquisite tapped the surface of the ship. The rowboat-shaped ship suddenly started flying. In one moment, the ship broke space and slipped into subspace. When Han Sen saw the very high xenogenic space, he was awestruck. The very high xenogenic space seemed to reside in subspace. Before this trip, Han Sen never even would have imagined that it was possible to maintain a landmass within subspace. Han Sen was flabbergasted. He was numbed by the vista. Do antimatter worlds really exist? Han Sen murmured to himself, gazing out the viewports of the ship. Actually, this place is a buffer zone between the real world and antimatter worlds. This isn't a true antimatter world. You can call it subspace, but we call it outer sky, Exquisite explained. Has this land always existed here, or was it moved here? Han Sen asked, looking at the heavenly landmass in front of him. Chapter 2641 Testing Talent. Again Exquisite didn't answer, and the two of them continued on toward the heavenly land. Flocks of phoenixes flew overhead, and holy springs were suspended in the air, surrounded by clouds. Giant dragons walked majestically across the ground, which was covered with many strange flowers and rich green grass. There were many rare animals, too. There were strange and exotic things everywhere that Han Sen looked. Within seconds of landing, Han Sen had seen 3 deified xenogenics. One of them was a deified plant. This is so scary. I understand now why the very high are regarded as the greatest race in the universe. There are so many resources here. The mighty Extreme King have far less than this. No, they can't even be compared. Put side by side with the very high, the Extreme King would look like a group of hobos. Han Sen was in too much shock to speak. Countless powerful xenogenics were roaming about, and in the nearby forest, deified xenogenics were everywhere. Still aboard Exquisite's ship, they flew onward for tens of thousands of miles. There were countless deified xenogenics nearby, but they had yet to encounter any of the very high. Ever since our race found this place in ancient times, our elders have been bringing interesting xenogenics here. After God knows how many billions of years, this is what has become of the place. But my people reproduce very slowly. There are only 200 of us left now, and we cannot use the vast majority of the resources that we have gathered over the ages. However, the creatures we have collected breed and breed, they are the fruits of our labor, Exquisite said. So Han Sen understood why the very high could make so many deified elites now. This place was like an organic treasury. With the resources available, creating deified elites would be easy. Bauer was lying comfortably on the floor of the ship, looking around at the weird flowers and strange grasses. They didn't look special, but Han Sen knew Bauer. He could tell she was prepared to take action. The small boat continued to fly forward. After a while, Han Sen started to think that there was a problem with the flow of time in this place. He couldn't accurately determine how much time had passed since he first saw land. Their ship was drawing close to some cloud-covered mountains, and when they came within range, Han Sen finally saw that the mountains held a collection of palaces. They had been built into and around the mountains, fitting perfectly between them. Faintly obscured by the haze of the clouds, it was like a picture of heaven. When the ship landed at the foot of the mountains, Han Sen noticed a stone staircase. It led all the way up to the stone palace at the mountain's peak. There was a very high man descending the steps. Exquisite, you have returned. Perhaps there was such a thing as a place where the grass was greener, for being born in such a heavenly environment seemed to breed people gracious enough to befit it. Second brother. Exquisite stepped off the ship and bowed before the man. The man waved his hand, signaling for her to refrain from such politeness. He looked at Han Sen and saw Bauer sitting on his shoulder. He frowned. Third sister, why have you brought 2 people? Which one is your silkworm? He is Han Sen. I selected him. That is his daughter. He had to bring her with him because there was no one else willing to look after her in his absence, Exquisite explained. The man nodded and stopped looking at Han Sen and Bauer. He told Exquisite, go. The altar is ready. We may complete the contracts now. Exquisite nodded and told Han Sen, you guys follow me. Don't stray too far. Han Sen nodded. He stepped off the ship. As soon as he left the boarding ramp, his body felt as if it was being crushed by a mountain. He moved a bit slower than usual. The environment of outer sky is different from that of the outside universe. You'll just have to get used to it, Exquisite told Han Sen. Han Sen nodded. He remained silent and followed Exquisite up the grand staircase. He glanced around. Sister, You could have chosen lone bamboo of the sky. Why did you pick a crystallizer? Crystallizer bodies are unremarkable. They cannot amount to much, the man said to Exquisite as they ascended the steps. He certainly didn't beat around the bush. Why does this guy not look like one of the very high? Han Sen wondered as he inspected the man. The man's insult hadn't bothered him. The fellow looked different from Li Qier, Bixi, and Exquisite. He looked fairly average, in truth. He didn't appear to be as cold as the other very high that Han Sen had encountered so far. Exquisite said something non-committal, clearly not interested in the conversation. The four of them reached the halfway point on their journey up the mountain. There, they found a stone pavilion residing on a stone platform. The stone pavilion's name was written as Half-Life Fate. Han Sen didn't know what it meant, but another man soon approached. He waved his hand at Han Sen and said, "You've come here to be Exquisite Silkworm. According to the rules of the Very High, only someone with a 9 armor talent is eligible to sign the contract. Allow me to test you." The man didn't seem to know Han Sen had already been tested. He walked him to the pavilion and opened a stone canister that was cradled by a stone table. When the lid was removed, Han Sen could see another God Spirit touch lying inside the canister. "Give the God Spirit touch a drop of your blood and wait for the results." The man pointed at the God Spirit touch for Han Sen. "Second brother, there is no need to test him. Brother Bixi has already tested him with a God Spirit touch. He has an armor talent figure of 11. He is more than suitable to be a silkworm," Exquisite said. "An 11 armor talent? He's just a crystallizer. He cannot have an 11 armor talent. You're joking with us, surely. Or did Bixi make a mistake? The meager talents of crystallizers aside, even we of the Very High very rarely produce offspring with an armor talent of 11, so he still needs to undergo this test. I don't want a mistaken test result to delay this process." The man's mouth was like a machine gun as he kept talking. Han Sen didn't bother paying attention to the man's rambling. He approached the stone canister and lifted the middle finger of his right hand. He squeezed out a drop of blood and gave it to the God Spirit's touch. Exquisite's eyes locked on the God Spirit touch. Despite what she had said earlier, she did want to find out if the test conducted before was legitimate. Saying Han Sen had an 11 armor talent still seemed ludicrous, so a second test was warranted. The man stared at the God Spirit touch, too. He didn't believe a crystallizer could have an 11 armor talent. He thought something must have happened when Bixi tested Han Sen, and that was why the result was incorrect. They all stared at the God Spirit touch intensely. But after the God Spirit touch consumed the blood, it stopped moving. They kept watching for some time, but the creature remained completely still. It didn't even shed a single shell. Exquisite was surprised, and the men thought this was strange. No matter how bad a crystallizer was, there was no way the bug wouldn't discard a single shell. Weird. Is there a problem with the God Spirit touch? The man reached out a finger and brushed it against the God Spirit touch's head. His face twisted with confusion as he said, "There's nothing wrong with the creature. It is just the same as before. How could this happen? Feed him another drop of blood," the man told Han Sen after he examined the God Spirit touch. Han Sen didn't know what to make of this turn of events. He did just as he was instructed and squeezed out another droplet of blood to feed the God Spirit touch. Chapter 2642 Signing the contract. When Han Sen placed the second drop of blood before the God Spirit touch, it didn't behave any differently. It swallowed the droplet, then returned to its previous, motionless state. The four waited around for a long time, hoping something would happen. But there the bug remained, at the bottom of the canister, not moving an inch. If they hadn't seen it swallow the blood, they would have believed the insect to be dead. The man frowned. He had no idea what was going on. He picked up the God Spirit touch again, trying to make sure there was nothing wrong with it. Weird. No matter how bad his skills are, it shouldn't be possible for him to be entirely without an armor talent. The man continued to poke and investigate the creature, but he learned nothing. Maybe the God Spirit touch is simply too old, and it can no longer shed its shell. Exquisite paused, then went on to say, "This God Spirit touch is the very first God Spirit touch that once belonged to the Alpha, is it not? It performed tests here for much of the Alpha's life, and that was eons ago. Perhaps it really has finally succumbed to old age." The man shook his head and said, "When Bixi brought you xianxia here, they conducted the test just fine. That wasn't very long ago. Why would it suddenly stop working now? Well, aside from that, what other possibilities can you think of?" There is no way that Han Sen is lacking even a single armor talent, Exquisite said. The man knew that was impossible, too. Without a 4 armor talent or above, reaching king class was impossible. If Han Sen was already king class, no matter how bad his talents were, he couldn't have an armor talent less than 4. This is weird, the man said with queer hesitation. He put out his finger and sliced it, releasing a thin trickle of his own blood. He let it bleed near the god spirit touch's mouth to see if the creature reacted like normal. The god spirit touch had been lying in the same spot ever since consuming Han Sen's blood. It didn't react to the man's blood, at all. It was like it had become too old and numb to move a muscle. It really is growing feeble in its old age. The man put his face close to the creature, staring at it in shock. It has lived long enough. It has lived longer than most ordinary god spirit touches. Its aging was to be expected, eventually, Exquisite said. We cannot conduct the test now, the man said quietly. I don't have another god spirit touch nearby. It looks like we will have to go back and request another one. Then, we can take the test. Stop testing him. I've decided to make him my silkworm, so it doesn't matter what armor talent he has, Exquisite said icily. But, the man started to say something, but Exquisite swiftly cut him off. I don't have time for this. I can decide who I want to be my silkworm, and look, I have made my decision. The man opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Eventually, he smiled and said, if you have made your decision to accept this boy as your silkworm, then that is fine. In that case, let us proceed to the altar. After that, the man led them the remainder of the way. They continued on up the mountain. When they reached the palace that rested on the mountaintop, the man turned and said, Exquisite, I will be waiting for you outside. If you need anything, please just ask. Second brother, please take care of this child. I like this child, so do not upset her, Exquisite said while looking at Bauer. Don't worry, Exquisite, I will take care of her, the man quickly assured her. Bauer, wait for me here, and don't be a naughty girl. Okay, Han Sen put Bauer down. With Bauer's personality and power, it wouldn't go well for the man if he tried anything. I'll be very nice, Dad, Bauer said, looking sweetly up at Han Sen. Han Sen stroked her head and went to the hall with Exquisite. After they entered the hall door closed behind them. Han Sen couldn't see hide nor hair of anyone else in the hall. There was an altar at its end, however, and the sight of it prompted him to ask, that second brother seems different from the other people here. Exquisite continued walking toward the altar, but on her way, she said, the children of the very high are separated into 2 groups. One group suffers the very high sense, whereas the others can practice the Geno arts they truly fancy. Brother Bixi and I studied the very high sense. Second brother Liu studied something else. Why do you have to be separated? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Exquisite twitched slightly, but she pretended it was nothing. Practicing the very high sense gradually removes our ability to feel emotions. That can harm our breeding capabilities. Now Han Sen understood why they had to be separated. It was so their bloodline could continue. Otherwise, if all of the very high transformed themselves into emotionless machines, they probably wouldn't reproduce at all. The race wouldn't have lasted very long in that case. Han Sen raised his head. The altar ahead looked a bit strange. There was a large platform that held a large furnace in its center. Aside from that, the altar was bare. Put a drop of your blood into the furnace, Exquisite said. She held out her finger and dropped her blood into it. Han Sen had known this was coming. Sky Palace leader had told him what to expect. He lifted his own finger and quickly supplied the furnace with a drop of his blood. When the jade furnace took in the 2 drops of blood, it lit up. It began to glow with a shifting cosmic light, and something inside the furnace began to rumble. Han Sen looked at the jade furnace with curiosity. He couldn't see what was inside it, but the light and presence of the furnace were enough for him to tell that it was stuffed with knowledge about the universe. As the light grew stronger, it began to gather on the carving on the front of the furnace. The engraved symbols were shaped into a rough triangle. The light continued to shift restlessly, and the engraving glowed brighter and brighter. And then, the light within the furnace dimmed as it all rushed into the engraving when the triangular symbol burned like a sun. Exquisite said, put your hand against that symbol. Which hand? Han Sen asked with a blink. It is up to you, Exquisite said. Men go left, women go right. In that case, I will use my left hand. After that, Han Sen placed his left hand on the triangular symbol. Han Sen felt as if he had pressed his hand against red-hot steel. Han Sen jerked his hand away, and when he did, the light on the jade furnace's engraving vanished. A shining triangle was now branded on his left hand. When the burning sensation disappeared, the triangle vanished as well. Han Sen could no longer find any trace of it on his skin. Is that it? Han Sen looked at Exquisite with curiosity. Yes, it is done, Exquisite answered with a nod. Han Sen knew that at this point, Exquisite should be able to feel what he felt and read his mind. His mind should have been an open book to her. So, he started imagining stuff to test it. In a split second, Exquisite blushed and shouted, "Stop. It looks like you really can read my mind," Han Sen said while looking at Exquisite. Chapter 2643 Small Jade Figure, It's good that you know. Don't ever think of things like that again, Exquisite said, feigning calmness over what she had just seen. The silkworms of other races might not have known they were being watched by the Very High, but it wasn't surprising that the Sky knew about this, though. After all, the Sky and the Very High were once part of the same family, and the Very High had never tried to hide the fact that they spied on their silkworms. So, Exquisite didn't think it was strange that Han Sen knew about this. Let's go. I will help you practice here in Outer Sky. How many resources you receive over the course of the next 4 years will depend on how well you perform. Exquisite turned and walked out of the palace. Is that it? Han Sen asked her with some curiosity. Well, what else did you expect? Exquisite asked. Don't we need to meet with some supervisors and go through additional registration procedures or something? Han Sen was confused. Since they had arrived, the only other Very High he had seen was Second Brother. And, Second Brother probably wasn't an important figure amongst the Very High. His rank was certainly not as high as Exquisite's, that was for sure. There is no need for any of that. Now that you've entered Outer Sky, your movements will be watched keenly by the leader. Since no one has come here to stop you, that means our leaders have given you their approval. You can now be my silkworm and practice here in Outer Sky. The way the Very High do things is quite different, considering that they were the #1 race in the universe. The Very High were conducting themselves very casually. But when Han Sen thought about their relaxed attitude a little more, he realized that he should have expected it. The Very High were incredibly powerful, but there weren't many of them, and they had no interest in mixing their blood with the blood of another race. Plus, after they practiced the Very High sense, they lost their ability to care about things. Based on what he knew of the Very High, this process was proceeding logically. After Han Sen left the hall, he found Bauer and Second Brother, Li Yuzhen, chatting. It seemed that they were getting along rather well. That was a surprise. Li Yuzhen wanted to accompany Exquisite, but she refused. He didn't push the subject further, and so he promptly took his leave. They reboarded Exquisite's small ship and began flying east, away from the heavenly-looking palace. Bauer, what were you talking to Li Yuzhen about? Han Sen didn't believe Bauer would have been nice enough to engage Li Yuzhen in idle conversation unless there was something she wanted. It was nothing much. He is nice. He promised me a lot of fun toys, Bauer said with a blink. Why would he suddenly give you things? Han Sen asked. He said that if I tell him more about Sister Exquisite, he will bring me more stuff to play with, Bauer naively explained. Han Sen thought about this, and he had a guess. If Li Yuzhen is one of the people responsible for ensuring the existence of future generations of Very High, then he probably wants to. When Han Sen thought of that, Exquisite's face hardened. She stared at him and said, "Don't even think about it. He has zero chance." Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. He knew his assumption had been correct. The ship traveled for 100,000 miles before they stopped atop a little peak. That mountaintop had a wooden building and pavilion. It looked rather tidy. He thought it must have been where Exquisite lived. Exquisite set Han Sen up inside the wooden building, then left. Once Exquisite was completely gone from sight, Han Sen pulled something out of his pocket. Sky Palace leader had given it to him. It was a small jade figure that was around the size of his hand. Sky Palace leader said that once she is some distance away from me, Exquisite's ability to monitor me will weaken or perhaps even disappear entirely. The distance must be considerable, though. That is what Sky Palace leader told me. She probably can't read my 7 senses now, right? Han Sen tried not to think. Keeping his mind as empty as possible, he lifted the small jade figure in his left hand. The small jade figure came to life with light. The light wasn't actually coming from the small statue, though, it was coming from Han Sen's hand. The triangular brand on his hand was glowing, and it slowly began to twist into the shape of the jade figure. I can't believe Sky Palace leader came through with this. It really does work. Han Sen looked at the outline of the statue that was now shining from his hand. The sight of it made him ecstatic. Han Sen had no idea what the small jade figure actually was. Sky Palace leader had told Han Sen how to use it, but he hadn't bothered to explain exactly how the device worked. In truth, the small jade figure was a magical device that worked a little like a video camera. However, instead of merely recording visual information, the device captured data from each of Han Sen's 7 senses. Once he pressed the statue against the triangular brand on his hand, Exquisite was no longer able to sense what Han Sen was currently feeling. Instead, she was now experiencing a recorded loop of sensation. The information that Exquisite could learn now were all things that Han Sen was fine with her knowing. Han Sen had recorded a lot of content into the statue, most of which were the sensations that he experienced while he practiced. If Exquisite wasn't actually watching him in person, she would assume that he was training. Let's see how this works. As Han Sen held the small jade figure, he recorded more of his own thoughts and senses. It was very difficult for a human to control their emotions perfectly, but Han Sen had some experience in doing so. He thought for a moment, then started making a new recording. He thought to himself, Lady Exquisite is so beautiful and cute. And she is so kind. She is the best woman I have ever known. Although I can't be friends with her, as long as I am able to keep protecting her, it is enough. After the recording, Han Sen double-checked how it would come across. He made sure all of the recordings were positive and presented him in a good light. Then, he put away the small jade figure. If Exquisite was spying on his 7 senses, all she would see was the content that Han Sen had recorded. Han Sen could choose what he wanted Exquisite to see. Of course, if they were face to face, Han Sen could set the small jade figure to run in sync. That way, he could keep Exquisite from growing suspicious. Right now, Sky Palace leader's plan seemed to be working. But Han Sen couldn't be entirely certain. If Exquisite managed to figure out what he was doing, he would have to find another method of shielding his mind. As Han Sen waited for Exquisite to return so that he could see if his attempts to protect his mind were succeeding, something suddenly flew in through his window. Han Sen was shocked. At first, he thought it was some kind of xenogenic. Otherwise, why would it have come in through the window instead of the door? Han Sen leaned closer to the beetle-like bug that had flown in through the window. It was the God Spirit touch that Han Sen had seen in Half-Life Fate. He instantly sighed in relief. He knew the God Spirit touch couldn't attack, so he wasn't too afraid. Why did it come here? Han Sen wondered. The God Spirit touch flew in front of Han Sen, and Han Sen reached out and closed his hand around the bug. It didn't try to evade Han Sen's hand. It seemed to accept him. See. The God Spirit touch settled itself in Han Sen's palm, then flapped its wings and made some strange noises. It seemed like the little creature wanted to tell him something. Chapter 2644 The God Spirit Touch becomes a fairy. As Han Sen was wondering what the God Spirit Touch wanted, he suddenly received a thought. Give me a few more drops of your blood. Han Sen was shocked. He had encountered a God Spirit Touch before, so he knew that they were capable of basic communication. This God Spirit Touch was far stronger than the last one he had seen, though. In Sky Palace, the thoughts of Bixie's God Spirit Touch had been blurry and undefined. Han Sen had experienced the creature's thoughts more as feelings than as direct communication. But the mind of this God Spirit Touch was very clear, as if it was speaking directly into his ears. Why would I give you a few drops of my blood? Han Sen looked at the God Spirit Touch he was cradling in his hands with great interest. Swap, the God Spirit Touch's voice said into Han Sen's mind. Once more. This God Spirit Touch really can communicate. If they live long enough, they can evolve, it seems. This guy was around when the Very High Alpha was alive. It must have traveled the entire universe with the Very High Alpha. It really is special. Han Sen was shocked. What do you want to exchange? Han Sen asked. Follow me, the God Spirit Touch said. It then flapped its wings and soared out of the wooden building. Carrying Bauer, Han Sen spared no time in following the little bug. He was keen to see what the God Spirit Touch was offering in trade. Exquisite had warned him not to leave the mountain. If he left it, he could be in danger. But that didn't stop him from following the God Spirit Touch. Besides, as long as he didn't go too far, there was no reason for him to be afraid. The God Spirit Touch flew extremely fast. It was faster than Han Sen. Han Sen summoned all his power as he struggled to keep up with it. They flew for most of the day. The god spirit touch didn't fly in a straight line, either. It zigzagged and flew every which way. Its erratic flight patterns seemed to indicate that it was very afraid of something. Many deified xenogenics roamed freely across outer sky, and Han Sen was worried he might run into some of them. If he encountered a deified that was transmutation class or above, he would be unable to fight it. His worries were put at ease after a while, though. On his way, he didn't notice any such xenogenics. The only xenogenics he spotted were weaker ones that wouldn't pose as much of a threat. In the end, the god spirit touch came to a stop in a valley. Han Sen could see that the valley was lush and verdant. There was a lot of vegetation there, including a large bamboo forest. The bamboo was a rich green that seemed to shine like jade. The god spirit touch flew into the bamboo forest, and Han Sen pursued. They came to an empty field in the middle of the bamboo forest, and in that field, there was a patch of small white flowers. When Han Sen drew closer, he noticed that the little white flowers were far from ordinary. They looked like flower fairies that were clad in white robes. Their tiny faces were lovely, and when Han Sen looked closer, he could even see their little eyelashes. But those flower fairies all had their eyes closed. It was difficult to discern if they were truly living beings. The god spirit touch flew through the clearing, flapping its wings hard enough to create a little breeze. When the breeze rustled the flowers, it roused the flower fairies to wakefulness. But when they opened their eyes, their bodies shook in the wind. They all squeezed together as if they were very afraid of something. "I offer these in trade," the god spirit touch said as it landed near the flowers. Again, it had used its mind to communicate with Han Sen. "What are these things?" Han Sen looked at the white flowers that looked like fairies. He detected a powerful life force within each of them. "Flower fairies," the god spirit touch answered. "What do they do?" Han Sen asked. "God King bees love them," the god spirit touch said through its mind again. "What does that mean?" Han Sen didn't understand. "You use them to attract God King bees. You are going to need them." While this god spirit touch's thoughts were much clearer than Han Sen had expected, there were still limits to its communication abilities. It could say something simple, but explaining a complex subject was beyond the little creature. Han Sen listened as the god spirit touch tried to explain. These fairy flowers could attract God King bees, and God King bees could somehow benefit Han Sen. Of course, that was just what the god spirit touch believed. And Han Sen had never even heard of a God King bee. Therefore, he couldn't be entirely sure that what the bug was suggesting would work. "In exchange, how much blood are you asking for?" Han Sen asked, looking at the god spirit touch. 100 drops, the god spirit touch said in Han Sen's mind. "That is too much. How about 1 flower per drop?" "Hold on, let me count. There are 17 flower fairies, so I will give you 17 drops of blood." "How is that for a bargain?" Han Sen asked, flexing his haggling chops. Han Sen wasn't in a rush to get the flower fairies. After all, he wasn't sure what sort of benefit they would ultimately provide. He was, however, very interested in the god spirit touch. It knew outer sky very well, so there was a chance the creature would be quite useful sometime in the future. Forming a good relationship with it might come in handy later on. "Sure," the god spirit touch answered with certainty. "How do I use these things?" Han Sen asked, looking at the fairy flowers. "Dig out the roots and take them with you," the god spirit touch answered. "Will they die?" Han Sen looked at the white flowers that looked like fairies. He didn't want to hurt the beautiful creatures any more than he had to. "No, but plant them in your yard when you get back," the god spirit touch said. "Sure." Han Sen rolled up his sleeves and got to gardening. He started digging up the flowers one by one. "Blood," the god spirit touch requested, flying over and landing atop Han Sen's hand. Han Sen didn't hesitate. He squeezed out 17 drops of blood and let them pool in the palm of his hand. The god spirit touch fell on the blood like a hungry wolf. It gulped it all down, draining the 17 drops of blood instantly. The creature's crystalline body was dyed light red. It looked like an artwork made of pink crystal. Han Sen dug all the fairy flowers from the ground. While there were 17 different flowers, their roots had grown together into a single mass. The root ball was about 30 centimeters wide. The fairy flowers trembled as he worked, looking scared. "Don't worry, I don't want to hurt you guys," Han Sen soothed them with a smile. Those creatures were very adorable. Even if they were edible, Han Sen wouldn't want to eat them. The god spirit touch suddenly flew up and away from Han Sen's hand. It landed on the ground and started digging, drilling into the soil next to the root ball. "What are you doing in there?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. "I am sleeping," the god spirit touch's voice said in his mind. The creature had already disappeared under the soil, so Han Sen couldn't see it anymore. Han Sen asked a few more questions, but he received no response from the god spirit touch. At that point, he knew that he needed to return to the wooden house with the fairy flowers. Exquisite must know how to make use of these fairy flowers. I'll have to ask her later. Han Sen flew up out of the clearing, then turned and headed back to the mountain where the wooden house was. Before Han Sen made it all the way back to the house, however, the small jade figure vibrated and lit up. That meant Exquisite was back in range. She could sense Han Sen again. Chapter 2645 Fairy Flowers. When Exquisite returned to the wooden house, she frowned. It seemed that Han Sen had already left. The further away from her that Han Sen was, the weaker her connection with him became. Now, she could only sense what direction Han Sen had gone off in and get a faint feel for his current state of emotion. All Exquisite could tell was that Han Sen was feeling happy. She couldn't really feel anything other than that. But if he felt happy, that meant he hadn't encountered any trouble. And that suggested she didn't have to worry about him too much. He is quite daring. He's just arrived in outer sky, and yet he has already run off so far. On his own. Doesn't he realize how many deified xenogeniacs there are roaming around? Even if he uses his deified treasures to bolster his power, it will still be hard for him to survive out there amidst those ancient monsters, Exquisite thought to herself. Han Sen was getting close to the wooden house now, and as he approached, Exquisite was able to sense more and more about him. After an hour, she could sense that he was holding a bunch of flowers. But Exquisite could only feel and not see, which was a shame. She could sense how careful Han Sen was being to hold the flowers without crushing them, but she couldn't see what he was seeing. So, she could only guess what he was holding by judging his sense of touch. Han Sen's happiness ran through her. It seemed that he might have already discovered a treasure of some kind. Fairy flowers, Exquisite realized, when Han Sen was finally close enough for her to detect what he was thinking about. Han Sen had collected fairy flowers. He didn't know how to use them, though. So, he was bringing the flowers back to ask her what they were for. How is that possible? Exquisite couldn't believe Han Sen had somehow managed to find fairy flowers. Those flowers were quite unusual. Many of the very high wanted fairy flowers, but the strange plants were incredibly rare. Han Sen had only been in outer sky for 2 days, and already he had come across fairy flowers. This really was so weird. Since Exquisite still couldn't see Han Sen with her own eyes, she didn't believe Han Sen had discovered real fairy flowers, though. He must have been mistaken about what he had. But when Han Sen appeared in her vision, Exquisite's eyes opened wide. Han Sen was holding real fairy flowers, and not just one, but several. There were 17 individual flowers on the plant. Fairy flowers only opened a single bloom every 100 million years. There were 17 flowers here, so that meant the plant had been alive for 1.7 billion years. Across the whole history of the very high, 1.7 billion years wasn't very long. But it was very rare to find a fairy flower that had been growing for that length of time. Even if someone was lucky enough to find a fairy flower, it usually only had 2 or 3 blossoms. In the very high palace, there was a very old fairy flower that had 72 blossoms on it. That number of blossoms seemed to be the maximum that a fairy flower could achieve. The plant had never grown any further. That flower was called the Fairy King flower, and it was the very high's most important flower. Han Sen's fairy flower had 17 blossoms. That wasn't a bad sum. If he was able to grow it and keep it alive, it could help him a lot. Why did you run out there all alone? Exquisite asked when Han Sen had returned to the yard. I thought I'd go check out the neighborhood. And look, I found a strange bunch of flowers. Do you know what these things do? Han Sen asked, holding out the fairy flowers as if he had just stumbled upon them. He didn't mention the trade he had conducted with the god spirit touch. Although Exquisite knew that Han Sen wasn't saying something important, she still listened to what Han Sen told her. Then, she answered, that is a fairy flower. If you can grow it, it could very well become a true god-class plant xenogeniac. But it grows incredibly slowly. It will only produce 1 flower every 100 million years. Once it has 72 flowers, it will become a butterfly. Whether it can become a true god after that will depend on its luck and power. After pausing, Exquisite looked at the plant in Han Sen's hand and said, "The plant you found has 17 flowers. It should be half deified already. If it produces one more blossom, it will become deified. 100 million years per flower. Right now, there isn't even another bud. I'm afraid I won't live long enough for it to grow its 18th flower," Han Sen said with a sardonic smile. 100 million years was far too long for him to wait. No human had a lifespan that long. Maybe not. Fairy flowers don't show signs of their growth. When the time comes, a new blossom will simply sprout overnight. Maybe this plant is very close to having another flower already, Exquisite said. What use are the flowers, anyway? Han Sen asked. After a moment of thought, Exquisite told him, the flower has multiple uses. It can be used to produce medicine, but unless the medicine was direly necessary, no one would use it for that purpose. Instead, people prefer to transplant the flowers into their own gardens. The presence of the fairy flower helps nearby plants and creatures to develop. Having a fairy flower in close proximity can also boost one's life force and add to one's lifespan. And, after a while, the fairy flower will attract god king bees. That is what yields the greatest benefit. What benefit is that? Han Sen quickly asked. After a god king bee eats the nectar of a fairy flower, it will become drunk and slump down underneath the fairy flower, Exquisite said. It is about 10,000 times easier to take out god king bees that way. If this plant can become deified and attract deified god king bees, that would be fairly awesome. But I need one more flower before that happens. I don't know when it will grow that 18th flower, Han Sen mumbled, his voice a little dull. He felt as if his luck was far inferior to the luck of others. He only needed one more flower. If he could attract deified god king bees and kill them easily, that would be a great boost to his development. Exquisite could sense that Han Sen was feeling a bit disappointed, and so she said unsympathetically, "You can still attract half-deified god king bees, which isn't too bad at all. It is a very good resource for you at your current level. I have a few Geno arts. Take a look and tell me if you want one. If you would like a different Geno art, feel free to tell me." Exquisite placed a few books down on Han Sen's desk. Han Sen picked up a few of the books and perused them. One of them, which Han Sen had already practiced, was God's Wander. But Han Sen hadn't known it was called God's Wander. He thought it was just a good space teleportation technique. Aside from God's Wander, there was an assortment of knife skills, punching techniques, and a Geno art called Very Real Body. Very Real Body was a Geno art that strengthened a practitioner's body. If he practiced it very well, he would be able to use his body to block any physical attack. Even deified elites wouldn't be able to harm him. Exquisite had obviously selected these Geno arts based on her interpretation of Han Sen's character. They were all skills Han Sen would be very good at. It seemed as if Exquisite had gone through a lot of effort to find them. "Thank you very much." Han Sen greatly appreciated her kindness. "These are only what my silkworm deserves. You just need to keep practicing. If you are lacking anything, make sure to let me know," Exquisite coldly said. After pausing, Exquisite glanced at the text for Very Real Body and said, "This copy of Very Real Body is only the basic version. It is suitable for people who haven't yet become deified. If you can become deified, I can get you the rest of this Geno art, and you can become deified with it. Very Real Body can be practiced all the way to butterfly class. It is a Geno art that reinforces your body. I noticed your body was strong, so I thought you might as well try it." Han Sen agreed with her. He accepted the Geno arts she had brought him and planted the fairy flowers in the garden. He was going to wait until the god king bees came, so he could kill them with ease. Chapter 2646 Underworld Lake. There are a lot of resources to be earned from outer sky xenogenics, but they are very dangerous for ordinary students to obtain. This house will keep any deified xenogenic from approaching within 1,000 miles. It is hard to say what will become of you if you leave that radius, however. If you are out by yourself and encounter danger, I'm afraid I won't be able to save you in time. So, if you want to go hunting for some reason, we should go together," Exquisite said. "What kind of primitive deified xenogenics around here can I hunt?" Han Sen asked. Since he was there, anyway, he wanted to acquire more deified resources. "They are everywhere. Our people haven't raised them on purpose, but the creatures have multiplied on their own over the years. They don't bother the homes of the very high, but they can travel freely wherever else they wish to go. So, when you leave the designated safe zones, you must be wary wherever you tread. There are larvae and even butterfly xenogeniacs to be found. A creature like that could end your life by exhaling in your direction, Exquisite said. Han Sen was stunned. I thought there were resources I could take freely. Why are they that dangerous to obtain? If you want resources, you don't have to go and hunt them yourself. Our race has stockpiles for your enjoyment, Exquisite said. She now spoke in a different tone of voice as she looked at Han Sen. What have they got for me? Han Sen asked. Follow me, Exquisite said simply. She led Han Sen out of the garden. But this time, Exquisite didn't use her little ship. She put her hand on Han Sen's shoulder, and all of a sudden, a space teleportation trick teleported them God knew how far. When they came out on the other side, Exquisite didn't release her grip on him. She used her teleportation ability again. She did this a dozen times before they came to a stop. Han Sen saw beads of sweat on her forehead, and on top of that, her face was flushed red. It had cost her a lot of strength to bring him so far on a whim. We are here, Exquisite said, looking forward. Han Sen followed her gaze. An odd lake lay before them. The lake was full of clouds rather than water. Han Sen thought that the surface of the lake might merely have been obscured by a deep mist, but when he looked down, he realized he couldn't peer through the fog. Despite the strength of Han Sen's vision, he couldn't see anything deeper than 10 meters. But all 10 of those meters were clouds and nothing more. There was no sign of water within that hanging mist, and something that shimmered was moving within the vapor. This lake is called Underworld Lake because outer sky resides between the real world and the antimatter world. It is sometimes said that this lake is a connecting point between the real world and the antimatter world, a way for us to access the antimatter world. I don't know if that is true, Exquisite explained, as she pointed towards the strange lake. No one has gone diving here before? Han Sen asked with curiosity. He had heard the various theories of antimatter worlds, but what he had heard was merely hearsay. He didn't know if any of the rumors were true. People have gone in before, but the people who go down no matter how strong they are never return. They are never seen again, Exquisite said, her voice emotionless. Then why are we here? You aren't going to make me go down there, are you? Han Sen looked at Exquisite, slightly alarmed. Exquisite laughed and said, no, of course not. Although the underworld lake can be dangerous, it is perfectly safe as long as you don't go inside. You can, however, do things like go fishing. If you get lucky, you might pull something sweet from there. We can fish in the clouds. What can we fish for? I thought you said this is connected with the anti-material world. Is the anti-material world occupied by fish and shrimp, or something? Han Sen asked, raising an eyebrow at Exquisite. Instead of answering, Exquisite pulled out a spool of silk-like wire and pushed it into Han Sen's hands. Over the next few days, you should take a load off and fish here. Once you catch something, it will be easier for you to understand what is going on. Han Sen looked at the spool of silk and noticed that the line was as thin as a hair. It looked gray. It wasn't as shiny as actual silk. In fact, it looked fairly dull. Han Sen continued to examine the thread. This entire situation was strange. She hadn't given him a fishing rod, and there wasn't even a hook on the line. Not even Zhang Taigong would excel with such primitive tools. Although that guy hadn't had a hook for his line, he had a proper rod, at least. Han Sen had been given nothing. All he had was a wire. There is no fish hook, and neither is there any bait. How am I supposed to fish out anything with this? Han Sen asked, looking skeptically at Exquisite. But she must have had her reasons for giving him such a tool. Put some of your blood on it and give it a try, Exquisite instructed. Han Sen put a drop of his blood onto the wire and thought to himself, is this the very higher an enclave of vampires? Everything here requires blood. Exquisite could sense what Han Sen was thinking, and so she blinked and said, actually, it doesn't really require blood. It just needs your genes, in one form or another. Blood is the easiest, so, Han Sen found himself speechless, but he wasn't in the mood to argue with her. The line absorbed Han Sen's blood, and then, it jerked and flew up out of his hand. The line nestled itself amidst Han Sen's hair, then disappeared. Han Sen was shocked. He realized that there was now a single strand of silver in his hair. It was the silk he had just received. But now, the piece of silk seemed to be connected to Han Sen's mind. The silk obeyed any mental instructions that Han Sen gave it. It could be as long or as short as he commanded it to. It was as if it was alive. What is this thing? Han Sen asked, turning to Exquisite once more. It is a xenogenic treasure called Underworld Silk, Exquisite explained. It is made of cloud silk essence from Underworld Lake. There are no tiers of this item, and you cannot attack with it. Its fitness isn't high, either. Even an ordinary person could rip it with ease. But it is the only thing that can return from the Underworld Lake. You can use it to fish in Underworld Lake. Then why am I using my blood for fish bait? Han Sen wasn't happy. Exquisite was explaining things a bit at a time instead of telling him everything up front. Han Sen wasn't a big fan of that. You don't need bait. Your genes are a part of the Underworld Silk now. Your presence is in it now, and that presence is your bait. After pausing, Exquisite went on to say, I still have things to do, and I'm needed elsewhere for a while. Until I come back, I expect you to be fishing here. Don't go too far from this place. There are far too many xenogenics in this area. They won't come to the shores of the Underworld Lake, so remaining here is the safest place for you. I would like to fish, too, Bauer said. She stared directly at Exquisite as she spoke. We only have one of these Underworld Silks to spare. I will bring you another one next time, Exquisite said to Bauer. Before Han Sen could say anything, she used her space teleportation and vanished. Han Sen's heart jumped. The Underworld Silk lengthened, stretching past his hand and down to his feet. It snaked its way down into the Underworld Lake. Can I really fish something out of there? Han Sen looked at the strand of Underworld Silk that had now disappeared quietly into the Underworld Lake. Han Sen had serious doubts about this. Chapter 2647 Fishing. Han Sen was a little bit curious. He sat down near where the Underworld Silk disappeared into the clouds, and he decided to wait and see what happened. But after he waited for a whole hour, the Underworld Silk hadn't moved an inch. He couldn't tell if it was working or not. Exquisite isn't trying to test my patience, is she? Han Sen wondered to himself. And then, he looked at Bauer and said, Bauer, do you fancy doing some fishing? Yeah, I would like to, Bauer said with a nod. In that case, I will give it to you. Han Sen handed over his Underworld Silk. Don't worry, Dad, I'm going to catch some super big fish for you, Bauer said. She had wanted to try fishing a long time ago, and now Han Sen was making good on a long-awaited promise. Sure you will, Han Sen said encouragingly, not wanting to crush her hopes. But inside, he was thinking, there is no hook and no bait. You won't be able to pull anything out of this lake. Do you really think you are Zhang Taigong, who can fish with nothing but a rod and line? Bauer had a stern and serious look on her face while she fished. Han Sen, in the meantime, began to flip through the text for Very Real Body. The knife skills and punching techniques were good. They were top dog Geno arts for sure, but Han Sen's knife skills and boxing talents were already high class. He only needed to briefly glance over the skills that Exquisite had brought him. There was no point in practicing them with any modicum of seriousness. Han Sen had already trained in the use of God's Wander. He just needed to slowly reveal his proficiency with it to Exquisite. Han Sen thought the Very Real Body was extremely interesting, however. It was a skill that could reinforce his body, and at the same time, it could make his body into a weapon. Very Real Body had a high requirement for the practitioner's base level strength, though. Even ordinary deifieds might not have the requisite physical power for the beginner level of Very Real Body. Han Sen, on the other hand, had a body that was stronger than any half-deified. The power granted by his 4 Geno arts wasn't something ordinary creatures could match. So, fulfilling the requirements for Very Real Body wasn't too difficult for him. In fact, this was the reason that Exquisite had given him Very Real Body. An extreme body works as a blade. Once I learn this Geno art, I should be able to fight others of the same level, even if they're making use of a xenogenic weapon. That is pretty cool. After Han Sen read through it once, he began to practice Very Real Body. But it would take a very long time for Han Sen to practice and become talented with this Geno art. This wasn't a task that he could accomplish in a day, and so Han Sen wasn't in a crazy rush. He trained slowly, and he also practiced heart connection in the meantime. Han Sen set the small jade figure into a fishing mode. Even if Exquisite turned her attention back to him, she would only sense him fishing. She wouldn't realize that it was Bauer doing the fishing for him. Bauer was still as serious about fishing as when she had begun. Han Sen was surprised. He didn't expect that the normally rambunctious Bauer would be content to spend time with the slow, patience-testing, quiet art of fishing. What a shame, this fishing line seems entirely useless. Han Sen thought exquisite really was testing his patience. There was no way they would be reeling anything in. Dad, there is something on my line. Bauer suddenly shouted with glee. She held onto the underworld silk for dear life with those little hands of hers. No way, you've actually caught something. Han Sen quickly looked at the underworld lake. He saw that the lake's mist was swirling around the underworld silk. The mist had grown more cloudy, as if there really was something down there moving about. Pull the line, pull the line. Han Sen ran behind Bauer and started reeling the underworld silk back with her. Whatever was on the other end was quite heavy, and Han Sen was worried that the underworld silk might break. Fortunately, his worries didn't come to pass. The underworld silk remained undamaged as the two of them hauled it out. As more and more of the lake's mist was disturbed by the rising object, their excitement grew as well. Hurry up, we might have caught something big, Han Sen was happily shouting. I want to eat grilled fish tonight, Bauer said. She licked her lips as her eyes became incredibly bright. The underworld silk was getting longer and longer. Han Sen had no idea how deep the line had gone. He just kept pulling it in, hand over hand. Suddenly, Han Sen and Bauer felt as if something on the other end of the line had torn loose. The line snapped back toward them like a broken rubber band. The two of them had been pulling their hardest when they were suddenly sent rocketing back into the ground. Bauer shot into Han Sen's chest. And then, the two of them saw something emerge from the lake with the underworld silk. It arced beautifully through the air overhead, then landed next to them with a ringing noise. The two of them turned their heads quickly. They saw a giant gold sword sticking out of the ground, every inch of it gleaming in the light. Holy crap, aren't we fishing? Why did we just reel in a giant sword? Han Sen looked at the giant, luxurious sword with shock. The enormous sword gave Han Sen the feeling he was looking at something owned by a rich person. The whole thing had been made of gold, and it looked incredibly heavy. It was about 1.5 meters long, and the blade was 1 foot wide. It looked like a small door. There were some engravings carved into the sword. There was the depiction of a phoenix, and there were jewels embedded in the metal. The sword looked very luxurious, especially the center of the handle, which held a fist-sized, gold jewel. Han Sen had seen a lot of weapons in his time, but he had never seen a weapon that looked so opulent. How can you fish up something like this? Han Sen mumbled as he stood up. He walked in front of the big gold sword. He reached for the handle to see what sort of weapon it was. Pang! Just as Han Sen's hand touched the pommel, the brilliant gold sword shone brightly. Han Sen felt as if an electric current was coursing through him. His entire body was hurled through the air. He rolled for 100 meters before coming to a stop. Oh no, it's a deified treasure. Han Sen lifted himself off the ground. His whole body was covered in ash, and blood dripped from his mouth. He looked happy, though. Despite his remarkable fitness, the blade had still been able to toss him away and deal that much damage with a single touch. It was definitely a deified treasure. Any item of a lesser rank couldn't possess that much power. You can fish up deified treasure from here. Seriously, Han Sen ran back to the luxurious sword. He still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Han Sen stared at the gleaming sword, and he finally accepted that Exquisite hadn't just been testing his patience. There really were powerful treasures that could be pulled from this lake. Evidently, some of them were even deified. No wonder the very high are so strong. Deified treasures can be pulled from this lake. This cannot be real, surely. Han Sen felt as if his heart was going to leap out of his chest. It had taken them half a day to obtain this deified treasure. If they fished there for a few months, they would be blinged up in all sorts of deified kit. But when Han Sen went to take hold of the gold sword again, the luxurious weapon bounced him away again. Han Sen used all his power to try and hold it, but alas, he could not. However, when Bauer touched it, the beautiful gold sword seemed to rest comfortably in her hands. And it even became smaller. It shrank until it seemed perfectly suited to her diminutive size. This cannot only be used by the person who fished it up, surely. After Han Sen thought of this, he threw his underworld silk into the lake again. He watched the underworld lake and thought, come on, baby. Give me a big gold sword, too. I don't mind if it makes me look rich. Chapter 2648 Yellow Paper. When the potential reward was high enough, Han Sen could be a very patient man. He squatted down near the lake, and he didn't move for half the day. In fact, in all that time, he didn't even blink. He was hoping he would be able to fish something out. Bauer spun her gold sword around, playing with it casually. But after a while, she grew tired of the weapon. She put it away inside her little gourd. She returned to Han Sen's side with her hand on her jaw. She watched him fish. Han Sen was very jealous of her ability to use the gold sword, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was similar to when he needed to make use of wind string. He had been able to fire the legendary bow, but he preferred using the 6-core snake bow due to its adherence to his will. Are big gold swords the only thing that this lake contains? Han Sen wondered. He didn't think things would be that simple, though. If it was that easy to obtain deified treasures, the very high wouldn't have been beaten by sacred long ago. While Han Sen was in deep thought, he felt his underworld silk twitch. The vibration ran gently through his fingers. I've got something. Han Sen jumped. He quickly yanked the underworld silk back and began reeling it in. It didn't, however, feel as heavy as last time. There was little resistance, so whatever it was had to be lighter. Han Sen thought to himself, it doesn't seem like it is another giant sword. Could it be a dagger instead? Or maybe an arrow? It has to be something. If it's a smaller item, maybe I can use it with my 6-core snake bow, at least. Bauer happily helped Han Sen pulling the line in. With the two of them working together, it wasn't long until they had brought their catch out of the mist. Just like the last time, when they pulled something out of the lake, it felt as if an elastic band had been broken. The underworld silk suddenly bounced up. Han Sen was prepared this time, however. He stood solidly and didn't fall over. He stared at what was attached to the underworld silk this time. What is this? Han Sen saw an old piece of yellowish paper on the end of the line. He reached out his hand and pulled the paper free. When he brought it closer to his face, he confirmed that the piece of paper was exactly what it looked like. This underworld lake is so weird. How can I fish out paper? Han Sen opened the old, wrinkled paper. He noticed that there was a drawing on it. Han Sen almost coughed up lots of blood upon seeing what was inside it. He quickly closed it and pushed Bauer's head away. He was not going to let her see the illustration. What the hell? What is this? Why did I fish out porn? Han Sen felt depressed. Bauer had fished up a deified xenogenic treasure, whereas Han Sen had pulled out a pornographic image. It was very beautiful, he had to admit. He only looked at it once, but his nose almost bled. It seems as if what can be fished up isn't fixed. If people could just randomly fish up deified treasures, the very high would be very rich. Han Sen thought this was to be expected. But if there was still a chance of fishing up deified treasure, then Han Sen wasn't about to miss the opportunity. So, he lowered the underworld silk and went back to patiently waiting. This time, it took a much shorter time before the line twitched again. It had only been an hour when the underworld silk began to move. Han Sen was so happy, and he pulled the line. Bauer came over to help, and so they reeled in their freshest catch together again. As the two of them worked, Han Sen prayed, "Give me a deified treasure, give me a deified treasure, bow." Something came flying out of the lake. When Han Sen saw it clearly, his face almost collapsed. It looked like another sheet of paper. It looked similar to the last one he had brought up. Indeed, when Han Sen took the catch in his hands, it was the same old, yellow paper. He gripped Bauer's head and moved it away. He opened the old sheet of paper to reveal another pornographic image. But this was different from the last one. The people depicted were the same as before, but they were doing things in a different position. Holy crap, is this whole thing a comic? Han Sen felt depressed. Dad, I want to fish, too, Bauer said, as she looked at Han Sen. Sure, it can be your turn to try. After Han Sen put down the underworld silk, he passed it to Bauer. Bauer gave him a pleased grin. She took the silk and squatted near the lake's edge. She stared at the lake intently, as if she was afraid of missing this opportunity to fish. Han Sen went back to researching the Geno arts he had been given. He was still interested in fishing, but he had received 2 pornographic images in a row. So, he was no longer in the mood. Very real body was a high-class Geno art. Han Sen followed the teachings and practiced with it. The cells in his body grew numb, as if electrical currents were zapping them. It was a sensation that surged through him from the tips of his toes to the top of his head, reaching into every nook and cranny within him. But the effect was still very weak. It would take a long time to practice, but over time, he should be able to turn his own body into a dangerous weapon. Dad, I got something. Bauer shouted, interrupting Han Sen's practice. Han Sen helped Bauer reel the line in. It felt so very heavy this time, and it had Han Sen thinking, another beautiful, enormous sword. Dad, I wonder what I got this time. Bauer babbled in excitement. She didn't really care about procuring more items for herself, but the mystery of what she might pull out of the lake was tantalizing. She was like a gambler, riding the lightning for all the life and death excitement she could find. Pull it out and you'll find out. Han Sen kept tugging, and before long, they yanked the catch out. The thing that emerged from the mist arced above them like a rainbow and fell toward them, shining like a piece of the sun itself. Han Sen couldn't see what it was due to the intense gleam, but he could feel that it possessed a scary presence. He didn't dare touch it, and he pulled Bauer aside. Pang! That shining thing landed on the shore. Once it hit the ground, the light grew dimmer. Han Sen could look at it safely now. He discovered that the item wasn't as big as he initially thought. It was actually rather small. It was curved like a rainbow, and there were 3 gems shaped like a sun, moon, and star embedded within it. It looked very pretty. What is this? Han Sen asked, his voice confused. It is a beautiful hair clip. Bauer happily picked up the item and put it in her hair. She turned around, looked at Han Sen, and asked, Dad, does it look good? Yes, it looks very nice, Han Sen said while staring at the hair clip. A hair clip, it looks like you can fish anything out of this lake, but judging from the power inside it, this item is rather extraordinary. It seems rather easy to get grand treasures from this lake. Han Sen was so tempted. He told Bauer, Bauer, how about we take turns fishing? Bauer had received a beautiful hair clip. She was so happy. She nodded and gave Han Sen the underworld silk. Han Sen started fishing again. And he took turns with Bauer. The two of them created quite a ruckus as they fished. Come out, give me a treasure, Han Sen was shouting. A piece of yellow paper came soaring out of the lake. Ah, what is this? It looks so pretty, said Bauer's voice. A piece of yellow paper. Bauer's excited voice. A piece of yellow paper. Bauer's excited voice. The same process repeated itself over and over on the shores of the underworld lake. Chapter 2649 Meeting at the lake. Han Sen looked at the thick stack of yellow papers he had amassed. He wanted to cry. Those pornographic pictures he had fished up over the past few days were enough to compose an entire book. Aside from the yellow papers, he hadn't been able to catch anything. Don't say that, he reminded himself. These pictures look kind of like a comic. If it wasn't for Bauer being there, Han Sen would have liked to examine them in greater depth. Han Sen looked at the Bauer. Her experience fishing had been very different. She had managed to earn all sorts of things. Although they weren't all deified treasures, the things she had collected were all better than the yellow papers Han Sen had received. It looks like my luck hasn't been too good in recent times. Perhaps I should ask Mr. White to calculate my fortunes and find a way to heighten my luck, Han Sen thought, considering various ways he might improve his situation. Just as it was Bauer's turn to fish, the small jade figure reacted. Han Sen quickly pulled Bauer away and sat down on the lakeshore himself, pretending to be in the middle of fishing. Not long later, Exquisite teleported there. Exquisite walked over to Han Sen and looked at him. She didn't see anything next to Han Sen, and she said, Don't worry. Underworld Lake is often like this. Sometimes it can take a couple of days to get something, other times it can take weeks. I asked you to come here to test your luck and give you some time to practice Geno arts. Han Sen was shocked. Hearing Exquisite, it sounded as if it was supposed to take a number of days to fish something out. But he had always received something in half a day, at the most. The shortest time it had taken those two to fish something out was half an hour. The average, if he had to guess, was 2 to 3 hours. Han Sen had been trying to think of a way to show Exquisite those yellow papers, but he didn't have to do that anymore. It looks like there are no resources I can use for practice here, Han Sen said, looking at Exquisite. Underworld Lake was magical, but he couldn't stay here if he was only pulling out old pieces of paper. He would rather kill xenogenics. Don't rush anything just yet. Recently, my little sister has needed my help. I don't have the time to take you hunting. So, continue practicing here. If you have enough luck, maybe Underworld Lake will give you a pleasant surprise, Exquisite said with a smile. Han Sen might have just been imagining things, but he noticed that when she spoke to him, even though she was still reserved, she tended to smile more and more. She was different from how she used to be. There was a surprise, but the surprise was so big, I wasn't sure how to take it, Han Sen thought to himself. After a brief conversation with Han Sen, Exquisite quickly walked away. She left a few items behind for Han Sen to live off, and she also provided him with vials of Geno fluid. Han Sen had actually brought his own, but he had forgotten to tell her. Han Sen pulled a parasol out of Destiny's tower, and he also brought out a couple of sunbathing chairs. Han Sen and Bauer settled themselves down comfortably on the shores of the lake to fish. As they did so, Han Sen also set aside some time to research the Geno arts he had been given. The Geno fluids Exquisite had brought him weren't bad. They were good for his body, but Han Sen had yet to find a way to make a breakthrough that would enable him to become half-deified. After another couple of days, Han Sen gave up fishing. He let Bauer do things herself. He focused on practicing his Geno arts. Part of the reason he had given up was because he had continued to receive pieces of paper. It was pointless for him to continue. Whenever Bauer fished, she would retrieve something encrusted in jewels. Each item was ornately wrought and beautifully finished. But aside from the enormous gold sword and the hair clip, Bauer hadn't gotten any more deified treasures. Clearly, deified treasures weren't easily found. Since Bauer had already been able to get two, though, that was still a fantastic result. Not everything she fished up was a high-level treasure. There were a few ordinary items in there. But whether they were high-class or low-class items, they all looked sovereignly luxurious. Suddenly, Han Sen's eyes flashed. He picked up Bauer and pulled the underworld silk away from her. A minute later, he saw someone approach. It was second brother Liu Zhen, the man that Han Sen had met when he first entered Outer Sky. Liu Zhen saw Han Sen and Bauer behaving as if they were having a vacation, lying down on their sunbathing chairs with a parasol. There were many snacks and drinks on a table beside them. There was even a nuclear reactor mini-fridge. The sight made him frown. Exquisite brought you here to practice, not to have a vacation, Liu Zhen said coldly. What has it got to do with you? Han Sen continued to lounge on the sunbathing chair. He didn't get up, and he didn't even spare the other man a glance. Liu Zhen's face looked cold. He stared at Han Sen for a while. Without saying another word, he went to the other side of the lake. He pulled out an underworld silk from his head of hair. It looked as if he had come there to fish, as well. If most people of another race spoke to Liu Zhen like that, he would have reacted poorly. But Han Sen was already Exquisite's silkworm. There was nothing he could do to Han Sen. That was one of the very highest established rules. Even if a silkworm committed a crime, it was the master of the silkworm that had to deal with it. If Liu Zhen fought Han Sen there, he wouldn't simply be fighting Han Sen. He would be humiliating Exquisite. That was why Liu Zhen didn't do anything. With Liu Zhen being there, though, Han Sen couldn't allow Bauer to fish for him. So, he fished on his own the whole time. Han Sen's situation was still mostly the same, though. He still reclined in his sunbathing chair. He tied the underworld silk to his finger, so he could sense movement the moment it happened. Han Sen then turned his attention back to reading through the Geno arts. He didn't have to look at his line, though. He knew it was only a matter of time before he received another yellow piece of paper. Of course, an hour later, something pulled at his line. He pulled it out of the mist, revealing another sheet of paper. Liu Zhen glanced over when he saw that Han Sen had received something. It was just an old piece of paper, though, so he ignored Han Sen and carried on fishing. With Liu Zhen being there, Han Sen felt uncomfortable. When there was no one, Exquisite could not feel him, and he was able to do anything he wanted to. If he disobeyed Exquisite's wishes while someone was there to tattle on him, however, he could risk getting into trouble. Plus, Liu Zhen had seen what Han Sen had pulled out of the lake. Now, he could no longer hide what he had retrieved. If Exquisite wanted to read the pages, he would have to let her see them. What is this guy doing here? Han Sen couldn't think of a way to get the man to leave, and he couldn't leave himself. He had to continue fishing. After half the day, Liu Zhen felt as if something was amiss. In that short period of time, Han Sen had pulled 3 things out of the lake. They all looked like old sheets of paper. Han Sen was operating at a remarkably efficient catch rate. When Han Sen pulled out his 3rd piece of paper, Liu Zhen put away his underworld silk and walked in front of Han Sen to look at the other man's catch. Let me see those papers. Why should I let you see them? Han Sen asked, his voice relaxed and unhurried. He casually rolled up the paper, then turned a cold glance on Liu Zhen as he spoke. Liu Zhen looked at Han Sen with disdain, then chuckled darkly. You are with the very high now. Yes. And Han Sen's face remained expressionless. Liu Zhen wasn't annoyed. Instead, he smiled and said, I just want you to know that if a very high asks something of you, you cannot say no. Oh, yeah, I just said it. What are you going to do about it? Han Sen said. Han Sen thought Liu Zhen was going to fight him, but it didn't seem like Liu Zhen was going to go that far. He just continued to stare coolly at Han Sen, and then, the third eye in his forehead opened. His black and white pupils looked like a Tai Chi yin-yang symbol. That black and white symbol began to spin. It looked like some invisible light was brewing within it. His gaze now looked as if it could see through everything, and it made Han Sen frown. Liu Zhen looked into Han Sen's yellow piece of paper. With a disdainful look, he said, I thought you had pulled up something nice, but it's just a pornographic picture. I overestimated you, clearly. After that, Liu Zhen went back to ignoring Han Sen. He returned to his fishing spot and continued with the task. It was a coincidence. Liu Zhen sat there and fished for a while. But later on, his underworld silk began to move. It shook a lot, and it appeared as if something big was on the other end. Liu Zhen quickly pulled the line. He tried his hardest to tug it out, but the thing seemed heavy. Pang! After 10 minutes of wrestling with the submerged foe, Liu Zhen managed to pull out an item from beneath the mist of the lake. The object bounced right out of it and landed on the shore. Han Sen couldn't help but look at it. He saw a big gold sword that was similar to the one Bauer had retrieved. It looked a lot rougher around the edges, though. It also seemed to lack the jewels. It was just a big gold sword that was missing its luxurious touches. Liu Zhen looked at the big sword with excitement. He spoke to himself, saying, Gold slash, is this the deified gold slash? The seventh uncle was right. My luck has finally turned around. He picked up the big gold sword with a look of unbridled joy. He was extremely fond of his new catch. And after goofing around with it for a while, he decided to end his day of fishing. He put his underworld silk away and started to leave with the golden sword in his hand. When he passed by Han Sen, Liu Zhen looked at him. He acted as if he was talking to himself, but the words of poison were obviously meant for Han Sen to hear. This is the luck that separates you from I. You can only fish up that useless and dirty pornography, while I get deified treasures. Really, your piece of crap sword is a deified treasure, Han Sen said with a laugh. Such an ignorant kid you are. Gold slash is an obscenely rare treasure to fish up from the underworld lake. It is deified at the very least. Although it is a primitive treasure, it is much better than your dirty pictures, Liu Zhen said with a cold laugh. That means there are higher level gold slashes to be found, right? Han Sen asked. Of course there are. One of our leaders managed to obtain a butterfly class gold slash, but that doesn't matter to you. Carry on fishing up your useless, dirty porn, haha. Liu Zhen held his sword proudly and laughed as he wandered off. He laughed in mockery. Han Sen couldn't be bothered with the man. He thought to himself, it looks like the sword Bauer got was also a gold slash. But it is obvious that Bauer's is of a higher class. Which class it is has yet to be determined, though. After Liu Zhen left, Han Sen felt a lot more comfortable where he was. It felt good to have no one watching him again. He planned to fish one more item out of the lake, then let Bauer carry on while he went back to practicing with his Geno arts. Not long later, Han Sen felt the underworld silk move. Something had latched onto the line. Han Sen thought it would just be another yellow paper, but the item he pulled up was black. It wasn't the same yellow paper as before. Has my luck taken a change for the better? Han Sen's heart jumped. He quickly grabbed the black thing to take a look at it. When Han Sen picked it up, a chill ran through him. This new item was also a sheet of paper, but it was black this time, and it was much thicker than the yellow sheets he had previously retrieved. Am I going to collect 7 different colors of paper before I move on? Can I summon a dragon along with it? Han Sen complained, turning the paper over so he could check it out. Han Sen had a look, and the sight made him freeze. This new piece of paper was indeed quite different. The thick black parchment appeared to be the cover of a book. Furthermore, there were 3 words written on the front. Zhen Yellow Sutra. This cover cannot be a cover for all of those yellow papers, can it? Han Sen was shocked. He flipped it over and had a look at all the small words inside the cover. If the man is in chaos, the sky and the earth will be in chaos. And the sky and the earth will turn yellow. Han Sen was shocked. This line of words was the prologue of the Zhen Yellow Sutra. This was definitely some sort of Geno art, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with the yellow papers he had collected. Maybe this isn't a cover for the yellow papers. Maybe it's meant for another book. Han Sen thought the entire situation was strange. Han Sen hesitated. While Bauer began fishing, he brought out all of the yellow papers and started to piece them together. He noticed all of the yellow pages had numbers. So, Han Sen arranged them in order of their numbers. There were many missing pages, however. The highest number was 254, but Han Sen only had 20 pages in total. Han Sen put them down next to the Zhen Yellow Sutra and noticed that their size was a perfect fit. Still, he couldn't be sure if the cover was really meant for his yellow papers. Only Han Sen thought this was a bit weird. He looked at the contents of the yellow paper, and when he looked over them, he felt a strange sensation. He thought the pictures had merely been the doodles of some horny guy in ancient times, so he had never inspected them closely. But now that he noticed something. The people in the picture were covered in thin veins of blue and red. The small lines were very light. If Han Sen hadn't decided to examine the papers closely, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. Few drawings were so realistic that they mapped people's veins and arteries, but after a thorough inspection, he realized they weren't blood vessels. The small, blue lines should have been meridians, and the red were likely the presents. Han Sen was so shocked, and he thought to himself, this isn't a porn picture. It is a Geno art. But why would a Geno art look like this? It is easy to misunderstand it. Due to the fact that there were no descriptions or text, and Han Sen was missing many more pages, he couldn't be entirely sure it was a Geno art. But regardless, his interest in it had been sparked. Han Sen took the underworld silk away from Bauer. He continued fishing, and a little while later, he fished up another yellow paper. On a ship that was headed to the Andromeda system, a crystallizer woman turned to a man next to her. She looked afraid. "Are you a crystallizer?" she asked. "Yes," the man said with a nod. He sounded rather cold. The woman looked very surprised, and she said, "I can't believe I have met someone of the same race here. My name is Lydia. You took the Hall's quest to venture to the Andromeda system to hunt xenogenics, didn't you?" "Yes," the man answered. His emotions didn't seem perturbed at all. "That is great. Can we combine forces and do it together?" The woman said. "No, we cannot," the man answered. The woman seemed disappointed, and she said, "That's fine, I guess. What is your name, anyway? Can we exchange phone numbers? There are too few crystallizers here. We can contact each other." "No, we cannot," the man said. His face remained impassive. The woman had spoken nicely to the man, but the man hadn't reciprocated by the smallest amount. He never gave her a reply that was greater than 3 words. After they arrived in the Andromeda system, the ship's passengers spread out as they headed to the various planets. The man got off the ship while the woman followed after him. "Why are you following me?" the man asked, turning around and looking at Lydia strangely. "It is because, in this universe, a crystallizer woman meeting a crystallizer man is a 1 in a billion chance. I don't want to miss out on such a rare opportunity. So, please, tell me your name," Lydia responded, lowering her head and mumbling quickly. She spoke in a volume that only dogs could have discerned. "Yi Dong Mu," the man finally spoke his name. Lydia looked very happy to hear that. She raised her head, wanting to tell Yi Dong Mu something. But as she opened her lips, before she could speak, Yi Dong Mu's dagger slammed through her heart. Why? Lydia couldn't believe what had just happened. She stared at Yi Dong Mu with shock. She couldn't believe the man would do something like this to her. "It is because I sense something dangerous within you." Yi Dong Mu pulled his dagger back out of Lydia, sending the woman stumbling to the ground. He looked at Lydia's body, then turned around. He left and disappeared someplace into the mountains. Shortly after Yi Dong Mu left, the lifeless Lydia opened her eyes. Weird flashes passed through her eyes, and she stood up like a wooden doll. At that moment, Lydia looked like a lifeless robot. Her eyes were wide open, but they had no focus. It was like lots of data was scrolling through her eyes. It failed again. Such a heartless killer. He killed a beautiful woman of the same race simply because he sensed danger. It is so hard to deal with this guy. After a while, Lydia spoke to herself. So annoying. I have now failed 8 times trying to get close to this target. Another team failed to gain any information from him, as well. It is so hard to get information from others who have been in contact with Han Sen before. Since when did the crystallizers become so strong? It looks like this investigation will become quite difficult. After that, Lydia's body suddenly collapsed on the ground. Her light faded, and she looked like a dead body again. Brother King, has anything special happened to you recently? Wang Yuhang looked at his phone while chatting with Xie Qing King. I made some new friends, Xie Qing King said, with a cigar hanging from his lips. He was reclined in a CEO chair. He looked really relaxed as he spoke. Me, too, but it looks like something happened with Han Sen. Is he in big trouble or something? Wang Yuhang said, maybe not, maybe they are just keen on investigating the boy. Otherwise, the people coming to ask us questions wouldn't be so gentle. Xie Qing King squinted while he spoke. Then, what are we going to do? Wang Yuhang asked. If someone is giving you free money and beautiful women, are you ever going to say no? It would be very rude, and you would be missing out. That would sadden the person making the offer. Of course, we aren't going to do that. Xie Qing King laughed. Teehee, that is what I thought, too. Lin Feng, Tang Junliu, and the others, as well. Can you please get in touch with them? Me being here is not a coincidence. Wang Yuhang laughed. Every day, Han Sen remained near the lake and continued fishing out pages of the Zhan Yellow Sutra. For some reason, whenever it was Bauer's turn, she always ended up with actual treasures, and every time Han Sen fished, he ended up with a sheet of paper belonging to the Zhan Yellow Sutra. This is so FC King weird. Why can I only retrieve this Geno art, page by page? Han Sen wondered. He couldn't think of an answer. After all, anti-material worlds were difficult to explain. Common sense and logic didn't really apply to such places, and Han Sen didn't want to waste time mulling it over. He just wanted to gather all the pages of the Zhan Yellow Sutra as fast as he could. He was keen to find out what sort of Geno art it was. A Geno art that comes from the anti-material world. No matter how bad it is, it must be special, right? Han Sen thought to himself. Suddenly, the triangle symbol on the small jade figure glowed. Han Sen knew Exquisite was on her way over. He carefully synced his thoughts with the small jade figure. Find anything? Moments later, Exquisite teleported right next to Han Sen. Yes, but I did not get any fish. The stuff I've been collecting is pretty weird, Han Sen with a strange tone of voice. Underworld Lake is connected with the anti-material world. It is normal to fish up odd things. What did you get? Exquisite asked. I got some paper, Han Sen said slowly. Liu Zhen had seen these yellow sheets of paper before, so there was no use in hiding it. He had no choice but to reveal what he had found. Only, paper. What sort of paper? Exquisite asked with curiosity. Although anything could show up in Underworld Lake, it was rare to get something like paper. About that, Han Sen was frozen. When he thought about the lewd content on the yellow pages, he didn't know what to say. Exquisite could sense what Han Sen was thinking. So, she blushed and said, never mind. You don't have to tell me. Whatever you get from Underworld Lake belongs to you. Even if you collect a deified treasure, it is all yours. When you leave Outer Sky, you can even take them with you. Thanks. Han Sen pretended to be relieved. I thought you always wanted xenogenic resources. I have found some for you already. How much you get will depend on your power, though, Exquisite said to Han Sen. She appeared rather mellow. What do you mean? Han Sen asked, curious. Outer Sky has a star tree. The tree produces star fruit, and it is surrounded by powerful space xenogenics. They are king class, at least. Of course, some can even reach deified. Now, you can collect the star fruit, but how many you can collect will depend on you. Han Sen listened carefully as Exquisite explained the situation to him in more detail. The star tree was guarded by seniors of the Very High. Every silkworm of the Very High was allowed one chance to claim star fruit from its boughs. But how many star fruit could be collected would be determined by tests conducted by the aforementioned seniors of the Very High. The test results correlated with how many star fruits could be obtained. Even if the results weren't great, a participant was always guaranteed at least one. 10 star fruits was generally the most one could receive, but the tests were highly variable depending on which Very High senior was administering them. The personality of your particular administrator is very unique. If he likes you, he will only ask you a few questions. Then, he will let you claim 7 or 8 fruits. If he doesn't like you, he will give you a very difficult question. If you answer correctly, you will only be allowed a small number of star fruits. I hope the man will like you. Exquisite's eyes looked strange as she spoke. Is he often that unreasonable? Is there any point of a test if he just gets to decide regardless? Just make it a beauty contest or something. Then, Han Sen thought to himself. Exquisite could feel what Han Sen was thinking, so she laughed. The star tree belongs to the uncle alone. Who he shares the fruit with is entirely his decision. Being willing to share with those far younger than him is already a grand act of kindness. So, even if he gives you only one star fruit, you should still be appreciative. I see. That makes sense then. If they are his items, then he can definitely dictate the distribution of them, Han Sen said with a nod. This is just a small reward. My generation will soon begin testing silkworms in earnest. If you perform well when that happens, the resources you receive will far exceed the star fruit, Exquisite said. How long must we wait? Han Sen asked. There are 13 of us in my generation. Now, there is only one little sister who has yet to decide on a silkworm. Once she has made her decision, the tests will begin. When Exquisite spoke of her little sister, her eyes glimmered strangely. Han Sen's heart felt weird hearing this, too. But he carefully kept his thoughts away from the subject. The little sister Exquisite was referring to was undoubtedly Li Qier. Li Qier wanted $, so Han Sen knew all about that. Let's go. We should head to the star tree. Exquisite placed a hand on Han Sen's shoulder. Then, she teleported Han Sen and Bauer away from Underworld Lake. There were still many Zhen Yellow Sutra pages left to collect, and Han Sen wanted to carry on fishing them all out, but it was a long task that he couldn't rush. He would have to wait for the chance to fish again later. When Han Sen saw the star tree, he was shocked. Its boughs almost blanketed the whole sky. It was like a big umbrella that formed a bridge between the land and the sky itself. Many pieces of fruit hung from the tree's branches. They looked like suns, and their light made the leaves of the tree shine like jade. It was so very beautiful, and Han Sen squinted against the light. According to what Exquisite had told him, the test administrator's personality was quite strange. But his story was a legendary one. When a child of the Very High was born, it would be put into one of two factions. One faction was responsible for reproducing. They were the ordinary Very High, and they didn't practice the Very High sense. Their personalities were comparatively normal, and they retained emotions like an ordinary person would. They were similar to Liu Zhen. The other faction was the one Exquisite studied with. They learned the Very High sense, and, at the end of their practice, their emotions were practically non-existent. Their strength and combat prowess, however, were the best of the Very High. When a Very High was born, it was decided which path they would take. This man was like Exquisite. He practiced Very High sense, and he had reached deified class with it. He had been only a step away from becoming a true god. But then, he destroyed his Very High sense and started anew. Not even Exquisite knew why the man had taken such drastic action. But as he began practicing again, the elder guarded the star tree and never left its side. Even the other Very High didn't know what level he was at currently. Uncle, Exquisite brought Han Sen beneath the boughs of the star tree and bowed to the roots of the tree. Han Sen and Bauer looked in the direction she was bowing, and there, they saw a giant stone tree root. Despite being made of stone, the root still seemed to be alive and growing. There was a gray-haired man of the Very High sitting on it. The wrinkles in his face appeared rougher than the bark of the tree. His white beard reached the ground. He remained sitting where he was, his eyes closed. He was so old that he looked like he'd been petrified. Han Sen wasn't sure what to make of the man's appearance. With the power of the Very High, they could keep themselves looking young until the moment they died. Doing that wasn't difficult. He wondered why this man's face looked so old. Upon hearing Exquisite's voice, the old man opened his eyes. His eyelids were very wrinkly, too. He could barely open a small slit to see through. If one didn't look closely, one would never realize that his eyes were open at all. The old man looked at Exquisite. Then, he turned to Han Sen and Bauer. With a rough voice, he said, "It is Exquisite. Have you brought your silkworm? Is it the big one or the small one?" His name is Han Sen. He is a crystallizer. Exquisite introduced Han Sen and Bauer to him. You selected a crystallizer. That takes a lot of courage, the old man said. He observed Han Sen's body well. He started to say something more, but he suddenly saw a person teleporting in front of him. Uncle, the new man said, bowing to the elder. Liu Zhen, what are you doing here? Han Sen and Exquisite's heart asked the same question. Only, Liu Zhen, please wait aside for a moment. Allow me to help Exquisite's silkworm conduct the test. Then it will be your turn, the old man said, signaling him to stand aside for a while. When Liu Zhen heard the command, he bowed to the old man and said, "Uncle, if things are like that, why don't we conduct our tests together?" Han Sen and Exquisite, when they heard it, felt a shock. They didn't know what was going on in Liu Zhen's mind to make such a proposal. When the old man heard this request, he went silent. Then, he nodded and said, "Why not? We can save some time. Let us do the tests together, then." Exquisite was unsettled. Usually, ordinary very high silkworms conducted their tests alone, and people of the very high never had to undergo these tests at all. She was confused by why Liu Zhen wanted to take a test, as well. The old man seemed to understand what Exquisite was wondering, and so he said, "I have to travel soon. Others have recommended that Liu Zhen protect the star tree in my absence. If he can pass the test, he will be in charge of the star tree temporarily." Han Sen felt lucky. It was good that they had come now. If they came when Liu Zhen was guarding the star tree, there was a chance Liu Zhen would deliberately make the test difficult for him. Chapter 2653 Star Beetle. It really had been a coincidence that Liu Zhen ran into Han Sen at the star tree. He had only just received the order to go there and take the test. He was there to take charge of the star tree in its current master's absence. Liu Zhen had received a piece of news that few others knew. Once the star tree's elder left on his journey, he might never come back. If Liu Zhen took the star tree now, it was likely that the star tree would forever belong to him. That was why Liu Zhen was so hyped when he arrived there. Watching over the tree temporarily wasn't a very important task, but becoming its permanent caretaker. But when he found Han Sen already standing before the tree, he thought about how rude Han Sen had been to him at the lake. He was just a silkworm, and even so, he dared to offend the very high second brother to his face. This was a chance to teach the whelp a lesson, or so Liu Zhen thought. This wasn't an opportunity that he could allow to pass him by. Out in the rest of the universe, you might be some kind of generational prodigy. I can understand why you might believe you have a right to be so arrogant. But amidst the very high, you are lower than dirt. If you don't know that already, there is a high chance you won't survive your tenure with us. I'm just trying to be nice so that Exquisite won't end up being dragged down with you." Liu Zhen smirked to himself. The old man then glanced at the tree around him and said, "If this is the way that we're going to proceed, why don't you two remove the bugs from the star tree?" "Remove bugs?" Han Sen asked, raising an eyebrow. This massive holy tree needed insect extermination. That was surprising, to say the least. Because Han Sen had just learned of the tree's existence, he didn't know that part of the tree guardian's job was to remove bugs from it every now and again. Otherwise, the bugs would eat and destroy the tree's fruit. That was what Liu Zhen would have to do if he took over the job, anyway. If Liu Zhen hadn't been present, Han Sen's challenge would likely have been something different. However, because of the unique circumstances, the elder had decided that this test would be appropriate for both of them. "While we are performing this test, you cannot use treasure or any other special powers. You need to use your own strength to remove the bugs, and while you are doing so, you cannot bring any harm to the star tree. If you damage the tree, you will receive no reward. You will, however, be given punishment," the old man said warningly. "Uncle, what kind of bugs are we removing?" Han Sen asked the old man politely. "There is only one type of bug that dares come close to the star tree," the old man answered. "It is called a star beetle. You will know them when you see them. I will give you a day. You will pass if you can remove 1,000 bugs. Each 100 you remove will account for 1 star fruit." Han Sen was delighted to hear this. He had been worried that even if he did his job correctly, the old man wouldn't allow him to collect any star fruit. Now that he had been given terms and conditions, he could rest easy. This was the best way to conduct business. "We start now. Tomorrow, at this time, you must return here. The bodies of the star beetles can stay on the tree. They will be cleared afterwards," the old man said. Han Sen and Liu Zhen bowed to the old man. Then, they both flew to the top of the star tree. Liu Zhen looked at Han Sen and used galaxy teleport. He vanished into the tree while Han Sen had to continue flying up. The star tree was a Goliath. Each star fruit looked more like an asteroid. Han Sen flew as fast as he could, but it still took him an hour to get to the top of the tree. Liu Zhen had started killing bugs a long time ago, but the tree was simply too large. Han Sen couldn't see where Liu Zhen was. So, he had to look for the bugs alone. Seeing the star tree up close, Han Sen noticed that the star tree's leaves really did look like jade. The giant fruits were crystal clear. Because the old man's request was very strict, Han Sen couldn't do any damage at all to the star tree. Therefore, he didn't dare touch the tree. He kept flying around it. Soon after, Han Sen found a bug lying on a branch of the star tree. It looked as fierce as a dragon, and it was the size of an adult bull. Its armor was sky blue. The light coming from its shell shimmered and glittered like a tapestry of stars, and its face looked like the face of a stag beetle. It had 8 claws, and it had a weird horn that was like a pincer. It looked much more polished than an actual stag beetle, though. Its body was crystal blue, and it shone. It was hard to imagine it was considered a pest. The old man had given him the order to remove the bugs without damaging the tree. Han Sen looked at the bug from afar, but he didn't dive right in to kill it. He observed the bug with his purple eye butterfly first. Without a doubt, the bug was king class. Judging from its life force and presence, Han Sen was able to predict that it was a 3rd or 4th tier king. Such a creature wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with. Han Sen wasn't in a rush to do anything. He looked at the bug and thought to himself, he said, I cannot hurt the star tree. That means I cannot hurt it while I fight. I need to kill this bug in one blow so that it can't damage the tree itself by attempting to fight back. It's an empty type xenogenic, so its body doesn't have an element. It is a xenogenic based purely on raw strength. That means its shell must be extremely hard, far harder than those of xenogenics of a similar level. Taking down a creature like this in one hit will be difficult, Han Sen thought to himself. After observing the creature for a while, he was unable to discern any potential weak spots. Its entire body was clad in that starry shell. To kill the bug, Han Sen knew he would have to break through that surface. If there are no weak spots, then I will just have to break it open with brute force. But using brute force will still have the same risks if I miss. If I don't kill the bug instantly, and it struggles, it will likely harm the bark and the leaves on the star tree, Han Sen thought, continuing to observe the beetle intently. Liu Zhen, meanwhile, had reached the tree 1 hour before Han Sen had. And before he arrived, he already knew a lot of information about the beetles. Liu Zhen knew their weak spots, and he knew how to kill them effectively. After finding a beetle, Liu Zhen started taking it down. Liu Zhen hadn't practiced the very high sense, but the very high had many Geno arts. There were many top-notch Geno arts available to learn. Liu Zhen was a king, one of the best within the very high, in fact. With many Geno arts at his disposal, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a king-class beetle. The beetle's shell was extremely hard. Ordinary king-class fighters of the same tier would have a hard time breaking through its shell, but Liu Zhen only needed a few punches to destroy the beetle. He moved with insane speed. Liu Zhen had found a few dozen beetles to kill before Han Sen had even reached the tree. Plus, when Han Sen found the beetle, he didn't immediately attack. He stayed where he was, observing them for a while. By the time Liu Zhen had killed 100 beetles, Han Sen hadn't even started fighting one. Why isn't Daddy doing anything? Bauer was holding Exquisite's hand and looking into a mirror while she spoke. The image in the mirror displayed both Han Sen and Liu Zhen. Liu Zhen had already killed 100 beetles, but Han Sen had yet to do anything. He is thinking about how to kill the star beetles, Exquisite said. What would he need to think about? Even Daddy's fingers are enough to crush those little bugs, Bauer said curiously. Exquisite didn't answer, but the old man said, he's thinking about how to avoid harming the star tree if he moves to attack the bugs. Chapter 2654 An accurate kill that is like a surgical incision. Han Sen spent several long minutes in observation before he finally flew forward to strike that bug. When he was close enough to it, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the bug's shell. God's wonder. Exquisite was shocked to see this. She was intimately familiar with the teleporting method he had used. Although he was only teleporting a short distance, the move was still impressive for a beginner. It was strange, though, considering she had only given him God's wonder a short while ago. If Han Sen had become this proficient with it already, he was more than brilliant. His talents really were out of this world. Does he really have an 11 armor talent? Exquisite couldn't help but wonder. Han Sen's body was unique. If the God Spirit Touch's result was genuine, it was nuts. Han Sen teleported behind the star beetle, but the star beetle didn't react. And then, Han Sen pointed a finger at its brain. Ding! There was a small ringing noise, like a steel needle striking bone. It was barely even audible. And right after, Han Sen pulled his finger away. The star beetle didn't struggle at all after the strike. It simply gave a tiny shiver. The beetle grew still again as if nothing had happened, but its life force was waning fast. It didn't take long for its flame to fully extinguish. The star beetle was in the same position as before. It was lying atop the branch, but if one looked closely, one could see a very small hole in its head that led down to the creature's brain. Xenogenic king hunted. Star beetle. Xenogenic gene found. A hunting announcement rang in Han Sen's head. What excellent powers of observation. That was a very strong ability. His body is evolving fairly well. Exquisite. I think you found yourself a decent silkworm, the old man said. He looked at Han Sen with a genuine sense of appreciation for the young man's performance. Han Sen's attack had been very good. What the elder admired most about the scene was that Han Sen had taken the time to observe the creature before committing to action. He wasn't a reckless man whose body operated faster than his brain. Recklessness wasn't always a bad thing. If a warrior fought someone of the same tier, the fight was usually a matter of life or death for both combatants. Neither fighter would have the opportunity to spend time deliberating their actions. The body's first response was usually the most useful. But taking care of those bugs didn't require those instantaneous reactions. Han Sen had no idea what the star beetles were before this day. He had only observed them for a moment before killing one in a single hit. He had managed to sever the star beetle's nervous system. It couldn't even react before it died. So, the damage dealt to the star tree was minimized. That was why the old man really admired Han Sen. Liu Zhen had known all about the star beetles before he even began this test, but his methods of attack were still obscenely rough. He wasn't dealing much damage to the star tree, but compared to Han Sen, he was leaving a lot of wreckage in his wake. Han Sen started to attack more of the star beetles. He teleported and used his under-the-sky knife skills. The knife silks he controlled were as accurate as a surgical blade. His strikes would pierce through the beetles' shells and sever their major nerve pathways. Under such precise attacks, each star beetle died without the chance to fight back. Star beetles were falling to Han Sen. One after another. Han Sen was like a skilled surgeon. Each cut he made had the precision of a razor. He was able to kill 100 star beetles without missing once. None of the beetles stood a chance of resisting. The old man was shocked. Exquisite's eyes were glued to the video. Her mind was also connected to Han Sen's mind, and it was as if she was with Han Sen, killing those star beetles right then and there. That was the benefit of having a silkworm. She could share a bond and feel the same things as her silkworm did, thereby learning and experiencing something that she wasn't familiar with. It was a learning experience for her, too. As Han Sen went from king class to deified or even further, Exquisite wouldn't level up with him. However, she would feel his evolution process as if it was happening to her. So, when she became deified, she would have all that experience. It was like she was being reborn, and there was no need for her to worry about going along the wrong path. The king-class star beetles were nothing compared to Exquisite. She could kill them with ease. Being as accurate as Han Sen in obliterating a beetle's nerves so that it couldn't even struggle, in addition to the fact he was killing so many star beetles without making a mistake, Exquisite couldn't have done the same. Exquisite could feel Han Sen's reactions, and that was what shocked her the most. Han Sen's simple finger attack looked easy. But before he did it, he used a lot of predictive powers. He calculated everything that could happen while he was performing the strike. Even a straight strike had many potential ramifications depending on its speed and power. If Exquisite hadn't been able to feel what Han Sen was thinking, she never would have guessed that there were so many complicated calculations running through his mind. This guy's power is so strong. It is something you rarely see. Even those of us with the very high sense aren't capable of insanity like this. Exquisite's emotions were quite conflicted. The more she studied Han Sen, the more she believed him to be a scary person. Han Sen no longer looked like he was fighting. It was more like he was finishing work that was supposed to have already been finished. He didn't have to worry about much because everything was under his control. Sharing Han Sen's mind allowed Exquisite to learn a lot, but it also made her feel even more conflicted with facing Han Sen now. The very high were quite full of themselves, and that carried through strongly in how they treated their silkworms. The masters often acted high and mighty. Right now, Exquisite was feeling the complete opposite. The more she learned about Han Sen, the more she thought Han Sen was scarier than she was. Xenogenic king hunted. Star beetle. Xenogenic gene found. Obtained star beetle beast soul. After Han Sen killed 100 star beetles, he earned a star beetle beast soul. He looked into his sea of soul, and he immediately noticed that the star beetle beast soul was an armor type. That didn't surprise Han Sen. He had guessed that the star beetles would drop armor beast souls as soon as he saw them. Armor beast souls aren't bad. When I take control of the constellation Sea, I can build a human army. At that point, beast souls like this will definitely prove their worth. Han Sen thought about a human army decked out in beast soul armor. It would be a shocking sight. It would be great if there was a deified class star beetle beast soul up for grabs, Han Sen thought to himself. This was merely a random thought, of course. He didn't think he would actually have to fight a deified star beetle because the old man said he wouldn't be allowed to use Geno treasures. He didn't have enough power to kill a deified xenogeniac on his own yet. Han Sen flew around the tree, searching for more star beetles to slay. He eventually heard a buzzing noise in his ear. The sound seemed to be coming from above. Han Sen raised his head and glanced through the gaps between the leaves. There, he saw a whole bunch of star beetles descending from the sky. They were all coming to the star tree. The leader of the star beetles had a body that looked like icy jade. It glowed with a blue light, which was a beautiful sight. The scary presence proved its identity, as well. It was a deified star beetle. Chapter 2655 Deified Star Beetle. This is exactly what I wanted, but this isn't the right time. I can't use beast souls to fight. I would have to use my own power to fight it, but I'm afraid that wouldn't be enough to defeat a deified star beetle. Han Sen was troubled by this most recent development. Star beetles were very good at physical reinforcement. Even a primitive deified beetle would have a shell that was considerably harder than most primitive deifieds. Even if Han Sen could make use of his peacock soul robe or his 6-core snake bow, punching through that shell would be no small feat. Plus, there was the added fact that he couldn't make use of those tools right now. Don't even think about tackling a deified star beetle. You are better off sticking with the king-class star beetles to get your star fruit. Han Sen continued looking around for star beetles to slay. He didn't know where the star beetles had flown in from, but there were indeed many of them. Han Sen had been worried that the tree might not have 1,000 star beetles for him to kill, but now it looked like there were at least 10,000 star beetles descending on the tree. When the star beetle swarm reached the tree, they spread out and landed on its leaves, branches, and fruit. Their sharp teeth began to gnaw on the star tree. And while the star tree was very hard, their teeth were sharp and hard enough to leave marks in the bark. It didn't seem like a big deal now, but if they kept chewing the tree like that every day, it would only be a matter of time before the tree fell. Han Sen continued killing all that he could. He slew many star beetles, and in 3 or 4 hours, he had brought down 500 of them. He had also earned 3 beast souls. It looks like I should be able to kill 2,000 star beetles before the timer is up. That means I will be able to grab 20 star fruits. But the star fruits are so big, how will I even cart them off? As Han Sen pondered this conundrum, he felt something cold approaching his back. He immediately teleported away. After he teleported off, the deified star beetle reached his old position. It landed on a branch, and its small blue eyes peered at the newly repositioned Han Sen. Oh no, why did this guy come here? Han Sen had deliberately avoided the deified star beetle as he moved on down the tree. He hadn't expected the powerful beetle to come after him and attempt a sneak attack. Han Sen didn't have much time to think about it. The deified star beetle was attacking him again. Its blue body became lightning that zapped its way forward to reach Han Sen. Han Sen wasn't fast enough to dodge the beetle's charge with speed alone. He teleported away again. He put some distance between himself and the deified star beetle. He didn't stop there, either. He teleported again to get even farther away from his attacker. But the deified star beetle wasn't keen on letting Han Sen off the hook. It continued to use its blue light to try to attack him, and Han Sen's teleportation skills weren't taking him far enough away. He couldn't shake off the star beetle. Every time Han Sen appeared out of a fresh teleportation, the star beetle was coming for him like a beam of blue light. Han Sen had no choice but to continue teleporting. He no longer had enough time to continue killing star beetles, as his focus rested on dealing with his new deified foe. Han Sen couldn't help but frown. Because he was being pursued by the deified star beetle, he was missing out on any chance to kill the average star beetles. If he didn't kill 1,000 beetles, he wasn't sure if the old man would allow him to collect star fruit. Weird. Why won't this deified star beetle let me go? Han Sen frowned. This creature seemed very driven to attack him. This is so strange. Why does this deified star beetle keep chasing Han Sen? Exquisite was confused, too. Star beetles weren't very intelligent, and even finding the star tree was a matter of instinct for the creatures. If their intelligence had been higher, they would have fled the moment they saw the old man sitting beneath the tree. Liu Zhen laughed to himself. The moment the star beetles descended, he and Han Sen both saw them. After seeing the deified beetle, an idea hatched in his mind. He didn't have the power to control the star beetle, but he didn't need to control the deified, he just needed to give the creature a target. Han Sen was hunting the star beetles, and wisps of the dead beetle's presence would be clinging to his body. Liu Zhen merely used a secret trick to enable the deified star beetle to smell the presence of the exterminating Han Sen. It drew the deified fiend to Han Sen exclusively. This deified star beetle's appearance has saved me a lot of trouble. I do still need to teach him that lesson, after all. I didn't even have to do this myself. Liu Zhen stopped focusing on Han Sen, and he returned his focus to killing King-class star beetles. Even if Han Sen was able to escape the attacks of the deified star beetle, he wouldn't have the time to kill the King-class star beetles anymore. He wouldn't achieve 1,000 star beetle kills, which would keep him from earning any star fruits. The old man squinted, but his face didn't change. Liu Zhen's trick had been done in secret, but it hadn't managed to escape his attention. Still, the old man didn't say anything. He cared very little about a grudge between two boys. He only needed someone who could effectively protect the star tree. For now, Liu Zhen's performance hadn't been bad. His abilities were higher than others of the same class. He could scrape by and be labeled guardian of the star tree. The trick he used on Han Sen had been unfair, but it was also another way of proving his power. Han Sen knew things couldn't keep going on this way. He didn't have the time to kill other star beetles, so if this continued, he would fail the test. It looks like I can't get rid of it. In that case, I will just ignore it. Han Sen's brain was spinning quickly. Exquisite was worried about Han Sen, but what he did next shocked Exquisite even more. Still being chased by the deified star beetle, Han Sen evaded the next attack, then headed toward a king-class star beetle. From the perspective of others, it might have looked like a coincidence. It would appear that when Han Sen dodged, he had just happened to encounter a king-class star beetle and randomly kill it before teleporting away from the deified star beetle's next attack. It all played out so smoothly. It was like one grand move that happened to look like a coincidence. But Exquisite could clearly feel what Han Sen was thinking. This wasn't a coincidence. Han Sen was planning every move he made. In this high-speed chase, Han Sen still had the power to plan all that. Exquisite knew his methods, but if she was in his shoes, she didn't think she could have pulled it off. The old man, as he watched Han Sen's latest performance, looked stunned. Under the continued pursuit of the deified star beetle, Han Sen took down another king-class star beetle. It was the same as before, and just as precise. The deified star beetle's attacks didn't seem to be hampering him significantly. And he maintained the surgical precision of his attacks. The king-class star beetles never had the chance to fight back, either, so they couldn't deal damage to the star tree. He is so young, and yet he is still so calm. He hasn't freaked out, and he has continued to do everything he has planned to the best of his abilities. This crystallizer really is a genius. You picked a tremendous silkworm, the old man suddenly said to Exquisite. Chapter 2656. Who will take care of it? As Liu Zhen was slaying star beetles, he would occasionally hear the roaring of the deified star beetle. Not bad. He has been holding on for this long, but why hasn't he tried to escape the star tree? Liu Zhen murmured casually to himself. He glanced in Han Sen's direction but didn't go towards him. The deified star beetle was pursuing Han Sen because Liu Zhen had enhanced the presence of death around him. Liu Zhen had killed many star beetles himself, though. The deified star beetle could smell that, too. Luckily, Liu Zhen was far away, and he was using a secret skill to suppress the stench of death around him. If he was any closer, there was a chance that the deified star beetle would sense the presence of its fellows' deaths on him, and go after him instead. So, Liu Zhen stayed away from Han Sen's part of the tree. He didn't know that his plan to keep Han Sen from killing star beetles actually wasn't working very well. Han Sen kept evading the deified star beetle's attacks, and all the while, he continued to kill the king-class star beetles. He was taking them down faster than Liu Zhen. The old man underneath the boughs of the tree stared upwards in astonishment. The deified star beetle had been chasing Han Sen for an obscene amount of time, attacking continuously. But even so, not a single speck of damage had been brought to the tree. Clearly, it was because Han Sen was kiting the creature quite carefully. Otherwise, any of the deified star beetle's attacks could have hit the star tree and damaged it. That is very unique, the old man complimented Han Sen even more. Although Liu Zhen was very good, compared to Han Sen, the elder thought he was a bit rough around the edges. It wasn't that Han Sen was stronger, but there was a finesse to his performance that put him far above his opponent. Han Sen might not have outclassed Liu Zhen much in terms of power, but the way Han Sen dealt with this problem was outstanding. Liu Zhen, under the same circumstances, wasn't performing nearly as well. Exquisite, can I borrow your silkworm? The allotted day had almost passed when the old man asked Exquisite a serious question. What do you mean, uncle? Exquisite had an inkling of what the elder meant, but the possibility didn't seem realistic. I would like him to spend a year guarding the star tree for me. If I'm not back in a year, you two can take ownership of the tree for me until I return, the old man said with gravity. Exquisite stared at him. She couldn't believe the old man had come to this decision. Allowing a silkworm to guard a star tree, or even get half ownership of it, was something that had never before happened among the very high. Uncle, are you sure you want him to take care of the star tree? Exquisite couldn't believe her ears, and so she had to double-check. Yes, I have thought about it a lot. He really is the best choice for this. Are you willing to let him stay here for a year? The old man answered with certainty. If you really have made this decision, then I would like that, Exquisite stuttered, unsure what to make of this strange turn of events. Han Sen was a silkworm. She should be helping him collect resources, but now Han Sen had been given authority over the star tree, and if the elder didn't come back in a year, Han Sen and Exquisite would be allowed to take control of the star tree completely, half and half. For Exquisite, the star tree represented incredible wealth. Outer Sky was rich in resources, but it was a very dangerous place. With the rules of the very high, after she got a silkworm, she had to gather resources on her own. Collecting resources would be very difficult for her. The star tree was different, though. All you had to do was pick the fruit. The xenogeniacs inside weren't as dangerous as the deified xenogeniacs to be found out in the wilds, either. The time limit approached. Due to Han Sen's teleportation distance being too short, he was unable to go straight back to the base of the tree. So, he left the tree an hour early to reach the old man on time. The deified star beetle stopped chasing Han Sen after he left. It didn't want to leave the star tree. Liu Zhen didn't hear the deified star beetle anymore, so he knew Han Sen had finally left. What was the point in holding on until now? He let himself get chased around by a deified xenogeniac for most of the day. There's no way he actually finished the elder's test, Liu Zhen said as he continued killing star beetles. After an hour, when the time was up, he teleported back to the old man. Because Han Sen was flying back, he reached the elder at the same time as Liu Zhen. Uncle, I killed 2,416 king-class star beetles. Did I pass the test? Liu Zhen bowed before the old man. The old man nodded and said, Little Crook taught his student well, it would seem. Although you haven't practiced the very high sense, your power is no worse than those that do. Liu Zhen was exuberant after hearing this. Being complimented by an elder like that was something to be very happy about, especially for Liu Zhen. Plus, the elder sounded very satisfied with his particular performance. Liu Zhen was certain now that he would be taking over the star tree's guardianship. I knew this was supposed to happen. I really was always the best choice. Otherwise, my teacher wouldn't have recommended that I come here and show you what I've got, Liu Zhen said with a wide, grossly self-satisfied smile. The old man paused, and then he said, But, I have already found someone to take care of the star tree. Please convey my thanks to Little Crook for his assistance. Liu Zhen had been feeling super cocky moments ago, but upon hearing this, he thought something was wrong with his ears. He must have misheard the old man. Uncle, you said you have already found someone to take care of the star tree. Liu Zhen hesitated to ask this, but he still did. He knew it was bad form to question an elder, but Liu Zhen was at a complete loss. If the elder had already selected someone, why would he bother going through the song and dance of this test? It seemed pointless, in retrospect. The old man nodded. In his old, rough voice, he said, Indeed. I have found someone who is more suitable to take care of the star tree. I apologize for inconveniencing you, but you may feel free to take 10 star fruits with you on the way out. That will be my apology to you, as an elder, for making you come here for nothing. You brought me here for nothing. Liu Zhen didn't know how to react. What did this have to do with the person he selected? The old man then pointed at the returning Han Sen and said, I have decided that he will be the one who is in charge of the star tree. What? Him? Liu Zhen looked at Han Sen with a gaze of utter disbelief. After everything that had transpired, he couldn't believe that Han Sen was the one being chosen. The elder had selected a silkworm to be the star tree's caretaker. Han Sen was just as shocked when he heard the old man say this. He hadn't expected to be the one taking care of the star tree, either. This had nothing to do with him, and he had only gone there for the star fruit. Elder, did you just make this decision? Liu Zhen had been trying to keep a lid on his simmering anger, but he couldn't douse the flames of rage in his heart. So, he had to ask. He didn't understand what part of him was inferior to Han Sen. The elder had chosen a mere silkworm over him to take care of the star tree. And on top of that, Han Sen hadn't even finished the task that the elder had given him. Liu Zhen thought Han Sen hadn't slain 1,000 king-class star beetles. There was no way he had finished the mission. Yes, the old man knew what Liu Zhen was thinking. After a brief pause, he said, Han Sen did a better job than you. Therefore, he is better suited for looking after the star tree. That is impossible. I bet he didn't even kill 1,000 king star beetles. How can you claim he did a better job than me? Liu Zhen demanded. He simply couldn't believe this. He knew Han Sen had been chased by a deified star beetle the whole time. There was no way he could still have done a better job than one of the very high. Go take a look. You can find out for yourself. Instead of explaining, the old man gestured absently up at the tree. Liu Zhen had received a recommendation for this job. The old man didn't really care about Liu Zhen's personal feelings, but he still owed the young man an explanation. Otherwise, others would question the choice. Han Sen wouldn't earn the job properly, and people would speak ill of the events of the day. Instead of going and looking for himself, Liu Zhen simply turned to Han Sen. How many king star beetles did you kill? 3,614, Han Sen answered. Impossible. You were being chased by the deified star beetle. Even if you weren't, you couldn't have killed that many star beetles in such a short amount of time. Liu Zhen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Because they weren't allowed to harm the star tree when they fought, they couldn't use Geno arts that had an area of effect. They had to kill the beetles one by one with great care. Killing 2,000 in a single day was a shocking sum in itself. But Han Sen claimed to have killed 3,614. That was the sort of tally reserved for deifieds only. It should have been impossible for him to achieve that, and Han Sen had to spend additional time traveling. So he had spent less than a day killing the fiends. Han Sen smiled, but he didn't say anything. Liu Zhen's face hardened. He teleported up to visit where Han Sen had been. Quickly, Liu Zhen found the star beetles that Han Sen had killed. When he first saw them, he thought they were alive. It didn't look as if any damage had been done to them. But their life force was all gone. They were dead. Liu Zhen frowned. He examined the body of the nearest star beetle and discovered the tiny wound on the star beetle's forehead. One hit to kill them by severing their nervous systems. That way the beetles had no time to struggle. That is both a very powerful Geno art and a remarkable control of power, Liu Zhen murmured. But he didn't believe Han Sen could have killed 3,614 star beetles. Geno arts that accurate could only be used in very favorable conditions, and executing a strike like that would be impossible while being chased by a deified star beetle. Liu Zhen quickly flew around. He found many star beetles scattered around, all dead. There were many across the branches, many more across the leaves. They had all died of the same precise head wound. The damage had been inflicted with such accuracy that Liu Zhen wasn't sure if he could do the same even if he had time to prepare. And if he was getting chased by a deified foe, he definitely couldn't have done it. After a short time of searching, Liu Zhen discovered 3,000 star beetles. He then decided to stop looking. Han Sen's number was most likely correct, and there was no way Han Sen could lie to the elder about how many he killed. But now, Liu Zhen believed Han Sen must have cheated or made use of a powerful weapon. If he hadn't, there was no way he could have slain so many powerful king beetles while also being chased. He teleported back to the old man. Liu Zhen bowed to him and said, "Uncle, can I take a look at your video of the event? Sure, the old man said with a shrug. Liu Zhen opened the video of the test. One side of the screen played Liu Zhen's test, whereas the other was a recording of Han Sen. He didn't watch his own video. He focused on Han Sen's. He watched it at 8 times the normal speed, examining how Han Sen progressed in his killing of all the beetles. In the beginning, Liu Zhen was trying to find evidence of Han Sen cheating. But after watching for a while, Liu Zhen's face slowly morphed into a mask of shock. Despite the hot pursuit of the deified star beetle, Han Sen was able to continue hunting the king-class star beetles. Every time he killed one, he moved elsewhere. His progress was as fluid as could be, and there was a satisfaction to watching it all unfold. After watching for a while, Liu Zhen came to the conclusion that the way Han Sen killed his enemies was weird, but he hadn't cheated. Han Sen had treated the deified star beetle like a doll, as if it was no more than a puppet on strings. Han Sen lured it left and it went left. He lured it to the right and it went right. It followed him like a puppy dog. But Liu Zhen knew the deified star beetle was no puppy. It was a skilled and dangerous fighter. Even if he used a deified treasure, Liu Zhen didn't think he could easily kill it. Han Sen hadn't used any treasures, and he was still able to play the deified star beetle like a fiddle. Liu Zhen was at a loss. The way Han Sen controlled his surroundings was vaguely reminiscent of a deified using the very high sense. Even so, it seemed different. Have you practiced the very high sense? Liu Zhen asked Han Sen. Han Sen shook his head. I have never practiced the very high sense. I used Sky Palace's legendary knife skill Under the Sky. Exquisite nodded and said, yes. He is known for his use of Under the Sky. Since Exquisite had just confirmed it, Liu Zhen couldn't doubt it any further. Han Sen was Exquisite's silkworm, so his thoughts couldn't be hidden from her. Liu Zhen was so annoyed. He had planned to teach Han Sen a lesson by beating some manners into him. But he hadn't taught Han Sen a lesson, and on top of that, the silkworm had claimed the guardianship of the star tree, a role that had previously been reserved for Liu Zhen. Liu Zhen really regretted it now. He regretted suggesting they do the test together. If he hadn't pushed it, he wouldn't have lost his bid to control the tree. Only after seeing the replay of Han Sen's battle, Liu Zhen didn't say anything more. He bowed to the old man and left. He was far too embarrassed to stay. They were both 9th-tier kings. Han Sen had been chased by a deified star beetle, and he had still managed to kill 1,000 more king-class star beetles than Liu Zhen. This result crushed Liu Zhen. But when Liu Zhen left, he took Han Sen's video with him. No one knew what he planned to do with it. According to the agreement, you can start off with 36 star fruit. Why don't I round it up and give you 40, then? The old man smiled, and then he went on to say, from now on, you are in charge of protecting the star tree. You can have 10 star fruits a month as a reward. You can take the ones for this month now. So, for now, you may take 50 star fruits with you. Han Sen was delighted. It had been a long time since something this good had happened to him. He quickly agreed. He would only have to watch over the star tree and slay some bugs. That would earn him 10 star fruit a month. It was easy money, and killing the star beetles yielded a form of reward, as well. Exquisite explained the method for taking the star fruit to him. Han Sen couldn't wait to start. He flew up toward the star fruits that looked like suns. Chapter 2658 Star Fruit. The star fruit was like an asteroid, but that was just its outer shell. The core of the fruit wasn't nearly as massive. Inside, all kinds of xenogenics were bred. Every fruit contained different xenogenics. According to legend, the star tree was a shadow of the universe. Star fruit represented the stars of the universe, so each star fruit held xenogenics that were specific to the star system that the fruit represented. Thus, star fruit from a single tree could produce many different types of xenogenics. Of course, that was just a legend. The tree worked a little differently in reality, but the star fruit really did produce different kinds of xenogenics. And they were at least king class. Outer Sky is an amazing place. If this star tree existed within the normal Geno universe, it would throw the entire universe into war. No wonder the very high never ask for anything or fight for resources like the Extreme King. In Outer Sky, even though their race only has a few hundred people, their resources are seemingly infinite. After Han Sen thought of that, he suddenly realized, Outer Sky is between the real world and the anti-material world. Is this zone independent? If it is, that means that a few hundred very high are using a whole dimension's worth of resources. That is pretty awesome. Plus, Outer Sky has that underworld lake that connects to the anti-material world. They can get anti-material resources while still remaining connected to the real world. That suggests that the Very High have connections to all three worlds. What could be better than that? But this didn't concern Han Sen. Han Sen hadn't been flying for long when Exquisite teleported toward him with Bauer. How long are you going to fly around for? Let me take you there. Exquisite put a hand on Han Sen's shoulder and teleported him to the top of the tree. Han Sen, eyeing each and every star fruit that was nearby, made his choice of fruit carefully. Exquisite told him the star fruit didn't really ripen, but the xenogenics that were growing inside would make the shell turn dark red when they were grown. If someone picked a star fruit before that, the xenogenics wouldn't be fully grown yet. The creatures within would be low level. Let me pick a few and try my luck. Han Sen couldn't tell what xenogenics the star fruits held. So, he didn't need to choose carefully. He found a nearby star fruit and flew toward it. The shell of that star fruit was already dark red. It looked like a setting sun, the light of which could still be seen as it slipped beneath the horizon. The star fruit was red like an orb of fire. Han Sen flew to where the branch connected with the star fruit. Following the instructions that Exquisite had given him, he pressed his hand against it. And then, the giant star fruit fell from the branch. The star fruit that fell was falling quickly. It didn't have the sense of mass and gravity that Han Sen had expected, though. It was actually very light. As the star fruit fell, the dark red shell started to melt away. It looked like a giant fireball that was burning furiously, sloughing off layers of itself as it went. The star fruit didn't release energy like you would expect from a fireball, though. It only took a second, and the shell of the giant star fruit dissolved completely. And there was a xenogenic curled up inside. That xenogenic looked like a flying dragon. Its head was near its tail, and its wings were folded closed. Its body was covered in green scales. Judging from its long body and tail, it had to be at least 40 meters long. It looks very powerful. It cannot be a deified xenogenic, surely, Han Sen pondered, his heart thumping. Exquisite said the star fruits mostly contained king xenogenics, and very rarely, they would house a deified. But no matter what xenogenic it would be low level when it emerged. It would be like a freshly born, first-tier king, or in rare instances, it would be a primitive deified. But they progressed like ordinary xenogenics after that, of course. They could be grown. How much they grew would depend on their talent. Xenogenics were woken from a deep slumber as they were freed from the core of the star fruit, so they were easy to kill as they emerged. Alternatively, the person who opened the fruit could allow the xenogenics to fully awaken. The Very High had a special contract. If the xenogenic signed the contract, then it would basically become the pet of the person who opened the fruit. Of course, this process couldn't be completed if the xenogenic was hostile. If the creature resisted the contract, then it would remain dangerous and uncontrollable. That was why the Very High generally activated contracts when the xenogenic inside the star fruit was still sleeping. Being asleep kept the creatures from resisting, granting a much higher success rate for the contracts. This should be an Aaron dragon. It is a king-class xenogenic. If it is given enough resources, the Aaron dragon can be turned into a half-deified creature. It is a good xenogenic to have, Exquisite said to Han Sen, as she watched the descent of the green dragon. Han Sen was very disappointed, though. It was a meager king-class xenogenic. For Han Sen, having such a creature would be practically pointless. Exquisite could sense what Han Sen was thinking, so she said, it isn't completely useless. Star beetles migrate through space, and they only periodically descend to the star tree. If you guard the star tree yourself, you will have to wait for the beetles to descend before taking them all out by yourself. If you had some helpers, however, they could kill the star beetles before they even reach the star tree. Plus, you might need some help once you begin to travel around outer sky. I suggest you sign contracts with most of the xenogenics that emerge from the star fruit. Han Sen thought that her suggestions were quite reasonable. The old man who originally guarded the star tree only let the beetles descend on the tree en masse because he needed them for Han Sen and Liu Zhen's test. If he hadn't, he would have thinned out the star beetles long before they arrived at the tree. Ordinarily, the star beetles wouldn't even have a chance to touch the star tree. The old man would kill them before they got close. But even if Han Sen set up a defensive net of guardians, beetles would occasionally slip through the net. Han Sen would have to kill those himself. And of course, the old man had performed the task easily, but he had been much stronger than Han Sen currently was. If a large swarm of star beetles headed for the star tree, he would need some backup. Han Sen looked at the sleeping Iron Dragon. He knew it was going to wake up soon. He had to make a decision before then. If it woke up, he would be forced to kill it. It would be harder to force the creature into a contract once it was awake. Setting aside his hesitation, Han Sen used the method that Exquisite had taught him and initiated a contract with the Iron Dragon. When the contract was complete, a weird spell coalesced over the Iron Dragon. The spell flashed repeatedly, waking the Iron Dragon up. The Iron Dragon spread its wings and unleashed a roar that shook the sky. Then, the beast looked down at Han Sen. Han Sen curiously sent a thought toward the Iron Dragon, and the creature responded immediately. With a light flap of its wings, it lowered itself by Han Sen's feet. Han Sen stepped up onto the Iron Dragon's back. Feeling good, he said, having a mount will be pretty nice. I can use this guy like a transport ship. When I get enough resources from around outer sky, he can haul cargo for me. I still have another 49 star fruits to select. I hope I can get a few deified xenogenics. Han Sen thought to himself. Then he turned and flew toward another star fruit. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.